the 4 against Phoenix this year.
Oh, baby, good morning and drive safely on those wet roadways if you're getting off your graveyard shift. If you're getting ready for work, good morning to you. Teachers, cops, firefighters, you know the drill, beauty bus drivers, Caltrain workers. I see you out there on the Xfinity mobile text line. As Tim Roy said, a wire-to-wire win, Shasky, a wire-to-wire win. Their second of the season. Earlier in February, they had a wire-to-wire win against the Dallas Mavericks. So you get a big first quarter cushion. You weather the storm in the third quarter, and you put them away in the fourth. It's a good win. You win the 8th straight game at home. There's magic in the building at Chase Center. And now we await the road. The road once again, the 5-game road trip where everybody's going to be talking about it. Can the Warriors win away from Chase Center? We're the 29-7 at Chase. We know that. They're 7-26 on the road. But good morning to you. Good morning to Lubbock. Good morning to Spinoni. We'll talk about last night. A good win. Although KD wasn't there, but you know what? Nobody's complaining.
Yeah, who's scoffing at victories at this point in the season? And a much-needed win for the standings, if we're being honest. Like, that was one of those ones, like,
Yep.
I mean, and I was talking to Spadoni about it. You look up and you're like, could they find themselves in the top 4 when it's all said and done? Could they? Now, maybe they don't, and they go on a little losing streak on the road. But I thought it was a good one. And for me, the first quarter, we know they can score.
Yep.
The complementary defense to go along with the offense was just awesome. And then to see Clay and Curry simultaneously going off, no Mikal Bridges, I have to think that plays into Steph Curry looking so fluid out there.
Yeah, I had a tweet basically saying, I know the Splash Brothers do not miss Mikal Bridges. Okogie's not a bad defender.
No.
Ish Wainwright's not a bad defender. Wainwright, of course, played football and basketball at Baylor.
Wait. He played football?
Yeah, you
Shocking.
can tell. Shocking, right? He played tight
I
end.
actually really like him.
He played tight end.
No, but I really like him as a player. Like he knows his role.
Right, no
like
doubt.
I like his style of play.
He was an undrafted free agent to the Buffalo Bills. He didn't make the final roster. Yeah, played tight end. Arms are big as hell. He's got athleticism. But look.
Oh, he's a big boy.
They're not Mikal Bridges.
No, Mikal
not even
Bridges
close.
Long,
he was different.
Fast, twitchy.
And so the Warriors were able to get Devin Booker in a lot of actions early in that basketball game. Devin Booker, spectacular offensive player. He is special.
Some of his left-handed finishes around the rim and the footwork on the pivoting, and it just I'm so impressed with him as a player.
I mean, he had an open court move on Draymond Green where he almost buckled Draymond's knee, came out with the right little one-hand floater. It was like, ooh-wee. And they were coming back in that third quarter. But look, Devin Booker defensively, you can still get at him.
Yeah, I agree.
You can still get at him. And so the Splash Brothers scored 30 in the first 35 points. Of course, Klay Thompson, 18 in that first quarter, 33 in the first half. And, boy, he was cooking. Then you get to the second half. Curry puts his finishing touches on it. JaMychal Green with another solid performance. And then Jordan Poole settled down in the second half. And that's the JP&E coming in on the road with the 20 points and 6 assists. So, look, all-around good win for the Golden State Warriors. And they hold the Phoenix Suns at just 4 3-pointers. You know, Phoenix came into the game. They were 5th in the league in three-point percentage.
Okay.
5th in the league. Hey. 421 last night, so defensively connected to the offense. You're able to do enough here. I'm not mad at the Warriors last night. Not mad at all about that win.
So you and Mully have a little thing about like what's a team's high? Is that what you guys say?
Oh, no, the average threes per game.
Okay. At halftime, I believe it was 3. I think the Suns had only hit 3 threes, or was I wrong there?
They had hit in the first half.
You guys had the conversation at halftime.
Yeah, we did. 3 of 11 at halftime. So just 1 3 in the second half.
Mullen had this look on his face like, see, Vontae, that's the recipe.
Oh, yeah.
And obviously they were cooking offensively, the Warriors were. But it was just really nice to see them get after it. It felt like a collective victory. You're talking about JaMychal Green, quietly, he's had 2 really good games in a row.
3 straight. You stacked the Memphis game up as well.
That's right. You know what? You're right. I hadn't really computed that.
But you know what?
Defensively, when he slipped off of whoever he was guarding and then came into for that weak side block on Booker, it was like, yes, that's what we need from you. And then I don't know what happened at the end with him and Damian Lee. It felt like he overreacted a little.
Well, Damian Lee slapped him in the back of the head. JaMychal Green doesn't play that. Yeah, no, JaMychal Green doesn't play that.
Part.
He's about that life.
Well,
if anything I've learned about JaMychal Green this season, he's about that life. You don't want to mess with him.
I'll take
and
your
he wants
word
to
for
play.
it.
And he wants to play. Look, the problem is when he plays, he's actually pretty productive. Now, he's had some slip-ups.
No, but he's
what game
shooting
was
from
that?
three.
What game was that where he was just getting bullied in the paint? It was the OKC game when they had a layup line. They scored 137
Yeah, the
on the
big guy.
first game of the three-game road trip. Dario Saric
Thank you.
was just going in there and just bully ball, getting to the look like baby Charles Barkley. But JaMychal Green, since he's been playing a little bit, he's getting better and better and better. And he told us Saturday at the Gatehouse, like, look, man, I didn't know I could shoot this many threes. I mean, I'm wide open. So that shot's presented himself.
Yes.
He's hitting it. So an overall good night for the Golden State Warriors. But again, we're all going to look and say, okay, you took care of business at home. You took care of business without Giannis Antetokounmpo. You took care of business without Kevin Durant. Now can you do it on the road?
Yeah, but I thought these were two important wins. Like,
no doubt.
I know that there were both teams depleted to some degree, missing arguably their best player on the Suns, and yet clearly their best player in Giannis. Yeah. At what point can the Warriors scoff at victories?
Yeah, no doubt.
You know, like that was a much needed victory. For me, also, seeing Jordan Poole have the quarter that he did at the end of the third, start of the fourth, he went to the rim, finished with the left, he was hitting the three, couple of heat checks that drive me nuts.
Yep.
But I thought that Jordan Poole played a very controlled game in the second half.
No doubt. I thought he did too. He was 8 of 16 overall, 4 of 8 from the three-point line. In the second half, he hit 3 threes. He was 6 of 13 overall. Didn't turn the ball over. Kind of knew where to be and settled down there.
Yeah.
That's the JP you need. There's no doubt you need that type of Jordan Poole performance. Stephen Curry, I thought Phoenix did a good job of keeping the ball out of his hands. He was just 7 of 13, 4 of 6 from the three-point line. Whenever you can hold Steph Curry down to 13 field goal attempts and 6 three-point attempts, you're the Phoenix Suns. You're saying, okay, we did something well. But then you got the Klay Thompson explosion. And he hits all 8 of his threes in the first half, his 5th career 30-point half. And that's the thing. Klay Thompson is just on a heater right now. He had a little slip up on the road trip, and, we're trying to figure out, well, is Steph Curry coming back in? Is he messing up the flow? Well, I told you yesterday, Shasky, guys need to catch up to Stephen Curry. Steph Curry doesn't need to adjust anything. Guys need to adjust to Stephen Curry because he is the culture, he is the system, and Klay Thompson yesterday, to see him go off like that, and that's following a solid overtime period against Milwaukee, and he'd come out in the first quarter, he'd set the tone.
It feels like forever since the two of them had elite games simultaneously. It just felt like a long time coming. So yeah, it was great to see, and for Klay to dust off some of the struggles that he's had the last couple of games. But dude, when he starts going off like he does, everything that comes out of his hand looks like it's going right through the neck, doesn't it? And
no
so
doubt.
I would say, what he hit? How many in the first half?
8 threes. All 8 threes in the first half.
I
Those
think at
scored
least
5 in the
6 of
second
them
half.
were nothing but net.
Yep.
Like, he wasn't even hitting rim.
Didn't touch rim at all.
He's just sniping. I love watching him play.
So Clay's on the heater right now. The Warriors win their second in a row at their 3-game losing streak. They're now 36 and 33. Again, 8 straight wins at home. They've won 12 of their last 13 at Chase Center. And one thing you'd never hear anymore.
What's that?
Is about, I wonder if they're going to be able to have the same home court advantage at Chase Center as they did at Oracle Arena. Well, I think they put that to bed last postseason. And in case you needed a reminder, just look at this year. When that crowd gets on top of you,
It really gets loud.
it gets really loud and teams get rattled.
We talk so much about the acoustics of, for example, Levi Stadium in contrast to Seattle. Bonte, you've been to a lot of different arenas, and you obviously went to Oracle way more than I did, and go to Chase Center way more than I do. I underrated the acoustics in there. It gets loud.
Oh, yeah.
When it is pumping and it's rocking, look, it's always going to be quiet after halftime. People are going to get their food. There's so many new things. For a lot of people, when they go, it's their first time there, or maybe their second time there, so they're trying to check out new things that they haven't seen before. But in the fourth quarter, when it's cranking up, Saturday night was as loud as any venue I've ever been in.
No doubt. And you think about how packed it is.
They're right on top.
Inside, they're right on top of you. There's not a bad seat in the house. And it gets cranking. And then the beats between quarters, the beats during the game. I mean, DJ D Sharp is out there cranking it out, dude. It's like a concert in there. I love it. So
just the atmosphere. This is the other thing, like the atmosphere coming out of there. Because I went to the game Saturday night. The way that it just flows out onto the street, where you can go out of 6 or 7 different exits.
It's awesome.
No, like they nailed it. Like,
they nailed it.
It's like I don't think we could talk enough about it. We obviously give Oracle Park, AT&T its love. They absolutely crushed Chase
You want to
Center.
walk out and go north? towards Oracle Park, sure, why not? You just free flow there.
What
you
if you
go
want to
south?
just hang out in Thrive City?
You could do that too.
Like,
you go to
just feel
Dumpling
the
Time.
energy.
You go to Gott's.
They really nailed it.
Miller and Lux is cracking on the other side. You got bars everywhere. So I really love chasing it. I really love where the Warriors are at in the standings.
Yeah, I'm
right
with
now,
you.
tied for 5th with the LA Clippers in the Western Conference. They're a game up on the Minnesota Timberwolves, who got a good win yesterday against Atlanta. They went down to ATL and blew them out by 21. I have no idea what's going on with the Atlanta Hawks and Grant Liffman and company. Then you get the Phoenix Suns. You get the Phoenix Suns. Why everybody laughing, man? He's a scout with the Hawks.
I mean, I know most people are like, Trey Young, John Collins. You go straight to Grant Liffman.
I go straight to Grant Liffman.
I didn't see that coming. I thought you were going to go Trey Young.
Landry Fields, Trey Young, Quinn Snyder, Grant Liffman.
Quinn Snyder. If never a man needed CBD more than showcasing Quinn Snyder.
No, you need less CBD.
That man is on edge, dog. He needs like a chiller.
There's no doubt. He's got muscles moving.
That's my point.
I've been at his pressers. I've had a mic in his face, and I'm just looking at different things in his face. He's small.
Oh, okay.
He's a short dude.
Oh, good.
He's a short dude.
Would I tower over him?
Dude, you don't tower over him.
I know. It would be nice.
Maybe.
Especially in the NBA world.
Yeah.
Baseball world, I could stand on a diamond and feel good about myself.
Yeah, not the NBA.
In
the NBA, I feel short.
Yeah, I know.
I feel short in locker rooms.
I know.
These dudes
I'm well aware.
These dudes are so tall. So the Hawks and Quinn Snyder, I've seen him, dude. He's got so many muscles in his face. Like, there's so many twitches.
Yeah, it's the cocaine.
It's just,
I'm teasing.
You never know.
It's a joke.
Maybe you need to stay up.
Material.
Hey, maybe you need to stay up at night and break down some film. So
tell me this, though. Does he not look like the overworked true detective?
He is. I mean, he is. Matthew McConaughey?
100%. Like, he's done. If I casted him as a detective, Quinn Snyder, you would believe that he does shady things.
Right, no doubt. Brought to you by Golden State Conservative. Let's move off. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. A lot of good from last night's game. I thought Loondog played well, 10 rebounds, although Ayton is a load. When they get Kevin Durant back.
Hey, Ayton hit a shot. Gosh. He's coming down, full blast. They throw him the ball, and it was like a leaning jump shot from in between the free throw line and the three-point line. I said, I did not know you had that in the bag.
Well, he's a solid player.
He's gotten better every year.
27 points, 12 rebounds. He's averaging in his career. He's averaging a double-double.
His strength is underrated too.
You've got him. And so what I loved yesterday was Stephen Curry telling Chris Paul, this ain't 2014 no more. This ain't 2014. And the reporter after the game going back and forth. We'll play that a little bit later. I thought it was a funny 2 minutes with the reporter, Chris Paul. Chris Paul's like 2014. I don't even remember. We'll play that a little bit later in the show. Hell, we got 4 hours now as our new lineup is.
I feel more comfortable today.
I do too.
Yesterday, I did not feel comfortable.
Well, it was like the first day of school, but also it was just like, do I go all in the first hour?
Yeah, I'm just going to do my thing.
And then you look at 7:30, and then 8 o'clock came. It was like, oh, wait, we have an hour and 40 minutes left. Then I got to squeeze in a nap, and then we got the gatehouse going on. So anyway, when they get Kevin Durant back, that's going to be the real key. And I'm looking at the standings right now. Hear me out. I'm the Warriors. I'm the champs. I don't think I'm scared of anybody in the first round, right? I'm not afraid of anybody. But I'm looking at the 4-5 line right now.
Bone crusher. Ain't never scared.
Ain't never scared. However, if I could avoid the Phoenix Suns in the first round, I'll do that because they're in the 4th spot. We're going to get Kevin Durant back.
100% with you.
And that's a problem. That'll be a grueling series.
No, you just want to avoid them early.
Now, some people will say you want to play them earlier before they build their chemistry.
Before they get acclimated
to
each other?
I look at it the other way.
Yeah, I want
them to be worn down a little bit. I want Kevin Durant to have some miles on his legs. I want Chris Paul to be worn down and go through a couple series.
That's what I'm saying. The longer this season goes, the less likely it is that core is going to make it through the playoffs.
Exactly. So I would rather...
I'm with you.
I would rather be in that 6th spot. Give me the Kings in the first round. I know last week it was Sacramento, and I was freaking out. Sacramento plays no defense. Sacramento plays absolutely no defense. You could score on them at will. You get a couple stops late in the game, and you could beat them.
So now you want them.
If I had a choice, look, the West is going to be tough. Eddie Johnson told us yesterday, 1 through 8.
Did you see him yesterday?
I did see him. He was on TV with us. We got him on TV.
I missed that part.
Yeah. We got him on TV.
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, fast
was
Eddie, man.
Was he on the court?
He was on the court.
Yeah, okay.
He was on the court, but he was coming in. I was like, Eddie, man, Monte Morning goes, you dudes, man. It's good to meet you, man. You guys are funny, man. Then he goes, I appreciate you guys having me on. I'll do it anytime.
Yeah,
so,
he's a great guy.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
I get a good kick out of him.
Nah,
Our YouTube numbers for all of those kinds of hits are just through the roof. I just want to thank the audience for a split second.
Yeah, by the way.
Honestly, yesterday we did so many views off just this show. I know there's some absurd things that we were doing. We were having fun yesterday, but without the audience, we have no show, and we don't say it enough. But I really appreciate.
Now look at the 510 and the Xfinity Bubble text line. We're setting the tone to go to State Warriors. I'm switching stations. These clowns don't want to talk football and Niners free agency.
Well,
blah,
we've got
blah.
Baldy coming up at 7:30, so that we could talk about
go ahead and
Javon
switch.
Hargrave.
So go ahead and switch if you want to and miss Baldy. Go ahead and miss our football talk if you want to. Nobody does football talk better. You know you ain't leaving this station. Calm down, 510. Relax. By the way, good morning to everybody on YouTube, Twitch, and Xfinity Mobile text line. And we're still giving away. Hey, 510, how about this? You want to switch? You want to lose out on the chance to go see the Warriors and Spurs?
What?
March 31st on the Friday night at Chase Center?
Do you think Joe Lacob will invite Sam Darnold to sit courtside?
Oh, God.
Maybe look for some ghosts? Go ghost hunting?
Oh, God. They really signed Sam Darnold. Trey Lance, I'm counting on you, buddy.
He's in Texas
Let's go.
right now.
Good. He's working out?
Yeah.
With who?
I don't know. Quincy Avery. I don't know who these quarterback coaches are. Somebody.
All right. All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You'll get one entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen is another chance to win. Up to eight entries per day. So download that Odyssey app right now. What are you waiting for? Tickets courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets. Now, by the way, I love when people say,
30 seconds.
I love people when they say, I'm going to switch. No, you're not. The numbers say you're not switching.
Yesterday, we had a group thread, and we're going to get into all the football frenzy and all the free agency, and we're obviously on Aaron Rodgers' watch to see if he goes to the Jets. It took 30 seconds for us to name Sam Darnold for this to come in, and I want to see your head explode in real time.
Oh, gosh.
All right?
When it
From
come
Jeffrey Jeff, watch Sam become a Pro Bowler. It took 30 seconds.
You know, I was thinking Jimmy Garoppolo to tweet, because Jimmy Garoppolo is now a Las Vegas Raider.
Which is insane.
God bless Spidoni's soul. You got to deal with Jimmy Garoppolo.
I love how he's talked himself into it.
Oh, all Raider fans have.
Welcome to my existence the last 4 seasons.
No. I told you guys way before they signed that I would be okay with it at the right price. And that price, it's fine. 2 years, basically, that's what the deal is. I'm not worried about
Jimmy
that.
will have made over $160 million if the guarantees all go through. Plus, he's got these incentives.
Put some respect on Danye's name.
We always talk about to tell your children to do X, Y, and Z. Learn how to be a mediocre quarterback who can hold a clipboard.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, you want to put some respect on
He doesn't
Danye's
even
name?
hold clipboards. What am I talking about?
Do you want to put some respect on Danye's name?
Oh, that dude is cashing checks.
Yeah, put some respect on his name.
Yeah.
He's a baller, all right? He knows what to do for his clients. So Jimmy's going to the Las Vegas Raiders.
So you sent out a tweet.
So I sent out a tweet. Thanks, Jimmy, for all the content you provided to all the radio hosts, television anchors, beat writers, etc. It was a lot of good. It was some bad, but thank you for the memories. Literally, as I press send on my tweet, Schefter comes in with a report. Sam Darnold agrees to a one-year deal with the 49ers.
Fight on.
And I go, oh, God. Because you know, Shasky, it's just a matter of time. You're going to get a David Lombardi, who we're trying to get on the show, or a Matt Barrows or a Matt Mayo. Somebody's going to send out a tweet. Sam Darnold looked really good at practice. He was 16 and 18, showed nice mobility. Looks like he really understands Kyle Shanahan's system. And then we're going to have to take calls, and we're going to have to talk ourselves into Sam Darnold being QB1 the minutes Trey Lance struggles. It's happening.
You know who loves this signing? Farhan. This is a classic Farhan acquisition.
Oh, God.
Former first-round flameout, 1 year deal. Like, this has Kevin Gosman written all over it.
Well, I saw Tyler Miller. I
can't believe
at the gatehouse. Tyler Miller goes, "Hey, Bonte!" I heard him yelling through the glass at the gatehouse.
Yeah,
We're free.
How many swishers did he have in his
hand?
No,
I think he had zigzags yesterday.
Oh, is he?
He's on the zags.
My bad.
Keeping the lugs clean. He goes, Bonte, we're free. I'm like, free from what? No more Jimmy Jesus. We're free.
He calls him Mini G.
Yeah, Mini G. We're free. Thank the heavens.
Oh, my God.
I said, kill Lord. We're not free from Sam Darnold. We're not. And if you don't believe Sam Darnold,
As a reclamation project, okay, I get it. But like sincerely thinking that he's going to come in and do wonders, that feels like a stretch.
it does. All right, we'll continue to
The
roll with
guy
the Warriors.
is wild. No one wants to watch the film.
Well,
he
hold
is
on.
so inaccurate.
We're getting to Sam Darnold at the 6:48 segment.
I'm sorry.
We got taking him to school coming up next.
Sam
You're on the
Darnold, give
roast.
me one. I'm already seeing it.
You will see it, and it might happen. And that's what's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Pig Full Service Banking, no compromises.
Working hard when you'd rather be playing hard? Wishing you were clearing a level instead of clearing your...
Thompson is on fire. 6 of 8 from downtown. 50-30, and Clay has half the points.
This is Clay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
You know, Clay Thompson was ticked off as we hear Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game, the voice of the Golden State Warriors, of course. And Clay Thompson was ticked because he was 2 points off that 40-burger, and he didn't have a great night from the free throw line, going just 2 of 5. So Clay was a little peeved about that. It's almost like they lost the game. You see him on the bench. He's just sitting there sulking. It's like, Clay, you won the game, buddy. You dropped 38, and you scored 33 in the first half. It's all good. Save some points for Wednesday night when you take on the L.A. Clippers down at Crypto.com Arena. But Clay Thompson, a great night. Warriors, they win their second straight, and they've been really good at home, 29-7, no doubt. Now you got to do it on the road. But it was good to get a win against the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, I'm not scoffing at any
They gave up
wins.
134, 130,
Yeah, they
125.
look
Yeah, no, Phoenix is a tough team, even without Kevin Durant.
I agree.
They're
Booker's
physical.
Stop-start game, the way he kind of like...
Booker?
Dude,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
so good.
Dude, and
He'll
he
get
lives
you
it-
on his backside,
Yeah.
stop, rise
Yep.
up, and then hit a little bank shot.
And
He's got an old-school game.
And his step back is he'll get into your body
Yes.
and then step back.
Yes.
Not like get the space and
He's
then do the
good.
James Harden. He'll get into your body, throw a
Yeah.
little shoulder in there. And he doesn't settle on the three-point line.
No.
He only attempted 2 threes yesterday.
He's tougher than you give him credit for
Nah,
offensively.
I like Booker.
He's very rugged. He's got a variety of ways that he can score. And I love the way he uses the backboard. He just strikes me as an old school type of player. I think he would have been great in a lot of eras.
Uh-oh, here we go. I'm going to ramp up the football talk a little bit.
Why?
631, Xfinity Mobile text line. Jets fan here in Northeast Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Listening for the first time.
Oh, thank you.
Sam Darnold fan. Wait and see what he can do with finally good coaching. Gase, Brady, McAdoo, Montana would have struggled with them. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. It's happening.
He's going to wear that number 14?
Jim Druckenmiller?
JT O'Sullivan.
Oh, gosh.
Just turnovers, baby.
You know what? It's time for taking him to school. Brought to you by Evergreen Valley College.
There was
That
a wide
connects.
receiver. Who was the special
That
teams wide
count
receiver who wore
at
14?
EVC.
God, this is going to bother me. I'm going to look it up.
There was a special teams player last year, right? Or this year. Malik
No, I'm
Mal-
talking about a couple years back. I'm going to look it up.
Turner.
Yeah, I know him.
All right. Taking him to school. Curry, the birthday boy. Here's Stephen Curry with the 3.
Rebound cleared by Draymond. DiVincenzo to Curry. Quick release. Splash! 232 consecutive games with a made 3 for Stephen Curry. 8-0 start for Golden State.
The Warriors jumped out to an 8-0 start. They were up 25 in the first quarter, up 39-14. 39-14 as Steph Curry goes 7-13, 4-6 from the three-point line, 5-6 from the free throw line, 23 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists as we all celebrate Steph Curry's 35th birthday. The crowd at Chase Center, they waited around for Steph Curry, and they sung him happy birthday. Let's sing happy birthday to Steph Curry real quick.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Steph. Happy birthday to you.
Now, if you went to a black household or a
many
minority,
more.
you go, are you 1? No. Are you 2? No, but we don't have to do all that. He's 35.
We'd be here for a long time.
Long time.
That used to be monetized, that song. You used to not be able to say it on the air.
Really?
Yeah.
Who had the rights to
Someone did, whoever invented it, the family.
Was it the
but then
Beatles?
it
They had
became
the rights to
it
everything.
was like after 100 years passed or whatever, then that goes into whatever that.
Kasim
fair use.
Osgood was number 14, by the way.
650. Kasim, the former Charger.
Well, you know who the greatest number 14 in 49er history is, right?
Wyatt Tittle.
Look at you.
That was taken to
Wyatt
school,
Tittle.
brought to you by Evergreen Valley College. Make connections that count at EBC.
If you want to do a fun experiment, I want you to Google a picture of Y.A. Tittle, okay? And normally the one is him with the New York Giants with his on his knees and his face is bloodied and everything. He's 11 years younger than what Tom Brady is right now.
Wow.
And he looks like he's 30 years older.
Oh, and he's smoking cigarettes in the locker room
Yes.
like Lenny Dawson.
Yes.
Jeez. Back in the day, these players. We have about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'm going to get into Wiseman watch.
And don't forget Brock Purdy wore it in spring training or training camp last year.
Yeah.
Before switching.
Oh, boy, James Wiseman. Woo! Some people called him Hasheem Thabit. Some people called him Michael Olowokandi. Some folks thought he was the next Anthony Bennett. Oh, you guys are going to be so wrong. His last 4 games, 21-5, 3 assists, 77% from the floor. 16-13, 61% from the floor. 16-9, 54%. And then last night, in a win, they snapped their 11-game losing streak. 18 points, 14 rebounds, 3 block shots, 53% from the floor. He had a coast-to-coast play against the Washington Wizards. They said James Wiseman was above Shasky. Bums don't put up numbers like this, even on bad teams. Bums don't produce. This guy's producing double-doubles out in Motown.
Well, if there's one thing we shouldn't do is like write off kids.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, to me, even if you're like 24, 25, you're still you're a young person. You know what I mean? I know you can pass away for this country while joining the military. I'm well aware of all those things. But like, we're really going to write someone's entirety of their career off at that age? Now, we're kind of doing it with Sam Darnold.
Right. Yeah, that's true. That's why I'm just saying, all it takes is a couple practices, and Sam Darnold is going to be positioned to start.
When you watch Wiseman from afar, you still longingly, because I've tried not to think about him, you're still longingly looking and going, God, I wish they would have kept him?
No, I'm more so rooting for the kid. He's a great
I'm
kid.
rooting for him too.
And
but he's in Detroit.
But seeing some of this fan base just pick him apart with, bad body language. Oh, he's soft.
Yeah, that's not fair.
This kid he's just not a good player. He's not going to be any good. Oh, he's a bust. You whiffed on the number 2. Yeah, the Warriors did whiff. And it turned out not to be a good fit. But I root for people. As much as I root for the Warriors and root for the Niners and root for the Giants, I root for people as well.
Yeah.
And when you get to know people, and I got to know Wiseman a little bit, I'm rooting for the kid because all he wants to do is play and get better. He wants it. And he wants to win. Now, obviously, Detroit's not in a position to win. They don't have Cade Cunningham. They're rebuilding. They're going to be in the sweepstakes for the number 1 overall pick. But hell, they may end up with Brandon Miller or Victor Wembanyama. And then, in a few years, with this young core, Detroit's going to be a problem in the Eastern Conference. So I root for James Wiseman. I'm rooting for him because I thought he got a raw deal out here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think the situation, the situation that he was coming into required him to do stuff that is not going to be conducive to what his skill set is. And I just think that the fit wasn't there. And I think all parties right now are probably better off without each other.
No doubt.
I think he's better off. I think the Warriors are better off.
He's happy.
You know, I mean, look, again, 5 years from now, maybe we're saying a different tune. But right now, I think the Warriors need, because we got news yesterday, Gary Payton Jr. will be reevaluated in 10 days?
Couple weeks, yeah.
You know, so that feels good. That feels like we're progressing in the right direction. You know, we're talking about all the ages of people and writing people off. Did you know Sam Darnold right now is younger than Jimmy Garoppolo was when the Niners traded for him?
Sam Darnold's what, 25?
Yeah. That is kind of wild. It feels like he's lived an entire NFL career.
All right, we're going to get into football coming up here. It's time.
Am I tripping?
Baldy 7:30. Baldy, by the way, Jalen Hurd wore 14.
Oh, yeah, Jalen Hurd. Yeah,
I thought he wore 17.
But remember, Jalen Hurd never played in a real NFL game.
Yeah, I know. The 2 preseason games. That Dallas game, he was sick.
Oh, yeah.
We were hyped.
We had 3 years of articles based off 2 touchdowns.
2 touchdowns in the first preseason game against the Cowboys. He was in the slot. Oh, my God.
I mean, really, if you think about it, he was a precursor to Debo in terms of the usage and the way they were utilizing him.
That's a good point. And he was a former running back at Baylor and Tennessee. Actually, Baylor moved him to the slot. At Tennessee, he played tailback.
Oh, that Dallas game when I identified Dre Greenlaw as a keeper for the 49ers. My scout's eye. That was a joke.
Broken
But
clock
it's
is
true,
right.
I did.
Broken clock is right twice a day.
Hey, bro, if you throw up enough shots, eventually one will
it's
go
right
in.
twice a day.
You know?
You've been clanking on these Warriors a little bit, but we all have as they win a game. We'll get back into the Warriors because it is Steph Curry's birthday. And yesterday was the 11-year anniversary of the Monte Ellis trade.
That's crazy.
Insane, right?
That's crazy.
Insane. Steph Curry's 35 years old, still at the height of his powers, helping the Warriors get to 3 games over 500. Big road trip coming up starting in L.A. Then they play the Atlanta Hawks, the Memphis Grizzlies, the Houston Rockets. Then they end next Wednesday in Dallas. And then guess what? They host the Fighting Kate Scotts, the Philadelphia 76ers, next Friday night at Chase Center. Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. All right, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Brian Baldinger, 7:30. Let's get into free agency. A lot happening in the NFL yesterday. We'll break it all down here on the Morning Roast.
If you want to lose weight once and for all and have tried fad diets and dubious products with little success, listen up. The FDA recently approved.
Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Genie in the lamp. Stephen Curry. Is he the genie? He is the wizard of his team. Happy birthday, Steph. 35 years old. It was fun to see Steph and Clay. Yesterday at their post-game presser, Clay heads up a paper airplane. I was like, here you go, Steph. They go out there and shoot their paper airplanes. Saw a tweet where it showed both of them at their all-time pressers, a young Clay, young Steph. You see them growing older and older and older. You can't break those guys apart. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. Both of them need to retire and go to State Warriors.
Yeah, I would love that.
I mean, it's the Splash Brothers, man. There's nobody like them. Nobody like them. Steph Curry, 23. Klay Thompson, 38. Warriors get a much-needed win. But let's get into football a little bit because we've been waiting on a legal tampering period to start for a long, long time. And
the legal the concept of legal
stupid.
tampering.
It's stupid.
I mean, what are we doing?
It's stupid. These teams have been talking for weeks. They've been talking to players for weeks.
If you don't think Don Yee has been hitting up Josh McDaniels
Dude.
and whoever the hell's running the Raiders these days for months on end, you're tripping.
I was tagged in so many tweets yesterday.
Really?
Bonte, see, I told you. I knew Jimmy was going to be here he's going to sign with the Raiders. It's like, yeah, it was kind of predictable.
Do you think people are sad? Niner fans are sad that Jimmy is done, or you think that
That's a great question.
the Brock Purdy kind of mania has quieted all the fervor? Because if the same thing happened a year ago, I think more people would be up in arms.
888-957-9570. We haven't opened up the phone lines yet. 888-957-9570. Is anybody sad about Jimmy Garoppolo moving on?
If we would have said this a year ago, don't you think people would have been very, we would have took phone calls all day about people saying he should still be here?
I wonder.
Think about where we were. Go back to it.
it.
Trey struggled for 5 seconds, and people were crying from the high heavens for Jimmy Garoppolo to return. A year later, is it the injury? Is it Brock Purdy?
I don't know.
It feels
It's a great
like
question.
It was kind of a quiet goodbye, if there can be
because
one.
we knew goodbye was coming, right?
Yeah.
We knew that.
3 years in the making.
Well, when Shanahan said it as an industry suppressor, somebody said, is there a scenario in which Jimmy Garoppolo could come back? And what did Shanahan say? Said no. Said no, I don't see that scenario. I don't see a scenario in which Jimmy Garoppolo will be a 49er next season. And what do you know? He's wearing silver and black. 888-957-9570. Anybody sad about Jimmy Garoppolo? Is anybody jacked up about Javon Hargrave coming over from the Philadelphia Eagles? Signed a 4-year, $80 million deal, but it's all about the guarantees. $40 million guaranteed. So he's going to add some beef inside to this 49ers defensive line. And we know this regime, this front office, this coaching staff loves defensive linemen. You could last year, Hargrave, 11 sacks, 60 tackles, 10 tackles for loss, 16 quarterback hits, 2 pass deflections, a forced fumble, 2 fumble recoveries. He appeared in 86% of his games since his career started. It's pretty good. Out of 111 games, played 96. Played 64 of the team snaps last year. 1 sack, 2 combined tackles against the Niners in an AFC title game. And now you have your replacement for DeForest Buckner. Look, this move came over the timeline. I was shocked. I didn't think the Niners were going to spend money like this, especially on the first day. Hargrave, you like the move?
I love the move. I mean, how can you not like the move? He's smaller than Eric Armstead. He reminds me of like a rhinoceros because he's shorter to the ground, and he's just huge. But he's so strong and so fast.
We saw him working out or warming up in the NFC title game. The Eagles' defensive line warmed up right in front of us, and I was like, 97 huge, 91 huge, the kid from Georgia's huge, Sue's huge, Linval Jones.
Sweat's huge.
Dude, they were monsters.
Yes.
And Hargrave was probably one of the biggest ones out there.
Yeah, and I'm watching all the film, and I know, like the film, you're going to get nothing but highlights. You're not going to see the lowlights, but you see a guy with unbelievable strength and short area quickness. He can play along multiple positions along that line. I think he can do a lot of things in terms of eating up double teams, beating double teams, commanding double teams. I think playing alongside of Eric is going to be interesting. Armstead playing alongside of Nick Bosa is going to be interesting. Are they going to do some more stunts, things like that? I just think that they've really upgraded their defensive line.
Yeah, no, they have.
I mean, I also think that this is a guy, you want to talk about win now? This is a win now move.
No, this is not
that they're not in a win now mode. I'm just saying, like, this is a great move for them.
And and you get the weekend the Philadelphia Eagles defensive line. By the way, was that Mr. Mafioso or Genie of the Left?
Yeah, that was Mafia.
You get things wrong, I get things wrong. Whatever.
Sipping, what is it? Ernest and Julio Gallo wine.
Wow. Sometimes I don't know if you're really from
I got
the
my
day,
Rallo, my
or if
butterfly
you just
knife.
never left the house. Well, I was an E40 guy. Sorry.
Sipping martini, eating scampi and linguine, making blunts disappear
I'm sorry.
like I'm Houdini.
I'm sorry, 408. I realize there's a lot of Mac Dre fans out there. I'm a Mac Dre fan. I just put 41
I
on
got
top.
the call from young
Too
Drew.
short.
He was speaking to Islamic, but I can understand it. He said, Al Bubu, the eagle has landed.
Yeah.
My reply, pronto, cousin. I mean, this is like an all-time. It's an all-time Mac Dre song.
It is.
I mean, come on.
Those elementary rhymes. Those nursery rhymes that he used to spit. Rest in peace, Mac Dre. I'm gonna leave it alone because last time I critiqued Mac Dre a few years ago, everybody, oh my God, Mac Dre, how you do it? Mac Dre's good. I rock with 40 water. That's my guy. Hargrave, I love this move. All right, Sam Darnold.
Why are you so upset with Sam Darnold?
I'm not upset with Sam Darnold. I'm just it's gonna be fascinating.
Why you say that?
You look at his stats last year: 7 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 4-2 record. Got to play after Baker Mayfield was let go, and of course Baker Mayfield signed with the LA Rams.
Would you rather have Baker Mayfield right now or Sam Darnold?
Probably rather have Baker Mayfield. But let me ask you this: signing Sam Darnold, is it insurance for Trey Lance and Brock Purdy? Are you signing Sam Darnold to compete for the starting job? Because there were rumors a couple years ago that the Niners were in on Sam Darnold, and the Jets were looking for a first-round pick, which I laughed at. But a lot of
I think a former co-host would have made that move.
A lot of people have linked Sam Darnold to the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan. Is this an indictment on Trey Lance? What do you think? When you saw this hit the timeline, did you say, boy, Trey Lance could be some trouble?
No, I didn't think that at all. When I saw this, I was like, this to me, like if it was Matt Ryan, I would have been more worried because I just know how Shanahan operates and how the media operates. Like, oh, he's older and, he knows the playbook better and all that stupid mumbo jumbo. When the guy can't complete any passes, like none of that stuff is relevant to me. This is a reclamation project. I think this is a low risk reclamation project. It's a 1-year deal. You bring him in. He's a quote unquote veteran. He's still young. You believe that he has some upside. Maybe you can work on some of the mechanics.
Do you believe he has some upside?
I think there's some. You don't go in the top 5 of the draft. You don't have physical traits, right? He has physical traits. We all can agree there. To me, it's always been the decision making with him. He has horrific decision making.
Terrible.
He doesn't see the field. And then no one ever brings this up with him. I think he has horrible mechanics.
Yeah.
He never sets his feet. He's got this elongated Byron Leftwich throwing motion. So we do this with the mobile quarterbacks, yet we don't do it with someone like Sam Darnold. He's an awful accurate passer.
So
he's
why
not
sign
accurate.
him? Why sign him?
Because
Why bring
he's
him in?
better. Because he's better than a Nate Sudfeld. Because he actually has.
Is he better than Nate Sudfeld?
Yes.
Or is he the same?
No, he's better than Nate Sudfeld. He's started games in the NFL and has had at times. Look, right now, if they missed both their quarterbacks for 3 games, he can go 2-1. That's what I look for in these backup
Strong
situations. Yeah, can you go 2-1?
Yeah.
You're not going to go 0-3 if Sam Darnold's your quarterback. Now you might go 1-2 in those scenarios, but you're not going to go 0-3. Like Josh Johnson, God bless his soul. If they had to play him at quarterback for 3 games, I feel like they probably would go 0-3.
I mean, look, I watched a lot of Sam Darnold. So, no, people are going to laugh at this.
I don't like Sam Darnold.
Listen,
I'm not a Sam Darnold fan. I think he's a terrible decision maker.
People are going to laugh at me because of the whole Brock Purdy stuff. But we watch a lot of USC football.
I know.
Watch a lot of Sam Darnold. Watch the Cotton Bowl against Ohio State. Wasn't his best moment. Watch him back here at Levi Stadium. Lit up Stanford. He did. 99-yard touchdown drive to basically steal that game. He was at his finest. We see him seeing ghosts on Monday Night Football against the Patriots. New York's a tough market. It's a tough situation. Adam Gase, I get it. It's not a good head coach. Hell, I don't even know if he's a good offensive coordinator because he got his job on the strength of Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
And Wes Welker. And
clearly people don't like him.
No doubt. And the Jets didn't really have that many weapons. So you go to Carolina. We saw what Carolina was last year. They were a mess. They were selling everybody. I just don't know. I could just already see it. If they get into a competition, and look, if you talk about the upside, and he gets into this quarterback-friendly system, I don't know, man.
That's on Trey Lance. Like, if you're worried about Trey Lance.
No, I'm not. It's not about worried about Trey Lance. It's about why Sam Darnold. What does Kyle Shanahan see in Sam Darnold?
Okay, well, let's rattle off some of the.
I'm just trying to think. Does he have a strong arm? Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, Matt Ryan or Sam Darnold?
Neither.
All
right,
that's not
Sam
the
Darnold.
exercise. That's
Sam
not the
Darnold.
exercise.
Sam Darnold.
Okay. All right. Marcus Mariota or Sam Darnold? I think that one's closer.
Gosh, banging my head against the wall here. Mariota? I'd probably go Mariota.
I can listen to that. I can go in both directions on
Mariota.
that one. Andy Dalton, who I brought up last week.
Oh my God.
Or Sam Darnold.
They're the same guy. Aren't they the same guy?
I think Darnold has higher highs and lower lows.
Probably lean Dalton because he's done it. At least he's led the team to the playoffs.
Okay.
But I'm thinking in my head.
But I this is what's out there for backup quarterbacks.
Yeah.
If you're not making a deal for a starter, like you're scraping the bottom of the barrel.
I hear you. Now, Brock Purdy had the surgery last Friday, torn UCL. He's not going to be able to throw for 3 months. Apparently, he's going to be back in 6, but that pushes you right up against week 1. I wonder if there's a chance that he starts on the PUP list. If Brock Purdy's a long-term solution, I have no problem with him missing the first 4 to 6 weeks. Now, again, we talk about the 49ers slow starts, which has cost them home field advantage. And they said, you played at SoFi Stadium. You played at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia. Guys, Sam Darnold's our third-string quarterback. Does Sam Darnold believe that?
He's coming here to try to win a job.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
What's wrong with that? You love competition.
I love competition.
And I do too, and I think it'll bring the best out of everyone.
Right.
I look at this very similar, and I know people roll their eyes when say every sport you see this, but in football primarily, especially at the quarterback position, why does Carson Wentz continue to get opportunities?
Yeah.
Why, B?
Talent, upside.
Because he has physical tools that people believe in.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know if
but that doesn't mean he can put it all together and be a successful quarterback. But he's got a big arm and he can move and he's got the size that you're looking for.
People hope that Carson Wentz could regain that form he had during that Super Bowl run.
And so
I
people
believe
look
he's
at
damaged goods, but
I'm with you, and I think Carson Wentz has played better football, especially in that one season with Philly, than anything Sam Darnold's done. But like B, I'm looking at this the way that any GM would. All right, this is a guy who's a former top 5 pick, who's had some unfavorable situations, injury history. Our situation is much more stable than those prior spots. If he can come in and push Trey Lance, great. Trey Lance will be better for it. If he can come in and beat out Trey Lance, well, then maybe Trey's just not that guy.
Yeah,
you know,
that's a failure.
Like, and maybe you get the best out of Sam Darnold that everyone was hoping for X amount of years ago. Probably this will be a moot point, and Sam will show some flashes, and it'll push Trey, and maybe he'll show some flashes, and then Brock Purdy comes back, and he's the starter anyway. So, there's 15 different outcomes here, and I don't see what the downside. This is such a low risk move.
Well, and a high reward, right? Because the minute he balls out in the preseason. And if Trey Lance struggles, you know what's going to happen.
But again,
you know what the drum's going to do.
But Bunty, isn't this about results?
It is about results. But if you go into the season with Sam Darnold, how much faith do you have in the 49ers' success?
I mean,
Bunty, do you have faith in Shanahan to make something out of this guy?
Last year, we turned the whole season over to Jimmy Garoppolo. Then he went down, and we turned it over to Brock Purdy.
You're right
now, Shanahan has earned the benefit of the doubt that if he, and again, I'm going because what he did last year, he's earned the benefit of the doubt that I trust him. I trust his decision-making here. And look, if it doesn't pan out, you cut Sam Darnold and you move on. You're praying that your two young quarterbacks step to the forefront.
Listen, a lot of people want to point the finger at me for stirring some stuff up.
What are you stirring? I think you're just asking appropriate questions.
No, I just know how this fan base operates. This fan base was ready to go all in on Nick Mullins. We took calls.
Yeah, we're insane.
We talked to people.
I admit that. And I'm leading the train.
Well, you're just an insane individual. You're listening to 95.7 KKG FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage.
Is Sam Darnold better than Josh Johnson, who was your quarterback at the end of the Super Bowl?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And are you sure that he's not better than Nate Sudfeld? Because I think most GMs would think that he is. That's why he's gotten opportunities.
61 touchdown passes. 55 interceptions over the course of his 5
I mean, that's
career.
better than Alex Smith's early career.
He lost a job in Carolina. Had a chance to take the job over.
I know.
9 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, was unplayable down the stretch. Now think about the fumbles. He said he's fumbled the ball 35 times over the course of his career. 35 times. Ouch. Now, teams have recovered it 11 times. But 35 fumbles? Yikes.
Yeah, it's not good. I mean,
Ball security.
Jimmy fumbled a lot too, and it's not good.
Yeah, ball
I'm not
security.
look, I'm not here to make the case that Sam Darnold is my prototype quarterback. I think it's a low risk move, and I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. And best case scenario, he does play really, really well. Well, then, man, look what Shanahan can do with someone who no one else could figure out. And then if it brings the best out of Trey Lance, great. If it doesn't, and Trey Lance flounders, then, maybe Trey Lance just isn't good enough.
It's on Trey to win the job. Let's go to David in Oakland. David, what's happening? You're on the roast. Good morning, David. David, turn your radio down. Let's go. Let's go, David.
What's up?
What's up, baby?
What you got?
Just talking about that moving Jimmy G over to the Raiders. Is he worth $67 million when he's been hurt 3 out of the 4 years he's played? Come on, man. But the good thing the 49ers did is they picked up Hargrave. That's good for him. Now they'll have a really good pass rush with him and both on the end, man. But then again, you got Sam Darnold. You got to be kidding me. Man, oh, man. Why would you get Sam Darnold?
Who do you want to win a quarterback job, David? Who's your preference at quarterback?
Who?
Who do you prefer at quarterback for the 49ers?
I'd like to see Purdy stay in there.
All right. David's a little fired up this morning. A little fired up. Sam Darnold. 510 Xfinity Mobile text line.
The bar's closed at 2 a.m.
They do. Well, I don't know. Maybe you got to look. You probably got a bar at home. Was Carson Palmer the last good USC pro quarterback?
Sanchez had a couple of moments. But yes, Carson Palmer's probably that guy. But let me just tell you this right now. Do not shy away from the kid who's wearing number 13 in the USC colors right now.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you right now, and I know
he's more of an Oklahoma quarterback. I'm kidding.
I would trade, and I know I can't believe I'm going to say this out loud, but I swear to God I would trade Bosa for the opportunity to draft that kid from USC. That's how good I think he is. I think he is a star.
And you're the biggest Bosa fan.
I know. Wow. That's how highly I think of the kid,
statement.
Caleb Williams.
That's a strong statement.
I know. But I always take quarterback over pass rush. And pass rush is number 2. But if you're doing a hierarchy, quarterback, then pass rush.
Damn. That's a strong take. I don't know how I feel about that one.
I think Caleb is one of the best throwers that I've seen come out of college in a long, long time. Kid is special.
Andrew Luck?
What?
Andrew Luck?
I love Andrew Luck. You know
Watson?
that.
Trevor Lawrence?
He's a better thrower of the football than Deshaun Watson.
Trevor Lawrence?
He's incredible.
I think people forget how good Deshaun Watson was at Clemson.
No, he was awesome.
I mean, awesome.
Bonte, if USC could get a stop, they would have been in those national title games. Stop. Their offense was scoring like 55 a game.
Yeah, but they didn't go up against no defenses. Once they went up against a physical defense, they got to shut the hell down.
Utah, pretty sweet.
Utah shut them down in the Pac-12 championship.
He still scored, 40 points.
No, the Pac-12 championship?
Oh, the championship game, no. But he was hurt. He hurt himself.
Oh, no, they hurt him.
He tore his groin running.
I hear you. I like Caleb. I don't like when people just go straight to the job. Oh, he's the next Patrick Mahomes.
I didn't even say that name.
No, but that's out there, though. That's out there. You know it's out there.
It's just literally identifying someone and saying, hey, he reminds me of player X, Y, and Z. I have no problem with player
I don't know if I could trade Bosa. But Bosa's coming off that postseason in which he didn't record a sack and he was kind of quiet. So, I don't know. 888-957-9570. Jimmy Garoppolo moves on to Las Vegas. He's a Las Vegas Raider. And I'm looking at the deal here. Jimmy Garoppolo, where's the details? 3 years, $67 million, but it's a $34 million guaranteed. Jimmy has finally moved on.
He's got a new weapon, too. Raiders signed Jacoby Myers to a 3-year deal, $21 million guaranteed. So he'll
Really?
have Jacoby Myers,
I like Myers.
Darren Waller, Devontae Adams, and
Hunter Renfrow.
It's a pretty good offense.
Josh Jacobs.
Josh Jacobs.
He was basically the best wide receiver in New England the last couple of years. I mean, not saying a whole lot.
I will say this. I like Jimmy G for the Raiders at that price point as opposed to New Orleans giving Derek Carr $100 million.
Yeah,
Derek Carr
I'm with you
is
at that.
overpaid.
In terms of the value, yeah.
I think to
I'm
say
with
it's
you.
vastly overpaid Derek Carr.
But I
How
always
much better is Carr than Garoppolo? It's right there.
I just look at it like that's just such a hard division. You got Russ and Sean Payton, and they spent $90 million on offensive linemen yesterday, the Broncos. Then you have Kansas City, which yeah, exactly. Kansas City, Andy Reid, Mahomes, and then Herbert and LA Chargers. Like it's just an interesting division. It feels like there's a lot going on in that division. And then Jimmy G to the Raiders. What about Jimmy in Vegas? No, forget like him playing for the Raiders. I'm talking about him in Vegas nightlife. You worry a little? I'm asking sincerely.
No, he's a mature guy. He'll be okay. He's going to live his life.
He's very secretive. I think that he's going to have to.
It's going to be a great life for Jimmy in Vegas.
I'm very
He's going to be
interested.
fine. He's going to be fine.
He fits
in
that
Vegas.
market so perfectly.
Oh,
he's going to be on the billboards, that $1 million smile.
He's going to be a rock star in the desert. I don't worry about him getting into any trouble.
Jimmy G introducing Barbara Streisand's Saturday Night Show.
Oh, man. All right, we got to go to break. Clock.
Here comes Britney Spears.
Clock. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. We'll let you know how you can win some tickets to a Spurs Warriors game. Also, the Prep Rally podcast, which we'll record tomorrow.
They're calling him Jim City G.
I like that.
That's
I like
actually
that
a great
lot.
name.
The contract details on the other side for Sam Darnold. They have been released. That's all coming up. Plus Baldy at 7:30 on the roast.
Mom, Dad, Sis.
Here we go. the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, we get to talk to our main man, Baldy. 12 minutes about what's been going on in free agency. We'll ask Baldy what the Niners are getting in Javon Hargrave, what they're getting in Sam Darnold, as the details haven't been released for Sam Darnold. 1 year, $4.5 million, $3.5 million guaranteed for Sam Darnold. That's a nice guarantee for Sam Darnold. $3.5 million? Woo. Woo. Woo.
It's better than like the Tyler Heineke money, for example. I believe he got $20 million guaranteed.
From where?
2-year deal. Where did he go? 2-year
Taylor
deal?
Heineke to Atlanta.
Thank you. Atlanta spent a lot of money yesterday.
They did. Taylor. So now they got Ritter and Heineke, Jonnu Smith. Jesse Bates, I like his safety.
They're looking at the division. Derek Carr is the class of with the quarterback, but if you're Taylor Heineke, he's like, I can beat Derek Carr.
I'm
He did it in Vegas 2 years ago.
Yeah. Jameis also re-signed with the Saints. $4 million.
What did you make of the Mike McGlinchey deal?
$50 million guaranteed.
Bro.
I laughed because immediately after the deal, somebody posted him getting pancaked at Notre Dame.
I saw that.
I was like, $50 million from Mike McGlinchey? $50 million guaranteed from Mike McGlinchey?
I know.
Maybe I just don't know football.
No, we know football.
No. Maybe I don't know football. The teams, Denver told us yesterday, Mike McGlinchey's a good player.
Well, Sean Payton wanted to shore up their offensive line. But here's the thing. Like, Denver doesn't have draft picks, right? So what Denver does have is money. And they went out and they spent a ton of money on offensive linemen. We will see if that works. I think he's average right tackle. That's what I would put him. And I'm not giving him $50 million guaranteed. When you hit free agency, for the most part, not always, but for the most part, you're grossly overspending. Now, the Niners have been smart in free agency. Last year, they got the cornerback, Charvarius Ward. I think Charvarius Ward was worth every penny last year.
No, he was.
All right, this year they get Hargrave.
Jimmy Ward moved on, too. Houston Texans. How about that? Goodbye, Jimmy Ward. We knew he was going to leave. He got a fair deal, too. What was it, 2 years, $11 million?
Very spotty early on.
Yeah, but he finished strong.
Yeah, okay. But then
his last 4 years with the Niners were really good.
But this last year was a lot of talking, and you think he
But
frustrated
you know what, though? Yeah, no, he frustrated you. I like Jimmy Ward.
No, I'm talking about him talking in the locker room.
Talking. It was after the game.
Yeah, you didn't like that.
Oh, God, he was moved on. He was gone. I get it. But on the field, I had no problems with Jimmy Ward.
Yeah, he was good.
He was really good in the nickel. Yeah. I mean, Jimmy
he actually had his most productive interception season this year playing in the nickel. It looks like they're going to go to Sammy Womack there. So that'll be an interesting position to monitor. And they bring back Gibson on a 1-year deal. I still would like to see them draft another
one
safety.
More safety. Yeah, I want one more safety. Maybe a safety for the future. By the way, if you want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors-Spurs game March 31st, all you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 95.7 The Game. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You'll get 1 entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen is another chance to win. You get up to 8 entries per day, so download that Odyssey app now. Tickets courtesy of the Warriors, and as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets now. Don't forget about the Prep Rally Podcast. Email us at hss@957thegame.com and be featured on the Prep Rally Podcast. First episode is now available on the Odyssey app. Yes, that's right. That's right. Hey, Spinoni, you got a little tribute for Jimmy Garoppolo.
82 touchdowns, 42 interceptions, 10 fourth-quarter comebacks. This is all regular season stuff. I mean, 99 quarterback rating.
Not ready yet.
Not bad from Jimmy GB. Not bad.
888-957-9570.
Not bad.
I just wonder on a rainy Tuesday morning, with free agency flying,
40
money flying out the window. By the way, the quarterback salaries for the 49ers this year, check this out. Before we get back into Jimmy. Sam Darnold is making $4.5 million this year.
Okay.
3.5 guaranteed. Trey Lance's base salary, $940,000. Brock Purdy, $870,000. Now, Trey Lance does have the highest cap hit at 9.3 due to that large signing bonus, but still, that's a very cheap quarterback room in 2023.
So if it's a $9 million plus
Cap
$1
hit.
million for Brock, that's 10 plus 4. So basically $15 million for 3 quarterbacks.
Not bad.
Now let's go back a couple years. It was $26 million a year for Jimmy alone, right? Yeah, this is when you need to go out and spend and solidify your entire team. Now is not the time to go cheap on the rest of the roster. Not that they're doing that. I'm not saying that
They
they're
gave
doing
Hargrave $40 million guarantee.
Yeah, that was awesome.
was a
But
great move.
that felt like to me, I see it in a weird way as them acknowledging A, that they need defensive line play, and also B, like, this is probably the end of the road for Javon Kinlaw, whether it be this season.
I wouldn't say that.
Why?
Well, I wouldn't move on. I thought, all right.
Not right
continue.
now. I'm just saying,
Okay,
like,
all
this
right, all
season,
right,
I
yeah,
think this
I
is
jumped the gun
this
there.
is a make or break
I
time
jumped
for
the
him.
gun. You know what? If you get anything out of Kinlaw this year,
It's
that's a
gravy.
bonus.
Yeah, but
That's
it
a
still
bonus.
doesn't make that draft pick. And
No,
what's
I'm not
wild
saying
to
that
me-
at all. The draft pick is bad because he can't stay healthy.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't been on the football field. In the film we saw in the NFC title game, he was not good.
No.
Jason Kelsey had his way, who, by the way, signed a $14 million deal for 1 season to come back with the Philadelphia Eagles. Javon Kinlaw was MIA in that game. I mean, it was embarrassing. Ian Williams called him out multiple times, said, this just can't happen from a defensive lineman. He was getting moved from hash mark to hash mark.
Yeah.
Hash mark to numbers. I mean, it was nasty.
Now that you don't have what feels like Kinlaw is an afterthought, even though he's still on the team right now, and McGlinchey's moved on, Jimmy Ward has moved on. Last 10 years, okay, going back to 2014, Jimmy Ward, first round pick. Eric Armstead, first round pick. Armstead's still on the team. DeForest Buckner, first round pick, moved on. Joshua Garnett, Solomon Thomas, Reuben Foster, Mike McGlinchey, Nick Bosa, Javon Kinlaw, Brandon Ayuk, Trey Lance. Those are your last first-round draft picks over the last 10 years.
It's not good.
It's not good at all. I mean, Bosa's up at the top.
Right. And that was a slam dunk pick. You could have gone Quentin Williams, Nick Bosa. You would have been good.
B. Looking at this draft, I don't think anything's a slam dunk pick. But I hear you, right? So you got Nick Bosa. I think Ayuk or Armstead has an argument as the second best.
Ayuk's been good. Armstead's really come along. I'm not mad at I wish Armstead would get more sacks, but you know what? I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at Armstead in the way he's produced.
Now let's
really good against the run.
Let's just isolate the Shanahan era. Solomon Thomas, it goes without saying, really bad. I mean, really, really, really bad. I mean, really bad.
I mean,
Reuben Foster.
Deshaun Watson was right there on the silver platter. But let's move on because I could go on and on and on and on
Reuben
and on
Foster,
about that.
31 overall. That was the extra pick that they got back. They ended up moving back up into the round. Reuben Foster in and out of the league in 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Mike McGlinchey. How would you rate the Mike? Like those are Fs. Thomas and Reuben Foster are Fs. I'm
McGlinchey
sorry.
would get a C.
What you give him a C?
Passing grade because he played.
Yes.
But
and was
he
part of
left
some
a
winning
lot-
teams.
He left a lot on the field.
I agree. And now that he's not with you, yeah, I know.
Nobody's
going to
shed a tear. Nobody's going to shed a tear about Mike McGlinchey moving on to Denver, Colorado.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Nick Bosa.
Slam dunk. You get an A for that.
Absolutely. I agree with you. Javon Kinlaw.
You get an F right now.
Right now. I might even go D because I'm leaving open the chance that this year he does something.
Well,
but yeah, you're probably right with that.
Right now it's an F.
Yeah.
But I'm telling Javon Kinlaw on the parent-teacher conference, hey, look, Javon Kinlaw, he's getting an F right now. But it's not because he's not trying.
Yeah.
It's just because his body's failed him. And when he's on the football field, I just get nothing.
Yeah, I know.
The size is there, the strength is there, but the leverage is not. Yeah. So right now he gets an F, but I'm willing to negotiate. I'm willing to give him another shot to raise that grade. That's where I'm at with Kinlaw.
I'm with you. Brandon Ayuk.
I give Ayuk an A.
An A?
I give him an A.
Okay.
Rookie year showed a lot of flashes. Second year, for some reason, he was in the doghouse.
It's so weird. And he still ended up having a pretty good year.
Oh, the last 2 months, he put up numbers that were better than CeeDee Lamb. And in this 1,000-yard season, Brandon Ayuk gets an A.
Yeah, okay. And then Trey Lance.
Incomplete.
I think that's fair right now. But, like, if he does nothing this year,
it's an F.
It's an F, yeah.
And it's a massive mistake.
So I guess where I'm going at with this, and maybe I'm wrong here, B. Like, we all talk about draft picks, and they matter, right? When you get a Nick Bosa, you're like, yeah, that's why you get top draft picks. B, I just read you off the last 10 years.
It's not good.
But are we overrating first-round draft picks in general? Just in general.
No, first-round draft picks do not make or break you, but they can't catch up with your depth.
I agree.
It can't, in that NFC title game, when you miss on these first-round picks and then you make moves and you trade second-round picks, look, great thing is the Niners have hit on mid-round picks. Fred Warner Jr., George Kittle, the Talanoa Hufanga. You can hit on some picks. Spencer Burford, nobody knew who he was when he came out of college. Aaron Banks, you redshirted him basically his rookie year, and you play him in the second year, he doesn't skip a beat, played really well next to Trent Williams. You need to hit on some of these first-round picks. So, it would be nice to.
So you reference some of these guys. Like right now, if you're just ranking best 49ers, okay, who are the best? Bosa's at the top, right? He's a first-round draft pick. Fred Warner, third-rounder.
Yep.
When you put him somewhere at the top?
Top five player in your football team.
Trent Williams, acquired via a trade.
Third-round pick.
Maybe a unique situation because he sat out, but acquired via a trade. George Kittle, fifth-round pick.
Fifth-round pick. Very good, please. What are your top 5, top 10 players?
Okay.
Deebo Samuel, second-round pick.
Second-round pick, but a high second-rounder. It was the same year as Bosa. It was basically 33rd, 34th overall. Who else? Ayuk, first-rounder.
First-rounder.
So it's kind of a mixed bag, kind of how they put this thing together.
By the way, some breaking news with Brandon Crawford. They're going to be without him for at least a week as knee trouble forced him to the injured list twice last year. It's back. The knee is flaring up again. So that's Mitch Henniger and Brandon Crawford.
And David VR is day-to-day. And Alex Cobb's day-to-day.
Oh, boy.
And DeSclafani's returning from major ankle surgery. And Michael Conforto missed almost a year and a half. Yeah, so
the walking wounded.
That's just...
I knew I could get you. Wow, you begged the table with that one. Jeez, Shasky, you've never been speechless on the show.
3 of your 8 projected starters are already hurt.
Drake Greenlaw, 5th-round pick. Great point, 925. Extended the mobile text line.
Charvarius Ward, free agency.
Not
now
bad.
you add in Javon Hargrave, free agency. So when I look at how the Niners have assembled themselves, they really are a great gumbo pot of how to build a team. They've got a mix of high draft picks that have worked out. They've got some great trades. CMC, obviously a trade. The Trent Williams trade.
Well,
they've got free agency.
All the failures
with
at
Kyle
running back, though.
What's that?
And all the failures at running back.
There's been a
Drafted
lot.
running backs.
There's been a lot
Joe
of them.
Williams, Trey Sermon.
But have that
signed
hurt
Jerick
them?
McKinnon
Hasn't
didn't
hurt
work
them.
out. Hasn't hurt them, but you're still missing that Lombardi.
I agree.
Those picks could help. All right, let's get to our main man,
Yeah.
Baldy, man. Back from vacation. What's up, Baldy? Let's go ahead and hit the intro. It's been far too long. My main man's he's been in the ocean. He's been all over the place. He's now back. He's on the NFL Network. Our main man, 95.7 The Game Insider. We love him. You love him. Brian Baldinger back on the morning roast for this free agency frenzy. Baldy, man, how you been?
Bonte and Joe, I couldn't be better, honestly. I am so recharged, refreshed, living, my kind of lifestyle. But, the official new year of the NFL season starts tomorrow, although we've already seen plenty of action take place, a lot of it right there in San Francisco. So I'm ready to jump in on it, like just the way I was jumping in with devil rays and turtles yesterday and sharks. I mean, I'm ready to jump in right now with you guys.
What about Javon Hargrave? Let's jump in right there. Coming in from the Philadelphia Eagles, 4 years, $80 million, $40 million guaranteed, a move that shocked us all on the West Coast. This dude is huge. He's a monster, 11 sacks last season. What are the Niners getting into Javon Hargrave? Because you know that Eagles team better than anybody out there.
He was my number one free agent in the entire class.
Wow.
Now, maybe Lamar Jackson, if something happens there, would be number one. But outside of that, he's my number one free agent. Like, he is, so look, they traded DeForest Buckner 3 years ago, and they take the first-round pick, and they drafted Javon Kinlaw. It has not worked out yet. He's been injured. He has not been productive, largely productive. But Javon Hargrave is a huge upgrade. And if that's the case, now maybe they play together and Eric Armstead goes to end, who knows. They got flexibility. But Javon Hargrave is a difference maker. He's been the best defensive lineman in Philadelphia 2 years in a row.
Wow.
They led the league in sacks with 62 this year. He got 11 of them. He got one in the postseason. He had 12 sacks from the defensive tackle position. And if you just watch the sack reel of the Philadelphia Eagles, whether it's Josh Sweat, Hassan Reddick, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, I mean, Javon Hargrave's on the field for most of them. And his interior push is almost second to none in the NFL. It's unbelievable that they got Hargrave. He's just exactly what every four-man defensive front desires, wishes for, hopes for in their defense.
So what makes him so special? You say, he gets great pressure. I see a guy with like great speed for that size, amazing leverage, and it just feels like he has this relentless pressure to beat double teams. But what are you seeing that makes him your number one free agent?
He's as powerful as an interior pass rusher is in this league.
Wow.
I mean, you give him one-on-ones with any guard in this league, he's going to push, he's going to walk him right back to the quarterback. And he's got some pass rush moves too, but his power is second to none. And so that's what consistently shows up. A lot of guys are just titty dancing in this business. They're standing straight up and they're chest bumping with each other. Like that's not crushing the pocket. This guy is a force, all right, inside. I mean, Dexter Lawrence had a great year. You can go through the list of guys. Aaron Donald was off. But you look at guys that can walk back double teams and offensive guards and centers in his business. Very few could do it like Javon. That's his number one. That's his number one skill.
Man, Chris Kosaric, Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, they're probably all thrilled with this move. I saw Micah Parsons tweet, but hey, Eric Armstead, Bosa, and Javon Hargrave the same line? Oh my gosh, and we could have Philadelphia Eagles to take one away. Their main cogs of that defensive line. I like the move already. Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roll, also 95.7 The Game. So we see a lot of free agency stuff. A lot of money's flying around there. I was a little shocked that Mike McGlinchey got $50 million guaranteed from the Denver Broncos. I guess that's just the way of doing business, right, Baldy, for a right tackle?
Yeah. I mean, you're going to see it. I mean, you're going to see it around the business right now. They're going to overpay for offensive linemen because it's a position of need. And so, San Francisco was going to pay that amount of money. They really can't. When you got to get Nick Bosa taken care of and you sign Javon Hargrave, you got to go, okay, what's the priority? Do we sign the right tackle? And that's not a knock on Mike, in San Francisco. You prioritize what you can. And to me, if I could sign Javon Hargrave versus re-signing Mike McGlinchey, I wouldn't even bat an eyelash. I'd go get Hargrave. I'd go build another elite defensive line, and they have not been elite since DeForest left. Yeah. And so, they were a disappointment in the postseason this year, and a big part was the interior push. So McGlinchey gets $50 million, God bless him. San Francisco, Denver, they're trying to protect their quarterback, got a new head coach. They got an owner that has, boatloads of money. Okay, go sign him. They got a good left tackle there in Garrett Bowles. Build your offensive line and more power to Mike. It's not exactly what I would do, but all it takes is one team.
Yeah.
And that's what the Broncos did.
Baldy, I wish someone would bless me. It's just a fraction of the way you just blessed Mike McGlinchey there. God bless him. I need someone to bestow that kind of blessing
Baldy's
upon
on fire, man.
I know.
He's
I love it.
He's
not even laughing. He means business today.
No
Jimmy
doubt.
G to the Raiders. What do you think of that one?
Well, I mean, it's kind of a sideways move from Derek Carr. We could find flaws in both their players' games. We all know that Jimmy G is beloved in San Francisco. We all know what his record is. It's not all Jimmy G, obviously.
Right.
But, look, the reason why Jimmy G isn't there, Trey Lance is, and Brock Purdy was drafted, and Sam Darnold is there now, is because of the injury history. If there was no injury history, Jimmy G probably would be their quarterback. But that's a reality. It was reality this year. It was reality in almost every season that he has played in this league. And at some point, you just go, there's an old saying in football, is that, fat players stay fat, dumb players stay dumb, and injured players stay injured. It just travels. Yeah. And so it's not a knock on Jimmy, but look, his body has not held up well when it comes to playing that position. And, I think the Raiders would be happy if he starts 15 games for him. But we've seen serious injuries from Jimmy. And it started in New England when, Josh McDaniels was there. It makes sense. Like, he understands Josh's system. He understands how controlling Josh is as a offense coordinator, head coach. And not everybody wants to play in that system. I don't think Derek Carr wanted to play in that system. Some guys want more freelance at the line of scrimmage. You're not going to get that with Josh McDaniels. So he's going to get a guy that he knows, is familiar, with, and, more power to Jimmy G. Like, the offensive line played pretty well. You got the league's leading rusher and Josh Jacobs coming back on a free agent tag. You got an elite core of receivers to throw to. It's a pretty good position for Jimmy.
Brian Baldy is just on absolute fire right now on the Morning Roast. We miss Baldy here right now on 95.7 The Game, our 95.7 The Game insider. Jimmy Garoppolo to Las Vegas, 3 years, $67 million with $34 million guaranteed. Jimmy's going to have a lot of fun in Las Vegas. You brought up Sam Darnold. Obviously a top 5 pick way back when out of USC to the New York Jets. Hasn't had a great start to his career, no doubt. Last year, 7 touchdown passes, 3 interceptions. A reclamation project for Kyle Shanahan. What did that move signal to you? Is that a move to say, hey, Trey Lance, you better be on your P's and Q's because we have a guy here who wants to start and he's going to push you? What do you think about Sam Darnold in this Shanahan system, Baldy?
I love it. I mean, I like Sam personally, and we all know that, on paper it looks like it was a bust, but I don't believe Sam Darnold is a bust. I don't believe that that's who he is. He's got a very good temperament to play the position. He's very smart. He's never been around an organization like San Francisco. He's never been with a play caller like Kyle Shanahan. I love him in San Francisco. It's a 1-year deal, all right? But you get a guy that if something – I believe Trey is going to be the guy. But if he isn't, for whatever reason, production, injury, you don't know. You need a guy. And we know that Brock Purdy probably won't be ready to start the season.
Right.
Probably isn't going to be there in this offseason. So it's not even about Brock Purdy at this point. It's about let's make sure that we're set up if things don't go well with Trey. And, oh, by the way, if Sam turns out that he reaches his potential in this offense with this coach and with this organization, all right, like we just saw it. Like Jimmy G came back, Brock Purdy stepped in. They didn't miss a beat. They played great. Brock Purdy gets hurt in a playoff game, it all falls apart. Like, if you don't have that position taken care of behind your starter. And so nobody knows this better than the 49ers, that if something happens to your starting quarterback, you better be prepared for a team that is set up to go the distance in every other position.
What does he do well that maybe Brock and Trey Lance don't do right now? Like, is there something that he's bringing to the table that those guys don't?
I mean, even going back to USC, one thing about Sam, he's got great movement. Great movement to extend plays. Now, both those guys can do that. We saw that from Purdy. We've seen that from Trey. But, he throws the ball going to his left really well.
Okay.
All right? I think he goes through his – I remember talking to Tony Romo, a CBS game. I'm in Chicago. Chicago's playing the Jets. Sam Darnold's in his first or second year. And Tony Romo said that Sam Darnold's going to be a top 3 quarterback in this league. And I go, okay, why? And he says, Baldy, like, his ability to go through progressions and read defenses is elite. And he's got all the other skills to follow through. Now, it hasn't happened yet, but you need that. We saw that from Brock. You need that in this offense. We know who all the targets are. Which one is going to be the most open guy if they take the number one away? Is it going to be 2, 3, 4? Like, where is opening if my number one receiver gets jammed at the line of scrimmage, if he falls down, if something happens in the route, if he's doubled? Like, where are we going? Like, I think Sam could do that. That's what Romo thought about him. I've seen flashes of that. He has made mistakes under pressure. No question about it. I can put together a Baldy breakdown on the mistakes that he's made under pressure. We saw that from Jimmy G at times. Yeah. We didn't see that from Brock Purdy, and that's what kind of made us love the guy. Under pressure, guy made great decisions. With Sam, to this point, he hasn't made great decisions under pressure, but he's never been surrounded with the talent that he's surrounded with now in San Francisco. I think it's just a smart, safe, fun signing that could be really, really lucrative
Wow.
for Sam.
Wow. $3.5 million guaranteed for Sam Darnold. 1 year, $4.5 million in total for Sam Darnold. 6-year pro now coming up out of USC. All right, one area we brought up Mike McGlinchey moving on to Denver. I would like to see the Niners maybe upgrade that offensive line a little bit more. Colt McKivitz signed a 2-year extension with the Niners. What offensive lineman, if you were the 49ers, and I'm not sure how much money they're working with at this point, who's a guy they should target for that offensive line?
Well, I mean, Isaac Seumalo is still out there. I mean, he's the best lineman out there. Jawan Taylor is a guy, from Jacksonville. I don't know if he's signing, not signing. They're not going to have a lot of money to sign an elite guy. They're just not. I mean, I can name names. They're going to cost a lot of money. It's just what free agency is. So McKivitz can certainly play that position. He has. The draft is full of offensive linemen, and so we've seen guys step in, as rookies and play in San Francisco if they have what it takes. So they have, is the secondary offensive lineman, is it better than McKivitz? I have a feeling that's why they signed McKivitz. Yeah. Like if we can't find another guy, if we don't draft a guy that's ready to go, we feel like we can line up, that player and play him at right tackle.
Baldy, you're looking right now, Niners and Eagles were the class of the NFC last year. The Eagles have lost some players, and the Niners have gained a couple of players, specifically one from their roster. Have the Niners closed the gap in terms of talent?
Well, I thought they did last year. I think they've got better skilled players. I think they've got more impactful defensive players right now. I mean, the Eagles don't have Hufanga. They don't have, Freddie at linebacker. In fact, their starting middle linebacker for the last 3 years, leading tackler 3 years in a row, is gone, in T.J. Edwards. They don't have Javon Hargrave. The 49ers do. So I feel like the 49ers, as a group, outside of the quarterback position right now, which is obviously the most important position, I mean, if the 49ers, whether it's Trey or Purdy coming back or Sam Darnold, that's the X factor right now. Because I feel like Jalen Hurts' deal is going to get done. Like, he's not going to be satisfied with the second half against Kansas City. He's not going to be satisfied until they get back there. I feel like the 49ers are better at every position right now, except, not every position, but at the key positions than the Eagles are except for quarterback.
Wow. Baldy, real quick, I got to ask you about the Rams trade. They traded away Jalen Ramsey for a third-round pick at a tight end we all never heard of. You probably heard of him because you know everything about the game. Jalen Ramsey to Miami, how impactful is that?
I think it's impactful because I think it gives the Rams the flexibility to play more of Jalen Ramsey's style of defense. He's been largely a zone cover corner. One of the reasons why he doesn't have a lot of interceptions and numbers. The Miami Dolphins with Xavier Howard on one side, they really could not play like a real press man coverage type situation the way I think Jalen Ramsey would love to. Jalen Ramsey would love to line up on your number one X receiver, and you can debate whether Jalen Ramsey is, an elite player right now or not based on the last 2 years of Super Bowl performance, et cetera. Some playoff performances where he's gotten beat. But Jalen Ramsey is still an elite talent. He's still young. He's very, very smart. I feel like they've got the flexibility to play a lot of styles of defense right now. And ultimately, if they line up and they want to play press man coverage in a lot of different ways against some teams, they have that ability to do it with Jalen.
Wow. Vic Fangio has a new toy there. They're going to be a lot of fun down in South Beach in that AFC East. Niners, they make some moves here. Really feeling good about Hargrave. You made us feel even better about it. Baldy, so great to catch up with you, man. It's been far too long. What's the next vacation? What's next for you, Baldy?
Well, I've got to do some free agent work here, but my goal was to take 8 vacations this year. And so I've got 3 down.
Okay.
I've got probably going to go back to Belize, go to Hawaii. And then I'm probably going to end up in Europe, take my mother to Spain. So that would be 6. That means there's 2 more left to take. I feel like I can get all my football work done and get 8 vacations in only because the only thing I like better than working is not working. So I'm an excellent – I can break things down as good as anybody in this business, but I'm an excellent vacationer.
I'm now –
like I can – when things break down – I step up. Like I have that ability on vacation.
I'm now imagining your mother running from the bulls in Spain. Like, what are you guys doing in Spain? What discoteca are you and your mother going to?
A lot of
in
wine.
Spain?
A lot of wine.
Well, my mother has unlimited energy. So, like, most mothers that are 90 like to go to bed at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night. When the Chardonnay kicks in, my mother's personality kicks up. So who knows? Maybe she's doing the flamenco at midnight in some Spanish discotheque.
So two vacations you need to fill in. I'm guessing it's got to be tropical, right, Baldy's got to have a beach, got to have some water.
I mean, I could be in the Sea of Cortez swimming with hammerheads. I mean, the sky's the limit. There's some things like, I could still end up off the coast of Ecuador, in some places. So there's plenty of opportunities, plenty of places I haven't been to yet. But I know this, when I'm under the water, whether I'm holding my breath or I've got some scuba tank on my back, like everything else goes away. Like I'm just concentrating on some hammerhead coming right at me and seeing what my reaction is going to be. Because I got to have good reaction time.
No doubt.
And the fact is, if you don't have good reaction time in this business, if you can't react, whether you're doing a post game with the Warriors or what you're doing, Joe, like, what good are you?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. By the way, I wonder what concert Baldy's going to sneak into next, or what concert he has schemed up. Man, Baldy, you live a life, man. 8 vacations, breaking down film. It's so good to catch up with you. Hopefully, we can catch up with you before your next vacation.
Really
Baldy, take care, man. Enjoy the all season, my man.
Tune in tomorrow, NFL Network. Tomorrow and Thursday, I'll be on.
Will do.
Breaking a lot of these moves down. Some of the things, like I'm in love. Like I said, Javon Hargrave, my number one free agent in this whole thing.
Wow. That's incredible.
That's got to make Niner fans feel great. Baldy, take care, my man.
See you, buddy.
Yep. We'll see you guys.
Brian Baldy, you're here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, our 95.7 The Game insider. He is the man. 8 vacations. Mama's sipping the Chardonnay. She's going to Spain. Guy's going to Belize. Not once, but twice.
What did E40 have the rap line? When you see me and the bear in the woods, don't be afraid for me, be afraid for the bear.
Be afraid
Something
for the bear.
along those lines.
Yeah, be afraid of Baldy.
So imagine going running of the bulls with Baldy and his mom. The bull hits the corner and is staring at his mom, and boom! Baldy comes and tackles the bull.
He's going to run with the Bulls. There's no doubt.
Dude, I'm not. He will tackle the bull, kill it, get its hide, and wear it for a cowboy hat.
I mean, dude, all right. So Baldy, we got the Doobie Awards coming up in December.
Yeah,
that's already a candidate for Interview of the Year because of the titty dancing. I've never heard of that before.
That was hilarious.
So we got
I didn't
titty
know that
dancing.
was FCC regulated.
I see him in the background on the Zoom. He's logged off, but he's talking to somebody. There's somebody in the background. It was like he was putting on a show for somebody.
Yeah.
I have no idea what he was doing.
He was very serious.
So Interview of the Year, Guest of the Year.
Yeah.
He's already an odds-on favorite. Who becomes close?
No one.
We need to call Xavier McDaniel. That's what we need to do.
Seriously. What? Big takeaway from him, because I know exactly what mine is.
It's Hargrave.
Can you believe that was his number one
free agent?
Okay, I know the Eagles have certain salary cap stuff, but they didn't allocate money for this guy?
No, they didn't. Howie Roseman's a smart guy. He is. And they look at the value chart, they're probably saying, you know what, we maximize Hargrave. Yeah. He played with great players.
Yeah.
We could find, and they have the young man from Georgia. What's his name? Terrence Davis?
Drafted him. Yeah.
They drafted him. He's a big boy. He eats up space.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about the kid from Georgia. That's a really
Jordan
good
Davis, not Terrence Davis.
Yeah.
Jordan Davis.
Yeah.
So Milton Williams as well. They've got a lot of depth on that D line. Hargrave is number one free agent on the board, and the Niners got him for $40 million guaranteed. And you heard what he said. Hargrave, McGlinchey. I'm taking Hargrave all day long over Mike McGlinchey. All day. Makes me feel good.
And then what did you think about what he said about Sam Darnold? Because I already have my boy Sully texting me. See? Told you. Darnold. A lot of people like Darnold.
Well, like I told you yesterday.
I was wrong.
Like I told you yesterday, Darnold's going to start some games this year. You already know what's happening. I already know. I can't argue with an NFL player, Baldy. He watches the film a lot more than I do. He understands it a lot more than I do. And the fact that he is with Shannon, there is some truth to all that. He's played with bad coaches. He's played with bad players around him. Now you got Debo, you have Brandon Ayuk, you have George Kittle, you have Christian McCaffrey in the backfield.
Does the Brock Purdy emergence, whatever you feel about Brock, just put it to the side for a second. But the fact that Brock was able to step in and do so many great things, does that make you more encouraged that Shanahan can find a way to make the best of whatever you think the high end of Sam Darnold is?
Yes.
Doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, me too. And I don't think that's a knock on Purdy.
Because
I think it's
Purdy
more the
stuff-
elevation of Shanahan.
I did not think Purdy was going to be any good. I thought the season was over once Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt.
I think a lot of people felt that way.
And it ended up being an NFC title game. It was like, damn, Purdy got hurt. Now we're done. I never thought I was under that sentence, but I did. And now with Sam Darnold signing a 1-year prove-it deal. And you know me, I love a player in a contract here.
You do.
This is it for Sam Darnold.
Except you don't like when yourself is in a contract deal.
Well, I've done pretty well in contract years.
Have you?
Business is booming on the roast, baby.
Just do the Durant then from here on out on our career. Go one and done.
I'm not going to mess around. I like stability. I'm unlike KD. I'm not that great.
Yeah.
KD's a top 5, top 10 hooper of all time.
Yeah, if you
I am
tear
not a
your
top
larynx,
5, top 10 radio host of all time.
If you tear your larynx, you're not getting the max
No,
contract.
I'm done. All the Warrior guys too ask me, how's your voice doing, man? Do a lot of talking. So I don't worry about my voice. I am. I need a 6-year deal. All right, let's go to it, Dan Dillman. Damn. So aggressive. I tell you what, the Giants with all these injuries, the Giants are going to stink this year.
They'll win 87.
888-957-9570. We will take on-air applications for a producer role. Because Lutman is not going to be here. He's just not. He's just, good injury report here. It's like, damn. I know Brandon Carver's out for a week. Relax, dude. Relax. We told you the Giants are going to stink. Damn. It's going to be a long summer.
On the other side, he sent a text message in the group thread that we do need to address. We're just going to address it briefly.
Lutman?
Yeah. It was a concession.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. You go nowhere.
Sure you want to waste time? It's Steph Curry's birthday.
Let's talk about who's
Do we
injured.
want to talk about the Giants? It's Steph's birthday. Speaking of the Warriors, we got an update on Gary Payton II yesterday. Head coach Steve Kerr told the media that he expects GP2 to ramp up his basketball activity in the next week. He expressed optimism that GP2 will be ready to suit up when the playoffs roll around. Payton II will be reevaluated in 10 days. That's going to rule him out for the next 6 games where you play the Clippers, Hawks, Grizzlies, Rockets, Mavs, and, of course, the Philadelphia 76ers.
I'm holding out hope he can return for at least the final 2 or 3 games of the year.
Give me that.
I'm holding out hope.
Give me that. Give me that. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Hey, we got to go to a game with Boxer Gerson in August. Giant Today's Bay Bridge Series. I think I'm going to wear my Bo Jackson jersey that day. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We have a goodbye tribute to Jimmy Garoppolo. Plus, we'll sing happy birthday to Stephen Curry. We'll do it all together here on The Roast.
Kevin Mack talks with Matt Hardy.
There's nothing like a wrestling fan, for better or for worse.
baby. I feel recharged now. 2 hours down. 2 hours ago. The roast is back to 4 hours. Let's go. Shout out to everybody on YouTube, Twitch, the Xfinity mobile text line. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're getting ready for work, please drive safely. The roadways are wet. Please drive safely. Garbage men. They shouted me out. They said, hey, Bonte, what about us? What about you guys? You guys are the best. You guys are rocking out there. Garbage men, janitors, teachers, cops, you name it. Good morning to Spadoni, Sam Lutman, who's over there looking at the Giants lineup in their depth chart because got to figure out who's going to play shortstop. And then you, Joe Shasky. Good morning, buddy.
I've got a text that we're going to read momentarily, but I know you want to take care of some business because
no doubt. We got to take care of business.
I was surprised by what Sam Lubman texted the group.
Ooh, by the way,
the biggest Farhan fan I know.
Sanitation engineers, no doubt. Good morning to you guys. I didn't chew out my producer. Sam Lubman and I are good. I even talked to Sam Lubman during the break. He's deep in the thought about the Giants. He's trying to figure out how they're going to get rid of Farhan Zaidi. Good morning to all the strippers. Of course, it's a tough Monday. Tough Monday out there. Streets were dry last night after the Warriors game. That's for sure. Mo Money Productions. Shout out to Mo Money Productions. All right. Somebody's on a hotline, a warm line. I have no idea who's here, Shasky. It's a surprise. Is it Papa Shasky? Who's on the line?
It's Hillary.
Oh, boy.
Did you call to celebrate Jimmy G coming to your Raiders?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, give us all your sloppy seconds.
We're live, bro.
Hillary from Boxer and Gerson.
Hillary, first of all, do you miss Derek Carr already?
I only missed the eyeliner. That's it.
Oh, my God.
Does he really wear eyeliner?
It looks like it, though.
It does look like it, but is that factual?
No, it's just
or is that just the look?
Thick eyebrows. Thick eyebrows.
Yeah.
So,
Hillary,
we
what do you
got someone even more handsome now. We got Jimmy G.
Well, can he throw a football, Hillary? Can he not throw it to the other team?
Well, we got Jacobs, we got Adams, we got Jacoby Myers. We got them all.
Darren Waller, if
way
he can
more
stay healthy.
options than the Niners did.
Yeah, newly married Darren Waller.
Yeah,
He's married to
that.
Kelsey Plum. Shout out to Kelsey Plum. Wait a minute. More weapons than the Niners. Come on, Hillary. You don't believe that.
I wouldn't be all high and mighty in San Francisco, man. Come week one, you're going to have Sam Darnold as your QB, wishing you still had Jimmy G.
Hey, you should have heard what Brian Baldinger just said about Sam Darnold. He said there's a lot of talent there, a lot of upside.
I got to give Hillary some credit here. Boxer and Gerson, they hire athletes because the way she's bouncing around topics, ripping us, it's pretty impressive.
It is impressive.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, my friend texted me last night. He said the Niners go through more QBs than 95.7 goes through radio hosts.
Oh!
That's actually really good.
That is
It's actually really good. I feel very guilty laughing.
Oh, my God.
Monte, are you okay?
That's not funny, Hillary. Damn, I didn't expect. Wow. All right. I don't even know how to respond to that. That was a good one. What about the Warriors, Hillary? Why are you bugging us now? No, I don't even want. Why the hell are you bugging us?
I was at the Sun games last night. I even came by and threw you the peace sign before when you were on air.
Did you? Did I throw it back?
Yeah, you did.
I didn't recognize. You should have came by the door. I would have let you into the gay house. But then, after that shut at the radio house, I'm glad I didn't open the door for you.
I know, because I knew I was going in this morning. So
damn.
I know you didn't want the smoke last night.
No, I didn't want the smoke. You would have rattled me. You would have got me fired from television. How about the Warriors? Huh? You got any confidence in the Warriors going back to the NBA Finals winning the championship?
Oh, yeah. We're absolutely crushing it at home, and we'll figure it out on the road during the playoffs. GP2 is coming back, so that will be helpful. And then we're winning the championship. Easy as that.
All right. When are we doing this baseball game?
August.
August. Damn, we got to wait till August.
Bay Bridge Series. It's going to be great.
I mean, I if you say so. It's not great baseball, Hillary. You see what's going on with the Giants and the A's? Well, the A's even be playing in Oakland by then. All right, that's another. That's yeah. I had to stick a shot at our radio station. Hillary, get out of here. Go back to sleep. Shout out to my no, seriously. Shout out what you guys do for our station and what you do for our show. We appreciate it.
I'm just now recovering from our trip from Philadelphia.
I still haven't recovered.
Well, you mean you're recovering from the loss?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, that too.
I'm getting spit in the face, getting COVID from the spit. You know, everything. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Yep. All right. Have a good one, Hillary.
See you later.
On that same note, as we talk baseball, just for a split second.
Shot at 95.7. You are rattled.
Well,
that one came out of nowhere. I didn't mean to laugh at that because, you know what? Now that we're here, And we're going to get to the calls, 888-957-9570. Sam Baby's going to join us at 8:30. Shout out to David Bruce. Shout out to Ray Rattle. Shout out to Brian Rattle. Shout out to Kyle Batson. Damon Bruce was a pillar of the station. I called him that day when he got the bad news. And I know what Damon has done for you, Shasky. Damon was always good to me. He loved this station. He loved his job. And so I hope he bounces back. I hope he gets a great job. And I hope he continues on to be a great radio host. Same with Ray Rattle, same with Brian Rattle, same with Kyle Batson. So we haven't really spoke about it. Wasn't, couldn't really do that. So, shout out to Damon and the rest of the crew everybody who got laid off. Hey, you never like to see people get laid off.
No, and those things aren't in our control, right? Obviously, they're above us. And, I owe my career in many ways to Damon Bruce. Obviously calling him for many years. I love sports talk radio. Like, at the core, I'm very grateful for what we do. I know that any moment could be my last for a variety of reasons. Saying, underperforming, doing something that I shouldn't. Who knows what it is, trying times, like we're clearly in them right now. And Damon was someone that always gave me a lot of love and gave me opportunities. And the first show I ever did was when I came in for an hour on his show. And so he knows that I love him dearly and I appreciate everything he did. And he's taught me so much about how to treat people and how to do this job and things like that, even though I don't consider it a job. And then Ray, I grew up reading Ray. I mean, you're talking about two staples of the Bay Area. So, and then obviously some of the other people behind the scenes that maybe the audience isn't as familiar with. It sucks. And unfortunately, we just have to plow forward. We don't make those decisions, and we wish them nothing but the best. Absolutely. And I know that our audience, some people are really angry and frustrated. And I would just say this to them, like, change is always difficult for all of us, us included. You know what I mean? And we're frustrated. Give us a chance.
No doubt.
Right? Give us a chance to win you over. I remember when we first got our opportunity in the morning, so many people like, I miss this person, I miss that person, and these two knuckleheads will never make it. And I always say, people, like, give me an opportunity to try to win you over. And it might take a couple of days. It might take a week. It might take a couple months. But eventually, I'm hoping I can flip you over. And I hope you don't love everything I say. I hope you disagree from time to time. But, like, at the end of the day, we're doing sports talk. And we're trying to be entertaining and have fun and make you think a little. We're not politics. We're not real life craziness that are really out there. And
we're sports junkies.
Exactly. And so hopefully we can, like, make your mind of all the serious problems that are out there in the world kind of slip a little. And that's really what we do this for. I don't pretend like we're, curing cancer or any of the serious things that are out there. So I don't know. I'm very conflicted over everything that's going on the last couple of weeks.
It's been a tough week. It was tough on us mentally, seeing friends lose jobs. And like you said, Damon did a lot for you. Remember having a school project at SF State. Damon was willing. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. I'll no problem. No problem. He was calling me. When you doing this project, let's go. Let's get this done. Ray Rattle, as you said, we always read him. I've known Ray since we worked at the other station together. Batson, I've known for a long time. Brian Rattle did all our imaging.
I mean,
so
think about
it's tough.
Think about us rising. Like, Mattson was a part of those, post-game shows. I love him for that, and he knows that. And we grew a bond, and I consider him, as well as Damon, a very dear friend and someone that I hope will be in my life beyond just 95.7 the game.
Nah, just family. They're family.
Damon's
family. And so shout out to Jill, shout out to the Sioux kids, and of course, hopefully we see Damon soon at a Warriors game or whatnot. All right, let's move on here.
Baseball. Let's laugh a little.
All right. You want to laugh?
Yeah.
Xfinity Mobile text line 925. As a police officer, I'm trying to make my quota. When Baldy was on there, I let a few people run the stop sign so I didn't have to get out while listening. I can't believe you text that. I think that's a lie, 925. It's a good joke.
So yesterday, Susan Slusser puts out a tweet. Left knee discomfort will knock Brandon Crawford out of action for about a week, per the Giants. And I said, this is in our group thread. How are we this hurt already? I mean, geez Louise. And Lubman comes in, and he basically says, because we're old and we're not good. And then he said, this is bad for my mental health. So there's a little give and take at play. But Farhan won't be back in 2024. I hate saying this, but he's not getting it done. I liked his ideas and his plan. I like trying to compete while rebuilding. It's just not happening. At this point, this should be going full send on playing all the young guys, but they have too many useless players in the way. And my head almost exploded. The biggest Farhan supporter on all the land. I mean, Farhan, if you want a guy
Who's a bigger
to be a
Farhan
meat
supporter?
shield, It's Sam Lubman.
No, you sure it's not Mark Willard?
Mark Willard might have passed me on the power rankings in the last day or so.
I mean,
why? What Mark Willard say about Farhan?
No, I just think I've kind of taken a step back a little bit
Mark
over the last
Willard,
few days. He's like holding steady. I'm the one who's fallen.
Mark Willard, Farhan could do no wrong in this world.
Well, I would say this, like,
or could Jimmy G.
I've never seen Willard scream and yell at someone at 5:40 in the morning in the studio over Farhan. I've seen Sam scream at you at the top of his lungs, ready to choke you out over
Farhan Zaidi.
Well,
and Tyler Rogers too.
Sam Lubman, welcome to reality, buddy. Welcome to our world. Giants are going to stink. They're going to be so bad. It's almost laughable, and I'll be here for it. I'll be here to talk about them every single day.
I don't think they're going to be that bad.
I don't think they're going to stink.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to suck.
Okay, well, they'll be okay. What is bad?
Well, because let's be real.
Like, honestly,
there's 9 teams in baseball that just aren't competing.
Right.
Like, they're just financially not competing.
So let's look at the National League right now.
Yeah.
Look at it.
The Pirates, write them off.
Write them off. The Cubs? You write the Cubs off?
Yeah, even though they spend money in free agency, they're terrible. They have no pitching.
The Rockies.
I don't know what the Rockies are doing. Even though I would make an argument over the last 8 years, they have actually developed and drafted players better than the Giants.
Exactly. The Miami Marlins, they got some talent.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't write them up. They have really good pitching. They've got some bats. I wouldn't write them off quite
Jazz Chisholm
yet.
on the cover of 2K, even though he's making a position change.
Yep.
But they also
Cincinnati Reds.
They also traded away their best hitter. But
Cincinnati Reds.
Cincinnati Reds are not competing.
They're not. Milwaukee.
Milwaukee doesn't even want to pay Corbin Burns $500,000.
The Diamondbacks.
I actually love their roster.
Yeah, they just gave homeboy $100 million. Corbin.
Yeah,
he's
and
be
Alex Thomas plays for Mexico, and he's killing it right now. I love that kid. He wears Gucci shoes. You should like him too.
I do like him. I know that he wears the Gucci's. I love Alex Thomas. Diamondbacks, Padres, Dodgers, Cardinals, Brewers. I still think are going to be tough,
like
even though they
teams.
want to pay anybody. They got the NL East: Braves, Mets, Phillies.
Well, and you didn't reference the Nationals.
Well, they're going to.
They're not even competing. But that's my point. The Giants should go. If you're building a team spending $160, $180 million, you should finish above 500. Straight up. Given the landscape of the financials of where baseball's at. So for him, Sam Lubman, knowing that this team's they're on pace if things go their way and they don't have horrible injuries across the board, they should win somewhere between 84 and 87 games. That's
a
my
lot
prediction.
of games for a team that's got a lot of mediocre pitching.
Monte, there are. I can make argument there are 4 teams that are going to lose 100 games in the National League.
Oh my God, they may slip up and lose to the Pirates 3 out of 4.
Last year, the bottom.
Like the
fell
margin
out.
for error for the Giants.
But the bottom fell out. They won 81 games.
I mean, well, they had a run.
But that's kind of what
I
I'm
hate
saying.
that they won 81 games because I got to hear that all the time. Oh my God, they won 81 games. They stunk last year.
You have more
they
of a
should have been
balanced
10
schedule.
games under 500.
Monte, you only play. Last year it was 19 games against the NL West. This year you don't play that many. You don't have to play the Dodgers and the Padres that many times, and an up-and-coming Arizona team.
But you also miss out on playing the Rockies and the Diamondbacks that many times.
Yeah, but now I get an extra series against the Pirates.
Yeah, you do. Pirates got bats, though. They got bats.
The point that I'm going at is I am shocked that the season hasn't even started, and the biggest Farhan lover that you and I talk to every single day outside of Willard is Sam Lubman, and he's out. Doesn't that surprise you?
No, it doesn't. Because that's what fans do.
I mean, I'll be honest here. I'm not totally out on Farhan.
Yeah, of course he's not.
I got to walk it back a little bit. I had to go home, take a little nap, come to my senses a little bit.
He already walked it back.
I am. Yeah, I am. And I'm not.
What is it that you're so out on?
I'm not going to walk back the whole he won't be back next year. Right now, if the decision had to be made, I don't think he's coming back next year. It's just a big thing that really worries me with what the Giants are trying to do is they have a staff full of ground ball pitchers, which I'm cool with. Soft contact is good.
They have a staff of 5 starters.
Let me get. Hold on.
Let them get it out.
Slow your roll there.
We
Shasky.
have 4 hours now, Shasky.
That's true.
Let's make every minute count.
We need a break. It's our 5-minute water break right now. Go ahead, Lubman.
You have a pitching staff full of ground ball pitchers who generate soft contact, which is a good thing. I like that. But you have a field full of soccer players, basically, who are kicking the baseball around all over the place. And it's just like, you generate weak contact, but you can't play defense. And that just doesn't seem like it's going to really work out. And that just kind of depresses me. And I would love to see Casey Schmidt on the opening day lineup. I think that would make things a lot. No, we're not, because that's just how things are. But see, it's like there's too many if, ands, or buts need to happen this year.
All right, love it. I'm getting in here. We all love Logan Webb, right? I'm looking at their projected 12 pitchers. We all love Logan Webb, right? We all do, right? Right? You like Logan Webb?
He's solid.
All right.
Solid.
This is the rest of your rotation. Alex Cobb. I like Alex Cobb. He's a 5, okay? Ross Stripling. Oh, he had a great year last year. He's a 5, all right? Sean Manaea was one of the worst pitchers in baseball based on the data.
But Bob Melvin blew the National League Championship Series by throwing in Sean Manaea. He got, I mean, Bryce Harper hit that ball so hard. Oh, my gosh.
So
he gave a bomb at the bomb.
He's a 5.
His velocity is up this spring, though.
Alex Wood is a 5. So you have one guy who'd be in most teams' top of the rotation in Webb.
And you got a bunch of 5s.
And a bunch of 5s.
Who can go maybe 4 to 5 innings.
Okay, now let's go to the bullpen. This is just the pitching. We know the everyday roster isn't very great. Doval, we all like him as a closer. He's up and coming. He had the 25 saves last year. But, we don't know. Closers are fickle. You know, he could have a great year and have 40 saves this year.
He had a scuffles last year.
Yeah, he could have most. You got the Rogers brothers. I'm already sick of that one. But you got the Rogers. Brebbia, the bucket's back, okay? You got Alexander, the lefty. Jacob Junis, who ended up being your 5 at the end of last year. And DeSclafani, who was signed to be the 3 and is now in the bullpen.
All right, this is... Wait, whoa. Wait a minute.
I did not. Projected,
Hold on.
Projected.
Hold on. Are you serious? DeSclafani's going to be coming out the pen now?
Well, he started the game against USA the other day, and I would assume he will take someone's spot out of those guys.
Start him over Sean Manaea.
Well,
are you going?
I'm with you, and they're probably going to do. I'm just giving you the 12 pitchers that we know are making the roster. Does that inspire? We talk about the championship Giants. They had pitching, right? The team that you just saw win it all, the Astros. What'd they have? Elite pitching.
Elite pitching.
Okay?
And elite bats.
Well,
and that's the thing. That's what I look at. I look at the lineup. All right. First base right now, they have Lamont Wade Jr. starting at first base. Tyro Estrada, David Villar, Brendan Crawford, Jock Peterson, Mike Yastrzemski, Mitch Heniger, Mike Conforto. I mean, what are we doing?
Well,
J.D. Davis.
Conforto is promising, but I'm afraid on that shoulder every time he throws the ball.
Mitch Heniger may not start the season.
Well, he's not.
Stadium.
The average time on the for a major league player to return is 30 days essentially on an oblique. So he's probably going to start the year on a 7-day IL.
So now Heniger's gone. Who you gave big money to? Jock Peterson. You gave Jock Peterson $20 million.
Playing for Israel.
Playing for Israel. Did you see that?
Yeah,
I
the
told
pinstripes.
you.
The pinstripes are not flattering for him.
So now you got this lineup, Steve. Oh my God.
Estrada?
Hey, let me say this right now.
Tyro?
These guys, I'm sorry to all the religious people out there.
I bought my opening day tickets yesterday too.
For what?
Club level
opener?
Yeah.
Oh, I told you I'm not spending a dime on
I already did. I already spent money.
I know because you're a sucker. Listen.
Michelle wanted to go.
Oh, don't blame your wife.
Yeah, I know
that's.
Dude throws his wife under the bus so quickly.
I wanted to go.
Shasky fails to take accountability. Hey, London. The one thing we know about Shasky, he does not take accountability for anything. So we know that. So we know that's on him. But listen.
I'm sorry. I wanted to go too, but she likes going to opening day. My wife had season tickets before we dated.
I don't want to tick off the Muslims. I don't want to tick off the Christians or the Baptists or anybody out there.
Where are you going with this?
What I'm saying is, I'm praying to God that the Golden State Warriors could at least get us to May. Dear God, please, I want health for Stephen Curry, health for Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, Kevon Looney. Please, God, bring Andrew Wiggins back. Health on Gary Payton II. Whatever you got to do with the two-way guys, do what you got to do. JaMychal Green, please hit an open 3. I'm begging you, God. Please get the Warriors at least through the mid-May. Because I swear to God, if I had to sit up here and talk about this team, starting in May, I wouldn't be taking 8 vacations like Baldy. I mean,
can I introduce you to Vaughn Brown?
Oh, wait. You know what's exciting about Giants baseball? They lowered the beer prices to $8. Oh, what about the crab sandwiches?
Yeah,
what about the tenders?
Garlic fries about to go up to offset that cost.
What about the beers?
Thank you.
What about the hot dogs?
I don't even drink. So let me ask you about the beer prices getting lowered. I don't even drink. So what is that? How does that help me?
Well, also keep in mind the games will be going by faster, so you really have less time to buy your beers because they suspend alcohol sales in the 7th inning.
I honestly, I don't even drink either. I don't drink beers either. I don't
does
drink.
I'm asking sincerely, is that something people are like, yes? Like, isn't there already an assumption once you go into the stadium, you're overpaying for everything?
Yeah, basically. Please, baby Jesus, big Jesus, Jesus, whatever. Please get the Warriors through May. I'm begging you. If I had to sit up here for 4 hours a day and hear Lutman and Shasky talk about baseball, about this roster, the starting pitch, Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, Sean Manai, Ross Schultz, Alex Wood, Anthony DeSclafani. Oh, my gosh.
Blake Sable looking really good down spring training, too.
Hey, you know what, though?
I would rather, I'm saying this right now. I would rather be the Pittsburgh Pirates right now.
Well, they have O'Neal Cruz and Brian Reynolds.
Who's Keyshawn Hayes?
Hayes, yes.
Sure would be nice to have Brian
Who's
Reynolds,
also a Wilson guy.
I don't care if he's a Wilson guy. I don't care what the hell he is. At least he's got a bat. At least he's got promise.
Kerr Bryant. I think it's Kerr Bryant.
Kerr Bryant.
Yeah.
Who's got promise in the slide up? You guys talked about Casey Smith. He's not even going to start at Yankee Stadium.
He's going to start at AAA, and he could make his way with David Villar's injury. With David Villar's injury, you never know. He might open the door for him to start on the big league club. Just get ready for about 500 at-bats from Wilmer Flores. Ugh. Wilmer was maybe their best player outside of Estrada.
I'd rather
he
talk
had a
about
career year on a bad team.
Dude,
Why do you hate Wilmer?
Dude, I would rather talk about Sam Darnold throwing mechanics in OTAs than Giants baseball. I'd rather talk about Colt McKivitz playing right tackle than Giants baseball. I'd rather talk about Javon Kinlaw practicing on the side field, whether or not he's going to be on the field, whether or not his knee's going to hold up, than Giants baseball. I'm dead serious. This is depressing. This is big market. We're in a big market, number 4 market, and this is the lineup they're trotting out. This is what we're doing at Oracle Park. No wonder nobody's going to the game.
Would you rather talk to Sam Amick than talk about Giants baseball?
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Absolutely. I'm sorry to talk to Sam Amick for 4 hours a day.
Can I give you a quick update?
What?
You know who's healthy?
For who?
The Twins. Carlos Correa. He's batting .333, 3 for his last 9.
Yeah, duh. Of course he's going to ball out. Carlos Correa is a baller. But, Giants baseball for you. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Law Offices of Robert Colstein. This is depressing. This is Roberto Perez, Austin Wins.
Austin Wins. No.
Blake Sable.
It's going to be Blake Sable, and it's going to be Joey Bart. Sable's bald.
Dude.
He deserves it.
Dude.
Right? His bat's on fire.
Warriors, I need y'all to handle business, baby. Give me a Western Conference run. Western Conference Finals run. Please.
Why can't we enjoy all sports?
We can. You want to enjoy this? This is not enjoyable.
I love baseball.
Yeah, I love baseball too. I'll go watch the Braves. I got no problem watching the Mets.
You can't hate watch the Giants?
No, I don't hate watch. This is unwatchable.
It'll be watchable.
Look at this lineup. This is unwatchable.
Kapler's going to the pen again. What kind of socks is he wearing?
If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT. Say maybe to save the show. Let's talk some basketball. Let's talk about some ballers, not Sean Manaya and Alex Cobb and Russ Stripling. Oh, my gosh. I'm losing hair already.
Logan Webb looking for strikeouts this year.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left, using my phone.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right. 2.5 hours down, 90 minutes to go. Talk a little Dubs here with Sam Amick in just a second. NBA senior writer for The Athletic. Does a lot of great work. He was in Sacktown last night as the Bucks put it on the Kings. The Bucks scored 80 points in the second half last night. Giannis went crazy. His first game back after missing a few with the hand injury. 46 points for Giannis, 31 for Chris Middleton. And they hold off Sacramento. Had some drama at the end of the game between Brook Lopez and Trey Lyles. And, Mike Brown said after the game, we'll play this out in just a second, where he basically said, we're not no punks. We're not going to take no stuff from anybody. Good on Sacramento as they're in third place in the Western Conference, a game behind the Memphis Grizzlies. Of course, by the way, I don't know if you saw this, Shasky, but John Morant is going to rehab, going to counseling in Florida. And you know what? It's a good first step for him. Show us with your actions. I don't root for people to stay down. What he doing was reckless, but he is young. He's 23 years old. But he's going out there to seek help, and he's going to go to counseling. No timetable for his return, but he's taking that big first step to try to get help and try to right the ship. Still got a lot of career left in him. He's one of the finest young players in the NBA. I'm proud of John for taking that step to get help.
It's a necessary first step, and that, to me, signals that on some level he is self-aware and willing to face up to these things. Now, obviously, what level he's at, everyone's at different spots in their life when they enter. It's the mindset that you got to have, and it's going to be a journey for him. I mean, I don't even know what he's going in for, right? I'm just going off of seeing my own family and what I've had to go through in my own life, removing yourself from situations, seeking the help that you need, the time away, and then trying to create a set of boundaries for yourself and different principles to live by that reset your brain moving forward.
Let's bring in Sam Amick, national NBA writer for The Athletic. He does a great job. He's been covering the NBA for 2 decades. One of the good guys out there, man. Always love talking ball with Sam Amick. He was in Sac last night at the Golden One Center where Milwaukee put on the show in that second half in a very enjoyable basketball game. Had some drama at the end. Sam, my man, good morning, man. Welcome back to the roast.
Gentlemen, what's going on? Appreciate you having me. Apologies for the late night, a little groggy this morning, but we're ready.
Hey, Sam, your boy's all 5 hours of sleep, man. I mean, hey, these games are getting longer and longer. Commercials get longer and longer. When I found out the Warriors were also on ESPN, I said, damn it. I mean, these commercials are going to be 3.5 minutes instead of 2.5 minutes, but it's all good. Let's start off with John Morant. Let's pick up there. John Morant taking that step to get counseling. No timetable for his return. But you know what? I applaud the young man for saying, you know what? I need to step away. I need to get help. And that's good for him long-term in his NBA future.
Yeah, Bonte, I agree. I know, like you guys said, we don't have clarity exactly on, kind of the specific approach and what he's dealing with. I do think it's fair and accurate to say that, that the drinking is something that's been a focus with him. And, I don't know. We'll see what the timeline is. We'll see what the spirit is, meaning that, before everything went down with what he posted on social media and some of the different controversies that he had been attached to, he'd been pretty defiant as far as his messaging. And, a lot of pushback, a lot of, you guys remember the social media posts about everything being capped. And, to see the shift, there's a sobering reality, no pun intended, that comes with, when you make a mistake like you did and post what you post, the NBA is going to escalate everything, law enforcement involved at that point. So, like you said, though, I do think plenty of time for him to turn this thing around, get his career back on track. The guy's an incredible basketball player. And honestly, by all accounts, like a really good teammate, a guy that is elevating his team and is about the right things as a player in that locker room. So I certainly hope that he turns it around.
Sam, it's interesting because today's the day we celebrate Steph Curry's 35th birthday. He's getting up there in age. LeBron James breaks Kareem's record this year, most points ever. He's getting up there in age. I remember a time 20-something years ago when Michael Jordan was leaving the league and we were worried about who would take the mantle of a star-driven league. And I'm looking around the landscape and I'm saying, like, Ja's really one of the few American-born superstars ready to take the mantle. How important is it for the league, not just Ja himself, but for the league, that he is one of their faces moving forward?
It is big, and that's the stuff that, you know, the league not transparently, you know, discuss or admit, because, you know, they got to just act as if everything is, you know, universal in terms of how they litigate and how they handle their players. But you're naive if you don't think that that's part of the unofficial calculus here. You know what I mean? Like, in this day and age with Nikola Jokic and Luka Doncic and Giannis Antetokounmpo and all these international players taking over the game, you know, it is a good thing for the league to also have some high-level elite American-born players, just, you know, in terms of kind of checking as many boxes as you can from a business marketing standpoint. And Ja, and the way he competes and the way he plays and the way he elevates and as incredibly quick as he is and dynamic, I mean, the guy is just absolute box office popcorn basketball player. And, you know, for the league's purposes, to kind of lose that when you're going, all right, but now you've created an environment where the optics are so suboptimal that, you know, we don't really know how to package this anymore. You know, that's the danger of this situation for him, career-wise, professionally, financially, you know, marketing-wise, all those things.
Sam Amick here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Well said there, Sam. As we look at the Warriors, and we'll get to the Kings and Bucks in just a second. The Warriors, of course, beat the Bucks Saturday night. Of course, that was without Giannis Antetokounmpo, but they survived there, rallying in the last 2 minutes to send that game to overtime. When you look at this Warriors team, if they could get wholesome, how dangerous are they? And that's the biggest question, right? Can they ever be wholesome? They haven't been wholesome all season long. Kuminga's out. Wiggins is away from the team. We have no clarity on that. GP2 will be reevaluated in 10 days. But if they do get wholesome right before the playoffs, how dangerous do you think they are this season with all the teams that have gotten better? Sec's gotten better. Phoenix has gotten better. The Clippers have gotten better. Where do you see the Warriors fall into place here in the West?
I mean, for me, guys, like, you can't sleep on them. Obviously, it's, you know, it's the Dynasty Warriors. But I think where I have finally settled is no Andrew Wiggins, no championship. Like, that's baseline.
Yep.
No Andrew Wiggins, probably no, you know, not even any deep playoff contention, no deep playoff run. That Bucks game was a good example where it's just like, listen, Steph was incredible, obviously late. You know, I had a conversation with Giannis post-game that I'll publish in a couple of days here, where he talked about Steph and he talked about like what he did. He was just amazed. And he goes, what Steph Curry just did, that was art. You know, and that reminds me of what we do. That was art. Kept calling it art, and he's right. But there is a limit to what Steph Curry's art and what some of these other guys, you know, what they can do collectively without the type of roster construction that they had last year when they won the whole thing. So they'll be dangerous. I mean, you know, let's say hypothetically, I know we're going to get to the Kings in a minute. Let's say there was a Kings-Warriors first-round series. Right. Well, like, even with no Andrew Wiggins, like, you know, Kings probably in trouble there, I think.
I don't know, man. I don't know, Sam. Kings are – I think that's probably the best matchup for the Warriors, but the Kings are dangerous.
They are. And I've been wearing this hat all year. As you know, I live in this neck of the woods. I've been up here forever. This is a very old school reference. Our buddy Anthony Slater covers the Warriors for The Athletic. Gave me a hard time the other day. Major League 2, there was the old Randy Quaid character where, like, early on, he was just like the guy in the stands constantly saying, like, they're going to blow it. They're going to blow it. Like, that's me with the Kings all year because I've seen so much bad basketball. So I'm a little cynical, and, you know, because of the history. But point being, the Warriors are going to scare somebody from, like, the good team area down without Wiggins. But, you know, as far as them getting a fifth chip with this group, you know, they got to get that guy back.
Well, it's interesting, Sam. You're a journalist that I hold in high regard, right? I am not a journalist. And so talking about the Wiggins thing has been filled with landmines. Like, I'm afraid of saying something that is insensitive or something that I might regret or whatever. But I can't think of anything that comes close because we don't know what's going on. And in this day and age, it's very unprecedented. So from a journalist perspective, what are the many thoughts when we talk about Wiggins? Like, what are the things that are coming to your mind? Because we don't know what the issue is. The team really needs him. At some point, like, I think he's coming back, but I don't know. Do you get where I'm going with this? Like, it's very odd.
Yeah, no, it is. And we're in a similar boat. You know, like, I know people, you know, who might, those folks out there who might not like media that much or reporters that much might assume that, like, I don't know, we just run around looking for the most salacious, provocative story every day of the week. That's not how the vast majority of us are cut, and we are human beings who have sensitivities. And so to that point with Andrew, I would say that, one of the things, and we actually talked to some Warriors people about this the other day, like you read the room, right? And you start with the locker room. And all right, on background, you would call it. So it's, it's not off the record, but you're just learning from different people and players.
Mm-hmm.
Like, all right, how do his teammates feel about this? Not just what they say in the press conference, but like, can you catch them on the side and get a better sense of like, are they really okay with, him being away as far as it being excused, or is there like a rising sense of frustration that they're just not sharing? And to this point, it has been the former, that they have supported him. Then you kind of look at management, you look at the coaching staff, and you look at ownership. And I think the story's been covered the way it has been largely because the Warriors continue to send a message that, certainly you hear things about, what might be going on, but the organization deciding that they are 100% rocking with him and not, having it be a mystery why he's out and being frustrated why he's out, that to an extent dictates the coverage. But the fan component, I do think at this point is coming into play as well. Like, the fan frustration and people just being in the dark, that's part of the calculus too.
It's interesting as we're talking to Sam Amick here on the Morning Roast. You talk to Giannis, and I can't wait for that story to drop. You always have good features here. What do you think happens in Milwaukee if Milwaukee flames out early in the playoffs? And by early, I mean second round, because obviously they have championship aspirations. Middleton's getting a little older. He's not moving the same, although he did look good last night, scored 31 points. Drew Holiday, tough player, offensively can be erratic at times. What's Giannis' long-term future look like in Milwaukee?
It's a great question, Bonte. I think, they just changed, or they are changing
ownership.
Yeah. And that's a big deal because honestly, going into this year, the kind of the sense that I had gotten was that they had made a choice, to not extend Chris Middleton and Brook Lopez, two guys that are massive parts of their core. Now, Middleton, all of a sudden, he's got a player option for next year. He's up this summer. That matters. And, I think the short answer to your question is if their core starts to fall apart, I think inevitably the conversation about what is Giannis's future will be, quickly thereafter. Mm-hmm. And I think it's fair. Although on a lighter note, this cracked me up last night at the game, in the Bucks locker room, and Jay Crowder is going back to Phoenix tonight for the first time
since the
whole saga. and Giannis, and he was just being playful, but he said to Jay in the locker room, he's just like, Jay, going to Phoenix, they're gonna boo you, man. They're gonna boo you. And he's like, that's why I'm never leaving Milwaukee. F that. I don't want to get booed. But I'm also kind of going, oh, come on, yeah. Like, I'm not sure that's true.
Right.
So we'll see. I mean, that's a very valid point. It's not only guys getting older. It's is new ownership going to pay the luxury tax to that level? It's very kind of Warriors-esque, honestly. Like, the way the Warriors questions are kind of staring them in the face this summer. There's some parallels there.
It feels like leading into the All-Star game itself, there was so much talk about the league is nobody's playing, nobody's trying hard. Like everyone's losing their minds. This last sprint for the last couple of weeks has been awesome. Yeah. I mean, it really has been awesome. Like, as someone who's covered the game a long time, I feel like we're primed for the most open-ended championship that I can remember in a long time. Like, if you told me 6 or 7 different teams won it, I'd believe you. And I can't remember the last time I've thought that way.
Yeah, although I will say, and I got recency bias, watching those Bucks last night, I was like, oh, boy, I think these are the champs. They look really, really good. But, yes, there's a ton of parity. There are absolutely, and it's not only parity, there's a bunch of teams where around the time the playoffs start, and I do not remember this ever happening, we are potentially going to have some absolute all-NBA elite basketball players returning to their teams, right when the playoffs begin. And I'm talking about a familiar face in Kevin Durant with the Suns. I'm talking about Zion Williamson with the Pelicans. Certainly not predicting any great things for New Orleans. They might not even make the playoffs, but that's still a unique situation. And there's a lot of guys from there the Wiggins thing, what if Wiggins does just come back in time and if he's in okay shape? That is going to be, game changers all over the place that should make the playoffs fun. And I'm with you about the last couple of weeks. Of course, I wish we had it all season long, but even last night, man, you got Sabonis has been playing with a broken thumb for 2.5 months. Giannis his hand injury is not a small thing. Like, he's hurting. If you notice last night, that man does not typically dunk with his left hand. He dunked with his left hand all night until the fourth quarter. And I talked to him after it about it too. Like, he's not feeling good, but he's still playing through. And they even had a fight for the fans, like a good old fashioned '80s fight. So yeah, it's been fun basketball.
No doubt. Mike Brown said they're not going to take any stuff. By the way, when Sacramento hosts that first playoff game, it's going to be wild. 30 seconds or less. How wild would that be? You're from up there, as you mentioned, Sam. You live up there. That fan base has been waiting for the playoffs for so long. What is it, 16 years and counting? It's going to be insane up there when they host that first round game.
Yeah, man, I was the King beat writer last time they made the playoffs, and now I feel like a historian. Like, I was there. Like, it was a very long time ago. It'll be wild. It'll be fun. I keep talking to outsiders, out-of-towners who come in to get their read on, like, is this arena actually, like, as lit as people think it is? And our guy, Eric Name, covers the Bucks. Last night was like, Sam, like, I've been in all over the league this season. He's like, this place is crazy loud, And I know we got to go, but our buddy Mark Spears from Anscape tweeted the other day, I know this is sacrilege 100%, but he called it the new Oracle.
Yeah, he's got to chill. Got to chill.
I was like, what is going on here? So it's a pretty good environment for sure.
No doubt. Kitty Caraway, Damian Barley, the rest of the crew up there second row. You guys are going to be insufferable once they make the playoffs. Sam, always good stuff, man. See you when you come back to Chase. Always good to have you on the roast.
All right, boys. Appreciate you. Have a good
Anytime.
day.
Appreciate you. Sam Amick, one of the best out there, national NBA insider. I love Sam. He's been the same dude since day one. Took me, we talk about guys who've been mentors.
Yeah,
Sam always lended an ear. During the pandemic, we would talk over the phone, just swapping stories, man. Sam is a good dude, man, and he does a lot of good work. Can't wait for that Giannis feature because the Milwaukee Bucks are selling. I don't know if you knew this. Yeah. Jimmy Haslam, who owns the Cleveland Browns, and has ticked off everybody in the NFL with that guaranteed money to Deshaun Watson. Spadoni broke it down very well last week about Watson and why Lamar Jackson's not getting his money. Haslam's going to go buy the Bucks. How will Giannis feel about that? Bucks owner was at Chase Center feeling good. He's selling high right now because he knows the Bucks don't win another championship. That value goes down a little bit. Selling high, making a little return on his dollars there. I don't know about Giannis in Milwaukee long term.
It's interesting, the team valuations, like, they were skyrocketing through the roof for so long. And like the real estate market, it's tapered down just a little. But what you're starting to see is the Washington Nationals are for sale. They're not getting the amount of money that they want. The Angels were for sale, even though they still are for sale. And Artie Moreno pulled it back out because he wasn't getting the money that he's getting.
Yep.
But all it takes is that one owner to overpay.
Yep.
Right?
Jimmy Haslam.
And Jimmy Haslam has overpaid. Look what happened with the Deshaun Watson thing. He is persona non grata in the NFL because he gave a fully guaranteed contract to someone who didn't want to go to Cleveland, so he massively overpaid and gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. And now what's happening this year? All the rest of the owners are like, yeah, I know Lamar Jackson wants Deshaun Watson money, but Deshaun Watson money should not have been Deshaun Watson money because Jimmy Haslam grossly overpaid.
Yep.
And so Jimmy Haslam's caused a lot of problems in the NFL right now when it comes to the money. You think Daniel Jones, you think the Giants wanted to give Daniel Jones $40 million a year?
Absolutely not. That feels so
right.
Wouldn't you rather have Jimmy G at his price point than Daniel Jones?
If we're talking price points, yes, because then I can get backups and I can do other things on the roster. Absolutely. Moving forward, I'm taking Daniel Jones. Just if you remove the money, I'm taking Daniel Jones over Jimmy G.
Yeah. Interesting stuff in the NBA. Steph Curry, by the way. Steph Curry ticked a lot of people off. I use that word ticked again. He told Chris Paul, this ain't 2014. This ain't 2014. No. I'm here. I'm the dude. And a lot of people are like, well, it's easy to trash talk when Kevin Durant's not there. Suns are still a loaded team. And it's Steph Curry's 35th birthday. But it amazes me how many people say, man, Steph Curry's the biggest hot dog in the league. He dances, he does this, he does that.
He's a big hot dog.
They all dance.
Yeah, no, but I mean, but Bonte, look at me in the eye. He is a big hot dog. I love him. But
I love it.
Barry Bonds was a huge hot dog, one of my favorite players of all time.
Well, we like that in our stars?
Yeah, it's okay. And he's our star, so we're going to embrace him even more. Like, No Warrior fan can look me in the eye with a straight face and not think that he's not arrogant. He has to be arrogant. If you're going to be a skinny 6'2" dude who's going to like change the game forever, you're just going to come in all like, "Ooh, woe is me." Like, of course he has to be arrogant. And that's partly why we love him. Shooting the shot, spinning around, telling the crowd what's up, fizz facing. I love all that.
35 years old, and he told Mark Spears last night for Headscape, I feel like I got a lot left. I feel like I have a lot left. He's had advice from Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, he wants 5 titles, and he wants more than 5. And you could tell by the way he's playing. He's got that look in his eye where he's turned it up. And these next 13 games, getting ready for the playoffs, you can feel the intensity. Turn it up just a little bit more each and every possession. 35 years old, and he's not slowing down one bit.
Are you angling to be his Pedro Gomez? Is that what's going on here?
No, I'm not going to be his Pedro. What do you mean?
Yeah, look, when I think of Bonds, I think of Pedro Gomez.
Yeah, why
They're
would
like
you think of me?
synonymous. Because you're like hyping him up. I love it. It's great.
What do you mean? He's one of the greatest players to ever step through to the Bay Area. He's numero uno, and I don't think we give him enough credit.
Well, I think he's the most beloved Bay Area athlete of all time.
Not even close.
Yeah, I think he's surpassed Montana a while ago.
But it was done by last June.
Right.
By winning that 4th championship.
Yeah, I
he
agree
surpassed
with that.
Montana.
Any questions you might have had regarding his clutchness or his ability to be able to carry the team, that's wiped away.
Effective field goal percentage.
Don't you also think he's the greatest teammate
The
of all
greatest
time?
teammate, the greatest leader.
Of this area?
Yes, no doubt. No doubt. And he does it with his actions. You know, in the area, well, you know, a lot of people say he forced James Wiseman out. I think that was a team-wide belief. But the veterans were like, yeah, we can't play with this guy. No doubt. Steph will take the bullet for that. Greatest leader, greatest teammate, uplifting a franchise that was decrepit,
An
that couldn't do
evolutionary
anything wrong.
step in the chain in terms of how the game's played.
Changed the game.
Yeah.
I mean, 35 years old. Where's the time? Like, can this guy actually play till he's 40?
Well, here's the
Because
question.
he's averaging 30 a game.
Well, here's the question that I was thinking about, and I wanted to lay this on you this morning. The West Coast offense is still all across the league, right? It's still being employed. Who changed their respected game more? Steph Curry in basketball?
Or Bill Walsh
Or Bill Walsh in football?
That's a hell of a question.
Because I didn't want to text that to you last night because I didn't want you to think about it.
Yeah.
I wanted to throw that at you. Because if you think about the principles, and I know that we've changed so much, but using the pass to set up the run, balancing the field, short controlled passes, the timing, okay? All those
Precision,
things.
everything.
It's still being employed by everyone. His
That's
tree is still here. When I look at the way basketball's played right now, it's impossible to look at it from just 10 years ago to now. 10 years ago to where we are now. I feel like moving forward, and it's tough to project 30 years from now. Like, what's it going to look like 30 years from now? Are we going to still say, like, Steph Curry's the reason that this is the way it is? Because we still talk about Bill Walsh.
Well, the game is played outside in.
100%.
And I do think 30 years from now, we'll still be talking about how the three-point shot is so relevant in today's game. Like, they're talking about, I heard somebody, was it Michael Thompson? Somebody was discussing this. I forgot where I saw it from last week. But he's talking about a 4-point shot. It's like, maybe we should have a 4-point shot.
I've been thinking about maybe they reconfigure the floor. This is just a thought where when you instead of having the corner three, the three-pointer just goes out of bounds. So as it arches, instead of turning and going straight line to the baseline, you remove the corner three. Okay, that creates different spacing, and you just see a different game. And so now you move the three-point line back.
So you basically have no threes in a quarter?
Yes. Because that's a short corner. It's a shorter shot. It's just a thought. Maybe you widen lanes or shorten lanes.
Yeah.
Like, I think at some point reconfiguring the floor might be on the table.
That's interesting.
It's just a thought that I've had. Because you've seen the NFL have lots and lots of rules. This morning, golf changed some of their rules. They're going to roll the golf ball back, so it's going to make the ball not go as far. You've seen football, you can't hit the quarterback.
No doubt.
Right? Defenseless receivers. That's opened up the field.
In baseball, they've tried the humidor. They've tried everything with the baseballs.
No shifting. You have the pitch clock, and those are changing the game.
No sticky stuff.
You know, so
510 Xfinity Mobile text line. Bill Walsh, it's been almost 40 years, and it's still being done with the West Coast offense. Now the West Coast offense has evolved. Basketball, it feels like they want to go back to the bigs, but bigs are shooting threes now.
I know.
Embiid shoots threes. Jokic shoots threes. Giannis tries to shoot a three. He can't, but he does.
Victor Wembanyama
is 7'3".
Am I pronouncing that right?
Wembanyama.
Yeah. Bonte, does his game look like anyone from the past?
No. He's 7'3", and he's pulling up from three off of one leg. So Steph has changed the game. And this is another interesting question on top of your great question. When will this era of basketball be known as the Steph Curry era as opposed to the modern era or LeBron era? And that's a great question.
Can't they both coexist simultaneously? Like, can't they have overlaps? Like, the LeBron era encompasses, 2003 or 4, whenever he was drafted, to now?
Maybe 2014? Is this still his era? Because he hasn't...
I would also say that the Steph era can kind of, yes, it's 2015 and beyond, but like it's loose. It's loose, right? It's not so hard rules.
No, but 2014-15, his first championship, hits all those threes, wins an MVP. Then he goes back-to-back MVPs, the first ever unanimous MVP in the NBA.
Like right now, we have the Belichick era, right?
Right.
Well, you are coming out of the Belichick era.
Now Belichick era's over. Now it's the Andy Reid era.
If you were to describe the Belichick era, yeah, he won a lot during that era, but wouldn't you say it was the offensive explosion era as well?
It was the offensive explosion era, but it was the era that Belichick and Brady owned.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to say, like,
they could both
concepts simultaneously.
No doubt. LeBron was still great, but Steph Curry won 3 or 4.
I know.
Against him.
I know.
You know? And the game changed by being played outside in.
Yeah.
Bigs are playing it. I do wonder, like Festus always says it, the return of the big men. Big men's are relevant. They are.
But they've evolved.
But the back to the basket game where you see Patrick Ewing, crab dribble, that might be over.
Well, that's a low percentage shot in today's day and age.
Suppose
due to
analytics.
Well, that's where the game is part data now, or I'd say heavily data. I mean, how many times do you watch an NBA game now, and it feels like in the first 15 minutes you're like, oh, that team's hitting threes. It's going to be one of those kind of nights tonight.
Everybody's bombing threes.
I mean, we didn't do that before.
No, not even close.
So I don't know. I find it interesting, and like Bill Walsh to me, in terms of like revolutionizing an entire sport that's never going to turn back around. He's like the gold standard. I feel Steph's very close.
No, you talk about two eras coexisting, right? Mm-hmm. With the Bill Walsh era, the West Coast offense, you got to think about some of the defenses that we've seen. The Bear defense, the 4-6 defense, the Ravens defense,
3-4.
the cover 2, the Tampa 2, the Seattle cover 3 defense. You got Belichick, you got Parcells, smash mouth football, old school football, where those two teams meet, right? And old school football usually wins out. We saw the Rams and Todd Gurley and Jared Goff and C.J. Anderson and Robert Woods. And the Patriots said, we're going to play old school football with the fullback, and we're going to win 13-3. So those... Yes, it was the Bill Walsh era, but you still had Joe Gibbs.
Yeah.
And his 3 wide receiver attack. And he won 3 Super Bowls with 3 different K-Gun in Buffalo, the no huddle.
Yeah.
So
June Jones,
to your point, but it is fascinating to see concepts of the West Coast offense still. Fullbacks coming out of the backfield, swing passes to the running backs. Pretty crazy.
It's a good question, isn't it?
It's a great question. That's how great Steph's been.
Which is remarkable.
The fact that Steph Curry's challenging the likes of LeBron James for, hey, it's my era.
Did you think you'd see an athlete even come close to Joe Montana? Like Joe Montana
in the Bay Area?
In Bay Area history, it's for Irish Catholic families. It's there's your photo of Jesus. Yeah. There's John F. Kennedy. There's Joe Montana. Right?
Yep.
I mean, like he is. Steph Curry is right next to those guys now. It's not a holy trinity anymore.
Yeah. No, I mean. No, I didn't think. I mean, the fact that we're compared Steph to LeBron, Bill Walsh, his era, the way he's changed the game, and he's a Golden State Warrior. You add that factor to it.
Yeah.
That franchise, they were an afterthought.
And uniting both sides of the Bay Area, which I think is underrated because Joe Montana, there's a lot of Raider fans that don't like or embrace Joe Montana.
No doubt.
And so even though that when his rise coincided with when they were leaving, but the point being is that I feel like Steph has united both fan bases, and nobody has a negative word to say about him.
A's fans can't stand the Giants.
Exactly. Right? So you're never going to have consensus on Ricky, Willie Mays, Barry Bonds, etc.
Yeah, no, we put Barry Bonds in left field for the All-Bay Area baseball team. People say, really? Not Ricky Henderson? Put Ricky there. Bonds cheated.
As good of an argument as anyone.
Yep. We'll get to the calls in just a second. 888-957-9570. That's a great question, Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1. San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Stephen Curry and the Warriors win their second straight. They beat the Phoenix Suns 123-112. They dropped 43 the first quarter. Their second wire-to-wire win of the season. Steph Curry turns 35 today, a day after the 11-year anniversary of the Monte Ellis trade, which, of course, unlocked Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson last night, as he sat next to Steph Curry at the podium and made him a paper airplane, dropped 33 in the first half.
So as we talk about like the Steph era, I keep seeing this over and over, and the 510's texting it in. Steph changed the game literally, and LeBron didn't. I think we've underrated a couple things on LeBron. I'm not here to argue about whose era, blah, blah. Your feeling is how you're feeling. LeBron also is, we have done away with tweener. The whole term tweener was a thing in college basketball coming into the draft. So many guys were too small to play power forward, too big to play swing forward, small forward, excuse me. LeBron, positionless basketball, I feel like LeBron helped usher. Curry also, because is he a guard? Is he a point guard? Is he a shooting guard? Like, what is he? But, like, LeBron doesn't get enough credit for the positionless basketball era that we're seeing now.
And he was a unicorn. I mean,
pass first.
He was as fast as anybody on the floor.
Yes.
He was as strong as anybody on the floor.
Could guard 1 to 5.
Could guard 1 to 5. Could block shots. Can handle the ball.
Yes.
Had the Magic Johnson game to him. You know what I'm saying? And as he evolved, he became a better shooter. Now, I wish he had more of a back-to-the-basket game where he could go down to the block, but going to the rim, nobody can stop him. He's a locomotive, right? So LeBron does get credit for that. And he was a pass-first type of guy. The way he played basketball, the IQ, knowing where to be, knowing what teams are going to do, knowing what teams are going to do offensively, knowing how to attack defenses. LeBron James does deserve a lot of credit. I think the reason why LeBron gets a lot of hate now is just fatigue. We've seen him for so long.
Well, and there are particular people in the media who are designated as LeBron fanboys.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And I think it becomes insufferable.
And you got people who are designated as LeBron haters, which also becomes insufferable.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, you can't give him credit for anything?
You're
like, LeBron James was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Now, remember Felipe Lopez, St. John's?
Of course.
He was on the cover. They have a 30 for 30 on him. He was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. I remember getting out of my room. I got the Sports Illustrated every single week. And he's got the skyscraper of Manhattan in the background, and Felipe Lopez, great St. John's guy. Didn't live up to the hype. LeBron James, Sports Illustrated, high school, the chosen one. And it's like, boy, that's a lot of expectations. How many guys have we seen flamed out? Hell, even Vince Carter was compared. Remember there was a debate.
I do.
Who would you rather have, Kobe or Vince Carter?
I was pissed that the Warriors traded Vince Carter.
Well, yeah.
Don't even start me.
They traded Vince
But you're
Carter
right,
for
that was a
Anton Jameson
conversation.
to have Anton Jameson play the same position as Vince Carter. Made no sense whatsoever. We move on. LeBron James lived up to the hype and
100%.
exceeded it.
100%. I mean, Vince Carter really didn't reach his full potential till he joined the New Jersey Nets with Jason Kidd.
Wow.
Those were some fun teams.
They were.
I mean,
It's
you
good
know,
in
about
Toronto,
a
too.
Lob City quite a big team. No, but it's a great point, and I just go back to like what the Miami Heat did. LeBron is going to be best remembered for player empowerment and movement and all that stuff. But the hallmark of those Heat teams, I think that's the greatest perimeter defensive team ever.
Oof.
I'm Jordan Pippen, 1A, and them 1B.
LeBron, Battier.
And Dwayne Wade? When Dwayne Wade wanted to play defense, he was elite.
Yeah, they weren't Pippen and Jordan.
I know. I
Pippen,
know.
Jordan, Rodman. They're two. I got Pippen, Jordan, Rodman, Ron Harper, number one.
LeBron was
They
so
were
good.
sick, dude.
LeBron was so good.
LeBron was great.
So good.
Forget how good Scottie Pippen was.
That defense was
defensively.
incredible.
Scottie Pippen was insane.
No,
defensively.
I'm well aware of how great Scottie Pippen was. But wouldn't you say that individually, Dwayne Wade surpassed Pippen in terms of individual accomplishments? But as a number 2, Pippen was probably
a little better because Wade was still on his last championship.
Knee,
Yeah,
and I think in the second
remember that
year,
last
he hurt
leg?
his knee.
He was mad. He was in that game 7. Remember, he had a great first half. And it's like, all right, you got everything you got out of Dwayne Wade.
God, he was so sick.
He was.
I was
sick.
such a big Dwayne Wade fan.
I was a big. I read that Heat Index every single day on ESPN.com. They had the Heat Index.
Heatles.
It was the NBA page
So good.
and the Heat Index.
So
It was
good.
insane. Ray in the East Bay. Ray, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hi, thanks for taking the call. You know, I along those lines, I just want to hear what you guys think about the stretch 4. I mean, when I was growing up, there was no such thing as a stretch 4.
Yep.
When power forwards start shooting deep 2s and 3s, you know, that was a huge change in basketball. You almost couldn't get a 4 if you couldn't shoot after, you know, the dirt days and everything. And then another thing I wanted to say was spacing in general. It's not that we just have a guy that can shoot a bunch of threes. The Warriors with Steph have kind of revolutionized spacing. Spacing's always been important on, going to the basket, spacing out right. But, that perimeter that's kind of new as well, that spacing we brought to the game.
Think about this. Like, everybody loved those Kings teams, and they were highly skilled, and they could shoot. Turkoglu and a bunch of those.
Stojakovic.
Yeah, they could shoot. But they had two guys at the elbow. They had Brad Miller and obviously Vladdy before that, and then they had Chris Webber. Both guys wanted to operate at that elbow area, that elbow extended. And just think of how the game is spaced out. Now you don't even put a guy at the elbow. You're like, no. Free up the lane completely so we can drive. That's why it was so difficult for Chris Bosh to make the adjustment with LeBron James. He was so used to getting the ball at that elbow and being able to operate. Now he had to go to that dunker spot or move out even farther.
And shoot the three. I would say the team that really introduced the spacing to another level.
Orlando Magic?
San Antonio Spurs.
Oh, that's a good one. I was going to say the Orlando Magic team was very spaced out.
Because you had Dwight Howard and you had the 4 out.
Turkoglu.
Yeah, you had the 4 out with Turkoglu and Rashawn Lewis. And who's their point guard? Jameer Nelson.
Yep, Jameer Nelson. That's right, Jameer Nelson.
The Phoenix Suns, they had a lot of spacing. 7 seconds or less.
Good call.
You had Quentin Richardson bombing threes. You had Joe Johnson before he moved on to Atlanta. Sean Marion, of course, Boris
Ski Mask Joe?
Yeah, Ski Mask Joe. ISO Joe. But the San Antonio Spurs, when they took apart the Heatles and dismantled the Heatles in those finals in 2014 in 5 games, the spacing they had was next level. It was sick. Let's get to Eric and Millbrae real quick before we take a quick break. Eric, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? One on Curry and then one on the Warriors. As far as Curry, I think we already know he's the greatest shooter of all time, but one thing that gets lost in the shuffle is he's a great skilled player. He's an elite ball handler. He can take you off the dribble. He can pass when needed. So I think the thing that gets underrated about him, he's a great, complete, all-around player, and people just talk about the shooting part, which we know he's the greatest of all time. So I just want to just add that into. As far as the Warriors go, at the game last night, just incredible. I love the way JP came out after slumping for a little while. Clay was incredible, and he wanted to light up Booker, who he can't stand, and then Curry just dominates Chris Paul. So I just love the overall game here. But, guys, the thing I'm dreading now is it's back on the road now. They got 5 games here. And the way I'm looking at it, if they can get 1, if they could shock us all and get 2, I think it's a successful road trip. The only game I'm looking at they could possibly win is a Rocket game. Am I just bugging out, or can you prove me wrong?
I think you're bugging out. You know what? I'm going to make a bold prediction. Warriors go 3-2 on this trip. They lose to the Clippers. They lose to the Clippers.
They win 3 road games?
They lose to the Clippers. They beat the Hawks Friday night. Lose to the Grizzlies on Saturday, so it's going to tick everybody off. Monday, they beat the Rockets, and they beat the Mavs next Wednesday. Book it. 3-2 trip.
Write that down. Mark the tape.
3-2 trip. 3-2
Asterisk the digital file.
3-2 trip, and we going to be championship. I'm kidding, guys. Relax. No parades. Not now, especially because it's raining. So, 3-2 road trip. All right. With that said, before we go to break, Shasky, why don't you tell us about our delivery of the game?
We've got a new thing that we're doing every single day, and it's presented by Kirby, my friends. So here we go. It's the delivery of the game, and it's brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. They've also got an app, Kirby. Download it. Go to your app store right now. And today's delivery is made possible by Klay Thompson, who delivered this 3 to give him 33 points in the first half.
Shot clock down to 13. DiVincenzo dribbling in midcourt. DiVincenzo right side to Thompson. Thompson goes to work on Booker. Takes a fadeaway 3 and hit it! He hit it falling out of bounds. Klay Thompson's got a 33-point first half.
That's the delivery of the game, brought to you by our friends at Kirby. Download the app right now. They bring the mechanic to you. It's just like a delivery service app when you get food. Instead of getting food delivered, you get your mechanic delivered to your door.
Dude, they
it's
hooked
incredible.
up the charger.
Kirby, thank you.
They hooked up the charger, man, with a nice little oil change not too long ago. You see, Steve, we're going 0-5 unless Joe Lacob change airports to Oakland or San Jose. Can't fly out of SFO. Got to fly out of Oakland or San Jose. All
Is
right,
that
let's
a thing?
That's a thing. Hey, by the way,
I'm open to whatever.
We're going to say goodbye to Jimmy Garoppolo once and for all.
Are we?
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I mean, Bonte, you were his biggest supporter, not me.
Well, at one point. That all flipped when Trey Lance got drafted. Oh, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by 5 Hour Energy. We say goodbye to Jimmy Garoppolo once and for all.
Replace your afternoon coffee with a 5-Hour Energy. It's perfect when you're feeling coffeeed out, and your stomach will thank you. Discover 5-Hour Energy. Learn more at 5hourenergy.com.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit?
Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
This is Gary Payton II, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
GP2 reevaluated in 10 days. We'll see what he's got in the tank as the Warriors make this playoff push. Right now, tied for 5th in the Western Conference with the LA Lakers. That was a beat right there, Smokey.
Hey, is this your favorite intro to a hitter song?
It's one of them.
Big, wake up.
It's one of them.
Cali?
Back to boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, you know we
By
got
the way,
to
they
get
had
this
the EPMD rolling yesterday at
Did that?
Chase Center. Oh, dude. DJ D Sharp was in his bag yesterday. They always play a recognized game at halftime when they're warming up.
That.
You noticed that?
I was always curious because they were playing a lot of E40 songs the other day, and E40, which they always do, and E40 got zoomed in on by.
Oh yeah, and he's always dancing.
Oh yeah, he's dancing.
He's
and
always pulling it.
And there's people just talking his ear off.
Oh yeah, all day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and he's talking to people too.
And is that his big security guard that's standing behind him?
Big Zim, yeah.
The big boy.
Big Zim.
He's very large.
Yeah, he gets into the gym.
Yeah.
He's large in that way. He gets in the gym, man. He gets in the gym. All right, by the way, if you want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors-Spurs game March 31st, it's a Friday night. Friday night at Chase Center is buzzing. It's a party. Go to Miller and Lux, Gott's, Dumpling Time.
I heard Miller and Lux, the steaks are delicious as well.
Yes. Costs you a pretty penny, but
I heard it's delicious.
Very good.
Yeah, my cousin Jim was talking about it the other day, and he very much recommends it.
And they vibe in there. They vibe after games. All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 95.7 The Game. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You'll get 1 entry for every hour you listen. And every hour you listen is another chance to win. Up to 8 entries per day. So download that Odyssey app now. What are you waiting for? Tickets courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets. Now, before we say goodbye to Jimmy Garoppolo, we're going to say goodbye to Jimmy, who signed with the Las Vegas Raiders, got $34 million guaranteed. 3-year contract, $67 million. He's up there jumping for joy.
Just win, baby.
Just win, baby. And he's got weapons. That's what Jimmy G does. He
Would
just
Al
wins.
Davis have signed Jimmy G?
He's a
Probably
winner. He's a winner.
Al Davis,
Just win, Jimmy.
Al Davis would not have signed Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, I
no
see
way.
something in him.
He would have traded for Lamar Jackson.
No, we're trading everything for Anthony Richardson. Have you seen his? He can throw from his knees the length of the football
no
field.
doubt.
Come on,
No doubt.
He's the
But how-
second coming of Jamarcus.
Once a year,
run, though?
you know, Lubman told me yesterday. Lubman said he reads the Bill Simmons article, 60 Ways of Detroit Fan Base. Bill Simmons in Grantland, when he wrote about the Warriors, said he reads it once a year. Well, that presser with Al Davis in the projector, I watch that once a year. I watch it once a year. You got everybody sign in. You made the media sign in. Everybody signed in. Cam, how's your mother? We had Jamarcus Russell, Dan McFadden, Javon Walker. It's just unbelievable.
Javon Walker.
We traded Randy Moss for a 3rd round or 4th round. We traded Randy Moss for a 4th round pick. Randy Moss for a 4th round pick.
Was it Kerry Collins who threw him that first touchdown pass?
It was against the Patriots.
I really thought that was going to be something.
Oh my gosh! And they had Jerry Porter on the other side.
Oh, I love Jerry Porter.
Oh, I thought there
when he
was
used to wear the WWF belt. Oh, I love that guy. God,
there's no chance Al Davis signs Jimmy Garoppolo.
I really thought Jerry Porter was going to be that dude.
Out of West Virginia.
I really did. I was wrong.
We were all wrong, including the Raiders. Heard some stories about him behind the scenes. Gary and Vallejo. Let's talk about the NBA playoff race before
Is he
we
a good
say
guy?
goodbye to Jimmy Garoppolo. It's all right. Gary, what's happening?
What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Just wanted to give a shout out and can't wait for tomorrow to hear that Kirby segment again, because you guys using the NBC NBA theme song, man, it brings back so many memories.
Oh, nice.
So can't wait for that. But I wanted to talk about the NBA standings. Looks like there's a bunch of good games that are going to come up today.
Mm-hmm.
You got the Lakers and Pelicans. You got the Thunder playing against the Nets, and Portland versus the New York Knicks. But
And Milwaukee and Phoenix, Gary. Milwaukee and Phoenix. Don't forget about them.
I'll watch that, but it's more about just seeing how the West shapes up in the next couple of weeks. Just wanted to get your thoughts. Who's in, who's out?
Yeah, I think what you see in the top 6 right now, Minnesota surprised me yesterday. They blew out the Hawks. Hawks, you never can't get a read on them. Minnesota just torched them. They're 7th right now. Dallas is fading. They need Kyrie and Luka back. I'm going to lose the diaper bet to Dan Dibley, but Dallas 34-35. It faded here a bit. The Lakers, I still like the Lakers' chances of getting at least into the play, and I think they're a dangerous team. If they play Memphis or Denver in that first round.
Are they better without LeBron? That was a joke.
Don't do that.
That was a joke.
Don't do that. Lakers are tough, and they move up in the standings without even playing last night. The Pelicans, they've got to get Brendan Ingram and Zion Williamson back. I like the way this race is shaping up.
We went almost a whole show, and we haven't addressed the number one topic from my wife last night watching the Warrior game. Jonathan Kuminga's coat.
It was next level. That was.
How would you even describe that coat to those who didn't see it?
I'm trying to. It was black and white,
Yes.
right? Had a little fur on it.
Yeah, it looked like a cow, like a cow print. I don't even know how I would describe it. Maybe that's not even giving it justice.
Yeah, I couldn't pull it off. You probably couldn't pull it off.
I know I can't put it off.
Yeah, it's just, you've got to have confidence to pull something like that. You've got to have arrogance, actually, to pull something like that off. By the way, Gary brought up the standings. Thinking about this, 5-4 matchup right now would be the Warriors and the Suns.
Yeah, I'd like to avoid them.
Do you like? I'm kind of with you. I would like to see them just go down to 6, play either Sacramento and Memphis in the first round and call it a day. See Phoenix in the West Finals or something. It's too early for a series like that. That's a championship-type series. Adam Silver will probably pull some strings and make sure the whistles get blown a little bit more in one of these games down the stretch, and maybe we'll see the Warriors in 6th place. But it's shaping up to be a fun race. All right. We've been teasing it long enough.
All right, let's do it.
It's a montage, and it's pretty long. So we want people to stick with this. It's about 6 minutes long.
Yeah, but it's Jimmy Garoppolo,
Right.
one of people's most beloved quarterback
No doubt.
of your San Francisco 49ers.
Yes, he was traded here Halloween of 2017. And it's been a roller coaster. It's been a lot of ups. There's been a lot of downs. I've loved him. I've hated him. Shasky's hated him. He's loved him. It's been a wild ride for 49er fans.
I would say it started off with love, then it converted into frustration.
Yeah, and vitriol and hate and everything.
then at the end, it was more pity and appreciation.
Yes, especially when you saw him on the baby field throwing. I mean, just think about everything that's happened with Jimmy Garoppolo. We had the baby field.
The freshman field. There's the Sacred Heart freshman field off to the side. The little strip
40-yard
in between
field,
all
yeah.
of down. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
It's been a hell of a ride. But the ride is over because he's going out of Las Vegas. 3 years, $67 million, $34 million guaranteed. Don Yee does his client another solid. So 6 minutes, and Joe Spinoni put this together this morning. It's an excellent job. I've been waiting on it. Here we go. Goodbye to you, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, the 49ers, who are deep in the rebuilding mode, have now acquired a player they believe to be the quarterback of their future. Jimmy Garoppolo goes from the Patriots backup to now the 49ers in exchange for a 2018 second-round pick.
I'd like to start off, thanking everyone from this organization, starting with Jed, Parag, John, and Kyle here. It's just, it's a privilege to be here.
Now time winding down. 5 seconds remaining. Garoppolo moving to his left. Looking towards the end zone. He throws. Touchdown. 100% on the day for Jimmy Garoppolo and a touchdown. Louis Murphy as time expires.
We feel like this is a big piece. From day one, when Kyle and I started having conversations, we all know it. This position's key. If you don't have one, you're looking for one. We feel like we got our guy now. So this is a big day for us, but we have a long way to go, and we're fully aware of that. We got to earn it just like this guy has. He's earned this deal, and so we're real proud to have him as a Niner for a long, long time. So congratulations, Jimmy.
Thank you. It took the 6 games.
Third down and goal. They need touchdowns, not field goals. So you got to believe this is 4-down territory here. Garoppolo escaping trouble. Running, and he will get all the way inside the 10.
Look, Jimmy's a fighter. Jimmy's tough. He's going to try to get extra yards with a cutback right here. And watch him. He goes right in to Nelson. And Nelson, almost to me, looks like he's almost pulling up.
That's what Dave Shasky showed it here.
Garoppolo fires. It is caught still on his feet is Kittle with a big play. And the stiff arm. George Kittle. Flags flying. He's down to the 30. What a run by George Kittle. Snap is high. The kick is up. And it is good. What a win for the 49ers. Garoppolo airs it out. Sanders downfield is overthrown.
And now with 1:33 left, it's 4th and 10. I tell you, he had him too, Joe. He got in behind him. It's not what Kansas City wanted, but Emmanuel Sanders, he gets by Ward, and Fenton, they're trying to double him on the outside, but yeah, just overshot it.
With the 3rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance, quarterback, North Dakota State.
Garoppolo flips it to the near side. And this is Ayuk close to the goal line. He's going to be marked out at the 1.
After review, it is a touchdown. The game is over.
And the San Francisco 49ers pull it out. Pass is caught. Jennings, touchdown, 49ers.
Boy, the Rams just blew coverage. They have 2 guys on Brandon Ayuk, and Jennings is able to come underneath it.
Garoppolo under pressure. Donald got there in the air, intercepted by the Rams, and they may ride to the Super Bowl on that.
Despite Garoppolo kind of working off to the side on the little rehab field, they bided their time, they took a deep breath, and they came up with a win-win solution really for all parties. It is a restructured deal for Garoppolo. He becomes the highest paid backup in the NFL with some incentives. And of course, just like the word backup, he is literally a backup plan just in case Trey Lance is not exactly what the 49ers think.
They're going to go with Trey Lance on this play as he kept it and absorbed quite the hit. And Lance is down right now. That was quite the hit. Lance absorbed some hits last week against Chicago as well. But on that power run, Lance is down, and Jimmy Garoppolo may see early action today in the first quarter.
2nd and 10 from his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone. It's a safety. Remember, Dan Orlovsky did that. Stepped all the way out of the end zone. It's a safety, and that kills the play before everything else on the pick. So it is 7-5, and Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
I don't know that I've ever seen a safety be a break for a team, but it certainly was there.
Garoppolo, pressure, sees it, throws it, McCaffrey. He's got it for the touchdown! Wow! Garoppolo, rolling, looking, throwing, caught for the touchdown! George Kittle! Get it off. Garoppolo in trouble, and he is sacked. That thing doomed from the start. Jerome Baker on the blitz gets home, and it's 4th down. So this is something to keep an eye on. This is after Jimmy Garoppolo was sacked at the end of the last drive in a lot of pain.
There is a new show coming to Vegas, however, Mike Garafolo. It is
Jimmy Garoppolo headed to the Las Vegas Raiders and a reunion with Josh McDaniels. We talked about how Garoppolo's got his network of people around the league. He's got people with the Jets in Robert Saleh. He's got people in Tennessee. He's got people in Houston. Well, he's got people with the Vegas Raiders who hold the 7th pick in this upcoming draft.
Faithful, thank you very much for everything. It's been crazy, man. Just all the comebacks at Levi's, comebacks on the road, ups and downs. It's been a hell of a ride, guys. I love you guys. So, see ya.
Goodbye, Jimmy. It's been real. A lot of highs, a lot of lows. And with that, we say goodbye once and for all to Jimmy Garoppolo. Thanks for the memories, the good times, the wins, the heartbreaks. Some Niner fans are free. Some of us will miss them. That is good work by Spadoni.
That's
and
incredible.
I had to turn off the mic because I could have laughed a few times there.
It's incredible. So, as his career has now come to an end, Montana won. I'm talking about my 49er quarterback rankings. These are mine. I'll let you do yours. My rankings. Montana 1, Steve Young 2, John Brody 3. You win an MVP of the league, you're going to be my number 3. I'm going to go Jeff Garcia 4 in a Niner uniform. Jeff Garcia 4. And I oscillate back and forth between Kaepernick and Jimmy Garoppolo as my number 5. I think Jimmy did more in the regular season, but Kaepernick's playoff performances, I want to elevate them. Like I really do. I want to elevate Kaepernick's playoff performances, so I give the slight edge to Kaepernick, but he's just outside the top 5 all time. For me, on my ranking of greatest 49er quarterbacks.
I'll just take Dibs is Mount Rushmore. Just go Montana, Young. Kaepernick is in that top 3. Got to go John Brody. I don't think Garoppolo's better than Garcia. I would have Garoppolo
Garcia
number
had
6.
3 straight Pro Bowls.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
And was amazing.
I would not put Garoppolo ahead of Garcia. I would not put him ahead of Cap.
He was better than
number
Alex Smith.
6.
In a 49er uniform,
He was a lot better
Jimmy
than
was
Alex
better.
Smith.
If you look at the body of work,
I don't think that's an argument.
I don't think people remember. Alex had one great year with the 49ers.
I don't think anybody's going to argue that, Shasta.
Yeah, and like Kaepernick, we can have the arguments because I think Jimmy G's regular season body of work is better. Kaepernick's playoff body of work is better.
Kaepernick won a lot of games in the regular season.
No, I know.
A lot of games in the regular season and was a better playoff performer.
But that final year, I mean, it really, it dropped them because they lost a lot of games.
With Alex Smith, and I want to credit NBC, ABC, Fox, ESPN, NFL Network for that great soundbite. CBS, I want to throw them in there as well. That was a great montage by Joe Spadoni. A lot of highs, a lot of lows. The pick 8, Chris Collinsworth or Tirico. The safety is the best thing to happen.
10 from his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone. It's a safety. Remember, Dan Orlovsky did that. Stepped all the way out of the end zone. It's a safety, and that kills the play before everything else on the pick. So it is 7-5, and Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
I don't know that I've ever seen a safety be a break for a team, but it certainly was there.
I mean, it was awful. And so when it comes to Alex Smith, is he even a top 10 quarterback in 49er history? Honestly. 1 year.
Alex?
Well,
if you're going to do that, okay, if we're going to be realistic here, so like if you look at someone like Y.A. Tittle, his best years were with actually the New York Giants, right? He was a part of the famous $1 million backfield, but most people would say his best years were with another team. Jim Plunkett, his best years were his rookie year in New England and then what he did with the Raiders. His best years were not with the Niners,
not even close.
And so I look at Alex Smith, his best years were the Chiefs. They were. It's okay.
No, I don't think. If anybody's making the argument that Alex is better than Jimmy, they're wrong.
Well, at least
you can be
uniform.
the biggest Jimmy G hater of all time. Jimmy's a top 7 quarterback in 49ers franchise history, probably top 6.
Again, it depends on what your criteria is and how you're going to view it, and everyone's going to have it a little different. Some people aren't even going to rate people they never saw, and I get that. So like me, I hold Frankie Albert in high regard. Nobody knows who Frankie Albert is. He was the co-MVP in 1949. All right, AAFL. Cleveland Browns. Him and Otto Graham. Exactly. You're laughing, but you know it's true. When Bill Walsh says you're one of the greatest players of the 40s, I'm going to listen to him. Stanford Boyone also was a coach of the 49ers. But most people aren't going to put him in there. I mean, I'm going Frankie Albert. I'm going almost 85 years ago.
Listen, I've watched all the black and white footage of Frankie Albert. We've been to the Niners Museum. We've done all that. I'm not putting Frankie Albert in my top 5. I'm not going to do it.
He had a co-MVP.
I know he did. But I'm not going to put Frankie Albert in there.
I know. Most people aren't. I get that. I get that. But Jimmy G had a hell of a career with the Niners. If you really look at it, Jimmy G had 6, 7, depending on where you view it. And for some people in their life, like Sam Lubman's a lot younger than us, I bet Jimmy Garoppolo is the third best quarterback of his life. Sam?
I would maybe put him 4th behind Young, Garcia, then Kaepernick, and then Jimmy would probably be 4th there.
But he's right there.
In his lifetime.
It's a small list.
But Sam Lovett's 30 years old. How old are you, Sam?
Yeah, I'm 30.
Yeah, 30 years old.
I didn't see Montana. I was, alive for Steve Young, but everything before Steve Young, obviously, I wasn't here for.
And I think there's a lot of our fans.
Let's be real.
Like that.
There hasn't been a lot of good quarterbacks in a 49er uniform since Steve Young retired. There's been a lot of bad quarterbacks.
You think we're bad? Go look at the Jets.
Go look at the Jets. They haven't had anybody since Kid O'Brien, if that.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not even go Chad Pennington.
Well, Boomer had a couple years.
They never done
with
it.
Altoon.
They didn't win no games.
I know, but Boomer was sick.
He was better as a Bengal.
I agree.
Than he was as a Jet.
I agree.
When he was with the Jets, they won nothing.
I agree. But he was good.
He was okay with the Jets. He was all right. He was probably a better Arizona Cardinal than he was a Jet.
That might be true, too. Remember he had that month with the Arizona Cardinals where he lit the league on fire? With Stump Mitchell?
Yes.
1,000-yard running back?
So 888-957-9570. That'd be our Fast 5 Xfinity Fast 5 question. 888-957-9570. It's your last goodbye to Jimmy Garoppolo. What would you say to Jimmy? Would you say thank you? Would you say hit the road?
Did you see what
Would
Tyler
you throw
Miller
up the
did?
P side?
Tyler Miller, see you at the crossroads, crossroads.
Yeah,
that was an interesting one.
That was
but I
interesting.
do want to hear what people say to
Right.
Jimmy Garoppolo on the
How are we
way
going to
out.
remember Jimmy?
How
will you remember Jimmy?
I'm going to remember Jimmy Garoppolo as somebody who helped breathe life into a dormant organization when they were the fans, the team, the energy, the coach. Everything felt like it was at the lowest in terms of approval rating and confidence. And when he got here, he gave us hope and optimism. And there is something to be said for all that. He also was a really good player for this team. And unfortunately, his body, the team around him maybe didn't hold him upright enough. Everybody kind of blames a little, gets a little of the blame there. He didn't win the ultimate prize, but to me, he was a great player for this team and a winner at a time that they desperately needed him.
He flipped the culture.
Absolutely.
He flipped the culture. He helped make this franchise relevant. He birthed it. Levi's Stadium had no soul. Nobody was going. I had to drag you down to Levi's. Nobody was going down there in 2017. It was empty. $15 tickets, lower bowl, $20 tickets. And he came and he won that Tennessee game and he won that Jacksonville game on Christmas Eve. And all of a sudden, we were talking playoffs.
What's your favorite Jimmy G moment?
Seattle.
Okay.
Week 17, 18 to 22, 285 in the Katie Kane Whites, the crispy whites.
Yeah.
And going up to Seattle, in which they hadn't won since Alex Smith was the quarterback. Kaepernick never won in Seattle. Alex Smith won the last game in Seattle prior to that. That's my favorite memory. To win that football game, to help them get the number one seed, in what was a hell of a ride in 2019. 2019 was a fun year. That memory, that winning in Seattle, the division, the clinch home field advantage, my favorite Jimmy Garoppolo moment.
I'm going to go the New Orleans game. I just remember watching that game with Rocco for his daughter's birthday at his house, going crazy and thinking like that was like the first shootout win we've had since the Kaepernick era. You know what I mean? Like, wow, like our quarterback could drop 45 points in a game. Are you kidding me? That to me was the moment for me in terms of like the highest I've been on Jimmy.
By the way, Lamar Jackson is tweeting Cap at Adam Schefter, and he said 133 3 years fully guaranteed, but I need an agent. Something's going down with Lamar. Let's go to Tito real quick. Redwood City. Tito, what's happening?
Laker fan, and I'm devastated that Jimmy G's coming over.
Why?
Just another Derek Carr, bro. I'm over that stuff. Trying to get a new quarterback, somebody that could run, throw a deep ball, and I keep messing up. I'm tired of watching Derek Carr out there, and now I'm about to watch Jimmy G.
Damn. Some Raider fans talked themselves into Jimmy Garoppolo like Joe Spinoni.
No. Hey, stop. I said before it, mark the tape. You guys all saw. I said if the price was right, I'm not mad at Jimmy Garoppolo. But
is this price right?
Yes, this price is fine because it's basically a 2-year deal. You have to draft a quarterback, though. If they go into this draft without a quarterback for the future, this offseason is an unmitigated disaster.
All right, let's bring in Daryl the Cougar Johnson. He joins us now before we continue to the Fast Five. He's here early.
Baby.
He's beating Steiny to the studio. Let's get here early.
Yeah, not today. He beat me today.
Oh, okay.
Traffic, what's up with the rain? I heard you. Go away.
I'm sick of it.
It's incredible.
And
It's
the amount of
depressing.
people-
Yeah, it's depressing.
The amount of people that come at me, all I put was I put it on the front end because I know we're gonna have these idiots. I go, I'm not a rain hater. Okay, I like the rain at times, but my God, it's been raining for 3 straight months. It has been nonstop 3 straight months of rain. Now, we need it. We've been in a traffic. I know all that. I'm just saying for my mental state of being, I like being outdoors. I like doing stuff outside. And I haven't been able to do that. No, first world problems. No, dog. It's called I need some balance in my life. Don't you guys have cabin fever?
I wouldn't call it that, but it's too much water for your boy.
Yeah, nah, and people don't know how to drive in the rain.
And then
They
us, we
just
got
go
the
crazy.
waves on top.
Yeah,
That's with the hair.
You're messing with the hairs,
Come on
messing
now.
with the. So, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy G.
What's your favorite memory of Jimmy G in a Niners uniform? We did a lot of shows. We were here for the beginning of the Jimmy Garoppolo era. You remember 2019? BS&G. When Guru had to go on and throw on the Ray-Bans and say, stay off my timeline. I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
I'm going to give it to you. It was the touchdown pass at the end of the third quarter to Kittle. You guys were in the house in the NFC Championship game against the Rams a couple years ago. And I said, once again, and I criticized him, he has given this team enough for somebody else to close it. Tart dropped the ball. We won't even get to it. That was my memory, Butch. Like, he did it again. on the biggest stage, he gave you a 10-point lead, and they didn't close. He's the one that takes the brunt.
Well, what about when Troy Aikman said
that
when it was
fun.
tie game? It was 17 up, and Troy Aikman said, "Well, Joe, I'm afraid with the Rams and when they play the run, it's going to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo." He said, "I'm afraid it's going to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo." I can't unhear that.
But he's not a Troy Aikman, but he should have some hardware. You can say that.
my Troy Aikman thoughts.
No.
I just think Troy Aikman's one of the most overrated quarterbacks.
You gotta be kidding me.
He's a game manager.
He was the guy.
He's a game manager.
This accuracy and completion percentage in the offs went up.
Guru.
He was like a machine, a laser.
Rank the best Cowboys on the offense alone. He's 4th, 5th.
Oh, stop.
He's got 3 rings.
Larry Allen, Michael Irvin, Emmitt Smith.
All right, I'm gonna say this and we'll get off.
Am I wrong?
Where was he drafted in the
Number
draft?
1 overall.
Okay, and he got you 3 chips.
I hear that. But I'm just saying, like, in terms of that team and the way that team was made up, he was the 4th or 5th best player on his own offense. That's all.
That's not fair. That's not fair. He had to get the ball to Alvin Harper. He made Alvin Harper.
That 15-yard slant that we get, and I love the playmaker, and I'm rooting for you. But that ball was right there every time.
We do an all-time draft, every team ever. I'm taking all 3 of those guys before I even sniff Troy Aikman.
Now, that may not be a diss, but as a quarterback, I just hate you ain't looking at him like
he's a Cowboy, so you know.
Tony Romo played that uniform. I mean, come on, man. Troy Aikman, Tony Romo.
Romo having trouble in the booth, too.
Why?
That was a perfect pass, Jim. Just a little underthrown. It can't be a perfect pass. Jim, it was a perfect pass. Just a little underthrown.
Speaking of perfect passes, a lot of Niner fans remember Jimmy Garoppolo's overthrow to Emmanuel Sanders, which I had to hear from you over and over and over again.
I'll tell you what. With that incompletion, you still had a lead. How about that? I blame Mosley for that game. And I talked about that play. Come on.
The 3rd and 15 play?
No doubt. You got lost.
You got lost.
Now, happy birthday to Steph real quick.
Yep.
Because I heard you guys, that was a hell of a question with the Bill Walsh and Steph Curry. We need to enjoy, and I'm hoping it's 5 years, but have you guys really just brushed your teeth or washed your face and thought about how blessed we are to watch this dude play the game? Because I think we take it for granted. And I know last night was about Clay, but the dude is special,
You're
man.
right,
I'm going to be honest. I'm
Drake
not
got
brushing
a
my
bar
teeth.
about him, the chef.
I'm not brushing my teeth saying I'm so blessed that Steph Curry. I'm going to be real.
But when you walk in and
appreciate
chase,
Steph, though.
hey, but when you
I
walk
love
in and
you,
chase
Joe.
and watch
I
a
love
warm up, we're
Right.
seeing greatness. He's on Kobe and Jordan's level, man. The guy's a top 10 all-timer in NBA history.
Took him to 8 finals, man.
Damn. Curry is. We are blessed. And he's got a lot more to go. He's 35 and he's not slowing down.
What about this year? What's going on the road?
Yeah, well, we're going to
get
find out.
into it. We got locked in 4, too.
Yeah.
Because I know you guys are happy about your 9. I mean, the heart. Give Lynch a beer. What do you say? Eats for free.
Flowers. Eats for free. Yeah, he eats for free.
Steiner used that line the other day.
Yeah, eats for free. Yeah. I haven't used it much. People have been stealing my stuff. Shasky, why are you so quiet, man?
I did. Are we doing Xfinity 5 or did we already?
Yeah, we had 9:49. Don't worry. I got this, man. I got the steering wheel.
This is all
Got
new.
a few
This is
minutes.
all new. I apologize. All right.
And I got a bone to pick with you and Spadoni.
About what?
Dude, I heard you on his show, the great show, the pregame show, talking about would-be ballers for the softball team. My name didn't come up. I'm Sammy Sosa's a couple months ago. But, dude, I said, Bonte, your boys hit them over the fence. And they brought up every name.
Oh, well, you know what?
Your boy, Sosa with the rifle.
I'll defend.
That
Guru.
hurt me.
I saw him throw a first pitch at the Oakland Coliseum.
I'm about to tear
and even
up.
Dave Stewart said, damn, you can hear the pop.
Yeah.
You can hear
Was
the
he on
pop
the
from the
IL
camera.
after
No.
Dude, I swear to God, I think the radar gun said 81 miles per hour.
What position do you play?
Outfield, outfield. Because the family jewels, I'm too scared to play in the infield. Yeah, I had an accident early on. Coach put me in the outfield.
Didn't Dave Stewart tell you?
Yeah, but he tried to say, hey, young fella, don't throw it too hard. I looked at him like, you lightweight hating, Dave. I'm about to let this thing go.
Dude, I think Guru hit 81 on the mile
Here's
on
what
the
I'm
radar
gonna
gun.
do. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to rent a field.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to rent a field. I'm going to talk to my buddy Phil Ginsburg, who runs the Park and Recs. We're going to get ourselves a turf field because it's been raining like crazy. We're going to pick a Friday night or whatever
I'm
works
there,
for
Butch.
everybody.
I am there.
I know you're there. And we're going to give
we don't know that.
ground balls and fly balls to everyone. I will assess what we've got going.
There'll be a birthday party he'll have to
What's he
attend.
speak of? Wow.
I mean, it'd be his birthday. He's got like 15 birthdays.
Before I get out of here, Niners D-line, that was a hell of a pick.
That was a hell of a move.
That's a shocker.
5
You took it from the
interception
team that just beat you.
5 interception practice.
There
Is a
you
memory
go.
For a lot
That's
of
the
people for
memory,
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Which doesn't count, but people act like it was.
Remember that show?
We did.
I was on the road in Where was I? I was in Colorado, and I called in, and I remember watching the game. You guys said, "Hey, throw 5 interceptions at practice in a row," and everybody said they'd never seen that ever.
Booker McFarland said he looked scared in the pocket.
Last thing, I'm worried about
Bullets.
Jimmy and the nightlife in Vegas.
Yeah, no,
be careful,
It's
Jimmy.
real.
Warriors
Lock
on the
in
road.
4.
What's your record? What's your prediction for the? I got 3-2 on the road. They beat the Atlanta Hawks on Friday night. They beat Rockets. That's a gimme. Hopefully, it's a gimme.
I'm
They
going
beat the
4-1,
Celtics.
B. Something's got to change. I'm going 4-1.
4-1.
It starts tomorrow
That's
in LA.
aggressive.
Yeah, 4-1.
I like that, Guru. He's coming up with Steiny.
Can't wait.
In
I
about
love it. A
11
little
minutes.
taste. Sorry,
Little taste.
I'm
Little
not used
teaser.
to this new dance.
Hey, let's
we're
pull
doing.
a Guru. Little taste. You guys all shy when Guru came in the building, man. What happened?
Well, no, I don't want to talk over anyone. I felt like my last couple versions of crossover, I'm like talking over everybody.
Goo going from months ago. He's a dude.
Yeah, he saved
He
that
listens to the pregame show.
one. He listens to the
Deep
pregame
cuts
show.
only.
Goo got problems.
Who did we mention? Who did we mention on our team?
I think we might have taken Bonte over Guru, and he didn't like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna take Guru.
I'm really good with the glove. I'm
See?
the first
What
baseman.
position?
First base. I stretch. 6'4", got a glove, and I'm a lefty. I got to play the
think
line.
that's where we put him.
I'll
Yeah,
hug
first
the
base.
line.
Yeah.
I'll hug the line. I'll grab balls in the hole. I'll toss it over to the pitcher. Now, if you're pitching, your slow ass better get to first base.
I'll play whatever position, dude.
All right.
I'll play anywhere.
My
God.
swig? Come on, man. That'll never happen, though. Well,
Giants for life.
Well,
Bonte hasn't stretched since that yoga session with Festus.
that's a good one. He's probably right. I've been hearing some things crack. You know when you hear stuff crack just out of nowhere? Like if you get up off the couch and like, man, what was that? I need a stretch. They got stretching classes now. You know that? You go stretch for a late. They got stretch labs. Esop Winston Jr. Shout out to Esop.
Oh, yeah.
Play with he's at stretch lab by the barbershop. Pat Holmes, what's that stretch lab? Text me. I need to stretch. Bonte Clink Hill. I got a jumper. Olympic Club's got the little 3-point little
Oh,
machine.
yeah. Dr. Dish.
Yeah. May hit it today.
Yeah?
I feel like I only got 5 hours of sleep, and I was like, I'm going to go home and take a fat nap. I feel rejuvenated. He hit the hot tub, the sauna, the gym. I feel good, Shasky. Go see my girl, Nita. Shout out to Nita.
I love Nita.
All right. Let's get to Michael in Kansas. Michael, Fast Five. What
Let's
you
go.
got, Michael?
Oh, I got a question. I still don't believe that Jimmy signed with the Texans, but if he did, then who's going to wear number 1, and also who's going to wear number 2 since like Barrett's also done?
I don't know. That's a great question. Maybe Debo goes to number 1. Number 2 and number 1 are sick numbers on the football field. Sick. Who should wear number 1? Should Ayuk go to 1?
I think Debo should switch to 1. He wore 1 at South Carolina.
He did. Debo looks sick in that 1. He looks sick. All right, film on Mike. He's going to probably come out here hating about something. Film on Mike. You better be careful, film on.
Bonte, you look sharp last night, but you don't have no jumper, bruh. You know you were great. Jamaica Barlow had your back. You're a great football player.
Philbo, I appreciate the compliment about football. I wouldn't consider myself a great football player. Average, but whatever.
Philbo,
I'll
can he
take the
play
great
first
compliment.
base? That's the
But
question
listen,
we're asking
Philbo,
right now.
you know I had to back to the basket game. They called me a poor man's Tim Duncan.
You were Oscar the Grouch poor. If that's the case.
He's back to the basket for sure. I don't know about anything else.
Call me poor man's Tim Duncan. I had the hook shot.
Poor man's too. You're just poor.
Bank shot from 15 feet.
Oh, God.
Relax, people. Relax. What else we got? What's our out time? We got out times now. 54. We got 45 seconds. Final thought, Shasky, as that I was That was a Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi.
Here's my
Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Here's my final thoughts. The Niners had a great day one in free agency. A great day one. I didn't think they could do the move that they did. And they brought in another quarterback, which we all thought that they needed to have at least another somebody else. It's a low-risk maneuver.
Yep.
I love upgrading the defensive line, and I think it's going to really help out Bosa.
And happy birthday to Steph. Warriors go on a road 4-5 trip starting tomorrow night against the LA Clippers. We'll cover that game, preview that game, as Kawhi Leonard and company look to get back on track. Day one doesn't always win free agency. You got to have a good class here. Let's see them upgrade that offensive line. Do they add any weapons?
Yes.
Safeties? A lot happening in the NFL. With that, we bid adieu. Steiny and Goo coming up next.
Faithful, thank you very much for everything. It's been crazy, man. Just all the comebacks at Levi's, comebacks on the road, ups and downs. It's been a hell of a ride, guys. I love you guys. So, see ya.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family
at 80, if they played 2-3 years ago at 80%, maybe they go 21-21 on the road. But 2-3 years later at 80%, now they're maybe 10-30 on the road.
But 7-26 for a defending NBA champion, I feel like I'm not off basis by being extremely, that's the word I'm using, extremely, Steiny, disappointed in 7-26 away from the Cathedral. I don't think anybody would argue with me. I understand what you're saying, but 7-26 and just looking like, that's funny. Who did I use? Heckle and Jekyll yesterday. I thought about that going home. But just to be, night and day, I don't know. And I'm sorry. I'm getting sick and tired of this word disconnect. Because you got leaders, you got champions, and you got coaches. That falls on somebody's doorstep. If there is a disconnect, I don't believe there is one.
Why? Steve Kerr's acknowledged there's a disconnect.
Well, whose job is to connect it?
Everybody's.
That's what I'm talking about. So if I'm going to say Draymond's a leader and Steph and Clay are a leader and Iguodala is a great game last night, is a leader, there shouldn't be a disconnect. Because let me tell you who I'm not going to blame in regard to the disconnect. The younger players. You're supposed to show them the way, even if you think you shouldn't be playing with them. There's mentorship and there's leadership. So in my world, Steiny, right now, 7-26 falls on the coaching staff and the star players. Show these youngsters how to get right.
Did you ever think maybe they don't have it in them anymore?
I watched last night.
Right there at home. It's easy to play at home when you have the fans behind you.
Well, all we have, Matt, if it doesn't start tomorrow against the Clippers and Kawhi and Paul George, all I have left, and I'm hanging on, is the motivation that the playoffs have started, and whoever they tangle with when that road game does present itself, that they will then answer the bell.
We shall see. Yeah. Brian in Palo Alto. What's going on, Brian? By the way, coming up at 12:30, we're going to switch gears to football. Oh, 10:30. Yeah, there. I'm still on my old habits. 10:30, Jason LaConfora, Odyssey Sports. 49ers made a bunch of moves yesterday.
Yeah.
But are they better? That's the question we're going to ask. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
A couple points. First off, you can't put it on Steph, Clay, and Dre for why Kuminga and Poole and some of the younger guys are maddeningly inconsistent. I mean, the organization showed their commitment to Poole and Wiggins. They're not going to re-sign Draymond, so they're more committed to the young guys. Clay's not going to get a new contract, so you can't if I'm Draymond, I'm like, hey, I've given you 4 titles. I'm playing with a sprained ankle, a sprained wrist, a bad knee. Kuminga can't be bothered to get back on the court after turning his ankle. Enough. Either step up and perform or not. Poole has been bad.
He was good last night.
Look at his stat. Yes, he was good last night. And if that was every night, the Warriors would be an infinitely better team. But it's one night in 10 for him.
Well, I mean, he's 23. Was Steph consistent at 23?
Well, yeah, he was. Yes, 23. Better, more consistent than this. I'll put it that way.
Well, Brian, how did he get the bag though? You wouldn't have made this phone call last year. I'm not disagreeing. It's been disappointing. Last year he earned the bag, and it was Jordan Poole mania. Come on, man, give him that much.
One stretch of his career, he's played at an elite level. Most of it has not been at an elite level. That's a fact. Okay. And is he worth $150 million? Absolutely not. Is he even tradable with that contract? I don't know. I think that's a good question. I'm skeptical. So enough with putting it on Draymond and the young guys step up. Be better, Poole. Maybe show up for work, Wiggins. Maybe some explanations as to what, if Kevin Durant took off in the middle of the season for 2 months with no explanation, there wouldn't be a complete media blackout. People would want answers as to what's going on. So, enough with putting it on the veterans. The veterans have put it in. They've earned it. The other guys have to start earning it too. And that involves Poole. Maybe Wiggins comes back and plays basketball again. But, if they don't want to play, like, then Lake Up has to go out and surround these guys with better players. I mean, that's still a superstar.
All right, Brian. Appreciate the call. Appreciate the call.
We just look at it different, Steiny. He agrees with you. I don't know where you're at. You ain't calling me crazy yet. I know it's 10-10.
I don't know where you're coming from.
That I think that the disconnect, there is some responsibility with the big three. I'm going to call them big four and Coach Kerr. Sure. Like Kuminga didn't play in Memphis and OKC. So who was that all just Jordan
And he
pulling
didn't play the last 2 games when they won.
Yeah, true. But I'm just saying, hey, he played a big part when they won 5 in a row while you were gone.
Mm-hmm. He did. I don't like I kind of mentioned last week that I didn't think the veterans had been pulling their weight. I think they'd been too hard on the rookies. I think they've become kind of hard to play with, the 3 of them at times.
That's interesting. Hard to play with.
Because they're so demanding. I don't know if we really want to get into it, but on the one hand, Steph, Clay, and Draymond are easy to play with. On the other hand, they're unbelievably hard to play with. They're easy to play with because if you do the right things, you're going to have success. You're going to get open shots. You're going to have lanes, but you got to know how to do the right thing. And
so this is the youngest they've been with multiple players because you got me
7
thinking
guys on the roster who can't play.
Since this run, everybody's fit in. If it's Zaza, if it's Bogut, JaVale McGee, if it's Ian Clark, if it's Barbosa.
Those are all veterans.
And Otto Porter Jr.
All veterans.
We've never had this. They ain't getting it up until maybe now.
But
the
why?
Warriors brass counting on multiple youngsters to figure it out. And one's in Detroit putting up numbers. I'll leave that there.
I know. The one thing with the Warriors is, we talk all the time about how hard it is to play their system and how different their system is. But then we wonder why their young players who didn't play college basketball for more than a year, why they can't pick it up. I mean, to me, it's obvious. It's obvious. Why have Lamb and Ty Jerome played? Because they were 4-year college guys.
Yeah.
And they have a clue. What do Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody have in common? They barely played college at all. So we should have, I don't know. I mean, we've talked about how advanced this offense and defense is and their ability to switch everything and guard 1 through 5. Well, you've got to have players who know how to play. And maybe they didn't take into account how much it was going to take to get those young players up to speed.
And you know what, Steiny? You're being kind. There is no maybe. They didn't. Because Moody's getting some time now at a default, and I like seeing him out there, but I can't argue Moody has taken advantage of the opportunity that was given to him or the short minute burst that he was put in games, because more times often than not, he didn't answer the bell. But that, to me, is just becoming so apparent to the naked eye that Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody, they didn't deliver what this team or management thought they could. And now you got one guy, Kuminga, in a boot. Hopefully he'll be back sooner than later. Gary Payton second will come back. But it's just funny that you introduced Ward Dub Nation to Lamb and Jerome, and they're both like cell phone minutes. You got no minutes left right now. It's like, I'm like, this is Rick Barry crazy. These 2 dudes figure it out, and they got a high IQ. And I'm like, who are they? They're in the way of da-da-da. Then we warm up to them, and now they're street clothes because of cell phone minutes. Like, you can't make this up. You can't, Steiny.
Well,
they're sitting down there. No, hey, last night they got it. But just moving like one of them's got to come back. Come on now.
We'll see. Robert's in San Jose. What's up, Robert? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
just wanted to talk about the Warriors. Right now, they're playing well the last 2 games. I want consistency from the Warriors in the last 2 games. They've looked really good. You guys got to talk about the good stuff about the Warriors, not just the bad stuff. You guys come out shooting, how they're playing this and that last year, but analysis as to what each game, how they're progressing, they're going looking bad or good. And I see him playing really well the last two games. And I think the X factor has been Iguodala. Even though he doesn't get those numbers, but he gets the intangibles. He makes players turn around from their shot, not get good shots. He plays really good defense. And the Warriors' defense is looking much better than previous games. So I think Iguodala's coming back into playing shape. So I think he's making already a difference. So another thing, if you guys can talk about the analysis of the game, who do you see playing bad? How do you see the Warriors improving or getting worse? Instead of just criticizing them every time about last year, this year, away, home, how are they improving? How are they getting worse? And that'll be a refresher from you guys. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Appreciate it, Robert.
We got you, buddy.
They're 7-26 on the road, so they're good at home and they're not very good on the road.
And Robert didn't call Friday, did he, after the debacle in Memphis? I don't believe. So there was nothing positive to talk about.
You look at a game like last night, everybody played pretty well.
And Iggy, he pointed out, plus 19, as you told me, Stoney.
Poole was terrific last night. Clay made shots. Steph was good. Draymond was fine. They need a lot of guys to chip in if they're going to win consistently, especially on the road. And that's the thing. The big threes played the last 3 or 4 games, and they're 2 and 3 in those games. Usually that's enough to get it done. So can the big three carry them on the road, or do they need a lot more help on the road?
I'll say this. Klay Thompson, Stoney, I know a lot's been made, and we could call that the revenge game because 2 of his bad games or non-better games have been against Phoenix and Devin Booker. We saw him get thrown out a couple months ago. But it's a thing of beauty to watch him get the ball, and your supposed shooter in D3. But, Stoney, the dude has the ball in his hands for a millisecond, and NBA defenses can't stop him. And to watch him get hot, 5, 6, like that, those are the things, the intangibles that him and Steph are going to have together, whoever they hook up in the offs. And they've earned that. And they got 4 titles. And I don't think the teams that they're going against have forgotten that. But to see Klay just start the game and set the tone the way he did last night, and then Curry back him up, and then Saturday night it was vice versa. That's what I bet on. That ain't gonna.
Can you count on him shooting 50% from 3?
And
42%.
That's a little high for my taste, but that's what I'm talking about. Can they do that, and can they do that on the road? We've seen them do it, but man, it was a thing of beauty to watch Klay just go off last night.
Prince in Oakland. What's going on, Prince? How you doing, man?
Hey, how y'all doing, man? Love the show.
Thank you.
I wanted to talk about Jordan Poole.
All right.
Just the divide, I think it is, and where it's going to. I think it's coming to he can't play in the fourth quarter. I think, especially after the Bucks game, Steph Curry said this was one of our best defensive lineups ending the game, and it was Draymond, Looney, Clay, Steph, and DiVincenzo. And I honestly believe that DiVincenzo played the Warrior way, and I think they want him on the floor instead of Jordan Poole, because I wouldn't blame him for all these losses, but there's many losses on his head. So, honestly, like I said, I don't think he should be playing. Honestly, I hope they, especially with Peyton coming back, it's not going to be enough minutes at the end of the game, man. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I think the veterans would rather have DiVincenzo than Poole.
And I think Kerr prefers it that way, too.
But, Poole closed that game last night pretty much.
Because Phoenix had walked him down a little bit, Stoney. Got it to within 4, and then Poole took over.
888. Well, you know what? Actually, we're going to have Jason La Canfora come on at 10:30, which is in 10 minutes. 49ers making a lot of news yesterday. Question is, are they better? Well, are they better on offense? That's the question we'll ask Jason, and then we'll have that conversation on the other side. The one thing. How many times? How many times do you think I asked you in the last year before the trade deadline? Ask me if I would trade James Wiseman.
Would you trade James Wiseman?
And what did I say every time?
No. Yeah, you know what? I forgot that's where you were at. You said, "Goo, that was off the table."
I mean, they gave up on a guy that they have no idea.
Oh my gosh,
what's going to happen to him.
Oh my gosh. And can we say since his departure, again, please, people don't hit me with the wins and losses. That's just on an individual basis analysis that he's trending up.
I mean, you know, he had 18 and 14 last night, 3 blocks.
God,
they won their first game with him playing. You know, I mean, it's a move where, you know, if this season fizzles out for the Warriors and Gary Payton the second is just Gary Payton the second next year and the year after, then this one might go down as a real herder of a move.
Wow, Steiny, I appreciate you going there. Let me throw this at you real quick. Do you think James Wiseman got a fair shot in his tenure as a Golden State Warrior?
He got a fair shot, but he got hurt, and they can't wait for him. I mean, he didn't get a fair shot because he got drafted by a really, really good team. Now he's playing on a really, really bad team. He's going to get playing time. The question is, will he pick up bad habits, or will he use that kind of as a springboard to become a really good player?
But my question to you is, why did they act so fast to give up on him?
Well,
what are you going to do with that money? What are you going to do with that money? Well,
no, they don't have anything. They can't. There's no money.
Well,
they're over the luxury tax.
No, but you were going to re-sign him. He was up.
No, he was under contract for next year.
Oh, that I didn't know.
Yeah, and then they had his rights to his 5th year too. So you gave up. You sent him out of here to get Gary Payton II back, an injured player. Right.
And if you have that injured player and this season fizzles out, I'm just asking you in Dub Nation, was it worth it? And you can look at what this kid has done since he's gone. Normally when you have a pick that high, a number 2 pick, you kind of get 9 lives. Felt like he got a couple lives here with the Warriors.
I mean, the bottom line is that's the pick is a failure. The pick is an absolute failure.
But he's not.
Well, but the pick is a failure for the Warriors. They had the number 2 pick, and right now they have Gary Payton II for it, and he's not playing. The thing turns into a double whammy if Wiseman turns into a good player, because they're never gonna get anything out of Wiseman now. They had the number 2 pick 3 years ago. They used it, and they drafted somebody who never helped them.
Damn.
So that was a wasted pick. Now the question is, did you make another mistake by moving Wiseman for a guy who doesn't help you, but Wiseman becomes a hell of a player down the stretch or down the road?
That would be a nightmare.
And you know, that's one thing. I do think a lot of people don't want to talk about this, but I think that's going to be a move that's going to be a move that Steph, Draymond, Clay, Iguodala, and Looney basically pushed for.
Wow.
I mean, that was a move that was solely done to appease the veterans, right? It had to be.
Wow. And the biggest advocate, we talked about it, was the owner, Joe Lacob of James Wiseman. So, you know, I'm not against that thought that, you know, somebody got in his ear with some gravitas and they had the power and they got him up out. I just don't know how the team is better because you were getting nothing from him. But to look at a 7-1 guy, you know, that can do some things offensively more than he could get defensively and just say, send him off. Wow.
I mean, that's why the Warriors, they have to make a run this year. Like they have to get into the playoffs, you know, whether it's through the play-in or not. They gotta win a series.
Yeah.
Because if they don't, and you made that move for Wiseman, for Gary Payton II to help you this year, but you didn't do anything this year.
Man.
You know, now you head into next year. Where are you? Where are you next year what do you do this offseason if you don't win a playoff series? I guess you're at the mercy of Draymond Green. But all I'm saying is, you know, James Wiseman, 18, 14, and 3 last night. He's been averaging 14 and 9.
Damn.
And
I saw Monty Poole tweet his stats yesterday, since he's been there. And, man, Steiny.
I mean, I just didn't, and again,
You said don't trade him. I'm going to give you some love.
It was just too soon. It's just too early.
What?
It was too early for a guy who had that little experience to expect, and that's what I kept coming back to. So you have a championship-ready team, and you have the most sophisticated offense and defense in the league. Maybe it wasn't fair to draft that kid and expect him to contribute this soon. All right, let's switch it up a little bit because I want to get into the San Francisco 49ers.
Making moves.
Specifically their quarterback situation. And we're going to talk about it with Jason LaConfort of Odyssey Sports on the other side. It's all sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture. Once again, Jason LaConfort of Odyssey Sports. He's going to be here on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Guru, man, love them waves, man. Good night.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is from the 510, and I'm going to blame Guru on this. Why did you guys start off so depressing? You know the Warriors did win last night. Oh, we knew the Warriors won, but we also know that we've got a very sophisticated fan base out here in the Bay, and we know that it's all about the road. So I came out and said, all right, do those 2 wins on Saturday and Monday make you feel any better heading to the road on this 5-game road trip? And crickets. That led me to believe that Warrior fans are taking that Missouri mindset. Show me.
Well, look at you.
Show me on the road. But
I acknowledge Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. Klay has been putting on a show, damn it. That's positivity. This team still has action, Jack. I got a little worried when Phoenix got it to 4, though. I was
you
like,
do realize
boy.
every team makes a run in the NBA.
But they were down 25.
Right. So they're going to come back and probably get it to single digits at some point.
So when they were up 4, did you think the Warriors were still up 25?
No, but I thought they were still in control.
Okay, right.
Did you think the Warriors?
Shout out Janet Jackson.
Did you ever feel like the Warriors were in danger?
You watch something and you see something kind of gradually slipping away, like if it's sunny and it starts to rain. Well, guess what?
But you're going to hold it against them.
Let me finish. To have the thought of the weather's changed is okay.
But every team kind of makes a run.
I understand that.
Sometimes I think you like the Warriors get credit for that last night.
Right. Yes, they
do. They were up
they
were up 25.
Right. But
then the Suns, who are a good professional
got
team,
it down to 4.
And the Warriors
but I never was supposed to say.
Then the Warriors won by 11.
Yeah, I wasn't supposed to ignore that run by Phoenix to say, "Oh, this is getting a little tight." Not that it's going to end up this way. You want me to say, "Oh, they were up 25. They're still up 25, even though it's really 4."
How many times does a team get up 25?
All the
and
time.
then never, the lead never goes below 20. Never happens.
Well,
I mean,
I watched the Atlanta Hawks yesterday.
Hey, Goo, the other team, that's true.
Yeah.
Hey, Goo, the other team gets paid.
I got you.
The other team gets paid,
and I'm not
too.
saying they don't. I'm telling you how I felt as the lead dwindled. 21 points. You're special.
Unbelievable. Yeah. No, Klay and Curry shoot like that. Man. They can beat anybody. How often can they shoot like that?
That's the $1 million question. And can you remember them shooting like that on the road? I'm not saying they haven't. It doesn't jump out at me like in years past. But that's the key. So if they tangle with right now, if the season ended, I know it doesn't. I love doing this. Steiny, they would play a series against Phoenix. And that would mean Kevin Durant, if he's back from his ankle injury. And then I'll throw this because we haven't mentioned it today.
Go ahead.
Hopefully Wiggins would be back.
Yeah, I'm not counting on Wiggins.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm not counting. If I'm a Warrior fan, I'm not counting on him or Peyton. Because that way, when we get him back, and you notice I say
it'll be a bonus.
Yeah, it'll be a bonus. Right. It'll be a bonus. See if you can make a run with one of those guys. At L.A., the Clippers. That's going to be a tough game tomorrow. Man. At Atlanta, that's not going to be an easy game either.
They got size.
At Memphis, that's a back-to-back, and you got to wonder if, is Klay going to play that?
Yeah, you owe them, right, Donnie? You would think.
Yeah, but they're in Memphis.
Who, by the way, hasn't slipped in the standings since Ja. I know he entered, counseling, but they beat Dallas. No Kyrie and no Luka last night, Memphis. Still holding on to the number 2 seed.
Then they play at the Rockets and at the Mavericks.
Man.
I don't know what to make of the Mavericks. I mean, they haven't played together. Those two guys haven't played together, but 4 or 5 games?
Yeah.
So they haven't done much since the trade deadline either. But yeah, Warriors, great effort last night. Nobody's taking that away from them. They shot the hell out of it.
And I'm telling you, I think they found something. People might scoff, but I always talk about Draymond Green being the junkyard dog. You know who's helping him? Who's in the yard now, a young pup? JaMychal Green. And if he can continue to, Donnie, what he's bringing is energy. He does a little bit of everything, but I'm telling you, if Wiggins does not resurface, JaMychal Green is going to be a big part, good or bad. He's going to get the opportunity. He's got some size. He can shoot the three. He ain't scared. He'll put you on your ass. And I don't know if you noticed when Draymond's out the game and JaMychal Green's doing his JaMychal Green things, when it's good, Dre's the first one off the bench. Like, that's what we need right there. It can't just be me. I know we got Loon Dog, but JaMychal Green's starting to answer the bell, Steiny, a little bit.
He's making some shots.
Yeah.
Making some shots. You know, and the other thing is about the last two games, nice wins for the Warriors, but like this is where, how are we going to judge them? As championship contenders or as a team that hopes to get into the playoffs and maybe make a run? Because if we're talking about them as a championship team, then you got to say, well, Bucks didn't have Giannis and the Suns didn't have Durant.
No doubt.
And those two are their best players on each team.
My question to you, Steiny, is why would that change?
When
have we ever looked at a champion the year after defending the throne as to how do you look?
Like, well, because they're only 3 games over. They have one of the worst records. They have the worst road record of any defending champion. That's why people have trouble looking at them like defending champions, because they have 7 wins on the road.
I'm just hoping there's a malaise or a, what do they call it when I was single? Hangover, championship hangover. And that's why I'm hoping game 1. I hope it starts tomorrow. But game 1, Warriors versus, you pick the team. Here's the series. First game on the road. They just look at us and like, y'all thought we was, come on, please. Like, that could happen.
It could also happen that they're in the play-in game.
You're right.
Their next 5 games, like, look, the bottom line is they're 8 of their last 13 games are on the road.
And they've lost 8 in a row on the road.
So if they win all their home games, lose all their road games, they're 500. Now, I'm sure Warrior fans will say, well, we'll go 2-6 at home on the road, or at least 3-5. And at that point, then you're 44-38, probably 5th or 6th.
Yeah.
Angel in Fairfield. What's up, Angel? How you doing, man? Angel.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, I think you guys are snoozing on Jimmy G, man. There's 2 things that he is that Derek Carr is not.
Give it to me.
Keeper, and he has playoff experience. And that alone is worth something in my book. And then as for the Warriors, I think the Wiseman trade was the nail in the coffin, man. If they hypothetically get the 4 seed, they'd have to win 7 road games, and they barely did that all season. So if this season was a lost season, it should have kept Wiseman and focused on the next season. That's all I got. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it, Angel.
Yeah, and let me go first, Donnie, on the Jimmy G. I'm not doubting Jimmy G can maximize all his weaponry in that Raider offense. I'm lightweight excited. But you know what scares me about Jimmy Garoppolo is what scared his former team. Can he stay upright? Can he stay available? I'm not scoffing at the Jimmy G acquisition by the Raiders, but we've seen it. We lived it. Can this dude stay healthy? And to Derek Carr's credit, Steiny, more often than not, what was 2012 when he broke his leg, outside of that, he was available.
What about the Wiseman take?
I'm with. I don't think it's a nail in the coffin. I don't like it. I didn't see it coming, but man, this dude is taking every advantage early on. If we had to go to the scorecard on did the Warriors get it right or wrong, it looks like they got it wrong. And I'm gonna say this on Curry's 35th birthday, the chef. Steiny, who do the Warriors, Dub Nation? Who's getting the baton? Who's Curry passing it to? And right or wrong, I always looked at Wiseman. That's what he symbolized to me. He was the future.
Who'd Jordan pass it to?
Derrick Rose. But I get you.
Who'd Kobe pass it to? Who'd Bird pass it to? How about Magic?
Well, it would have been Lynn Bias. Yeah. One of my favorites. It would have been Lynn Bias.
Well, assuming he would have lived and been a great pro, but it's.
Who's 1998 on YouTube? Guru, come on, man. Wiseman cannot play defense, period. End of story.
Well, maybe not right now.
That's the whole thing.
Maybe not right now.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, sometimes I don't Like, Warrior fans have a once-in-a-generation player in Steph Curry. He's one of the greatest of all time. We all know. So there's no torch. There's no torch. There's nobody coming after him. Like, nobody.
But you always have a one, though.
That's what, no,
like Monte Ellis was the best Warrior player.
And you're 30 and 52.
But I think it's good for business also, and I think
What?
that's why Lakeup went and drafted Wiseman thinking, we have an attraction. Now we'll be the San Francisco Giants in 2023 to where we got some good players, but not a star. That's what Wiseman was to me, Snotty, when the Curry, tenure was over. Mm-hmm. Not that he would be Steph, but you would have this 7'1" dude that
I guess the question is, how did we know who made the decision that Wiseman was going to be a star or Trey Lance was going to be a star when neither of them played, essentially?
Yeah.
Schleprock's in Milpitas. Hey,
What's
Schlep.
going on? Hey, I usually go down Guru Street, but this time I'm coming down your street, Steiny, because you made the comment that the Warriors won their last 2 games and the Stars weren't on the other team. But, I mean, is it better for them to win than to lose? I mean, come on, man. Steiny, is it better for them to win those games? Because we would have been defecating all over them if they had lost those games without their stars.
Schlep. That's why I prefaced it, Schlep, by saying, are we talking about the Warriors like a championship team, or are we talking about the Warriors like a 3 games over 500 team that we hope can make a run? Like if we're talking about them like this, like a championship team, then I just mentioned that those teams didn't have their players. That's all.
I got you. I understand, but you win whenever you can. Guru.
What's up, baby?
For sure.
Are you like 6'5", 6'7", or whatever?
6'4".
You're not telling me you were in high school cruising around in a CRX, were you? How'd you fit in that thing, man?
No, I was actually in college, and my friend loaned me the car, so I didn't have car then. So I got in it, though.
Thanks, Schlep. Appreciate the call.
Ernie Chavez, YouTube, Steiny, this is what I'm talking about. Donated. This is the first time I've seen it. $2.
For what?
On YouTube, I guess you can make donations. You get $1, I get $1.
What are you talking about? I have no idea.
I guess you can make donations on YouTube. And Ernie Chavez, $2. Shout out Ernie.
Ernie, why would you do that? It sounds like we're begging.
Single-handedly keeping us in business here.
Lincoln spent the good having
you can take my dollar.
I don't think it goes to us anyway. Remember I asked about the proceeds.
Of course it doesn't.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the 415 says the face of your franchise is not always a generational talent. Yeah,
you paid for me to say what he said. So now I got to go find out what Ernie, that's what you pay for. So what his comment needs to be read, I'll find it. Go ahead. Go, get my back. I'm going in.
We should really have a plan before we come onto the air.
Here we go. I got it.
Okay.
I have Ernie Chavez, $2 for this. The 3 wise men wanted Wiseman gone. Blame them. That's worth 20. That's a pretty good one. That's a 4.
Those are called super chats. That's how you monetize on YouTube. Man, so they paid Ernie Chavez. Ernie, you're gonna pay to have your text read.
And I'll do a good
Ernie,
job.
you're P1. I'll do yours for nothing.
Yeah, we've been doing that. Damn, Ernie. Ernie got chicken though, Steiny.
This is from the text line.
What you got?
Shoot, I can't get it now. It was a good one though. Wiseman. Oh, you were just talking. Now it says Ernie Chavez $2. Yeah, I don't usually go on this one.
Right, it's the same one. It'll pop up in like blue, nice little blue.
Somebody had they should have drafted. All right, we got to start over. They didn't draft Wiseman to be the superstar of this dynasty.
Gotcha. It was after. That's all. Come on, people.
But you put the pressure on him.
No, the pressure came with the pick. He could have been stashed like they were doing, and I would have been fine.
Oh, come on. We've been talking about Wiseman for 3 years.
But he never was going to be – his name was never going to be on the marquee until Steph and Clay and Dre were gone.
No, but the thought was that he could help a
no
little.
doubt. Yeah, contributions.
So, I mean, if Peyton's got to help. Peyton's got to absolutely help this year at some point. Let's take a listen to some of this sound from last night, and then we'll get into some 49er stuff. This is Curry asked if he checks the standings.
I think I glance at it every day just to see, but it's not really like obsessing over it. It's just more motivation to know we need to finish the season strong to put ourselves in the best position possible, seeding-wise, and then maybe the last 2 or 3 games just start to look, 5 games maybe, to see where the matchups might be. But other than that, it's just a good to know, not anything that dictates how we play.
All right, so Steph's not really
But if you do it every day, that's a pattern. I love that he looks.
He doesn't study it. He knows if they go 13 and what do they have? 13 left. They go 8 and 5. They're sitting pretty.
Steiny. Damn.
You would think they're sitting pretty at that point.
And tomorrow will be for the 5th seed because if the Clippers beat them, they're tied with them, but the Warriors got the tiebreaker. Warriors would go to 6 and the Clippers would be 5. See what I do for you?
And there's Minnesota too.
Man, and they say Cat Summers. They're not. I don't think Finch, your boy, is saying that.
I don't know. If
they beat the crap out of Atlanta.
I don't know if they can win with 2 of those 2 bigs.
We'll see.
Mike's in San Jose. What's up, Mike? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas, love the new time slot. Everyday listener.
All right,
and,
sweet.
Appreciate the views you guys always bring. I guess I'm in disagreement on Wiseman, and not because of Wiseman.
Okay.
When you look at Wiseman, he is an absolute terrible fit for the team. So what great teams do is realize they made a mistake and move on from it. What good teams do is wait 4 or 5 years to see how it would have worked out. Belichick was known for cutting a first-round draft pick that didn't fit. Doesn't mean Wiseman's fit. There's just no way his whole life he played with the ball in the post. It will never happen with the Warriors. So wish the kid good luck, but they weren't wrong to move on, in my opinion.
But you got nothing in return.
No different than Trey Lance coming in with no chance on a Super Bowl team. And Guru talking about the 3 vets earlier about motivation and all. They're trying to close the Celtics down in Boston today because they lost. I mean, it's that time of the year when guys are tired, guys are bored, and guys are ready for the playoffs. So if the Warriors don't win this year, I don't think the world ends next year. They move on from the young guys. They go get good older players. And if I was Steph, Draymond, and Clay, and the guys I were playing with didn't know where they're supposed to be on the floor, I'd be mad too. Thanks, guys. Listen every day.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. So Mike, you're saying if the Warriors, they finish 6th and they lose in the first round in Memphis. You're bringing all 3 veterans, and Draymond says I'm opting in. You're bringing all 3 veterans back and trading more of the young guys.
I think he hung up. But
no, I know. I mean,
yeah.
I'm just throwing that at you now too, I guess. Would you do that?
It depends on how it would look, and it also, I think a lot of stuff and a lot of people, I keep going back to David West when he says some things behind the scenes were going on. We never found it out. We never found out. You know why you don't find out? Because the best cologne is not Drakkar. It is winning. And if they lose, I believe the vase is cracked and stuff will leak out. Now, will management look at how they lost? Or will he look and say, you know what, Dre's still playing at a high level. The big 3 ain't going nowhere. Dre, come back. Bam, bam, bam. We'll run it back. We'll trade Poole. We'll try to do something with Kuminga. All that would be on the table. But for him to say, it sounded like he was giving the Warriors kudos for this Wiseman failure.
He was just saying they recognize their mistake. They cut bait.
Yeah, but that's still what this thing is going to haunt you because you got nothing. And I love GP2, but you got nothing back comparable to that number 2 pick. So that's that's a scar that's never going away.
I mean, the one thing that I guess is tough to figure is, when the Warriors don't have Steph Curry at some point, they're probably not going to play this way. So at what point when Curry leaves and Clay's gone, do the Warriors maybe go to a more traditional way to play? And then Wiseman would have been more effective.
No doubt. That's what I was banking on, Stoney.
Well, but if you guys think Steph's playing till 40,
dude, that's
which is 5 years,
more
well then what good's Wiseman going to be if he can't play with Steph? So you have to balance that. And the other thing is, I think it's obvious that Steph's going to be able to play longer at a higher level than the other two guys.
Yeah.
So, and the other thing is the first piece that's going to fall, probably you have no control over, and that's Draymond. What's Draymond going to do?
And who do you have? I know I fought you, but I recognize game, Stoney. Who do you have setting those picks? Nobody does it like Draymond. Looney right behind Dre, but they both do it at a high level, but that's been his staple, man. And I saw that Saturday night when he looked like Ray Lewis. Holiday running into a brick wall, just allowing the Splash Brothers to get it and splash it.
Is this text?
I'm focused on you. Let me bring it back up.
Yeah, it's the top one. I'm not going to read it. Is that true? I can't remember.
Now, I'm being honest.
I don't.
I
Why don't
want
you
you
read
to
it?
speak at my funeral. I'm telling you this now, and I hope we never. I want you to get up and say some good things about your boy. I've had my imperfections, but you're supposed to have my back.
Okay.
510 Xfinity Mobile text line. Guru receipts say you love to trade when it happened.
Right.
No, I did not. I've been the biggest Wiseman advocate. I played this rap song. I told Evan, okay, let us hear him on the mic. Don't say that stuff about me and try to put me in that jacket like we're at Felix Tuxedo Shop. And what I'm saying about the funeral is you're supposed to jump in and be like, my buddy didn't say that.
Well, you probably did at some point. Like a lot of times I have trouble keeping straight what you said and what you didn't.
Right.
So if you're telling me that you did not say that, I believe you because you're my friend. Sometimes it just doesn't jump out at me. What it is you believe. Now, at your funeral, that's a little different. I mean, I know for a fact this is a man who loved people. This is a man, Daryl. You want me to do it?
Had a few outstanding tabs.
You want me to do it?
No, don't do it now because we're playing with stuff. Something happened to me tonight. He was on the radio. Yeah.
Well, then I would at least have said something while you were alive.
The guys in the back are uncomfortable.
No, they're actually not. They're not even listening.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something about Daryl the Guru Johnson. He became a better friend to me than I ever imagined.
That kind of hits me, Stan. He might be playing.
Among the most likable, nicest, friendliest, positive people I've ever been around in my entire life. And I cherish his friendship.
Oh, man.
And I didn't know that when I was getting into this business.
Stop it.
That.
Put this on your Facebook.
I didn't know that when I was getting into this business, I would have, it would be more than just a relationship between two radio guys, that it would become a friendship.
Can we play this for Willard and Dibbs? Well,
sure.
I'll say this.
And I know.
Dude, I got it.
And what's a shame is that I know everybody's waiting for some kind of one-liner. There is no one. There's absolutely no one-liner. There's no one-liner.
Round of applause, 408.
The one-liner is the line that's the truth. Daryl the Guru Johnson is a man with magnetism. People are drawn to him, and it's positive.
You're on
That's
fire.
A fact. All right, we come back. Speaking of quarterbacks, bottom line, 49ers quarterback situation better now than it was yesterday? It's all sponsored by Twin USA. Felton Spencer.
Man.
Former Golden State Warriors center, also played for the Utah Jazz. 55.
University of Louisville. That's young, Steiny.
I know. He was a big fella. 7'1". Really a nice guy. Great guy. And just 55.
That is too young.
Yeah, and
thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah,
I totally forgot.
He was a guy who was here when the Warriors weren't very good, but he was a bright light. He was a very positive guy. Felton Spencer, 55, R.I.P.
On a lighter note, can I tell you something that happened during the break?
Okay.
If you're in the kitchen at the workplace and the bathroom is next door, don't blow your nose in the kitchen. Go in the restroom and blow your nose. I walk in the kitchen, they'll remain nameless. Dude's just blowing snot bubbles. No.
Was it Evan?
But I was just like, dude,
It was Spadoni, wasn't it?
No, I'm not. I'm not D'Angelo Russell.
Was it somebody in sales?
It don't matter. It happened, and
Wasn't
I didn't
a woman,
say anything.
was it?
I kind of just walked out. Take that in the bathroom. Something get
Oh,
loose
you
and get on a cup or something in here. All the stuff going around. The
Maybe
restroom's
you caught
right.
him by surprise. It was
Could've
a
been
her,
her.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
See?
I'm a dude. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Dick Fosbury. There you go. You ever heard of Dick Fosbury?
No, what a name.
You've heard. Seriously, have you guys not heard of Dick Fosbury?
I'm telling you the truth.
Is Spadone still back there? He's
Richard?
heard of him.
Never heard of him.
The Fosbury flop. He
Heard of Fozzie Bear.
Dick Fosbury
That's a
was
four.
the first high jumper to jump with his back facing
What?
the high jump bar. Most guys had they used the scissor method. Dick Fosbury, the Fosbury flop. The Fosbury
Never heard
flop.
that.
Yeah,
Look at
Guy's
you.
an innovator.
yeah, absolutely. Still, and
Man.
it's still being used today. Mm-hmm. What was I going to say?
95.7 The Game breaking news.
You know what?
What we got?
I tell you what, I'm going to do this, but I didn't like the bullying right there, Spadoni, because this doesn't deserve it. We've had 3 pieces of news that are bigger than this.
Now 4.
49ers are bringing back center Jake Brendel on a 4-year deal. Hold on. The Jets made a push,
Look at
but he's back in San Francisco. That's per Ian Rappaport.
Who will he be blocking for? That's the big question.
He'll be snapping the ball to by the way, I got a question for 49er fans, because we were talking about getting into this. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. 49ers, it seems obvious, are going to go into next season with Trey Lance, and they're going to go in with Brock Purdy.
Yep.
And they're going to go in with Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Is that better than Garoppolo, Lance, and Purdy? Because I don't think it is. I think the 49er quarterback position got worse since last year.
You know what? For anybody out there that feels that way, I'm not mad at you, because I saw last year's San Francisco 49ers with Mr. Irrelevant come in mid-season and take them right back to the NFC Championship game. So I'm the guy that told you I feel like, and it's starting to look like, Kyle can do it with any quarterback. And now we saw what happened with Purdy. If for some reason, there's a delay with him coming back, why can't Sam Darnold come in and do what Brock Purdy and Jimmy did in previous years? Why can't Trey Lance do it? Especially now, I'm saying it. Outside of the Dolphins, I think the Niners got I'm including the Dolphins. Mostert, I love you guys, but you ain't McCaffrey. The Niners got the best weaponry in the NFL. And I believe that. And with the tutelage of Kyle Shanahan, any quarterback can be successful. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but Darnold coming out of USC was supposed to be the next, and now he's in what I dubbed what happened?
I don't know.
Oh, I just said fight on. Sorry, I didn't mean to distract you. Sorry.
I was like, I talked to myself. Guru, he went to Oregon.
As producer
but I knew it was
Lucas
USC.
Alexander is feeling better.
I
Come on,
love
we
it.
love you, Lucas. Feel better. Torn ACL, he got it recovered.
Dude,
So there you go.
that's why I love Spadoni. And I sent him a personal text. Told him feel better. But he can step in and do it too, Steiny. So I don't think they've taken a step back.
Of course they have. Of course they have.
Please explain. That's my Roxy Bernstein.
Jimmy Garoppolo, in the last 6 years, quarterbacked 55 games, and the Niners won 37 of them. They won 37 of his 55 games. So either somebody's going to have to quarterback them to 37 and 18, or they're not going to be as good at quarterback. The reality of the situation is, whether you like it or not, Jimmy Garoppolo has been a factor at quarterback for the Niners for the last 3 to 5 years. He's won them games. He's been steady. So now what? He was this team's security blanket. He was absolutely positively this team's security blanket. Something goes wrong with one of the two quarterbacks next year, and they don't have Garoppolo. Do you believe Sam Darnold can do what Jimmy Garoppolo has done? I don't.
Well, my only thing to you saying that is the organization told us what they think. And they obviously think they've gotten better, or they can do better without Jimmy G or Steiny. He would still be a part of that quarterback room. So I'm asking you, how can you feel that way when the team had the option, but they chose it was time to move in a different direction?
Because they gave up their quarterback who had the most experience, who had the most playoff success, who had the most time under center in the last 5 years. So all I'm saying is they went from last year having Trey Lance, who had only played 2 games, Jimmy Garoppolo, who played 55-60, and Brock Purdy, who played 0. Well, next year they're going to Brock Purdy, who's played 8, Trey Lance, who's played 4, and Sam Darnold, who, to me, is not as good as Jimmy Garoppolo. So they lost a quarterback who was successful for them, and now, relatively speaking, they got 2 unknowns at quarterback.
And Purdy being one of the unknowns?
Of course.
Well,
of course.
Okay, he was undefeated. So let's just say I'm wrong, and he's ready to go week 1. I mean, the offense looked different under Brock Purdy because he did things that had attributes that Jimmy didn't have, mainly keeping the play alive, mobility, and being able to throw the ball outside the pocket. Like, I'm asking you, Steiner, you think that really was 8 games of flukage?
No, not flukage, but do you think he's going to be better than last year?
Honestly, I do.
What's he going to do better than last year?
It's not better, it's maintained.
Well,
and maybe he can take it up a notch because now he'll be like some good chicken meat, taco meat. He'll be seasoned.
And maybe the defenses will benefit from seeing him 8 or 10 times, and he won't have a jump from last year, and this will be who he is.
Okay.
And in a year, we'll say, you know what, he's pretty similar to Jimmy Garoppolo. Because I think that's a possibility.
But what if they feel like, and obviously I think this may not be it, but there was something they were feeling, Steiny. What if they feel like Jimmy he capped out? Well, and they were like, you know what? Plus he can't stay healthy. And Brock, when you got hurt, there weren't regular season games.
Who's more injury prone, Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, or Jimmy Garoppolo?
Wow.
Because Garoppolo's been healthier than all of them.
Well,
even though they've had a small
Lance had a season, the first one he didn't play. Yeah.
So he's played 1 out of 2 seasons, Trey Lance, and Purdy's played a half a season. I'm not saying Brock Purdy's going to fail, but what I am saying is I don't think he's going to be
as good.
No. Well, I don't know about as good, but he's not going to be significantly better to me than last year.
But it might be good enough with what you have around you.
It wasn't last year, was it?
Well, he got hurt in the most important game, but he got you to that game.
You think they would have beaten the Eagles?
Snotty, it would have went to the 4th quarter, and if you told me they won 23-20, I wouldn't have been surprised.
We're all just guessing on that. The Eagles won 31-7.
Every part of
the Eagles scored. Forget the 49er offense.
Yeah.
The Eagles scored 31 points on that defense.
Really, 24. They got a touchdown because the coach.
Still a lot for supposedly the best defense in the NFL.
But now
then they took their foot off the gas too.
Yeah, but now you took one of their best defenders You got him on your defensive line. You would think your defense is going to be better. You lost Ward, okay, but we all saw that coming. Steiny, I don't think Brock Purdy was a fluke. That's all I'm saying. But I do get people saying I want to see more.
Matt's in Newark. What's up, Matt? How you doing, man?
Man, what's more torturous than listening to the accolades we are giving the late Jimmy G as being stuck at this train that's going on for miles and miles? I just want to say one thing. Jimmy did win all those games. Too bad he didn't win the games that mattered, okay? And talking about healthy quarterbacks, he sure wasn't healthy for that NFC title game. So you know what? Thanks for the memories, Paisan, but it was just a little bump in the road. It was good. It was good while it lasted. But you know what? We got a stud in Brock. We've got a potential stud in Trey. And we've got a decent backup in the redhead Darnold. So I'm not losing any sleep of Paisan moving on. Good riddance. Sayonara. Au revoir. Come on, guys. Let's be real about all this.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it.
Raiders signed him up.
He didn't.
Damn.
Garoppolo didn't win when it mattered. 4-2 in the postseason.
And it should have a Super Bowl victory.
4-2 in the postseason.
We had Chris Rose on yesterday. He goes, well, you know, in the 2019 Super Bowl, they were up with 8 minutes. I wanted to jump in. Chris, it was 6. It got down to 6. Man. I'll tell you what. If Jimmy woulda, coulda, shoulda, you won that. Had he won that Super Bowl, Steiny, I don't even think Trey Lance is here.
I don't know.
Life.
Bob's in San Francisco. Hey, Bob, what's going on, man?
Hey, how you doing? Love the show, guys. Okay, defense wins championship.
Yep.
What happened to that? Right? Exactly. So Garoppolo was really good for the Niners. It might just come back and bite him in the butt. But I think that Brock Purdy is the real deal. We still don't know about Trey. And Darnold's way better than Josh Johnson, right? So, you know, let's look at it like that. That's pretty much it.
Appreciate the call. 925 says the 49ers general manager you'd square paying Jimmy $25. No, it was time for him to leave. There's no doubt. They have two quarterbacks on very, very manageable contracts, and Jimmy Garoppolo's not going to be a 49er. All I'm saying is they went from having an insurance policy there, and they went from having a quarterback who they knew could win over in the last 4 or 5 years, as his record indicated. He's not on the roster anymore. That's all. The guy who you could take to the bank, he's not on the roster anymore. And what do you have in his place? You have somebody who's played 8 regular season games and looked good, and you have a guy who's only played 4 games and the verdict's out on. So if Brock Purdy's better than last year, we don't have a problem. If Brock Purdy stays healthy and is better than last year, we don't have a problem. If Brock Purdy's delayed and Trey Lance hasn't taken a step forward, then we have a problem.
Tell me what you think of this. If Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, can come in unannounced and do what he did with the San Francisco 49ers, because it was lightweight incredible. Sam Darnold last year in 6 games, 7 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. My thing is, you don't think, I'll call him a veteran, drafted in 2018, Sonny, you don't think he can do the same thing if called upon, if Brock, got hurt or whatnot, or Trey wasn't getting it? I feel confident that Darnold can come in and duplicate what Purdy did.
Purdy went 8-0.
There's a lot.
Purdy went 8-0.
Yeah, well.
And I think we also
handing
have to,
off to McCaffrey and looking for Kittle and Debo and Ayuk. I mean, a lot of quarterbacks would call this heaven.
The one thing I was, as it relates to Garoppolo, again, like his record was 37-18 as a quarterback.
Can't take that from him.
So, whoever is the quarterback for the 49ers over the next 3 or 4 years, can't we say whoever is the quarterback, they should go 37-18, right?
What if you go 37-25, but you win a Super Bowl?
I'll take that.
All right.
I'm sure most people would take that,
and I'll
too.
say that about your stat. Purdy's off to a hell of a start. If you want to go wins and losses.
Well, so is Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo was like 7-0 to start, right? He won 2 games in New England, then he came here and won 5 in a row. Let's go to Johnny, San Jose. What's up, Johnny? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I rarely agree with Guru, no offense, man, about the winning with style, but you've got to admit that Purdy did it way better than Garoppolo did. And for you to say that the Eagles put 31 on the Niners defense, I mean, let's have some context here. They were on the field for the entire game. They didn't have a quarterback that could throw the ball. I mean, I don't think that game is as widespread as you're making it out to be. And, yeah, I agree with you, Steiny, that Garoppolo is probably a better quarterback than Darnold is, but Darnold's never had this as an offensive weapon kind of arsenal. So I think throwing that out and saying that the quarterback room got worse, I don't know. I don't know if it did. But at the same time, throwing Purdy out there and saying, oh, well, he's only played 8 games. Maybe next year the defenses figure him out. Well, they had 8 games to figure him out, and they couldn't because the guy kept putting up points, and he had a wonderful supporting cast. So I'd love for you to check yourself a tiny bit there, and I don't know, maybe it's theatrics, but I'm not sure if you really believe what you're saying, Steiny.
I do. And the reason I believe it is because I'm just using track record. That's all I'm using is track record. And if you don't think that quarterback records are relevant, that's fine. I mean that seriously. But all I'm saying is when Jimmy Garoppolo quarterbacked, almost aside from whether he was good, bad, or in the middle, the 49ers, they had success. With Jimmy Garoppolo, essentially, they have made the playoffs 3 out of the last 4 years? Now, I know Purdy did it the second half. And the other thing is, I feel the same way about Gary Payton II. I just don't feel like you can say when Gary Payton II comes back, he's going to be like he was last year for the Warriors. Maybe.
That's the hope.
And if Brock Purdy next year is the quarterback that he was last year, we got a ball game. But I just want to see it a little more. And the reality is they have 2 quarterbacks. Listen, you're right. The quarterback position may be better this year, but it's not even close to as experienced as it was last year. And now you have your top 2 quarterbacks. All I'm saying, your top 2 quarterbacks haven't combined to play 1 season. That's all I'm saying.
And
Jimmy Garoppolo is a proven veteran in the NFL.
Yeah, you covered yourself when you said, you know what? The metrics, your metrics about games played and quarterback and started, that is a worry. That is something Niner fans can worry about with Brock Purdy combined with Trey Lance because they're so new. They're so young. And the 31-17, Stanley, I'll give it to you. I just feel like what we saw from Brock Purdy and what's still around him, if he's healthy and can remain upright, I mean, the sky's the limit. And, Stanley, I'm about to go out on a limb. I know we haven't seen a lot of Trey Lance, but if he steps on the field, I don't think Darnold would be ahead of him. That's when we will know it was a disaster or he just doesn't have what it takes, is if Sam Darnold somehow is ahead of Trey Lance. Like, Trey, if you're listening, this is your time if Brock Purdy is delayed. And, again, you got everything a quarterback would want and a head coach who specializes in scheming up all kind of stuff. It works, i.e. Brock Purdy before he got hurt.
The one thing we have to say that not every quarterback succeeded under Shanahan?
We going Beathard and Mullins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
mean, it's a fact.
So when people say,
well, that was pre-McCaffrey. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fine, but it was.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the idea that I don't believe Brock Purdy's lousy. I think Brock Purdy's pretty good. I think he's pretty good. So I don't think that somebody lousy would thrive back there just because of Kyle. Eric's in South San Francisco. What's up, Eric? How you doing?
I'm good, guys. Yourselves?
Doing well, thank you.
So my thought is, I think we got some of the percentages to look at what is a successful 49ers quarterback. In my mind, it's 70% is Shanahan and supporting cast. 30% is that quarterback's ability to work with them. And if Sam Darnold could meet that 30% as well as Jimmy G did and as well as Brock Purdy did for 8 games, they're going to be fine next year without Jimmy G. But if he can't, then you've got problems because you've got, like you just said, one season of experience between 2 quarterbacks.
Well said, Eric. Appreciate the call. And here's the other thing. When you look at Jimmy Garoppolo, like what was he last year? Was he the first-string quarterback, second-string quarterback, or third-string quarterback? I guess he was the backup, right? Because he came in second after Lance, right?
Yeah, but when we went out to practice, they had him like it was just evident. It was apparent to everybody that he was out of here.
Yeah, and obviously they went to re-sign him. So when they re-signed him, I guess my question is, last year they had Lance and Purdy, and they felt the need to sign Jimmy Garoppolo as a security blanket, right?
Yep.
So fast forward a year, Lance only played 2 games. Purdy played 8, only 8. So, I mean, yes, there's no doubt that the 49ers are convinced that Purdy's going to be fine because last year they didn't trust Purdy and Lance enough to not sign Jimmy Garoppolo. So, yeah, they expect Brock Purdy to be pretty good.
Well, let me just throw this to you.
But he's coming off injury.
Unless you got sources and facts, and anybody out there has sources, how do we not know Lynch and Shanahan don't look at Trey Lance as an upgrade? Because he hit the field before Brock Purdy. Purdy took over when Jimmy got it. How do we not know they still look at Lance in high regard?
They might, but it doesn't change the fact that he's inexperienced. And now they have, if you want to say Garoppolo would, who's a better third-string quarterback, Garoppolo or Rosen? I'm sorry, Darnold.
Yeah, Garoppolo.
So if it gets down to that guy, then I think you're going to feel not having Garoppolo. But again, I'm not saying they should have gone out and re-signed him. It's a natural parting. But they got young quarterbacks right now, and they think they have a window, a Super Bowl window. And I guess the question is, can you have a Super Bowl window with Brock Purdy and Trey Lance as your quarterbacks? Hey, do you want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors versus Spurs game on March 31st? All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You'll get 1 entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen, it's another chance to win up to 8 entries per day. So download that Odyssey app right now. Tickets courtesy of the Warriors, and as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets. 888-957-9570 is the number. How do you feel about me saying that maybe the 49ers quarterback room isn't quite as good as last year simply because there's no Jimmy Garoppolo? And let's be honest, the 49ers last year were talking about a Super Bowl and developing Trey Lance. Aren't they essentially talking about the same thing this year? Winning a Super Bowl and developing either Brock Purdy or Trey Lance. You think it's going to work? Let me know on 95.7 The Game.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows...
first I was on Goo's team, and then I was on Steiny's team, and now I don't know which way I'm going.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
My man Uncle Looney here on the YouTube chat. Didn't the Warriors get a win yesterday? A great win. What's going on with these topics? Wiseman's gone and Jimmy is gone.
Wow.
We'll get back to the Warriors at noon.
Winners of 2 in a row?
At home.
Yep.
At home.
Hey, 2 in a row. 5th seed, baby.
Yeah. 5th seed. Golden State Warriors. They beat the Phoenix Suns last night, 123-112. Klay Thompson and Fuego making shots. Steph.
In a half.
Yeah.
That's incredible,
Duh.
man.
Easy, Klay.
Yeah, that was him. What's up with that airplanes?
He does that.
Can you
He's
make
done
one?
that his entire career.
Could you make
Did
one?
you just notice?
No, I'm asking what's up. Why? You used to grab the mic. You ain't doing it no more.
He thinks it's fun.
Yeah.
Paper airplanes are fun.
It does seem like it gives him something to do in the post-game press
He's a
conferences.
fidgeter. He's like me. Clay and I have a lot in common.
Oh,
both
boy.
feathery jumpers, and we both fidget.
Oh, my goodness. T3. There you go.
Let's go to Nico in Sacramento. What's up, Nico? How you doing, man?
Good. How you guys doing, man?
Doing well.
That's what's up. Well, first, let me shout out my wife. Happy Pi Day. It's her birthday today, so shout out Shelby. But I want to talk about James Wiseman and Trey Lance because they seem like the same person to me because it seems like they got drafted to come help, but they're not going to be ready in time. I mean, be honest. Regardless if Purdy is back or not, Darnold is going to beat Trey Lance out for that gig regardless. I don't see him
now, why would you
beating
say
out
that?
Darnold. He's not that good. I don't see it. And the thing is like it sucks because I feel bad for Trey Lance because he's a black quarterback and he's never going to get a second chance. I mean, Shanahan's supposed to be the QB guru, so if he can't get Trey Lance to win, who else is going to raise their hand and say, we'll trade for him?
I would just say to that, have you really, and I'm asking you, Steiny, have you really seen enough red flags from Trey Lance? Because I don't feel like Trey Lance has got the James Wiseman 37 games in his rookie year. I don't think we've seen enough to where, oh, man, maybe the hands, he ain't strong enough. Hey, I'm the first one to say, when it comes to his accuracy. But now that you got a stud running back in McCaffrey, I can't wait to see Trey Lance in this offense. So how are people making judgments so fast?
Because he didn't look good at the start of the season. He lost the Bears. But here's the pushback I would say to Nico is, he said Darnold's going to beat out Lance. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo didn't beat out Lance last year.
And I think that would be a nightmare scenario. He's in here on a one-year deal. He's here to, what happened in Philadelphia, and I know it was roster constructed or the rules, that will never happen to the Niners again. But Steiny, he's not here. He better not be here to beat out Trey Lance. Because if that happens, then Trey, I got nothing for you.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're throwing out the 49ers quarterback position. It looks like it's at least solidified. They have Brock Purdy, who ideally will be ready for the season opener. They have Trey Lance in his third year now, entering. And they have Sam Darnold, who's probably going to be their number 3 quarterback. And the only thing that I'm bringing up is by not having Garoppolo, and I'm not saying they should have kept him, they lost all their experience at quarterback. And so they will go into the season with Brock Purdy, who's coming off elbow surgery and only started 8 games in his entire career, and Trey Lance, who's only started 4 games in his career. So they are going into another season with instability at quarterback, right? Instability. Who's the number 1 quarterback right now? Who is it? Exactly.
No.
Exactly.
I was about to break it down. I think it's Brock Purdy. But
you think it is?
Yeah.
You think it is.
Yeah,
and you might be right.
You said in those 8 games,
you might be right.
He got 2 playoff starts, and he started the NFC Championship game. That was sooner than Garoppolo ever played in the postseason. But if you really are sitting here telling me you believe Jimmy wasn't holding the Niners back, then I'm going to say, you know what, Steiny? I'm buying what you're selling. But I believe the Niners felt like, yeah, it was part that he couldn't stay healthy, but there was a limit on what he can do, and that's why this offense looked different under Brock Purdy. So
had nothing to do with McCaffrey.
Some of that too.
Okay.
Some of that.
Maybe a lot of it.
Well, you got
maybe a lot of it.
But a lot of it to the point to where is Lynch and Shanahan going to say, hey, can't wait to see Trey out there with the new Ferrari in the backfield. He was the starter last year. So did Brock Purdy do enough for you to where it's just he's one? He's one, and Trey Lance is two, and Darnold's three?
I mean, honestly, I don't know. Because I'm sure Shanahan knows if he wants to start Purdy or Lance right now.
And I'm not being a jerk
wants to start
here.
Purdy.
I'm not going Steve Martin. But Steiny, I think you would be the only one missing Jimmy Garoppolo. And I get your 31-17, whatever his record was as a starter.
37-18.
37-8, damn.
Okay, what if somebody gets hurt?
Okay, you got Jimmy in Sam Darnold.
Well,
so
that's what people think.
Okay, and I think the team thinks that.
Okay, well, I don't think that. I think Garoppolo's better than Sam
I got
Darnold.
something else for you for the guys that want to compare Wiseman to Trey Lance. I'm sorry, I want to see what Trey Lance is, and I think the Niners do too. I don't think they did everything that they did to bring him here to put him in the icebox. I think that we're going to find out whether it be preseason or not. I just don't think he has zero chance is breaking camp and not being the starter week one.
Why would he have zero? This is what I don't understand.
But
why
that's how
would
he's
Trey
talked
Lance
about.
From whom? By whom?
The Brock Purdy mania people.
He started last year. Trey Lance.
Yeah.
He started last year.
No doubt about
Brock Purdy just had surgery. There's an absolute chance that Trey Lance will start week one next year.
I can't wait to ask Willard. He's one of those guys. I don't want to speak for him.
It depends
He's
on
one
how
of those,
it plays out.
But no, assuming Brock Purdy's healthy and ready to go, I still think there's going to be a competition.
I don't know if there is or isn't, but I do think that Kyle Shanahan right now, if you said, okay, both quarterbacks are going to be 100%, I think he'd say, okay, well, I'm starting Purdy.
Wow. So then,
but maybe he'd say, the issue isn't who he's starting. The issue is that he's got somebody in mind who he would start.
Well, no, to me it is. To me the issue is if you start Mr. Irrelevant, which you can and you have, and he balled out, you're telling me you're just going to sit Trey Lance?
Yeah.
And just you move mountains to bring him in, but we're never going to find out, or you
they have found out they don't like him.
Now, see that why? What makes you say that?
Because they've seen him in practice for 2 years.
Oh, man.
What?
They seen him in practice.
Practice is important.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's not, but they haven't seen him with Christian McCaffrey in this new offense, Steiny. I think they want to find out.
I think that okay. I mean, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know who's going to start next year.
But the curiosity as an organization, this is not just, we got this guy in the third. Steiny, they moved mountains to get him.
No, I mean, traded a couple first. Big deal.
Come on, Steiny, they want to know.
Who wants to know?
Kyle and John want to know.
You think they don't have a clue?
Now, clue and knowing are different. This dude has not failed in the public eye yet, Trey Lance.
That's maybe because they're protecting him. Like, I think the Warriors, in a way, protected Wiseman from us seeing him.
But not when he started. They at least gave him that.
Well, that was year one, and Steve Kerr said he made a big mistake. Scotty and Hayward. What's up, Scott? How you doing, man?
Gentlemen, I'm doing well. Loving the show. Loving the discussion. You know, I just want to say, I hear you guys. I'm with Guru on wanting to see a little bit of Lance. As far as Garoppolo goes, you know, revisionist history is a heck of a thing. I agree with a lot of the points you make, Steiny, but I think I want to hear you say that at least once a game, maybe more, there's that, oh no, what is you doing throw. And thank God linebackers can't catch, or he would have had a heck of a lot more picks. But Jimmy G did not take very good care of the football. And the 49ers had a very good defense, which helped to limit some of those mistakes and win them some more of those games on his glowing win-loss record. But Jimmy G, as far as, you know, compared to the other quarterbacks we got, Purdy was a better caretaker, and Lance has better physical gifts than any of them. So I'm as curious as everybody about how this is going to shake out. But I'm not all that sad to see Jimmy G go. I think his time was done. I think we're going to see him throw an awful lot of picks in the AFC West. And, yeah, enjoying the conversation. Thanks, gentlemen.
Appreciate it, Scotty.
Yeah, I'm curious, man.
It's like, again, and I want to make it clear. It's not that they're going to. I think they're going to miss Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm just saying that if Sam Darnold has to quarterback 8 to 10 games, I like my chances with Garoppolo more than Sam Darnold, a guy who's been here for 6 or 7 years. Now, Garoppolo's not an option, so that part's off the table. And the only thing I'm saying is, with Jimmy Garoppolo not on the team this year, they have very, very little experience at quarterback. Brock Purdy's quarterbacked 8 games, and he looked good. But I got to see another year or so, don't we? 8 games? 8 games?
That all depends if you think Trey Lance has more of an upside, and did he lose his job to injury?
415, I know you're on radio and you need to generate discussion. That always means there's a compliment coming. But tell me one thing you've seen. I guess this is for you, Goo. Tell me one thing you've seen from Trey that would warrant him starting. And I'll just say I think it's possible he could start.
Oh.
Go ahead, Goo.
Draft night when they said that he was going to the Niners. And they wasted that capital to bring him in. That just doesn't go down the toilet to me. It may, but I got a sneaky suspicion we have not seen the last of Trey Lance, and we're assuming, and rightfully so, Brock Purdy mania, he earned that. He was dynamic, but damn, if I'm a coach and I have a quarterback that never got a chance to play with a running back that we traded for, I'm not shutting the door and saying, is Brock Purdy a bust? And especially if Brock Purdy's health, there's a delay. This ain't Darnold, then Lance. It's got to be Lance, then Darnold. And then I'm telling Lance, Trey, look, buddy, when you go out there, you can never make him look back. You got to take this thing. You got to look the part.
Mo's out there. Hey, Mo, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? Love the show.
Thank you.
I got to say, I'm coming down your road, Steiny. Yeah. And I'm coming down my fellow faithfuls' road who can't stand them sometimes. Huh. Everybody needs to slow their roll. All right, we just signed the best QB3 in the NFL, Sam Darnold. Jimmy left. What is all this talk about Sam Darnold's going to start?
No, nobody said
that. Trey Lance. Just like a few callers before me said, you got to put some context on Jimmy Garoppolo's, and you brought up his playoff record. All right, so in our 2019 run, when he played against Minnesota and Green Bay, let's put some context into that. You say he's 4-2 in the playoffs. Yeah, 2 of those games in that 2019 playoff run, he combined for how many passes against the Super Bowl?
Not a lot. So, thanks a lot, Mo. I don't want to relitigate that, but I hear what you're saying. And
Mo,
I'm not going to look. A lot of people think the 49ers won in spite of Jimmy Garoppolo. That's fine. All I'm saying is somebody better win these games at quarterback if it's not going to be Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, they're off to a good start with that, Matt.
They're 0-0 right now. As far as I'm
last
concerned.
year.
Okay.
Do you know why Brock hit the field? Because Jimmy got hurt.
Right. And Trey Lance got hurt.
So in 49er quarterback, we trust because they were about to run the table.
Well,
I see you smiling, but
look at their team. Look at who they play the second half of the season.
Oh, well, they beat Dallas in the playoff game. They beat a hot Geno Smith Seattle team. Those are playoff games, those
They are playoff games. But this is what
Philly was just. Yeah, but hey, Philly did what you want to do. What is it? To kill a snake, you take the head.
Let me see this thing.
They knocked him out.
Purdy. I mean,
he was flawless, man.
Cardinals, Saints, Dolphins, Bucks, Seahawks, Commanders, Raiders, Cardinals.
Man.
And I'm not saying. Listen, I'm just saying. I am not completely sold that Brock Purdy is going to be the quarterback we saw all of last year. Now, if they got rid of Garoppolo, they think he is, right? The 49ers think Purdy is as good as – the 49ers must think Brock Purdy will be at least as good as last year, right?
Yeah,
they have to.
There's no doubt.
They wouldn't have let Jimmy go.
But, again, I'm not fighting you. I don't think anybody's fighting you on you need to see more. But can you also add it was electric of what you've seen from him thus far?
No, not electric.
They were dynamic,
It was not
Steiny.
electric. I wouldn't say he's electric.
Did you see Kittle? He looked like my boy Kelsey.
I don't think they were electric.
What would the guys in the back say? I mean, this whole offense with they were electric.
Okay, if you say they're electric, I think the Chiefs are electric. I think you have to have a quarterback that can move a little more than Purdy to be electric. But whatever, it's just a word. Joe's in Hercules. What's up, Joe?
Hercules.
Yeah, a couple of things. You're talking about physicality with Purdy. I like his brain.
Sure.
His brain gets in a lot less trouble than Garoppolo did. And I can't tell you how many oh no Garoppolo moments I've had. And here's another question for you. If Garoppolo were playing for the same two teams that the guy we got, what would his record be?
Sam Darnold.
I don't think it'd be 38-17 or 37-18.
And no Kyle Shanahan there, baby. Like, I know his importance. I can rip Kyle, but I can also give him his praise.
So they would be. Sam Darnold would be.
Oh, he would be night and day.
No. He's saying Sam Darnold would have the same record as a 49er quarterback as Jimmy Garoppolo.
I don't know what to do with that.
Paul's in San Jose. Hey, Paul. What's up, man?
How's it going, guys?
Going well.
Good. Steiny, I don't think that Trey Lance beat out Jimmy Garoppolo. I just think that the Niners had it in for him because I also think that, like, when Trey Lance got hurt, if the Niners won the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo and Purdy never came in, we'd be never talking about Purdy and what? The Niners would still keep Jimmy Garoppolo or what?
What do you think?
Because I would love to have Jimmy Garoppolo on my team, which is the Denver Broncos. But that's not going to happen right now since he's with the Raiders. But I just think that the Niners had it in for him starting of last year, and they're just lucky that no one picked him up, and he went this far with them before Purdy came in.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate the call. I mean, here we are again talking about Jimmy G and whether he's good or whether he stinks.
Well, the Raiders gave him the keys. I'm sure they're not tanking.
With Jimmy Garoppolo at this point, to me, it doesn't matter whether he stinks or he's great. They won 2 out of every 3 games when he quarterbacked. So all I'm saying is, and that includes some games early when they weren't this loaded. So I don't care who quarterbacks, but they better win 2 out of every 3 games.
Okay.
Because there's no reason they shouldn't if this team is as loaded as everybody says. That's all I'm saying. So we'll find out, right?
Yeah, and they're off to a good start because I think it's more than 2 out of 3 with Brock Purdy. He went undefeated. His first loss came in the playoffs, Steiny, after adding 2 wins in the postseason. So that's all I'm saying. Like, right now, it looks good. Then people in the back can be like, well, Guru, why are you talking Trey Lance? Because you don't move mountains to go get him and just say, okay, we're not going to see what he is.
In the grand scheme of things, their top 2 quarterbacks don't have 15 starts between them. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying Brock Purdy wasn't good last year. But he stopped telling me that he's like a 7-year veteran. It's possible that he'll excel next year, and the 49ers are going to have their quarterback for the next 8 years. And I think that's what Kyle Shanahan thinks is going to happen. But it's got to happen.
And it was in the process of happening until he wrecked his elbow. So I get what you're saying about you're concerned about the amount of games that he hasn't started. but there's no cap on he couldn't have taken this team, Brock Purdy, to a Super Bowl.
Well, he
had
didn't.
he not got hurt.
But
he
come
took
on,
them to the
dude.
NFC Championship.
But they lost 31. Like, you
He
can't
wasn't in
do
there,
that.
though.
But you can't.
But
like,
tell me
you
what I'm
can't-
doing.
Well, what you're doing is you're saying you're saying last year's team was a Super Bowl team, and so you're acting to me as though you don't have to get any better than you were last year. If you bring back that same team, Purdy doesn't get hurt, they win it all. I don't think so. I think you got to get better.
Well, they're already better by the acquisition of the D linemen.
They might
got
be
from
worse
Philly.
offensively.
See, and that's where we differ. But I'm not mad, being on the other side. I just don't understand with the short sample size of Brock Purdy. I'm saying Brock, but it's also kudos to Kyle because he did it with another quarterback, and that was Mr. Irrelevant.
Right. For
the third
8
string
games.
quarterback. Right.
And it's like
I want to throw the playoff games in there because it would be more than 8, but okay.
I mean,
but you're
go
really
ahead,
holding
10.
the Philly game against him, the game that he got knocked
I'm not
out in
holding
the
it
second
against
series.
him, but I'm also not saying he won a Super Bowl. And they got blown out, and they were down big before the injury. They were what? I don't want to talk about whether Philly was going to win that game by 30 points or 3 points because that really doesn't matter. What all I'm saying is Jimmy Garoppolo had a lot of experience, and he was a security blanket, and now they don't have him. Now you may say, well, Sam Darnold's every bit as good as Garoppolo. If he is, then they didn't get worse at the quarterback position. But, I mean, Sam Darnold just was acquired. Jimmy Garoppolo started here for a long time. That's all I'm saying. And it's up to Purdy and Lance now, no doubt about it. All right, coming up, 888-957-9570 is the number. We can continue with this 49er quarterback conversation. Also, would like to get into the Golden State Warriors. Apparently, we weren't positive enough in the wake of yesterday's victory over the Phoenix Suns, so we'll be back to talk about that on the other side. And it's all sponsored by AC Transit.
AC Transit is offering a 2000.
Wow, Steiny, your boy Catechism.
I received the body of Christ.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Happy birthday to Steph Curry.
Man.
35 years old. 35 years old. Doesn't look a day over 35 years old.
Did you see the ball? He was practicing his full court shot, and he threw it out the tunnel, and it hit the kid in the face.
Yeah.
And the comments were incredible.
Let me guess. A lot of people took joy in the fact that somebody got hit in the face with a basketball.
Not at all.
Are you the kind of guy that if somebody's walking up the steps and they trip, do you laugh?
All day. And then if I do it, I'm laughing. But long as you're not hurt. But it was like, Matt and Steiner, they had a trait. It was awareness. 100 was the best. They were just talking about the dude's awareness. Like, he was looking in that direction. Where I'm going is, how did you not see the ball? That's all. Steph gave him a sign-worn jersey, took care of him.
We got some 49er news, more 49er news. Cornerback Emmanuel Mosley, he's going to the Lions. 1 year, $6 million deal. According to Adam Schefter, Emmanuel Mosley.
So no Mosley, no Jimmy Ward. Ward back with his former defensive coordinator coach.
Here's the question I have for San Francisco 49er fans, and some people are, I don't know, they think I'm not being honest. So I want you to imagine, if you can, the way we all thought last year as we went into the 49er season and their quarterback situation.
All
right. We had Trey Lance, who we knew nothing about, but we're excited for, right? We're excited for Trey Lance.
Man.
Jimmy Garoppolo was the backup, and we knew nothing about Brock Purdy. In fact, we basically didn't think he was a factor anyway. All right, so you go from excitement over Trey Lance to Jimmy as a backup, pretty good, to, Brock Purdy, nobody cares about. All right, so now what do we got this year? Well, we got Brock Purdy, probably the starter, but he's coming off an injury. We got Trey Lance, who's probably going to be the backup, but's healthy. And then we got Sam Darnold. So I think you could make a case. Like, nobody's as excited for Trey Lance this year as last year, right?
Well, I am.
Why?
He's not going
to start.
You don't know that. We don't know that. And I'm not going to fight anybody on that, but I just believe Matt Steinmetz, he got hurt. We didn't see him lose 8 games in a row, nor did we see him do what Brock Purdy did and win playoff games. I'm just saying the team and the organization owes it to themselves to find out what they got in Trey Lance, who they moved mountain for, moved up in the draft to get. And now, the last time you saw Trey Lance on the football field, the one thing, sound like a broken record, the one thing we know is he's never quarterbacked one down with Christian McCaffrey in the backfield. So that's already going to make him look better, I believe.
I guess the you don't know him a damn thing. If he can't get on the field, you know that in practice. That's where it's like, if we're going to say Kyle Shanahan's a quarterback whisperer and he knows quarterbacks left and right, that means he can tell by watching a guy in practice if he can get on the field. And it's just like Wiseman for the Warriors. Steve Kerr was looking at the Golden State Warriors championship standard, and said, you know what? I don't need to see Wiseman play in a game because he's proven to me he can't play in a game because he can't practice. So I don't know whether Trey Lance is going to play or not, but if Trey Lance can't play in practice and Kyle Shanahan sees that, he's not going to get a chance to play in the games as a starter.
Well, let me throw it back at you. He obviously practiced well enough to be named the starter.
Did he?
He was the starter.
Did he beat out Garoppolo?
I mean, Garoppolo, that was a whole...
Does anybody believe the 49ers started their best quarterback last year? Trey Lance started week 1. Was he their best quarterback?
See, but those are two different things.
Well, why? So then acknowledge that maybe you're not going to start your best quarterback next year.
But now Trey Lance, when he steps back on this field, whether it be a backup or starter, he's going to have more He's going to have more
still
firepower on offense. That's a fact, Stein.
But he's still going to be a quarterback that's either good or bad who can live on his own.
Right. But we're talking good, bad, or unknown. Because you're saying it's all going to happen in practice. I'm saying we may see him start if Brock Purdy, is not healthy.
Steve's in Richmond. What's up, Steve? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Talk to us.
Hey, you can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to just comment on the Trey Lance thing. And, Goo, man, I just feel like you're holding on to something here. This guy hasn't played football since 2019. He has 19 total college football games, and we could call it, 4 or 5 in the pros. The only thing I think Lance has going for him is he's young. But to be a Niner quarterback, I just don't see it happening. I think the layoff has been way too long. We take Deshaun Watson for a second. Look at how good he was, and then he was out a year and out 12 games. And his comeback, it's terrible. I just don't think we can afford it. I think you're holding on to he's going to take this team over. I just don't see it happening. I'll take the answer off the air.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate the call.
Wow, he said, I don't feel like that.
Yeah, go ahead. Can I put the rat on the table?
Do it.
I don't know if we can do that anymore. Anyway.
Never got a sponsor.
Why are we falling for the banana in the tailpipe again?
Eddie Murphy.
And specifically, I would say you are. Well, I'm not really doing that. I'm trying to start a point here. So, the 49ers and the Warriors have championship aspirations. Okay? Obviously.
Yeah.
49ers, Super Bowl. Warriors, NBA Finals. Warriors draft James Wiseman. No experience. And what they find out in 2 years is that because he has no experience, he can't help them now. So they trade him. What makes anybody believe that Trey Lance, who started 4 games, is going to be the starting quarterback next year and lead the 49ers to a Super Bowl? Like James Wiseman and Lance, there are similarities there. Do you want to develop or do you want to win? Like, hasn't it been proven we can't do both? So my question is, if you really think the 49ers can win it all,
which we do,
why would you think that they could win it all with Trey Lance?
Because they just almost won it all with Mr. Irrelevant.
But he's better than Trey Lance.
Hey,
he went 8. Okay. You just used the argument.
Of them, Steiny, that's
8,
all.
But he went 8-0.
Yeah, but and
so
Trey
now you're using
hurt.
that against
Trey
him.
started at 6 quarters or a quarter and a half. That's all. So if you're telling me Trey Lance is done, Steiny, then the Niners made a mistake.
I'm not saying he's done.
Well, then what are you saying?
He can't lead a team to a Super Bowl when he didn't play college football and he's only played 4 NFL games. At least Brock Purdy played 60 college games.
And yet didn't beat out Trey Lance to be named starter last year.
Well, and you're the one who says politics.
Right, and that's what I'm hanging.
Kyle was protecting his ass.
Well, and I feel like that's why, especially if the other part of this is Brock's not an option to start the season.
Well, if he's not an option, then they got to play him, and they're in trouble. They're in trouble.
We think they're in trouble because of what
when's
we
the
haven't
last
seen
quarterback
from Trey Lance, Donnie.
But give me a quarterback that's led his team to the Super Bowl with this little experience.
Nick Foles. Well, no, he was I get that.
So, listen, I said the same thing last year. Oh, we're going to try to develop Trey Lance and win a Super Bowl. Good luck. And it didn't work. Like, unless this guy is super duper special.
Okay, so you don't see a scenario where Brock Purdy can't go week 1 and Trey Lance beats out Darnold.
I'm saying.
Or shouldn't even have to beat out Darnold.
I'm saying Trey Lance ain't going to win a Super Bowl for you next year. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's how you feel. We don't know. Because nobody's
ever won a Super Bowl in his spot.
I'm being honest with you, and I know you're being honest with me. I don't care about no college games. The quarterback could have quarterbacked 100. If a guy is the last pick in the draft, nobody would ever say, hey, that guy can lead this team to the NFC Championship game. Nobody would ever have cited how many games that quarterback started in college, and Brock Purdy almost pulled it off.
Why do you think Lamb and Ty Jerome are playing for the Warriors?
But they
played 4 years of college.
Yeah, but you wouldn't. Nobody's getting credit or being an advocate for guys like that because of how many games they played in college.
That's why they're playing,
and that's why there's flukes. They're outliers, and they happen.
Who?
And the things with Lamb and Jerome, they took advantage of opportunity. But nobody's walking this free earth saying that they saw Jerome and Lamb taking advantage of that situation.
But the reason they're taking advantage is because they've got college experience. They're smarter. They've been playing basketball for so long. And that's all I'm saying.
Right. But you're saying Lance can't do it because he's unknown.
Brock Purdy is to Trey Lance as Anthony Lamb is to James Wiseman.
Yeah,
it's the exact same thing.
I don't feel Trey Lance. Now, Brock Purdy, Steiny, I give him an A+. I'm just going health why he's out this mix. Trey Lance, Steiny, I don't feel has been able to show us as much as James Wiseman has in his basketball career, which was short. That last year, a game and a quarter against Seattle when he got hurt, that doesn't equate to 37 games of NBA action for me. Like, we got to see 6 or 7 or 8 games from Trey Lance before we can say, you know what, he really doesn't have it.
I'm not saying he doesn't have it.
It sounds like it, though.
He doesn't have it to be a championship quarterback in year one when he's never played college football. That's all I'm saying.
Well, now we're not in year one.
Could Kyle Shanahan pull off a miracle? Yes, of course he could.
And he almost did it last year.
Well, he did it with a quarterback who played 60 college games, Division I, major conference, not a project. Wiseman, did I want him traded? No.
Neither did I.
Did I think he could play right now? No.
For this team?
No.
Yeah.
Same with Lance. Do I want him traded? No. But stop telling me you're trying to win a Super Bowl when you've got a quarterback that nobody even knows anything about, and in fact didn't play as a rookie and got hurt last year.
And it's our show. And you're talking to myself and the listeners, but you know who you're really talking to, Stoney, is Kyle. Because that was going to be what they were trying to pull off last season.
Exactly. Leroy's in Oakland. What's up, Leroy? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? Hey, what's up, Goo?
Hey.
Passionate conversation. You guys know I'm a big 49er fan, and I just think that, Goo, I'm with you, man. I think that we got to see what Trey Lance can do with a healthy 49er roster. And hey, Steiny, look, Trey Lance, I wouldn't have picked him. I wouldn't have drafted him. So I'm kind of with you too. He wasn't my pick. I wouldn't have drafted him. But to me, it's more of an indictment on Shanahan, Steiny, what you're saying. Because I always thought that he blew that pick.
Okay.
I thought him and Lynch blew it. And to me, we got to see. We got to see what he can do with a healthy roster. And, hey, look at this. We got Darnold. We got to see what he can do with a healthy 49er roster. We saw what Purdy could do with a healthy 49er roster. So, if you give a slight edge to somebody, you give it to Purdy if he's healthy. But, man, they blew that pick, man. Number 2 moved all. We got to see what we got.
So, Leroy, they haven't blew it yet because you're saying we still got to see.
Well, I'm just saying that he wasn't my pick.
Oh, okay.
I didn't think we should have got him.
Yeah.
But, we got him, and so we haven't seen what he could do with a healthy roster. So let's see. Yeah.
Thanks for the call, Leroy. Appreciate it.
And Steiny, I think he helped me out to say this. Okay, Brock Purdy's your guy. I get it. I'm on board. But that still don't erase the fact that you blew this pick. Because if you're telling me, and if you're right, Steiny, and Trey is not it.
I'm not saying he's not it. I'm just saying he's not it right now. Expecting to count on Trey Lance and win a Super Bowl, I think is foolish. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what Trey Lance is going to be in 3 or 4 years. I have no idea. But you're talking about a championship window for the 49ers. So I just don't believe a quarterback who's never played college, but 3 or 4 years ago,
I get that,
who clearly was raw as hell last year, who we also thought, Shanahan's using him in a crazy kind of way, running the football.
Didn't like it.
It doesn't add up to me.
And I feel, hey, everything you just said I agree with, but Brock Purdy is not Vinny Testaverde at the end. He is young. So to me, Steiny, the longer this thing goes on and the more success Brock has, it's a wrap for Trey here.
Okay.
That's
So
all.
what?
Yeah, no.
Purdy's better. Welcome to the NFL.
And that, to Leroy's point, Steiny,
would you rather
that would mean they blew the pick.
They might have blown the pick, but that doesn't mean they can't win a Super Bowl.
No doubt. Didn't say that at all. We just saw that
They
this
might win
year.
a Super Bowl in spite of making that pick.
They almost got to it this year.
Dave in Pleasanton. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Pretty good. What's going on, guys? So really quick, I don't know if you heard, Mosley's off to the Lions.
Yeah.
Which is bad news. But as far as the conversation we're having now, look, I don't think Brock's going to be healthy week one. I don't think he's going to be healthy enough to get in reps, to get in football shape to play week one. This has to be Trey's team week one, and here's why. Because if Sam Darnold beats out Trey, if there's a competition and he beats him out, we won't get anything for Trey Lance in a trade. So, but here's the deal. We got to remember, Trey Lance goes in as long as we're winning. It doesn't matter how prolific he plays, how amazing he is. If we are winning, we have to give him the same treatment we gave Jimmy for every bad moment that we're all scratching our head like, why is he in there? We have to give Trey the same thing, even though I believe Brock earned the job. That's all I got.
Appreciate it, Dave. Appreciate it. Let me ask you this. Who do the 49ers have right now, I guess it's just a guess. Who would give the 49ers have a better shot of winning a Super Bowl with, Purdy or Lance?
Purdy, because I've seen more of Purdy.
And so I would agree with that too.
I got you. But the politic aspect of it is why, if Trey Lance is healthy, and it looks like he is, and Brock's not, I'm saying if he gets a chance to drive the car, he may not have to return it if he were to ball out like Purdy did. Like, as an organization, Matt, I'm looking at you, and when I bring up politics, deep down, who do you think the Niners want to win with? The guy that they moved up to get in the draft, right? They'll never say it, but that's the guy you want to pan out.
But
not
I think
Mr. Irrelevant. No shade.
But you
at
act
him.
as though they haven't been assessing Trey Lance for 2 years. I mean, they've seen him. And listen, I kind of feel like people are writing Trey Lance off. I don't know how good he is or how good he will be.
Yeah.
But I just don't see him as a quarterback that's going to win a Super Bowl right now. And Purdy, to me, gives you a better chance. And it has to do, with the experience and the fact that Purdy played college football and Lance played much less college football. Riptide Rye. What's up, Riptide Rye?
Taking my call, guys.
Sure.
Big fan. I want to.
Riptide, you got to call back. Bad connection.
Bad tide.
Contrarian in Pleasanton. What's going on, Contrarian? How you doing, man?
Hey, you're talking about it's foolish to say who's going to be in the starting quarterback, and you need that person to get to the Super Bowl. I mean, if you look at past seasons, it's like the starting quarterback is not the person who's being the quarterback at the end of the season. And here's I'm telling you, this is what Kyle's mind is. The starting quarterback is Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold is healthy. The other two guys aren't healthy. So until the other two guys are healthy and they've proven it over some period of time, then Sam Darnold's a starting quarterback. Now, does that mean Kyle wants the other two guys to be they could be his first choices for, the playoffs. But experience tells us from watching all these past seasons and Jimmy this and Jimmy that, like Jimmy gets hurt. Somebody else gets hurt. Kyle knows, hey, someone's going to get hurt. I'll put Sandomer there, and one of these two guys where I think is really, really good, and we need to be really good because we don't have to pay them much because they're early in their career. Then they can do their half season at the end of the season and take us to the Super Bowl.
Thanks a lot for the call. What do you think he was saying?
I deciphered that they did well by having the third-string quarterback, a guy like Sam Darnold. I like that, but I know he wasn't saying Sam Darnold would be starting because he'd beat out the two. I thought Trey Lance is relatively healthy at this point.
Yeah, I
know
do too.
Okay, so it's going to be interesting, but I'm still going to hang on to this when we put this conversation to bed, Steiny. As a institution, as an organization, you would want your starting quarterback to be the guy that Brock Purdy was last year that you moved up in the draft. Not this way. Because you can still get the gains and win the Super Bowl, but it'd be like, damn, you missed on that pick. You lost that draft capital. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, if you win a Super Bowl, nobody's going to care. Yeah. I don't think. I mean, it's just like when the Giants signed Zito to a $108 gazillion contract, and he was getting paid ridiculous money. Once they won it, nobody cared. Yeah. Pitched 3 innings, and then it was all worth it. So
this is going to be interesting, though, man.
Anthony's in Benicia. He's got a rat on the table. What's up, Anthony?
I got a rat. First of all, good afternoon, fellas. Thanks for taking my call once again. So I think the rat on the table here is that the only way that Trey Lance is going to get a fair shot is if Kyle Shanahan plays him like a quarterback. We keep negating or just skipping over the fact that he played him like a running back. And if you want to go to what they said in the report, which was, he didn't run the way that we thought he could, that's bullshit. Because you went to wherever you went to see him at, I think it was up north somewhere, Midwest, you went to go see him, and at North Dakota State, and he did whatever he did was enough for you to move heaven and earth to get him. So now you can't backtrack and say that he doesn't run as well as we thought he did. He never was supposed to be, or nobody ever said he was going to be a Lamar Jackson, because Lamar Jackson is the type of running quarterback that it sounds like they were looking for. But we all know that Trey Lance is a pocket quarterback that can evade and move around. So unless Trey Lance is going to get the same playbook and the same available weapons that Brock Purdy had, this is really not a discussion at all, because he never got a fair shot, period. And you can say the same with James Wiseman, and because I know you guys were talking about that about an hour ago, and it's the same situation. They never gave Trey Lance a fair shot, and it's all going to fall on Kyle Shanahan's plate, no matter what anybody wants to say. I don't care who you like, whether it's Brock or whether it's Trey. If you're not going to be open and admit the fact that Trey Lance never got a fair chance, you can't even judge those two guys equally, because it's not fair.
Thanks, Anthony. Appreciate the call.
I know, Snyder, you're going to be like, Guru, who are... Dude, I was really you and I. It was everybody. I was turned off with how Kyle used Lance,
because he probably knew he had to use him that way.
Man,
like
that's gonna
why
be
would
the
Kyle
rat
Shanahan use him and say, you know what? What's the worst way to use Lance?
Man, Steiny.
So, I mean, he probably had to use Lance.
Oh my gosh, I'm thinking about it now.
The way he felt was best to use Lance. And here's the other thing. I agree with Anthony. They didn't draft Lance to be a runner. Kyle Shanahan has been consistent from day one. You must throw out of the pocket first. He says that all. I really need you to throw out of the pocket. Then, if you can make plays, well, that's great.
Yeah, extend plays.
So if he drafted somebody who can run first and foremost, then he's gone against his philosophy that he's told us.
Do you believe that report? I told you I kind of didn't.
Yeah.
That they were disappointed in his running.
Who said?
Like the Kyle or the powers to be with the Niners.
Yeah, I believe it.
Wow.
Who wrote it?
It was anonymous. It said, somebody said within the Niners organization they didn't like how he was running.
Hey, we got a special treat on the other side. Brian Baldinger. Brian Baldinger was on the morning show on 95.7 The Game. Had some great stuff in terms of talking San Francisco 49ers. Brian Baldinger on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit?
Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Working hard when you'd rather be playing hard? Wishing you were clearing a level instead of clearing your inbox? Staring at spreadsheets but stuck on shattering high scores? Turn anytime into game time with Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. With its large screen, long-lasting battery, and our fastest processor yet, you'll be ready to battle with bosses between meetings with bosses. And even if you rage quit, it'll still be there tomorrow. Take advantage of amazing carrier offers now at Samsung.com.
Now is the time to make travel your tradition. Celebrate 150 years of excellence with Holland America Line and receive up to 30% off cruise fares, free balcony upgrades, 50% off reduced deposits, and more on summer 2023 through spring 2024 cruises. Choose from over 500 voyages cruising to Alaska, Europe, the Caribbean, and beyond. Join us on board for the time of your life, time and time again. Restrictions apply. Fares are per person based on double occupancy. Call your travel advisor or visit hollandamerica.com for details.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert.
Mania.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, thank you, Kevon. Hey, Brian Baldinger was on the Morning Roast earlier today, and he was talking about the importance of the 49ers free agent move, starting with their splash. We haven't even talked about Javon Hargrave, but we're going to take a listen to Brian Baldinger. Here's what he thought about the move.
He was my number one free agent in the entire class. Wow. Now, maybe Lamar Jackson, if something happens there, would be number one. But outside of that, he's my number one free agent. Like, he is, so look, they trade DeForest Buckner 3 years ago, and they take the first-round pick, and they drafted Javon Kinlaw. It has not worked out yet. He's been injured. He has not been productive, largely productive. But Javon Hargrave is a huge upgrade. And if that's the case, now, maybe they play together and Eric Armstead goes to end, who knows? They got flexibility. But Javon Hargrave is a difference maker. He's been the best defensive lineman in Philadelphia 2 years in a row.
Wow.
They led the league in sacks with 62 this year. He got 11 of them. He got one in the postseason. He had 12 sacks from the defensive tackle position. And if you just watch the sack reel of the Philadelphia Eagles, whether it's Josh Sweat, Hassan Reddick, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, Javon Hargrave's on the field for most of them. And his interior push is almost second to none in the NFL. It's unbelievable that they got Hargrave. He's just exactly what every four-man defensive front desires, wishes for, hopes for in their defense.
So what makes him so special? You say, he gets great pressure. I see a guy with great speed for that size, amazing leverage, and it just feels like he has this relentless pressure to beat double teams. But what are you seeing that makes him your number one free agent?
He's as powerful as an interior pass rusher is in this league.
Wow.
He can you give him one-on-ones with any guard in this league, he's going to push, he's going to walk him right back to the quarterback. And he's got some pass rush moves too, but his power is second to none. And so that's what consistently shows up. A lot of guys are just titty dancing in this business. They're standing straight up and they're chest bumping with each other. That's not crushing the pocket. This guy is a force. All right, inside. Dexter Lawrence had a great year. You go through the list of guys. Aaron Donald was off. But you look at guys that can walk back double teams and offensive guards and centers in his business. Very few could do it like Javon. That's his number one skill.
Man, Chris Kosaric, Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, they're probably all thrilled with this move. I saw Micah Parsons tweet, but Eric Armstead, Bosa, and Javon Hargrave in the same line? Oh my gosh, Andy, we could have Philadelphia Eagles to take one away their main cogs of that defensive line. I like the move already, Brian Baldinger. Here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. So we see a lot of free agency stuff. A lot of money's flying around there. I was a little shocked that Mike McGlinchey got $50 million guaranteed from the Denver Broncos. I guess that's just the way of doing business, right, Baldy, for a right tackle?
Yeah. You're going to see it. You're going to see it around the business right now. They're going to overpay for offensive linemen because it's a position of need. And so, San Francisco was going to pay that amount of money. They really can't. When you got to get Nick Bosa taken care of and you sign Javon Hargrave, you got to go, okay, what's the priority? Do we sign the right tackle? And that's not a knock on Mike, in San Francisco. You prioritize what you can. And to me, if I could sign Javon Hargrave versus re-signing Mike McGlinchey, I wouldn't even bat an eyelash. I'd go get Hargrave. I'd go build another elite defensive line, and they have not been elite since DeForest left. Yeah. And so, they were a disappointment in the postseason this year, and a big part was the interior push. So McGlinchey gets $50 million, God bless him. San Francisco, Denver, they're trying to protect their quarterback, got a new head coach. They got an owner that has, boatloads of money. Okay, go sign him. They got a good left tackle there and Garrett Bowles. Build your offensive line and more power to Mike. It's not exactly what I would do, but all it takes is one team.
Yeah.
And that's what the Broncos did.
Baldy, I wish someone would bless me. It's just a fraction of the way you just blessed Mike McGlinchey there. God bless him. I need someone to bestow that kind of blessing
Baldy's
upon
on
me.
fire, man.
I know. I love it.
He's
not even laughing. He means business today. Jimmy G to the Raiders. What do you think of that one?
Well, it's kind of to me, it's kind of a sideways move from Derek Carr, we could find flaws in both their players' games. We all know that Jimmy G is beloved in San Francisco. We all know what his record is. It's not all Jimmy G, obviously.
Right.
But, look, the reason why Jimmy G isn't there, Trey Lance is, and Brock Purdy was drafted, and Sam Darnold is there now, is because of the injury history. If there was no injury history, Jimmy G probably would be their quarterback. But that's a reality. It was reality this year. It was reality in almost every season that he has played in this league. And at some point, you just go, there's an old saying in football, is that, fat players stay fat, dumb players stay dumb, and injured players stay injured. Like, it just travels. Yeah. And so it's not a knock on Jimmy, but look, his body has not held up well when it comes to playing that position. And, I think the Raiders would be happy if he starts 15 games for him. But we've seen serious injuries from Jimmy. And so it started in New England when, Josh McDaniels was there. It makes sense. Like, he understands Josh's system. He understands how controlling Josh is as a offense coordinator, head coach. And not everybody wants to play in that system. I don't think Derek Carr wanted to play in that system. Some guys want more freelance at the line of scrimmage. You're not going to get that with Josh McDaniels. So he's going to get a guy that he knows, is familiar, with, and, more power to Jimmy G. Like, the offensive line played pretty well. You got the league's leading rusher and Josh Jacobs coming back on a free agent tag. You got an elite core of receivers to throw to. It's a pretty good position for Jimmy.
And Brian Baldy is just on the absolute fire right now on the Morning Rush. We miss Baldy here right now on 95.7 The Game, our 95.7 The Game insider. Jimmy Garoppolo to Las Vegas, 3 years, $67 million with $34 million guaranteed. Jimmy's going to have a lot of fun in Las Vegas. You brought up Sam Darnold. Obviously a top 5 pick way back when out of USC to the New York Jets. Hasn't had a great start to his career, no doubt. Last year, 7 touchdown passes, 3 interceptions. A reclamation project for Kyle Shanahan. What did that move signal to you? Is that a move to say, hey, Trey Lance, you better be on your P's and Q's because we have a guy here who wants to start and he's going to push you? What do you think about Sam Darnold in the Shanahan system, Baldy?
I love it. I mean, I like Sam personally, and we all know that, on paper it looks like it was a bust, but I don't believe Sam Darnold is a bust. I don't believe that that's who he is. He's got a very good temperament to play the position. He's very smart. He's never been around an organization like San Francisco. He's never been with a play caller like Kyle Shanahan. I love him in San Francisco. It's a 1-year deal. All right. But you get a guy that I believe Trey is going to be the guy. But if he isn't, for whatever reason, production, injury, you don't know. You need a guy. And we know that Brock Purdy probably won't be ready to start the season.
Right.
Probably isn't going to be there in this offseason. So it's not even about Brock Purdy at this point. It's about, let's make sure that we're set up if things don't go well with Trey. And oh, by the way, if Sam turns out that he reaches his potential in this offense with this coach and with this organization, all right, like we just saw it. Like Jimmy G came back, Brock Purdy stepped in. They didn't miss a beat. They played great. Brock Purdy gets hurt in a playoff game, it all falls apart. Like, if you don't have that position taken care of behind your starter. And so nobody knows this better than the 49ers, that if something happens to your starting quarterback, you better be prepared for a team that is set up to go the distance in every other position.
What does he do well that maybe Brock and Trey Lance don't do right now? Like, is there something that he's bringing to the table that those guys don't?
I mean, even going back to USC, one thing about Sam, he's got great movement. Great movement to extend plays. Now, both those guys can do that. We saw that from Purdy. We've seen that from Trey. But, he throws the ball going to his left really well.
Okay.
All right. I think he goes through I remember talking to Tony Romo, a CBS game. I'm in Chicago. Chicago's playing the Jets. Sam Darnold's in his first or second year. And Tony Romo said that Sam Darnold's going to be a top 3 quarterback in this league. I go, okay, why? And he says, Baldy, like, his ability to go through progressions and read defenses is elite. And he's got all the other skills to follow through. Now, it hasn't happened yet, but you need that. We saw that from Brock. You need that in this offense. You know, I mean, we know who all the targets are. Which one is going to be the most open guy if they take the number one away? Is it going to be 2, 3, 4? Like, where is opening if my number one receiver gets jammed at the line of scrimmage, if he falls down, if something happens in the route, if he's doubled? Like, where are we going? Like, I think Sam could do that. That's what Romo thought about him. I've seen flashes of that. He has made mistakes under pressure. No question about it. I can put together a Baldy breakdown on the mistakes that he's made under pressure. We saw that from Jimmy G at times. We didn't see that from Brock Purdy, and that's what kind of made us love the guy. Under pressure, guy made great decisions. With Sam, to this point, he hasn't made great decisions under pressure, but he's never been surrounded with the talent that he's surrounded with now in San Francisco. I think it's just a smart, safe, fun signing that could be really, really lucrative. For Sam.
Wow. $3.5 million guaranteed for Sam Darnold. 1 year, $4.5 million in total for Sam Darnold. 6-year pro now coming up out of USC. All right, one area we brought up Mike McGlinchey moving on to Denver. I would like to see the Niners maybe upgrade that offensive line a little bit more. Colt McKivitz signed a 2-year extension with the Niners. What offensive lineman, if you were the 49ers, and I'm not sure how much money they're working with at this point, who's the guy they should target for that offensive line?
Well, I mean, Isaac Seumalo is still out there. I mean, he's the best lineman out there. Jawan Taylor is a guy, from Jacksonville. I don't know if he's signing, not signing. They're not going to have a lot of money to sign an elite guy. They're just not. I mean, I can name names. They're going to cost a lot of money. It's just what free agency is. So McKivitz can certainly play that position. He has. The draft is full of offensive linemen, and so we've seen guys step in, as rookies and play in San Francisco if they have what it takes. So they have, is the secondary offensive lineman, is it better than McKivitz? I have a feeling that's why they signed McKivitz. Yeah. Like, if we can't find another guy, if we don't draft a guy that's ready to go, we feel like we can line up, that player and play him at right tackle.
Baldy, you're looking right now, Niners and Eagles were the class of the NFC last year. The Eagles have lost some players, and the Niners have gained a couple of players, specifically one from their roster. Have the Niners closed the gap in terms of talent?
Well, I thought they did last year. I think they've got better skilled players. I think they've got more impactful defensive players right now. I mean, the Eagles don't have Hufanga. They don't have Freddie at linebacker. In fact, their starting middle linebacker for the last 3 years, leading tackler 3 years in a row, is gone, in T.J. Edwards. They don't have Javon Hargrave. The 49ers do. So I feel like the 49ers, as a group, outside of the quarterback position right now, which is obviously the most important position, I mean, if the 49ers, whether it's Trey or Purdy coming back or Sam Darnold, that's the X factor right now, because I feel like Jalen Hurts' deal is going to get done. Like, he's not going to be satisfied with the second half against Kansas City. He's not going to be satisfied until they get back there. I feel like the 49ers are better at every position right now, except, not every position, but at the key positions than the Eagles are, except for quarterback.
All right, that was Brian Baldinger on with the Morning Roast earlier today. He likes where the 49ers are. He likes Javon Hargrave.
Can I give you a stat about him that might floor you, or you probably already know? He's missed 3 games in 7 years, and he's in the pit, the trenches. I mean, dude shows up, Steiny.
He doesn't play every down.
How many of them do? You got to get a breather. But damn, Baldy said something that kind of stuck with me. I'm going to share it with you. They're better than the Eagles at almost every position, but one of the most important, Baldy. Damn. And they beat you last time you tangled with them.
They did.
Yeah.
They did.
And how far is the Niner quarterback from Hurts? Whoever it is. Like, they can get you there, but can you beat us when we meet you in the ring?
The question becomes, if Hurts is better than the 49ers quarterback, are the 49ers outside the quarterback better than the Eagles to overcome that?
Wow.
I mean, it's funny because we keep talking about, Kyle Shanahan, he can turn a quarterback into a really good quarterback. But Are the 49ers eventually going to need a quarterback better than anybody that they've had on their roster since Kyle Shanahan got here?
I'm going to say
That's
this
the
to you.
question.
Okay, that is the question, but I'm going to say this to you about that. Regardless of what ends up happening and how good or bad Trey Lance is, Kyle told the world, I'm going to use and make and create resources dedicated to the quarterback position so that can be our greater strength. Now, if that happens, I know right now, but he did that, though, to let us know, Steiny, he knows how important that position is. I know you can be like, Goo, what are you you're giving out participation trophies, but he did that. They did that.
They did. We'll see if it pays off. Let's go to Charles. Charles is in San Rafael. What's going on, Charles? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? First-time caller.
All right.
Always listen. I just wanted to make a comment on Trey Lance. We always talked about his inexperience, but we failed to recognize that he wasn't just on the field when he played. He was the best player on the field with the Jerry Rice Award, with the Walter Payton Award. He also won the championship. So, I mean, I think we should account for that a little bit, right?
With Trey Lance?
Yeah. We always say, he only played 40 games, but he didn't just play 40 games was on the field. He was 40 games the best player winning a championship, Jerry Rice Award, Walter Payton Award. So I think that means something.
Thanks, Charles. What am I missing?
He's trying to say he has the same experience as Brock Purdy.
Oh.
So he was big man on campus, so that but that, Steiny, and I know Brock Purdy, and I love him to death. I get what you're saying, but damn, man, you got to do it up here. Brock did it. Trey hasn't. And what was it, Anthony, they called and said, Steiner, we went in. It didn't get racial, but I was really hurt about how Kyle called that game plan for Trey. And you're looking at me now, cool, he did that because he knows that he can't do the other things. I'm just ready to see see if that other domino falls to where we can see so much of Trey to where we know.
The playbook Trey was allowed to run was not the same one that Brock was allowed to run. If Kyle had let Trey run it and he failed, I'd be okay with it. The fact that he didn't and then he got hurt rubs me the wrong way.
Man, that's A+ in my book.
Well, but then say Kyle Shanahan isn't a quarterback god. You either trust him or you don't.
Well,
you either trust him or you don't. Kyle Shanahan, he's either quarterback whisperer or not.
Because you did bring up Mullins and Beathard, and they didn't work out.
Hey, do you want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors-Spurs game on March 31st? All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You're going to get 1 entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen is another chance to win, up to 8 entries per day. So download the Odyssey app right now. Tickets courtesy of the Warriors, and as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets right now. Warriors start a 5-game road trip tomorrow night in L.A., and we're going to get into some Warrior talk on the other side here. They win their 2 games at home to raise their record there. Now they got to go onto the road and get some wins to see if they can elevate themselves to 4 or 5, maybe.
I'm going to say this. If you're into the James Brown theory, the big payback. You were gone last time. The Clippers were in town. I went with Evan to the game, and the Warriors embarrassed them. So I'm just saying, big payback. The Clippers, you might be ready.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Hey, a buddy of mine forwarded something to me yesterday.
Hold on,
it's
let me guess.
Cool. No, you won't be able to figure it out.
Your boy.
Who?
He's your friend, but you really don't use his name, but you use his name. He got a fake name.
It's a different guy.
Oh, okay.
This is a guy from back home. He sent me a YouTube video.
Who's in it?
It's of a high school basketball game.
Please be you.
No, not me.
Damn.
Mo Lucas.
Okay.
Remember Maurice Lucas?
Yeah. The enforcer.
Yeah.
Zonnie, that was my boy.
Yeah, he sent me a video of Maurice Lucas playing at high school. Oh, he was a bad boy.
I should know this. He got Pennsylvania ties?
Yeah, of course.
Didn't know that, Stoney.
Yeah, Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh
wow.
Shenley.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
So what grade's his son in?
Who's?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the
Malik in Oakland. Hey, Malik, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing? I want to tell Goo, man. I want to tell both of you guys. Listen, when we seen Trey Lance play last season, we was calling for Jimmy G, after 2 games? So we hearing all this Trey Lance talk, but everybody always have a forgetful memory. When they put him on the field, we was like, oh, no, we can't win no games with this dude. We was calling for Jimmy G. As soon as Trey Lance threw the ball, we already knew that he wasn't going to be the quarterback in the future. Now, I know Purdy got hurt, and now it's like, let's see what Trey Lance can do. We seen Trey Lance, and I know that he's a rookie, and he ain't played that much college football, or probably near to nothing, but at the same time, he had time to practice. He been on the field with Shanahan. Shanahan seen what he could do. He tried to throw him in there, and the whole 49er nation was calling for Jimmy G. So let's not act like Trey Lance came out and he was balling. We was calling for Jimmy G after 2 plays. So, yeah, man, I'm waiting for Purdy to get healthy so Purdy can be our starting quarterback. Trey Lance can be the backup. Let's stop talking that Trey Lance talk. Everybody that's listening, stop talking that Trey Lance talk.
So Mo's seen enough.
Malik.
Mo with the Mo. He's seen enough, Snotty. Damn. But a lot of what people were offended by were the fact that it felt like Kyle was trying to hide Trey. He didn't let Trey use his tools. His arm.
What tools?
His arm.
Apparently, like
Mo, I ain't mad at Mo. That was out there.
Why don't?
So you're ready to give up on the kid?
No, I'm not ready to give up on the kid, but I'm also not ready to be delusional.
Well, you're not going to have both. Purdy's not going to continue to be what he is, and then Brock will be Trey Lance, and Trey will have to get it somewhere else.
Okay, so what?
You missed the pick.
Yeah, and the Warriors missed on Wiseman, and it happens.
Well, we don't know the ramifications of that yet.
Of what?
Of Wiseman if he turns out to be Chris Bosh.
The other thing is the Warriors when they messed up, let's say on Ike Diagu back in the day.
Oh man,
yeah, they took Monte Ellis in the 2nd round, so they had Monte Ellis. So if the 49ers have missed on Trey Lance, but
got Purdy.
Brock Purdy is legit.
Oh boy,
then
yeah.
They did it, yeah.
Just a couple pieces of news to report.
Oh.
Azeez Al-Shaair, formerly of the San Francisco 49ers, is signing with the Tennessee Titans. Of course, Jimmy Ward signed with the Houston Texans yesterday. Also earlier today, Emmanuel Mosley signed with the Detroit Lions. So a lot of pieces from last year's defense not going to be back next year.
Mr. Wilkes going to have some new face. Well, all of them will be new. Where are you going?
Oh, yeah, Shaair. Oh, we need it. Oh, man, he's a superstar.
You'll need Ward. I know he got a lot of
blood.
Here. You're going to miss him. My 2 cents.
So their defense got worse, but you agreed with Baldy that
they got
better.
Gibson back there, Stoney. That's why Ward is gone. But I like the swag.
Who's?
Ward. Jimmy Ward.
All right, coming up on the other side, we get into some Warriors. They had a nice win last night against the Phoenix Suns. Are they ready to start taking off on the road? Do you believe now? Do you believe they got a 5-game road trip coming up? Can they win 2? Is that enough? You want 3? We'll see. It's all sponsored by AC Transit.
There's something about that polished green stretching across the 8th hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch. Because it's not a hobby, it's a peace of mind. Let CertaPro painters bring the same tones and peace of mind.
Made in the USA with ingenuity and precision. Designed to last. Get more information at dolanlumber.com. dolanlumber.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The days I think you complete me. Today's not one of them.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Dale the Guru Johnson with you. And the Golden State Warriors, they beat the Suns last night, 123-112. That's a back-to-back wins over the Bucks and the Suns. And my question to Warrior fans at 888-957-9570 is this their time to start winning road games? They have 5 games coming up on the road, at the Clippers, at Hawks, at Memphis. That one's the back-to-back, at Rockets, at Mavericks.
Man.
Can you get 2 wins there?
Is that where you're setting the bar? Well, they only got 7.
Where would you set it?
I'm going 4-1, and this is where I'm going. Right now, Phoenix plays a back-to-back tonight at home against Milwaukee. Let's just say they lose. The Warriors are currently a game and a half back of 4th. Do you think 4th is a pipe dream? Because if they could pull off a 4-1, who's to say this Warrior team couldn't catch Phoenix? But I get.
Why would you say 4-1 though?
I just feel like something's about. And we got Myers tomorrow, and I'm going to ask him. I just feel like, you know what? I've done this before. Stoney, at some point, it's got to stop.
Why do you say that?
Because you're champions, and it's getting embarrassing.
You want to bet that I'm going to bet they don't win 4 out of 5 on this trip. You want to bet?
You really now you said what you said at my funeral, which I love. I'm gonna play that back on the way home. But you really think I'm a buffoon to take that bet?
Not buffoon. That's
that they
way
win
too strong.
4 and they got 7.
But I just don't understand why you think they're going to go 4-1.
I just feel it.
But they still don't have Wiggins or Peyton. They have a back-to-back.
Okay, they got a JaMychal Green playing better. They got a Jordan Poole. Like him or not, I'm still pro Poole. He's out there because you need him. And the Splash Brothers, they're going to detonate on the road. That's what I'm banking on. It's not like I'm telling you, the Bad News Bears are going to win 4 in a row.
Okay, but it's a hope.
No, it's the heart of a champion.
No, it's hope. It's hope. They're 3 over 500.
I almost want to take that bet so
Go ahead and take it. Come on, big boy.
Bet.
Come on, big boy.
What do you mean,
Come
big?
on, big boy. 4-1. Tell you what, they go 4-1, you win the bet. They don't even have to go 5-0.
Now, what would we have to if
whatever you want?
No.
Whatever you want.
Cut the tape.
Ernie Chavez is cutting it. I'm going to leave that alone.
You going to leave that alone?
Because I don't want to jinx it.
How about 3-2?
You got to be out of your mind.
I'm sorry?
This is about to change.
Okay.
And I mean it.
Then you want to bet on 3-2?
No, Jason Perdue on YouTube, I needed to see. He said stop, Goo.
I think you should stop.
Yes, they're going 4-1, I believe, but just stop with the gambling. And shame on you just to come on. Want some candy?
Well, it's like this is where.
Well, no, 4-1 though.
Okay, then believe it. Then own it.
Then what do you think about what you said? Listen, all I'm asking is Steph and Clay to do what they're doing at home on the road.
They can't.
See,
don't you get it? They can't.
Oh, you're going to blame the youngsters on they can't?
No, blame everybody.
The screen
it's a
set
team
different.
effort. See, I don't point fingers. See, I don't look and say, Clay was bad last night. It's his fault. Poole couldn't make any shots. It's all of them. They're all responsible for 36 and 33. That includes Steph. That includes Dre. That includes Clay. That includes Poole. That includes the young guys. That includes Steve Kerr. And you know who else it includes? Joe Lacob.
Do you think Dre, Steph, or Clay, or Iguodala, who was great last night? Iggy, I saw you. I'm going to call him Dre. He don't like Iggy. If they were in here sitting right next to us, do you think they would scoff or be pissed off hearing you say, I think it's a combination of age, yada, 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 on why you guys are so bad on the road? See, I think they're so tired of hearing that. at some juncture, it has to end. They just embarrassed the Clippers a week ago.
It doesn't have to end. Why does it have to end?
Because we've never seen this from them. They're 4-time champs. And even when you took them out, there was a pride aspect of the Warriors on the road. This is just, they've earned it, but it's got to stop.
They're not hungry.
I saw Atlanta last night.
They're not hungry. They won it last year.
Oh.
It was their crowning achievement, and they've struggled all year to get back that hunger that they had last year because they felt, see, here's what I think's happening. Last year, they felt disrespected. All right?
Curry told us as much.
And they used it as motivation. And it was their crowning achievement. This year, they don't believe it. You can tell. They don't believe it. They don't believe it.
So you're telling me
I don't believe
when I watch Curry work out before games, he's shortcutting?
No.
No,
he's 35 years old, Goo.
But he's playing 31.
Okay.
All right.
But he's not playing 28. See, these are champions. When a champion is no longer playing at championship level, then they might not win a championship.
Or motivated. Because that's what we're Dub Nation's holding out. It's motivation.
Okay. If you think the Warriors can play 10 straight weeks of great basketball, then you think they can win it.
I got something
don't,
for you,
because they have not. What's their longest stretch of good basketball this year? 3 weeks?
About.
Okay. They're going to have to do it 3 times 3 weeks.
Now, this ain't even a rat. Would the Warriors winning the championship this season from where they're at now
I don't even want to think
be greater or a bigger shock than them winning it last year?
Guru, it would be much bigger.
Wow. So they still got that. Like, they still can answer that. Because if they pull this off and play possum, oh, my goodness.
So you're just guessing, though.
No,
have you not watched them?
No, Stoney, I really
like you've
feel
watched
for
them 69
I watched Atlanta
games.
last night.
What does Atlanta have to do with
They're
anything?
going to Atlanta on this road trip.
That's one game.
Okay, then the Clippers. You just embarrassed them. I know it's on the road. I know I'm still people don't sound like it. Steiny, it's got to stop. I don't believe they suck on the road because they're a lesser basketball team. Something mentally is up that I think they can rectify.
But you have no idea what it is.
I think it's motivation. And I think now that everybody, NBA TV, ESPN, everybody's talking and fixated on this road record is getting embarrassing. So that's why I expect them tomorrow night in L.A.
Why don't you put money on it? You going to put money on the Dubs?
I just don't like the 4.
What?
Because then they got – anyway, no, I'm not. We got money on it.
When the Dubs beat Phoenix and Milwaukee with Durant and Giannis out, then that means when the Dubs beat Phoenix and Milwaukee away with Durant and Giannis, then that means something. For now, according to the 510, they're an ordinary team.
I'm not to that point. I didn't come in here doing cartwheels, which I can. I didn't do cartwheels over those 2 wins. They needed those 2 wins. But again, the title of the Jam this season for the Warriors is On the Road, and it starts tomorrow on this next trip. And if I come back and see you over the weekend, and let's just say they're 1-3, then I'm really worried that because they're going to make the playoffs. Steiny, I'm not buying that. They're old. We're all older. This ain't about that. Something's going on behind closed doors, and it's about to get fixed.
Let's go to Dirty in San Jose. But you're just guessing. You have no idea if it's going to get fixed.
The G is for Guru. I'm not guessing.
Right. Yeah, you are.
It's a feel, man.
Right. It's a feel. That's a guess. If you feel it, that's just a hunch. You just have a hunch.
If I say I love you, I'm not guessing how I feel. I'm telling that person I love them.
Right. But this is about the Warriors.
I'm a part of the team.
Dirty in San Jose. Get me away from this guy.
I mean it. Go ahead, Dirty.
Why would you say that? You're not part of the team.
But we're all mentally invested.
That's fine. But you are not part of the team. I need you to say that. Say, Steiny, really of course I'm not a Warrior.
About it, Steiny. We talked to Bob.
All right. Dirty, what's up, buddy?
Nice job, Goof. All right, guys. You ready? So,
look it, man. Before I get to my point about the Jermichael Green post-game interview when he had an explosive night the other night, before I get there, I've noticed since that 73-9 season, I've kept saying this over and over on the station. I call in all the time. I'm an avid listener. I love the show. So I call in and I say, the team gets bored. I say this all the time. I know we can't stand to hear that. I know we can't stand to see it, but they get bored. This year, they chose to be bored on the road. Guys, they're going to turn it up for this trip. I know they are. Now, look, the Jermichael Green interview, let me get to that. It's very significant. I look at body language. Jordan Poole came off the floor the other night. Steph gave him a hug, patted him on the butt, and told him, good job. That's what I want to see. Now, Jermichael Green's interview, this is important, guys. The guys were sitting with him. Mullen, Ezeli, Bonte, they were sitting with him. They said, man, what's going on with the guys, man? You know, how do you feel about being here? And he said, man, I look around and I'm asking the OGs, why are we so up and down? And they say, man, just chill. Let's just get in. We're good. And, bro, he said it with so much.
Wow.
And he knew we just need to get in. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Now, you know that just made me – I missed that. But that could be part of it.
Yeah, and the 69 games don't mean anything.
No, see, and the OGs aren't saying they don't mean anything. You know what? Last year took a lot out of them, and rightfully so. But I cannot, and we got to be careful here because we want to avoid.
Say
the team.
I have to be careful, not me.
Want to avoid the play.
I'm always careful with my words.
But I'm sorry, Memphis Ja might be back. Denver, the Warriors are not going to be afraid to go on the road to play anybody in the playoffs.
And no team's going to be afraid to play the Warriors.
Facts.
No team's going to be afraid to play. And you know what? Like
I didn't hear
Willard brought this up too, and I'm with him. Oh, nobody wants to see the Warriors. That's not a guarantee they win the series. Just because somebody doesn't want to see them, and I reject that. I reject that. Who would you rather play, Phoenix or Sacramento? If you're the Warriors,
just me, Sacramento.
Why?
Because they don't play any defense. And if you don't either, then it's just open gym, and you got the best shooters the two best shooters in the gym. They got the third and Herter. But outside of that, I'll take that all day. Now, you've come down my road. We've had fun with this word. Championship pedigree, and I'm going to add championship blood. To be honest, Matt, if Jermichael Green if that's what he was told, they're really not going to break that out like a bottle of nice champagne into the playoffs.
Okay.
Dude, this sounds good. Dude, wow. Or you were right. It's age, attrition. It's a wrap.
They've got to keep winning. They've got to stay healthy, and they've got to get players back. That's three things that have to happen. They have to keep winning. They have to stay healthy, and Draymond, it feels like, is hanging on by a thread. And then they need Wiggins and Peyton to come back. Peyton's going to get looked at, I guess, in about 10 more days. 8 of the last 13 are on the road.
Wow.
They've lost 8 in a row on the road, but everybody feels it. Everybody feels it. Unfortunately, it's going to come down to the players, whether they feel it or not.
Got a question, real quick question.
Yeah.
For you. Lamb or Jerome on the playoff roster? It don't look like it, right?
I don't know what's going on with Lamb.
Man.
Not sure what is going on with
I'm
Lamb.
not going to be here.
Not sure what's going on with Wiggins.
Well, I wrote him off, Stoney.
Well, then they really
Do you know
can't win
you
it.
play D3? This could be my
That's
worst
not-
analogy.
that's not the NBA.
It's athletics. The
Barely.
amount of games it would take him to get back into his groove, which one can make an argument he's never been in the groove the whole year. So I've written that off. Jermichael Green, and I went over the roster, 9 players. Kuminga was he was on the outside. He was dressed nice yesterday.
Who, Kuminga?
Yeah, he was fitted.
Oh, yeah, he had like a
Look at you.
zebra coat on.
Look at him.
Yeah.
With a nice watch. Got to have a timepiece. What happened to yours? What?
Something's wrong with it. It better be a Charger issue.
Dude, that was – I don't know if you noticed when we were out and about, people were looking. You didn't see them. See what you had on your wrist?
Somebody said something about your watch the other day.
Nixon 5130.
No, there was the other Thursday or Wednesday or Thursday. Somebody said you had a nice watch.
It's this one.
Yeah.
But
that's got a bigger face than mine.
Normally when I was doing sales, you'd have the nice collar shirt and it would show up. But now, anyway. Dude, 4 hours, we back, Stoney.
Well, we're not back yet, and we still got another long hour ahead of us.
Now, why would you say that?
Because we do. Because it's 1:17.
That's not an
hour.
hour.
And we're not out till 2:12, so it's 55 more minutes.
I thought you said 2.
Yeah, they need us.
Yeah, I never heard you.
We're playing overtime.
Yeah.
We're playing a lot of overtime.
Shout out Bonte and Shasky. Remember that used to be their post game for the Niners. Overtime. You didn't listen. I need you to. What word am I looking for?
Here's the problem with playing the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, please. Let's talk about this.
They've been whole all year long. They've been whole. They haven't been hurt. They know their roles. They know who's playing what. Mike Brown's got their rotation set. Phoenix is going to have to be coming together late in the season.
But they were 3-0 when Durant played, Snotty.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that dude, to his credit, I know we give Curry the best off-the-ball player in the world, but I don't think KD is far behind. My point is, Sacramento, I'm rooting for him. But, Steiny, it's about once it's game one in the offs, this ain't the regular season. And I know they got in a little dust up. It was good yesterday. Mike Brown said, we ain't taking crap for anybody.
Ooh.
Used a different word. I liked it. Okay. But, man, Steiny, they don't – I'm going to take Kendrick Perkins' word. They're cones on defense.
And the Warriors aren't?
My hope and our hope is –
how come you just give the benefit of the doubt to the Warriors?
Because they weren't. Do you know why? Because I feel like guys like you and gals act like the Warriors sucked on defense last year. So then I would get you saying, it's like somebody don't pay you back and they keep saying, I'm going to pay you back this time. I don't know where that came from. But Steiny, we saw them with championship defense. It's a hangover. Mike Tyson.
Okay. I hope you're right.
But that's different than asking Sacramento, who shocked the world, a great story, that they're going to keep on moving once the pressure's on. And the natural pressure is the playoffs.
And again, you just lump pressure to benefit the Warriors.
I think they know how to play against it and with it more than any and everybody.
3 guys. No, 3 guys.
Well, Looney.
Okay.
All 4. Right, Andre.
He's not going to play.
Dude, he did a dunk. He got an and one, looked like me on Saturday. The and one. We got bumped.
This is DJ again from the 510. If he gets a technical, it resets. You're probably talking about Draymond Green. Everything resets heading into the postseason.
And we've seen this with him. He gets up to the threshold. He'll never go over it.
I bet he goes over it. He'll take a day off. I'll tell you what's going to happen. He's going to get a T against the Hawks because then he will take the game against Memphis off.
Man.
That's what I think.
That's his adversary in Memphis.
Right. He doesn't want the smoke.
Briggs.
He doesn't want the smoke.
That bothered. You had JD, who was sounded like me last Friday. I just can't get over they didn't have his back. And when you say, Goo, what do you mean they didn't have it?
Who's back?
The players, Draymond. That was personal. And the other guys did not show up. Dre had a pretty good game. And I know you're probably like, oh, Goo, what did he do? They didn't have his back. That's
who didn't?
Steph, Clay, everybody, Poole.
Is that the game that Draymond quit?
No, that was the game.
So Draymond quit the game before, but they didn't have his back the next game. So he can make a jackass out of Jordan Poole. Not play, quit on a play, but then the next day he deserves to get everybody's back. Holly in San Jose. Hey, Holly, how are you?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
It's great to hear you. So listen, I got your back, man, every time.
Yeah.
We're done when our OG boys say we're done.
There you go, young lady.
Holly, where are we coming down?
Championship DNA, man.
Yeah.
Championship DNA. When Clay and Steph and Dre, Iggy come forward and say, guys, that's our season. We're done. Then I'll believe it. Until then, we're going to the finals.
Holly, where are we coming when we come down to San Jose? Where are we meeting up?
Where are we meeting up?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what. We can meet up at my house. You boys can come on over. We'll watch a game, and I'll make a home-cooked meal for you.
My.
How big is your TV, Holly?
My husband insisted on it. Best decision he ever made in our marriage besides marrying me.
Oh, nice. All right, Holly. Thank you. See you later.
Yeah.
She snuck husband in there.
Yeah, we don't do yeah.
925 says, Holly, they're 7-26 on the road. Oh, Jimmy B has a bone to pick with me. What do you think it's about?
Honestly?
Yeah.
You fixated on this Warrior defense and not giving them the benefit of the doubt, thinking maybe it's just a hangover.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's what it is.
I'll get it.
Okay, Jimmy.
That's exactly what it is.
Okay. Go ahead. Let me have
How
it.
you doing, guys?
All right.
Let me have it.
All right. I'm not going to let you. I'm going to let you have it. First of all, let me get this straight. I'm originally from the East Coast. I know Reading inside out. I'm originally from New Jersey.
All right.
I got to tell you something. Most of that's a plus. Most of the announcers on the East Coast, they got something positive sometimes to say about the team. Dude, you're tearing us apart every chance you get, even when we win. I mean, even if you got to fake it. But it's getting old to me.
The question I asked today, Jimmy B, the question I asked today was, did the last two wins, they're 7-26 on the road. You feeling good about the 5-game road trip coming up?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I think those guys showed a lot last night. And I definitely think they still have DNA. You can't compare them to Sacramento.
Yeah.
Sacramento's never even been there, whether they look good or not.
Harrison
Those
Barnes
guys
has a ring.
know how to turn it on. Did you see Iggy? He looked great. I'm not saying he's going to play every game, but they got a good team, and they're going to turn it on the road. I truly believe that. I'm truly behind Guru when he says he's got that feeling.
And why would you doubt that, though? They've done it 4 times. Like, how could that should be the easiest benefit of the doubt?
Because they got lucky last year.
They earned that, Steiny.
They did earn it, but they got lucky last year, and this year it's not the same. Their role players aren't as good. They don't have Wiggins. They don't have Peyton. Their young players don't contribute. That's all.
Well, I'll tell you what.
They had a lot. Listen, I can't stand doing this. They didn't get lucky last year. But like every champion, they got some breaks.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Well, why doesn't anybody account for those breaks?
Well, let's
That's
put some
all.
rats on the table.
Just account for them.
Do you think, what if KD, there's a setback and there is no KD?
Well, what if Wiggins doesn't? Okay, what if Wiggins doesn't come back?
I think Wiggins not coming back to this core group
is
different than Durant.
Okay, but can they win it without Wiggins, the Warriors? I believe they can. That's what you're going to say.
No, at first I said you're laughing. I can't. They can't. But I'm like, they can.
Yeah, I know. See, I knew you.
You've been watching Denver lately? And I know if they have lows.
This is the other funny thing. They lost 3 in a row.
No, it ain't how. Stoney, they've been putting Jokic in pick and rolls, which the Warriors are going to do. That's all. And Jokic is a bad man. I just can't wait. I wish I could fast forward life.
For what?
The offs.
You better be. They're not in the offs yet.
This road trip.
They go 0-5 on this trip.
Game. I really couldn't.
Then what? 888-957.
I got to pay
9570 is the number. Warriors 5-game road trip starts tomorrow, and it's the Clippers, the Hawks, Memphis, Rockets, Mavericks. What's the Warriors' record? What are they going to go on that road trip? Guru thinks 4-1's within the realm of possibility.
No doubt.
I think 3-2, everybody would be giddy. 2-3, I would almost take it at this point.
Wow.
That means you come back and you're still 2 games over 500. Coming up on the other side, I'm trying to think what we have coming up on the. Oh no, those guys aren't here yet. When did Willard and Dibbs come in? Next or next?
Next.
All right, next. We're still working on the schedule here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left. Using my phone for a Wi-Fi hotspot backfired again.
I keep telling you to get Xfinity. What happened?
Well, everything was great until the movie started buffering. Then she started asking questions like, why are you using bed sheets for curtains? Why is this hamster cage so dirty? Where is your hamster?
Oh, honey, it might be time for real Wi-Fi.
Yeah. In the meantime, can I come use the Wi-Fi at your place?
Sorry, baby. Date night's still on for one of us.
It's time for real home internet. Get fast home internet on the Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now. New customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet for just $25 a month for 2 years during our Xfinity 10G network launch celebration, now through March 21st. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Come on, man. I thought you said we had better seats this time.
Oh, but we do. With 100 times space zoom on my new Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, we can see everything.
Whoa, are you zooming in on the coach's clipboard?
Yep, and it looks like he might be doodling. The mascot riding a pony?
I can even see the puck that they need to shoot!
So, how do you like our seats now?
I think I just really like your S23 Ultra.
Take advantage of amazing carrier offers now at Samsung.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 24th through March 26th for their Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities and factory direct pricing. Visit Freedman's Appliance Red Tag sale for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Finding great people to hire is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's pretty difficult, right? Well, ZipRecruiter has mastered finding a needle in a haystack, so they take it to the next level. They make hiring so simple that it's like finding a needle in a needle stack. And that's why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Here's what it's like to use ZipRecruiter. They have so many qualified candidates that it's easier to find the right ones for your roles. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's a lot of needles. So how do they do it? ZipRecruiter's powerful technology sends you candidates who are a great match for your job, and you can even invite your top choices to apply. So if you want less hay and more needles, head to ZipRecruiter.
And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone, America's #1 brakes destination. We have the pads, rotors, drums, shoes, and brake fluids to improve your stopping power. Right now, save 15% when you get any 2 Duralast rotors with a set of Duralast brake pads. Missing a tool? Ask about our free Loan-A-Tool program and borrow the tools you need to get the job done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the MPD Group 2021. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home.
Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means... Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match. Only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
What do you mean he went searching for fresher powder? We have full classes today.
Instructor down at Vesper Ski School.
Toward each other to snowplow, honey, not away.
She needs more ski instructors to slalom through the day-to-day.
Pizza, fries. Whoa, Braley, no, pizza.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Listen to the Morning Roast this Friday for your chance to win a $250 Kirby gift card. Kirby is your driveway mechanic. Brakes, tires, oil changes, washes, and more. Get all the info on our contest page at 957thegame.com.
The only thing Curry's got on me is a better handicap in golf.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, are they back?
Wonder what he's doing on his birthday.
Are they back, the Warriors? He's traveling to wherever they're going.
LA.
Yeah, they're probably traveling to L.A. right about now.
I'm a little worried now.
Why?
Get after it today.
That'll be an excuse.
But we'll never hear. They'll say they were focused, but birthday in L.A., Steiny, with money, boy.
Got a game tomorrow, Goo.
I'll tell you,
There's
they're
curfew
back
at 11
after
o'clock.
after the fifth game on the road trip.
No, you already said they were back because you said they were going 4-1, and you feel it.
Yeah, I do.
You feel it.
Yep.
So, I mean, if you feel it, don't fight it. Sam Cook.
Dude, I knew that was somebody.
Yeah, Sam Cook.
A good knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Gus is in Tracy. Hey, Gus, what's going on?
Hey, Steiny, Guru, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Good. Hey, listen, I think that tomorrow's game is very important because they need to win tomorrow's game 100% because if they lose tomorrow, I don't think this road trip's going to go very well. But if they win tomorrow, I think that'll get them excited, and I think they'll do okay. What do you guys think?
Well, it'd be nice to get a win tomorrow to start off the trip. They're 7-26. You beat the Clippers. Now you got hope because you have Atlanta and the Rockets. So thanks a lot for the call, Gus. Appreciate it.
And you may have action at the 4th seed. A game and a half by Phoenix by no stretch is that just off the table, but it is if you don't get your act right on the road.
Here's the other issue. Sam Amick was on with the morning show. Take a listen to what he had to say to Bonte and Shasky.
You can't sleep on them, obviously. It's the Dynasty Warriors. But I think where I have finally settled is no Andrew Wiggins, no championship. Like, that's baseline. No Andrew Wiggins, probably not even any deep playoff contention, no deep playoff run. That Bucks game was a good example where it's just like, listen, Steph was incredible, obviously late. I had a conversation with Giannis post-game that I'll publish in a couple of days here where he talked about Steph and he talked about like what he did. He was just amazed. And he goes, what Steph Curry just did, that was art. And that reminds me of what we do. That was art. Kept calling it art, and he's right. But there is a limit to what Steph Curry's art and what some of these other guys, what they do, can do collectively without the type of roster construction that they had last year when they won the whole thing.
Man,
Sam Amick, The Athletic.
It was art, man. It was a thing of beauty. And that for the first time, Steiny, in a long time, got me to believe in this is what it has to look like for them to overcome no Andrew Wiggins. I mean, we saw Poole yesterday, and you reminded me, when Phoenix was making a run, he came back and made some shots. What's up?
That's right. I forgot about this one. What the heck? When did you text Poole? My gosh.
after his third turnover. He threw it out of bounds. And I was just like, man, it feels like there's just a little cloud over him. He had 3 turnovers on the night, but the 3 now feel like 6. The 6 now feel like 9. And what's going on, Steiny? I don't know if you've noticed here in the Bay, he's becoming public enemy number 1 when he's not just going berserk. And I don't think that's fair, but he's pressing. That's all. But I know this team is going to need him. I mean, every ounce of them, if they're going to overcome not having Wiggins.
8 for 16. 4 for 8.
A lot of that was late, and they needed
6
it late.
assists, 3 turnovers.
Yeah. And the 3 they were the type of turnovers, Donnie. They were just like bad decision turnovers.
It's unbelievable how we pick on that kid.
I can't believe you went to the thread on me.
Well, I don't know. Yeah. Like, Poole, you take that game 99 out of 100 times from Jordan Poole. Like, he was pretty solid. Curry's been turning the ball over.
Draymond, too.
Draymond last night had...
I was going mainly more OKC and Memphis. Like, when he's throwing them passes, like, damn, Dre. But we're down the stretch run, man. I'm juiced.
510 Poole brings them something nobody else on the team does, youthful speed and the ability to get to the basket. I went to the game last night and saw, him play for the first time. It's amazing. I agree.
He got something in his bag.
You can complain about Jordan Poole and him being out of control a little too much, but, like, there's another player you cannot win it without him.
Okay. That we know, and I'm going to say what a lot of people...
I think a lot of people don't think that. I think a lot of people think they can win it without Jordan Poole.
Do you think this time last year Poole was getting... No! It was Poole mania last year, Steiny, this time. He earned that contract. Every ounce, every penny of it. And that's why I'm like, man, you talk about fickle. It's a part of, you don't want to blame the big 3. I get that. But to just, pour it on Poole is sometimes where I'm like, man, that's just not fair. Now, my thing has been, hold on, I'm about to tell you.
Pour it on Poole.
Yeah, because I'm about to tell you. The balance and the Jim Barnett telling us that he throws the ball in front sometimes so he doesn't have the ball, maybe that might have something to do with it. But I've been disappointed in that. Him going to the ground by himself is just perplexing. Like, he's got to work on that in the offseason. I don't know if that's strength in his legs, Steiny, but you got to slow down, JP.
Jordan Poole, first of all, he's played in every game. Let's not take that for granted on a team of fossils. On a team where half the team can't even play all the games.
Well, you ain't talking to Looney.
No, I'm talking
and you
about
weren't
the
talking to
older
Wiggins up until. Well, I'll tell you what, Draymond's shooting higher percentage from 3 than Jordan. And I kind of thought, the third splash brother, and that'll come. But he is now, he hits him when he gets hot. That step back he's got. But man, Steiner, you look at the percentages from deep, it's like, and there's been a lot of 2 for 9s.
He's not a great shooter.
See, and that's not his fault. I thought he was knocking on the door. But who's Splash Cousin?
He's not Steph Curry. But he's
now,
pretty
when you
damn
say he's
good.
not a great shooter, is he a good shooter?
No, he's streaky.
That's, great word.
He's streaky. And when he's making shots, the Warriors are really tough to beat.
And last year, he made shots.
925, Warrior fans pick on Poole and Wiseman. One is gone, the other's going to leave. I don't know why. I mean, to me, Jordan Poole's been fine. He had a breakout year last year. He was terrific.
Man.
So what if he's taking a little step back this year? It doesn't help that his role changes more than anybody else's on the team. Hey, Jordan, we need you to get 25 tonight. Okay. Hey, Jordan, we need you to pass tonight. Okay.
You know what?
Hey, Jordan, we need you to start tonight.
No doubt.
Okay. Hey, Jordan, we need you to come off the bench tonight. Okay. Whatever the veterans want, Jordan, you just make sure you fall in line. Not even the young players. When Draymond, Steph, and Clay were young players, did they have these kind of constraints on them that Jordan Poole has?
That's real talk, man.
Because they came onto a team that wasn't very good.
But I could name, and you tell me if I'm wrong, you want to throw something at me. I feel like I could name eight teams that Jordan could start on, Steiny. He could be they come into town to play Steph and Clay. Jordan's the other 2 guard on the other team.
I bet he could play for a lot of 21 and 42 teams.
Detroit, Orlando's, Indiana's.
888-957-9570 is the number, although we got Dibbs and Willard coming in on the other side for a little change over. And the Golden State Warriors start a 5-game road trip. 5-game road trip tomorrow against the L.A. Clippers in L.A. And the Clippers coming off a nice win against the Warriors last week. Preach, Steiny. No other guy's been asked to do with Poole. Yeah, I saw
that.
Well, it's true. It's true.
Sammy K on YouTube. Tell me what you think of this. Don't paint Poole out to be the victim.
No, I'm not painting him out to be a victim, but he's unfairly criticized by Warrior fans in relation to everybody else. He gets the brunt of it. And I get it. He's not Steph, Dre, or Clay. And let's all be honest. There's a double freaking standard. Dibbs and Willard next.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided. Plus, the new hire bonus is paid within 12 months. The $2,000 bonus is subject to terms and conditions. For complete details and to apply, visit actransit.org.
Purdy's been the best thing to happen to my career.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, it's that time. 10-2. Time for the changeover. Welcome in Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. They'll be taking you from 2 to 6. Gents, what's going on?
What's going on, Steiny? What's good?
What are you doing?
Well, I'll tell you, here's how people got on us because they said we weren't positive enough about the Warriors. But the question is, do you believe? Do you feel better?
So,
they got 5 games in a row.
Now do you believe?
You gotta read the room, Steiny. You have to know. You have to know what day of the week it is. Today is positive day for the Golden State Warriors. You have to understand how this cadence works.
All right.
You win a game, they're going to win the championship, and Guru's going to come in here and tell you he's feeling good about his bet.
Yeah.
And then the Warriors lose a game, and then the sky is falling, and Jordan Poole needs to be traded, and where the hell is Wiggins? And this whole thing was mismanaged, and Steve Kerr can't coach.
It just gets old,
and
Mark.
Then they're going to win a game,
old.
and then we're going to be championship again. So, listen, no context. I don't want to hear about Giannis and KD. The Warriors have just defeated the Bucks and the Suns. They're elite. They are going to be championship. Book it.
Yeah, book. Go ahead and get the confetti ready for the parade down Market Street until their next game, which I believe is, and I have to Google it, a road game.
Mañana.
And they're going to lose because they lose on the road, and then it'll be back to Chicken Little Radio. The sky is falling. Everyone must go. Bob Myers' contract. Steve Kerr in a walk here. Draymond Green, what's he going to do? And all the rest of it. But just for today, can we take a moment and wish the chef a happy birthday?
I already did.
35, man. 35.
I'll send him a personal
35.
tweet. Yeah.
Did you get a response?
No.
Okay, not yet. Nothing. Doesn't look a day over 32,
That's
right?
incredible.
No, it is wild. It's wild that the day before a guy turned 35 in professional sports, he was making fun of his counterpart on the court, essentially for being old. That's great. Like, it ain't 2014 anymore. I'm like, the day before you're 35, someone should be saying that to you, Steph.
Man.
But they can't because it's still at the height of his powers.
It truly is. And I told Steiny and the listeners, I will not do what I did with Kobe. Because I asked earlier, how old was Kobe when he tore his Achilles against the Warriors? I just took his career for granted. Don't do this with Steph. And I told you guys this when we did the changeover. That we are blessed, man. This dude has revolutionized.
And how old was he when he tore his Achilles?
I want to say 35.
Okay.
Yeah. Against 34. Excuse me, 34.
I can't believe you just did that.
What?
You know.
No,
You shouldn't
don't
have
do
even
that.
brought it.
Don't
You
do
shouldn't
that.
have even brought it up.
No, but you pointing it out makes it worse.
Why? You know.
You pointed just let it go.
But why did he even invoke?
Let it go.
Shouldn't have been
Let it go.
invoked.
It was an invocation
So now if Curry
sensation.
gets
Is
hurt,
what it
it's on
was.
me. Is that what we're saying?
That's what he's saying.
I
It's
know. I've been hearing him for 3 hours.
Yeah, I can't have 4 hours. Damn near 4.
Started counting.
Well, let's put the rat on the table. Can we switch the subject?
First rat, or this can't be the first
The
rat.
third
You gotta-
one.
Okay.
Willard, I think I know where you stand. Dibs, I want to hear from you. Kyle Shanahan shocked the world when he went up to get Trey Lance. And this is on the piggyback of Sam Darnold. I like the move, but he wasn't brought here to be the one. But if Brock Purdy is delayed, aren't the politics behind the pick of Trey Lance, aren't we supposed to find out what he is? And I believe the organization, they'll never say this, Willard, behind closed doors, they would love for their pick that they moved up in the draft to get to do what Brock Purdy did. They wouldn't want Mr. Irrelevant to be in front of the guy that I told the world I went and scouted who's supposed to be the next. With that said, the point was, I don't think we're done finding out if Trey can get it done. There's no way, Dibs. You tell me they're okay with Mr. Irrelevant being the man.
Oh, yes, they are.
They want to win games.
Oh, yes, they are.
No, they're
But
okay.
you would prefer.
If he goes 7-1 as a starter, they're more than okay with it.
They want to win the
They
Super
don't-
Bowl.
They want to win games.
They want to win
exactly.
the Super Bowl. I don't think they
And
give.
we messed up over here with Trey Lance.
I mean,
No,
we got
they would
this.
love for it to
That's
be
what's
Trey
up.
Lance. They would love Trey Lance to have come in and gone
no
7-1,
doubt.
but he didn't. Trey Lance didn't look like Brock Purdy, and then he got hurt. So you found a guy who actually went out and won games. That's all they care about.
Yeah, this is a classic one of those situations. We've all reached them in life where you're like, we don't have time to figure out your politics or figure. It's very, and I know we've comped them 100 times because there's a lot of intrigue and I think a lot of similarities. Trey Lance and James Wiseman. The Warriors looked at James. Look, James is putting up some interesting numbers right now. But the deal was we don't have time. We don't have time to sit around and wait for you to figure it out. And the 49ers are very much in that slot. We don't have time to worry about who wins the Super Bowl.
I don't disagree.
You gotta
and
go
I know you're
win
about
the
to go,
Super Bowl.
Snotty. My question mark is the only reason we saw Purdy, guys, is because Trey, right or wrong, got hurt. If Brock is delayed, I'm just asking you because I'm not telling you I know, but I feel like he still got to. Just saying there's a chance to get this thing.
The answer is they want whoever's playing to play well. So, of course, they want Trey Lance to play well. But if you're asking me if they really give a rip who wins the Super Bowl for them, I think the answer is no. Like, it's like, is there this desire because it has to be Trey because that makes us right? Like, when Trey comes in, if that were to happen at the beginning of the year, I think they want to go 1-0. I don't think they're worried about the overarching politics of it. If Brock Purdy gets it done, everybody laughs off the mistake. Everybody laughs it off. They laugh it off.
And let's just say that Brock Purdy has a setback, and for whatever reason, he can't play it all.
We hope he doesn't. Right.
Exactly. Let's say he can't play it all this year. Would they rather go 9-8 with Trey Lance, knowing that we traded up to get him, or would they rather go 12-5 with Sam Darnold, who they went out and got? It's an easy answer. They'd rather go 12-5 with Sam Darnold than 9-8 with Trey Lance.
Let me ask you guys this, because I'm thinking back a year ago, let's say closer to training camp. So the 49ers went in with Trey Lance was going to start, and there was excitement. We didn't know. So they've gone from Trey Lance, Garoppolo, Purdy to Purdy, who now we've seen 8 games. Trey Lance, we still don't know. And Darnold. Like, my only thing is Jimmy Garoppolo was 37-18 when he quarterbacked over the last 5 or 6 years. So if Purdy and or Lance are not going to be the quarterback, like, who wins those games if it's not Jimmy Garoppolo? That's my question, because I just feel like they went from, wow, great safety net, Jimmy Garoppolo, to, hey, you know what? We don't have a quarterback that's combined to play a whole season yet.
Right. But again,
like, do you think Darnold, I'm asking a million different questions. Is Darnold better than Garoppolo? If he had a quarterback 10, 12 games?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't either.
But I think they think that they can win games with Sam Darnold.
And now here with this, though, Willard, this is going to be the best version of Sam.
Mean, like 2 years ago, when this whole thing was kind of, in a certain spot in its evolution, I heard people talking about Sam Darnold as a potential answer for the 49ers. This was before he went to Carolina and showed himself to maybe only be a backup. But remember at that time, it was like, it's kind of like a Stafford Lions thing. It was like, why hasn't it worked? Is it Sam or is it the Jets? And most people were like, oh, it's the Jets. Like, if you got Sam to Kyle Shanahan, I bet that would work. And then he goes to Carolina and we went, oh, actually, and then now, but that wasn't really a great situation either.
No.
So I'm not saying Sam's a starter, but I think the 49ers went into this offseason and said, look, we are rubbed raw by what happened in Philadelphia, and so we are going to bolster ourselves so we never feel that again.
No doubt.
And so we're not going to go get Tom Brady, but like they're going to get as many quarterbacks who they think they can win games with as possible, and I think that they think that they have 3 now.
And think about what Sam Darnold was from Matt Rule to when he got Steve Wilkes.
Yep.
He got better. And so from one year to the next, he got better. And you think about Kyle Shanahan as the head coach, what can he make of Sam Darnold? Remember, out of USC, he was a first-round pick. He was a high first-round pick. Yeah, we all thought that he would be the best of those quarterbacks in the first round. So, and he's still a young man. He's only 26.
Yeah. You're still the biggest compliment I could give Kyle Shanahan is this. Had Brock Purdy, and I think the coaching staff, I'll just use Dallas and a bunch of other teams, stink. Had Brock Purdy had the quarterback 8 games there, I believe what's around them and the team not being smart and knowing who they are, he would have went 2-6. But here, he almost ran the table because of what he brings, but also the greatness around him.
You might be right.
If that means anything,
so you might
no
be right.
shade.
Well, no, there's some data to what you're saying, which is that Jimmy Garoppolo only got $22 million. And that, to me, is the league saying, Jimmy, you are a production of Kyle Shanahan, because Geno Smith got 35 and Daniel Jones got 40. So if those guys are getting almost like a third more or 50% more, or hell, Daniel Jones almost twice as much as Jimmy Garoppolo, they're saying, we believe that you're not as good somewhere else as you were in San Francisco. But wouldn't Kyle's response be, who cares? I do have that, so I don't care if he would go 2-6 somewhere else. He'll go 8-0 here, and that works. And we do have some people who don't go 8-0 here. Nick Mullins, C.J. Beathard, ... So if you find somebody, and we don't know about Trey, so I don't think they care. This is all faceless to them. They're the coaches.
Get the dub, you're saying, and deal with it.
You found someone. Right. I know it was only 8 games, but that worked. So why would you go away from that until it's proven that it doesn't? There's only one thing in the quarterback room. There's 3 young guys. There's only one thing that has had any sort of moment that was proven to be good, and that's Brock. That's right.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. There you go.
Nice job, Steiny.
Thank you.
Good job.
Seamless.
You're noticing when it was 2:00. That was great awareness.
Yeah.
That was like not Jordan Poole level awareness. It was like above that.
Not a good day to rip Jordan Poole.
No, I'm not ripping.
Other than his 3 or 4, and we talk about Jimmy Ono throws. Jordan Poole's got 2 or 3. Like, why, dude? There's the one-handed bounce pass through 4 people. And there was at least 3 last night that I was watching.
It felt like 6.
Oh my God! It's like, dude, what are you doing?
And I love JP,
but I think it's akin to the Jimmy Ono throw where Jordan Poole had like 3 or 4 of them. But then again, you watch Jordan Poole and it's like, okay, he had the wetter going, as Kalana would say. Steiny loves the wetter, and you look at the end of the day and it's like, all right, Jordan Poole. Yet at the same time, he's not in your finishing lineup still. So Jordan Poole is like, has you feeling 3 or 4 different kind of ways every single game.
And I don't know if either one of us can answer, and we've been going at it, why the Warriors are so bad on the road. And I went Mike Tyson in the movie Hangover. It's got to be some of that. But at the end of the day, if there's no Wiggins, I feel like they're playing possum. With what Klay Thompson did last night and where he's at just shooting the ball, you enter the gym and series with the 2 best shooters no matter who you play. That we know. That is back. And that's what it's got to look like if they're going to, like Dibs. I said they could go 4-1 on this trip. It's not about talent. It's about you got to get tired of getting embarrassed.
I heard this conversation between the two of you earlier, and it was just the most Steiny and Goof thing I've ever heard in my life.
Because there is a
I get both of it. You're like, they should go 4-1, and I'm like, they should.
What?
And then Steiny's like, but why the hell would you think that? And I'm like, yeah, why would you think that?
Right.
Like, I want you guys to do your show from the airport tomorrow. And I want you to figure out what the hell's going on that plane.
Right. Oh, okay, gotcha.
And why their team won't get on it. Why their talent won't get on the plane.
Don't tell me it's age.
It is wild.
Why not?
It is so mysterious.
Because they just won in June.
That's right. And it took a lot out of them mentally.
Okay, so they're playing possum, and then when the game won at the offs on the road.
It's not that conscious.
Nah, they're not playing possum.
Okay.
I think that, well, for one thing, role players don't play as well on the road. We know that. And this team has a bunch of role players. And you can take Steph, Clay, and Draymond out of it, and Wiggins isn't playing. Iguodala missed me with that. The guy barely plays.
He had a good game.
One bad last night.
What a dunk.
Behind the head?
By the way, the and one.
That was
I don't want to hear Warrior fans talking a word about any of the officiating.
He was worried about his falling.
The Steph Curry and one, by the way, when he said this is not 2014, that was not a foul. The Iguodala and one, that was not a foul. The Warriors got a very generous whistle last night. So all of you anti-ref stands.
You would think
just
he refs
remember
on
last night. Just remember. Last night was one of those games. It's like, oh, and they got that call, and they got that call. The Warriors got a pretty generous whistle last night.
You talk about a fight you're never going to win. I don't know why you don't just give it up.
I don't need to try to win it. I'm on the right side.
You can be right all you want. If you want to go out into America with a picket sign that says "Be nice to refs," you're going to stay there by yourself
a picket sign.
for the rest of your life.
I got a microphone mark and I got stripes. And
the zebra.
As a man who's done what they do, albeit at a different level, I understand the gig far greater than you ever will.
We do. And we do.
Yeah. No, he has. He's repped 7-year-olds.
You will never have any idea.
So he clearly knows what goes on in the NBA.
You will never have any idea. And so me knowing that you have no clue always makes me feel good about that.
There were all those living room conversations with my cousin who was actually an NBA ref.
With that said,
conversations are great.
I'm not getting irritated because you're not the only one saying it. So with that said, that's who you're blaming the Warriors 7 and 26 road record.
No, it's a piece of it. You know who I blame? I blame Steph, Clay, and Draymond.
So do I, and Kerr.
They're the veterans.
And if you're going to use the word will or disconnect, somebody needs to connect it.
Right.
Yeah, but you can't just say it. You know what I mean? Like, you got kids. Hey, just wake up earlier.
Right.
Just be on time.
But I'm in that room saying get up.
Just eat your vegetables.
Right.
What's the problem? No, just eat them. Why does it have to be a discussion? Just eat them. So Steph, Clay, and Dre, just get along with Jordan.
Man.
Just get along with him. Now, us fans can sit here. It's not that they don't get along, but they don't. It doesn't blend the way they want it to. And we're sitting here. You just said 2 minutes ago, Jordan drives you nuts every night. Why can't he drive them nuts? They're actually there for it. They're actually affected by it. I don't blame them for that. If he drives you nuts, why can't he drive them nuts too?
It's been 6 weeks since they won a road game.
8 in a row.
6 weeks. January 30th.
Okay, what do y'all think is actually going to happen tomorrow night?
Willard, I'm not
being
a fanboy.
They lose.
By
what else
40.
do you call it?
They're going to win. They're tired of this, guys.
Yeah,
Are
they? Know
they?
that.
Yeah. I feel it.
Yeah, you feel it.
Yeah.
You feel that they're tired
But
of
that's
it.
all it need. That's all they need. They just need to be tired of it. And then they snap their fingers. And
I didn't see you guys Friday. I thought they didn't have Draymond's back, and then Steiny hit me over the head with a brick. He was like, well, the game before he quit on the play. But they didn't have what I felt like his back after it was personal with Dylan Brooks, and they got embarrassed. So that everything went out the door, and then I'm hearing them talk now, and I'm like, you just embarrassed the Clippers a week ago here.
That's interesting. Why did they not have his back? What did they not do?
They didn't guard. Klay Thompson let a ball just somebody come and get it.
Yeah.
Like
Dylan
that to
Brooks,
me is like, have your boys back. Like Klay, did you guys notice every time he was on the bench and Booker scored, he was just don't let that dude score.
Oh,
I was watching.
No, he's
Klay,
all
he was like,
all
come
turned
on,
up.
Anybody but him.
He's all turned up about this.
Dude.
Yes, yeah.
How do you get 33 in the first half and wind up with 38? I mean, it felt like he should have been on pace. He should have had like a 70.
You sound like his dad.
Dude,
his dad used to do that all the time. Like if I had texted him, it'd be like 38, and he'll be like, "That's ridiculous. How do you not get 50 if you had 33 in the first half?"
Right?
Like that's.
Is that on your teammates or did they lock in on him?
No,
like,
I mean he
I saw your tweet. Like, could this be 70?
Yeah,
he cooled off. He cooled off. He did. He missed 2 free throws. I mean,
I actually like that he
chilled out.
Yes. Yes.
He certainly didn't force the action.
Exactly. You know, sometimes you get 33 and a half and then you get 7 in the second.
That was incredible, though.
You know, and I'll tell you what, I mean, the way he is shooting it is unbelievable right now.
Right.
I almost don't remember him like this 5 years ago. Man. Like it's just, I guess he was, but it almost seems like his release is quicker.
And it's going in.
Yeah.
When he shoots,
I mean,
incredible, man.
And his ability to square up off of any different angle, when he jumps and he squares, it feels like right now it's going in.
Man.
No doubt.
Which is ridiculous.
By the way, and this is actually where I think Debs and I here, we're going to get into this with some of our fans. I sort of, and look, we're in Sports Talk Radio on the home of the Warriors, so I'm not going to not give Warrior takes, but the Golden State Warriors are the best team in the history of sports at making takes sound stupid.
Okay, go ahead.
That's all it is. That's Klay Thompson. Well, look, we know at minimum he'll never look like he did before. How about now?
No, man.
Well, we know
Klay should come off the bench.
The dynasty,
right,
they can still be good, but they're not going to win another champion. How about now? Or even the stupid stuff day to day. Well, Okay. Now they're definitely done. The dynasty is up. The era. We did it last year. We did it this year. We do it every Tuesday. We do it every Friday. Every take that someone has based on what we watched the night before gets blown to smithereens, and we show up the next day to do it again. It's hysterical. So, I'm sort of ready to jump off this ride. And I don't mean leave the Warriors.
Because it's really getting ready to start.
I sort of mean like I'm reaching this spot. Kick your feet up.
Exactly.
And watch this.
All right.
It's kind of like shot acceptance, right? Like, Steiny, you love to golf. And this is a story I've mentioned a couple of times that was told to me. Our buddy Aaron Oberholzer, who used to play on the tour, he didn't make it from what was then the Nike Tour to the PGA Tour until he said the last straw for me was shot acceptance, which is when you screw up, you got to accept that. And instead of letting that ruin,
I'm still working on it.
Take
so
acceptance.
the Golden State Warriors, I have reached a point of shot acceptance. They are going to look so bad so many nights of the week, and I'm not going to take that to Draymond should opt out and Bob Myers should leave.
You're right.
Like, this is kind of fun in a way. Like, they're locked in a playoff race. The regular season
See if they
matters.
can make a run.
I mean,
4 out of 7.
That's the way I'm looking at it.
If they stay off the play-in, which I think they will.
Yeah, they're not going 4-1 on the road, though, Goo. Come on.
If they do, though, the G is for Goose.
Stein is leaving. So I think we should stop talking.
We got to get.
Stein is leaving.
You said 210. I didn't know if it was a hard out or not. Dibs and Willard next on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over Sports Talk. 5-7 The Game.
So he wasn't kidding when he said, I didn't know it was a hard break. It's not a break at all. Get out of the way, dude. I got to talk. Come on. We got a show to do over here. I love it. I absolutely love it. Yeah, it's Willard and Dibs, 2 to 6 here on 95.7 The Game. For those of you who are maybe just checking in for the first time, hang with us. Let's have a good time on the all-new lineup here on 95.7 The Game. Yeah, man, and just so you know, and if you weren't with us yesterday, at this hour of the day, you probably have an easier time breaking off a phone call to the radio station than maybe before, because we dig it. You know, that's not to say some shows like to do it, some don't. We love to take calls, so 888-957-9570, and I wonder where everybody is in terms of acceptance of these very flawed Golden State Warriors. I've totally reached. I'm not going to get mad if they lose by 22 tomorrow night. Not going to do it, Dan.
No.
Or Dibs.
Yeah, either one.
Yeah.
Is it a Dan day?
It's not a Dan day.
Thank God.
No.
I hate those days.
We've got enough. One of those a month is fine.
Yeah, one of those every 4 years is fine.
Yeah, take the backpack off and stay a while.
Yeah, I'll get there.
All right.
I'll get there. And I had to chastise Goo for the slow transition, and I got personal. I said,
what'd you say to him?
You're no Butcher Boy. Because Butch,
he was a quick exit.
Yeah.
He releases like Klay Thompson when he leaves out of here.
Totally.
Gone.
So, because we have a quick turnaround here between shows, but I'm kind of with you in terms of not getting mad. And even if this season ends with a playoff loss in the first round, I won't get mad because they've won 4 championships and it's been an unbelievable run. It's a great dynasty and all the rest of it. But there is a level of disappointment in sometimes the way they play. And last night, great. Nice win over Phoenix. You didn't have Kevin Durant. Doesn't matter. You still beat Phoenix. You beat Chris Paul. You beat CP3, which always feels good.
Baby.
Yeah, and you beat Milwaukee. You didn't have Giannis. Fine, but you beat Milwaukee. Milwaukee was the champ 2 years ago. That's a nice win.
Yes, these are still good teams. Even without Giannis, even without Kevin Durant. Sell me on the fact that these are not good teams. They're still very good teams, so those are very good wins. They count. The Warriors need them, and I'm here for this ride with the eyes wide open that this is not perfect. They're not. They're flawed. They're missing Andrew Wiggins. I don't think they can win in the playoffs without him, and I have no idea where he is, and nobody without a Warrior badge does. And so, Like, that sits over this whole thing. I have no idea if he's coming back. Neither do you. I don't even know if they do. And I don't think they can win without him in the playoffs.
I agree with you. I mean, they might be able to win a series, but I don't think that they can win the whole thing without him. And here's where I am now, Mark, in terms of Andrew Wiggins and Gary Payton II. I'm not expecting either one of them to play again this year. And that's just where I am now.
Well, gosh, GP2, that felt very optimistic yesterday.
Doc Pandia coming on today at 4 o'clock.
Well, I don't even know what else he can say about GP2. We've talked about it about 5 weeks in a row.
Right, but just the idea of when he's cleared to play, what that return might look like in terms of what's the ramp up for this sort of an injury.
Yeah, I think you can sort of tell based on their statement yesterday. They feel very good about what they've seen to this point. They're gonna check him out in 10 more days. And now 9. And there's some on-court activity happening. It's March 14th. So to think that if you're going to check him in 10 days and then, tighten screws and go, I think it's very reasonable to think there's a great shot that he's got a regular season game or two left in him and certainly the playoffs. I don't even know if you want that, though. In other words, like, I think you do, but do you just want to jam him in there without any play with this particular group at all? And you want his first game to be the playoffs? I bet they don't. I bet they're very motivated. It's like, if you're going to contribute in the playoffs, we need a ramp up. We need a little something in the regular season first. And I think that's totally realistic. I expect that.
I'm in the place now, though, where I don't expect Gary Payton II or Andrew Wiggins to play again in this regular season or in these playoffs. And if either one of them shows up and either one of them is able to play, that's a bonus. But if I'm in the seat of Steve Kerr right now, I'm thinking in terms of who do I have for sure, because Andrew Wiggins is a big question mark and GP2 is a smaller question mark because he should be able to get healthy and he should be able to play. Andrew Wiggins, they know more than we know, but from the outside looking in, you can't count on him to come back at all ever.
No, I don't think you can count on anything based on what we've seen, what we've known. You can certainly hope for it. And I think right now there's a reasonable expectation about a few things. GP2 is one of them. Jonathan Kuminga, we haven't even mentioned him. He's going to be back around at some point soon. The Wiggins one is the mystery. It's a total head scratcher. I don't even know what to say about it anymore other than that I don't think they can win in the playoffs without the guy. I don't think they can do it. And that certainly adds to, I don't know what the word is, the drama of it, the concern, if you will, for Andrew, because if we all feel that way, you can't win in the playoffs without him, and he still doesn't come back, holy hell, right? I mean, that means whatever's going on, obviously it's already very, very serious, whatever's going on. I have no idea. But with each passing week, don't you sort of feel like, geez, this must be like uber serious. Andrew wouldn't just let the season float away if it wasn't like something that's really, really serious. I don't know any other word to put on that.
See, I don't know about that, and because I don't know about that makes me go to a place where I don't want to go, because we don't know what it is. And until we know what it is, we may never know what it is that has him out. But I don't think that you can say that Andrew Wiggins, it must be something super, super serious, or else he wouldn't be playing, because that puts into the equation judgment. And we can't judge what he thinks is super serious versus what I would think is super serious, because it might be something that he thinks is serious that I think is ridiculous.
Well, but then it is.
The other way around.
But if he thinks it's serious, then it is. It's his life. Yeah, right. It's his life.
Right. It's also my life and my life as a fan. If he's out because his goldfish is sick and he's had this goldfish for 3 years.
You don't know the goldfish.
Exactly. So if
I don't know what that relationship is like.
If his goldfish is his best friend in the entire world and he's got this sick goldfish.
Maybe Andrew identifies as a goldfish, and that goldfish is his spouse.
What would be his pronoun? What would that be?
You got to be careful.
Totally. Exactly.
Yeah, what's up?
Fish or gill?
Yeah,
I don't know which one. But until we know exactly what it is, it's impossible to say, whether or not we think he should play. And we as fans, I won't say we have that right, but it's a natural thing as a fan to look at a player and say, well, you should be out there playing.
Our favorite phrase that we were talking about last week. So tell me that you're new to Willard and Dibbs without telling me that you're new to Willard and Dibbs. I'd like to welcome in Mike Ovadia on our YouTube feed. And everybody who's watching on YouTube and Twitch, good afternoon. Thank you so much for listening, especially if you are new to the show. We invite you to hang for a while, get used to it, make it a habit, give us a chance, all of those things. The all-new 2 to 6 here on 95.7 The Game. He says, I always thought, I'm not going to name names, but I always thought one of the other recent hosts here at 95.7 The Game was a negative Nelly. Willard is always negative too. Mike, I'd like to welcome you to the show for the very first time in your life. Thank you for listening. My name's Mark. This is Dan Dibley across from me. You're Mike.
He got you 100% right.
I'd like to introduce myself to you, say hello, and reach through this camera and shake your hand. Thank you for coming to the show for the first time in your life and listening to our voices.
Lighten up,
for
Willard.
The very, very, very
You've always been very negative. Super negative Nelly over here.
Hi, Mike.
Yeah,
hi, Mike. How you
tough.
doing? Anyway, listen. Enough. The Wiggins thing. That's the only thought I can have.
Yes.
I don't think they can win without him.
The thought I have, Mark,
and
is
I don't know where
I'm
he's
not
going to be.
expecting either one to play again.
I don't think you can, especially with Wiggins.
Well, and I think, GP2, we talked yesterday that he'll be reevaluated in 9 days from today, which means if he's cleared at that point, it's going to be at least a week or two ramp up. Maybe he plays a couple games before the playoffs. I'm not sure. Based on the injury and the fact that the reports were that he had to get shot up to even play in Portland to get traded, whether or not that's true or not.
Yep.
There's been conflicting reports. I'm not counting on either one of them to be available in the playoffs, and that sucks.
888-957-9570 is the number. Where is your acceptance of this team? I think that's the question we'd like to ask today, because you could have set your watch to it. Couldn't you have? The optimism of the 5-game win streak. They hit the road, and the chef returns. Happy birthday, Steph. And they lose all 3. And in each one of them, there were varying levels of embarrassment. For me, the biggest, most embarrassing moment on that road trip, you gave up 48 points in the first quarter to the Memphis Grizzlies. That's the most ridiculous. That's not NBA. That's Pee-wee stuff.
That's pants around the ankles level embarrassment.
Completely.
Because you remember there's certain levels of embarrassment as a kid. There's getting pantsed. There is trying to sit in your chair and missing, because we've all done that, or tipping over in your chair and falling over backwards.
I did that. Yeah, absolutely. In class, they tell you don't lean back in your chair, and then you do, and you fall.
Oh my God!
And everybody's reading, and all of a sudden it's like.
I was asleep in Miss Maynard's history class, and I crashed to the floor. I woke up as my chin hit the tile.
Music appreciation.
Dude.
And you never do that where you wake up, but you were in some sort of a dream. So you it's like a violent wake up.
Yeah.
And you're in a quiet moment in the class. And so everyone's just listening to some sort of lecture. And you're like, wah! And you slap your desk. They're just you okay, bro?
Right.
No, I'm not. I'm not
definitely
okay.
far from okay.
Anyway.
So Memphis was pants around the ankles.
Totally.
Embarrassment.
It was completely embarrassing. And so we could have set our watch to it. They come back home. They're 1 game over 500. And everyone's going, well, this is silly. This is ridiculous that we think this team can win a title. Can't win on the road. They can't defend. They can't not fall down by 15 in the first quarter. And you feel like an idiot. You're it was stupid. And I sat there and I went, the second I saw, Giannis is out. And I knew he was going to be out before he was out, because I looked at the number in the game and I went, I got mad at myself for not betting it when I saw it, because the Warriors were -1
at home
against the Bucks.
They win at home.
I know, except for it was the Bucks, and the Warriors had lost 3 in a row, and Kuminga's out, and all of this, and I go, come on, man. The Warriors are favored against Milwaukee. I go, Giannis must be out. 2 hours later, Giannis is out. Number goes up to 4.5. I realized that they needed a Steph savior to even win that game. But the point is, the second you saw that Milwaukee and Phoenix were coming to town with no Giannis and no KD, I knew the Warriors were going to win both, because that's the way it goes. And so now we get to spend 48 hours going, I'll tell you what, no one wants to face this team.
Are we back to that?
And if they could just figure, and tomorrow night, you're going to lose by 117 points.
Sure.
And I'm going to walk in here and go, oh my God, we're so stupid for believing. But I accept this now. This is a flawed team. it is kind of like oddly dramatic and fun if you just lean into it a little bit. I do believe that the playoffs could get interesting. I do believe there's a scenario where they make a whole lot of noise. I also think there's a scenario where they end up in the play-in tournament and don't even make the playoffs.
Right.
And in an odd way, I don't know. That's kind of dramatic and exciting.
I'm here for it, too.
Let's see where it goes.
I'm excited by all of it. And, you go into tomorrow night, you could lose to the Clippers, and Minnesota can beat Boston, and you would find yourself in a flat-footed tie with Minnesota for the 6th seed, also for the 7th seed. You'd be right on that bubble of play-in. There are 13 games left to go, and the Warriors are most likely going to oscillate between the 5, the 6, maybe the 7. They might dip to the 8. They could creep up to the 4. They beat Phoenix. They're only a game and a half out of the 4. Odds are the Warriors will be somewhere between 4 and 9 or 10 by the time we get into the play-in tournament. Hopefully, they're outside the play-in tournament. I don't know if I want that stress. I would love right now if I could write it down in pen and say, all right, Warriors, 13 games left to go. Be the 6. Be the 6 and take on Sacramento. That's what I would want.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, that's their best route to advance.
Oh, by the way, it was not adorable last night, the way the Kings blew that game. That was not adorable.
No?
I'm so sorry that the beam...
Didn't get lit?
Who lights the beam? Is there a guy or a girl? Do they have that job? Are they just the beam lighter?
I don't know, but they got put on ice.
Got the night off last
yeah,
night.
They did.
That's too bad. 43 points in the fourth quarter, huh?
That's usually not a good. Well, they scored 37.
Darn it, I was rooting for them.
You liar.
You're
a beam hater.
They were ahead by double digits, and I was like, man, these dominant Kings, they're about to show the league a thing or two, aren't they? And then they lost. It's too bad.
They were down after 3. When were they up by double digits?
It was about halftime.
There you go. There you go. Context. Captain Context had to throw that in the garbage.
Well, I want to be positive for once.
Well, you went from gave up 43 points to up double digits.
They gave up 43 in the fourth quarter.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Giannis almost got a 50 burger on him.
For people who don't know the context, the way you framed it was they gave up 43. They were up double digits in the fourth, and then they gave up 43. That's the way you made that sound, Mark.
Yeah.
Which is a lie. Flat-out lie.
I think I positioned it very well.
They never led in the fourth quarter.
Actually,
they're up 198.
Au contraire, they were up to start the fourth quarter.
Right.
All right? And then they gave up a 43 burger.
Were they?
Yes, I will take your apology.
Well, they were down 90-87 after 3, so don't let that get in the way of it.
Okay. And it was close enough.
We can fight about Sacramento later.
Trust it. Very tight game. Anyway, sponsored by Inn at the Tides. Book your getaway to Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Their midweek winter special offers the lowest rates of the year, starting at just $199. That would be $199 per night through March 31st. Enjoy stunning views, refresh rooms, and free breakfast. Book now, innatthetides.com. Where is your acceptance of these flawed warriors? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls next. Give you an update on the 49er defensive defections. Also, and Matt Barrows on the 49ers joins us in 45 minutes. This from 2 to 6 on 95.7. The Game is Willard and Dibbs.
Mom, Dad, Sis.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Who's my dude? Who's my dude that got called in the Super Bowl for that hold and then came to the right? Remember the media went to him in the locker room and he's everybody chill. Yeah. Yes, it was a hold. I hope that, I hope they wouldn't call it, but they did. Who's my guy?
It's
Who was
Cadbury.
that? Was it Bradbury?
I thought it was Cadbury.
Well, it's not Cadbury. That's an egg.
That's
Easter's coming.
Damn it!
By the way, that I don't know. Is this a hot take? You know those Cadbury eggs, the chocolate on the outside, and
with
then
the creamy middle,
like the multicolored gooey thing in the middle. Pro or con? A thumbs up or thumbs down?
I mean, I wish I could say con, but if you rolled me a Cadbury egg right now, I'm a pro.
I'm gonna eat it. Exactly.
I'm good for maybe one a year because I'm always a little concerned about what that filling is, but it is good. And
do you know what though? Have you
back
ever done
when I
that?
partook in Easter, I was all about it.
Listen, there are a few things, and this is not to be. I'm not judgmental. I want you to enjoy life, and you should consume whatever you want to consume. But do you ever do that? You ever start eating something and you look at it and you're like, "What is this?
Right?
What is a Cheez-It? What is this? What am I? What if we decided counts as food? So Cadbury cream egg. Hi, I'm Mark Willard for Cadbury cream eggs, and I think they're freaking delicious, and I don't care what's in there.
Yeah,
that's my commercial. But yeah, it's a fair question.
Yeah,
what is the yellow stuff?
I would imagine there's a bunch of different dyes. I don't know, red dye number 2 or whatever, the one you're not supposed to have if it's in there. But the Cheez-It's a good call. Otis Bird on the
what you got
on
the
YouTube, he's like, Cheez-It is a good snack. You're right, Otis.
It is.
It's not about good versus bad
you're
because
Dan
I love
Dibley
a
for Cheez-Its. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Dan Dibley, and whenever I need a cheesy snack, a handful of cheesy goodness, I use Cheez-Its. But what is a Cheez-It?
By the way, you know that Cheez-It ad campaign with the dude in the lab coat, and he's sitting there like trying to decide whether the cheese is mature enough to graduate to become a Cheez-It. Do you know the ad campaign I'm talking about? Guy in the lab coat. I know that guy. Boop. He owns a home in L.A. That's all you need to know about Cheez-It.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pro Cheez-It because, like, that dude's made a living off of wearing a lab coat and talking about Cheez-It. I'm going to eat it. So, yeah, and nothing wrong. I mean, quite frankly, they're almost addictive. Like, I love Cheez-Its, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah. It's just a cracker surrounded by cheese, yeah. But orange.
Right,
so,
it's orange.
There you have it. But they are good.
Okay, 888-957-9570. Thank you, YouTube. The reason that the Cadbury egg has come up and James Bradbury has come up is because Adam Schefter just broke that he is returning to the Eagles on a 3-year deal worth $38 million. $20 million of that is fully guaranteed, and another $6 million in incentives for a grand total of $44 million.
Good for him.
Yeah.
And, he had a great year. He had an unforgettable play. If you're an Eagles fan, an unfortunate play. But to think that is the reason why they lost the Super Bowl is foolish. And I hate that we distill our sports down to the one play. The one reason why Team A loses to Team B, it had to be this. And it's unfair most of the time, I think.
Yeah, well, it's almost never even possible.
Right.
Like how
Russell Wilson, like Pete Carroll, why didn't you give the ball to Beast Mode? You would have won the game. Well, would you have? I mean, maybe they botched the exchange, or maybe Beast Mode gets stopped at the 1, or I mean, we never know.
Yeah,
it's easy to look at the fade route. Michael Crabtree, why are you running the fade route?
Sure, it's what happens at the end that we remember, right? I think I shared this with you. My man Abe, my 16-year-old son who's on the Tam High golf team, I think he 3-jacked the last hole of a tournament 3 weeks ago, and they lost in a tiebreaker. And he was like, it was all on his shoulders. He's like, I can't believe I 3-putted the last hole, and we lost in a tiebreaker. I'm like, there are 12 golfers out there, and every single putt that any one of them hit flips that tournament one way or the other, and you're focused solely on basically your 1 second putt that didn't go in. But that's how it works. We remember what happened at the end. That's all. We remember what happened at the end.
Right.
Alvin Kamara, pass interference, Saints-Rams, and the Saints fan base still thinks they got jobbed out of the Super Bowl, and I get it. It was terrible non-call.
Right.
But what about all the other stuff that happened in the game? So, anyway, sophomore in Pacifica has called Willard and Dibs. Hi, sophomore. What are you doing?
Gentlemen, I'm here in Pacifica without power down at Lindemar, but I wanted to ask you guys the same thing. So with Wiggins, I think that, we got to give him credit that it's probably a really good reason until we know otherwise. That's the classy thing to do. So I want to encourage all of us to keep it classy. And then with GP2, though, why doubt that he can come back? Steph Curry got himself in playing shape in round 1 of the playoffs last year, and I think the Warriors won, the World Championship. That's it. So there's no reason to doubt that GP2 will be back. He's got decent doctors who don't lie, cheat, steal, and shoot him up with stuff to get him out on the court so they can trade him. So much better shape there.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Welcoming your comments on anything but Cheez-Its.
Thank you, sophomore.
Well, you may get some Cheez-It talk as well. I'm not making that promise. Are you kidding me?
I mean, I would love for GP2 to come back, and I think that medically the odds are that he could come back. But if I'm thinking about it in terms of what you've been saying, Mark, about this Warrior team, up and down, the yo-yo season, I'm not counting on anything. Andrew Wiggins should be able to come back no matter what his issue is. Odds are you should be able to still come back and play basketball. GP2 with an adductor strain, you should be able to come back and play basketball, but I'm not counting on either one of them.
I think that's fair. Listen, I believe Gary Payton II is going to play basketball for the Warriors in this regular season. Andrew Wiggins, I have no opinion, no prediction, no nothing. But let me ask you this. Do you meditate at all? You do your meditation sensation?
I've done it, yeah.
You've done it?
I've done it.
How's that go for you?
It goes great when I do it. I mean, I took a class at SF State back in 98 or 99.
Meditation 101?
At SF State, you have to do a 3-course cluster in upper division outside your major.
Okay.
So I took, I don't know if it was called self-fulfillment, but there was a class in meditation, autogenic training, which is kind of like a chanting exercise.
I don't even know what that is.
And goal setting. Those were my 3 classes that I took one semester, and it was incredible. My meditation class got an A, which helped the GPA.
How do you get a B in meditation?
You don't show up.
Well, okay, I was going to say, like, what, is somebody talking or something over there?
Right.
Sir, I'm
You're
sorry.
being too loud.
You got a C minus. There's no
Totally.
talking in meditation class,
Exactly.
sir. How do you get a bad grade there?
And autogenic training is like you repeat things in your own mind, like my left arm is heavy, and then you work to different parts of your body, and you slowly, it's like meditation.
It's like a mantra, except
Exactly.
for you're speaking. Okay, here's why I ask. What is one of the classic trainings? And by the way, I don't do a whole lot of meditation. I've tried it, and it's a pinball thing going on in there. Bing, 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 bing. Like,
right.
How quickly, when you sit down to meditate, do you get to your to-do list? For me, it was about 3.4 seconds. Right? Like, okay, we're going to come, and we're here. And I'm like, oh, my God, I got to get an appointment I forgot about.
Yeah.
So anyway.
I need to get mail.
I stink at it. Right. I'm terrible at it. I'm like my grocery store shopping. I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm out of Cheez-Its. Anyway, so I'm terrible at it, but that's not my point. The training of that, anything like that, because I also think there are a bunch of things that are meditation that we don't consider meditation. You say meditation and you picture somebody who's got their legs crossed and they're on a park bench with their palms up like Andre Iguodala, and they're like, under a tree and becoming one with it. Well, look, if you dance, if you go for a run, for me, golf is very, very meditative.
Mm-hmm.
I love to go play on my own. By the way, this new time slot will probably lead to some of that. You might find me in the summer at 10 a.m., out there by myself, whacking 9 holes around, and it's very, very meditative. But the whole practice is about what? Right now.
Yeah.
It's always about right now. My favorite saying when it comes to that stuff, there are 2 days of the week where you have absolutely no control over what happens. They're called tomorrow and yesterday, right? So this is my new warrior meditation. GP2, Andrew Wiggins, Kuminga, the road, the relationship with Jordan Poole, all of it. They seemingly have no control over this. It is irrelevant in terms of their game against the Clippers tomorrow night. So when you watch the game tomorrow night or listen to it on 95.7 The Game.
Nice.
I put your palms up like Iguodala, and cross your legs, find a park bench, and just do that game. Don't let any of this other stuff get into your head. Oh, gosh, the road and Draymond punched Jordan Poole, and it's led to that missed shot, and they fell behind by 15, and just do that game because I don't think anything else is even reasonable when you watch the Warriors. I've never seen a team where one day never has anything to do with the previous day.
Right.
I have no clue what this team's going to do night to night.
And I like your 2 days you can't control bit. I know it's not a Mark Willard original, and I guarantee
saw it
you
in
it's
a
not.
bookstore one time.
The back of a greeting card.
Big sign
that
in
is
the
such
bookstore.
greeting card
Like,
philosophy.
Hey, I like that.
I'm going to take that. Excuse me while I write this down. Because, no, you're right, though. Yesterday is already done, and tomorrow is out of your control.
Kyle Shanahan doesn't even know if we're going to be alive tomorrow.
And that's a big statement for you because I learned something about you in the green room before the show today.
Which is?
You're a control freak.
Oh, well, kind of. But aren't we all?
No, I'm not a control freak at all.
Actually, yeah, you're not. You're not. I'm definitely more of one than you are.
Yes,
yeah.
I'm very. There are things that I can control, and I realize that it's a precious few things, and outside of that, I'm here for the ride.
Brother.
So in terms of the Golden State Warriors, not to take it off you and me because I enjoy talking about us more than the Warriors, but in terms of the Warriors, you've got me in a place now where I am here for it. 13 games to go, and I know it's always been out of my control, but when you have KD, it felt a little bit more like you got to win this title.
I think we're in control of this league.
Well, yes. Or else. Oh, God, if you don't win, what a choke job and all the rest of it. And last year was so fun because, they had a chance. They were a live contender come playoff time. But this year's team, honestly, if they were to win 2 series in the playoffs, I would be stunned.
Well, and see, I wouldn't be. And this is not me trying to be like Mr. Reasonable, like, oh, let's all just stay in the moment and enjoy Warriors basketball on 95.7.
Nice.
That's not that. It's me trying to tell you, what is your way working? Is the normal sports fan way working? Where you sit down at 7 o'clock and go, okay, man, they got momentum. Uncle Mo is on their side.
Mo.
They won 3 in a row. And here comes Steph. And this is a lesser team that's here in town. The Warriors got this one tonight. Lose by 20.
Right.
And then the very next night, you're like, well, that team, they stink. They're not going to beat the Bucks and the Suns. What the hell are they going to? How are we doing now? So I've reached a point where anything else is pointless. It's totally pointless to sit here and predict or project or thread any day to the next. And I've never seen this before with a team. The Golden State Warriors are the most enjoyably unreliable thing I have ever seen in my entire life. That's who they are. And so, let's go.
Right. But they're unreliable, yet they're so reliable at the same time. Home, win, road, loss. And that's why when Guru says, they're going 4-1 on this road trip, I almost spit out my water across the room because you can't count on them to go 4-1.
You can't count on it, but would it shock you if they did?
It would shock me if they did.
Would it?
Yes.
See, I don't actually, to me, it's overly quirky because let's for instance take the positive side of it. The home games, they win them all. Have they looked dominant? I would argue, hell no.
No, not always.
Hell no. Look at how many games. That 5-game win streak at home, they kept falling down by 15 points in the first half of every game. And then it was like our butts on fire and we're going to come back. And then we're like, see, we win all the home games. I mean, even the Bucks game on Saturday night, they didn't have, it's not like, we're at home, we got this. No, you get your butts kicked in the second half.
Yeah.
Steph hit a heater and you yanked it out. But they're not great at home.
And even last night, you're up 20, and then that thing gets down to what, 2 or 3?
Of course it does, because that's the NBA.
What they do, yeah.
And it's what the Warriors do.
Right.
So the same way, like, their record is great at home, but I don't find them dominant. And their record on the road is a disaster, but I don't find them to be totally incompetent. They were on this last trip. But they've had moments on the road where I'm like, no, y'all look like a team. They went to Boston and played. I mean, ended up with a loss, but they played a great basketball game in Boston. So I don't know what the hell's going to happen. Maybe they will go 4-1. I'm just going to sit here like you know what I mean? Like I'm Men in Black. You're going to hit that little flashy thingy in my face after that. I'm going to forget everything. Every game I watch is going to be the first game that I watch.
No, and I love that. And, I look at the 5 games and individually at L.A. against the Clippers, it feels like you should or you could beat the Clippers. It's a road game you're going to lose. You play at Atlanta 2 nights later, you've got to be able to beat Atlanta in the Grant Liffman revenge game. But it's a road game, so I can't say that you're going to win that.
Yeah.
The next night, second half of back-to-back at Memphis, where is Ja? Well, he's in rehab in Florida. We now know officially, and I had it first here on 95.7 The Game, reports that he was heading to rehab, but you don't go to Memphis and win comfortably.
Is he in traditional rehab? I saw that he entered a facility.
Yeah.
Is he?
I don't know if
has it been said that he's having alcohol treatment or no?
Well, he's at a facility, so I don't know what facility specifically. I don't know what the treatment is.
The word I've seen was counseling, which could mean anything.
Fine.
It could mean anything.
So he's getting counseling. I don't want to, rehab shame him. He's getting help, which good for Ja. He needs it.
Yeah.
But
I mean, maybe
to think that you're going to go to Memphis and win without Ja, they beat you by 21 the other night. That's a loss. You're going to Houston. Houston doesn't want to win. I'm going to give you that one. And then you go to Dallas, and you got to play the fighting Lucas.
But you're saying, first of all, I don't even know when Luka's going to play, and you're saying that you like what I'm saying, followed by doing the exact opposite. I'm not projecting anything.
No, I'm doing that for the sake of the bit.
Right. Like,
and the sake of the show.
Memphis is not going to lose.
The audience demands me in my prediction of the 5-game road trip.
Stick to the March Madness. I do want your first 4 predictions tonight.
I got a lock tonight, by
the
way.
Do those games start in like 2 minutes?
Seriously.
Seriously. When do they start? And who's playing? I got no clue what the hell's going on.
3:40 first tip.
All right, so
I have got a lock for you in the play-in game.
Don't call it that. It's very offensive.
Of the first 4.
These are tournament teams, and they have earned it.
Let me ask you a question.
Free Cheez-Its, forever wins.
You filled out a bracket, I'm sure.
I have not yet. Well, I wait. I'm a waiter.
Okay.
I'm a waiter.
So what's the deadline
for your bracket? Not like I'm going to bring you your food.
Is the deadline for your bracket at the first tip today?
Wednesday at sleep time.
Exactly. You know why, Mark? Because these aren't tournament games.
Oh, I agree with you. I'm just telling you that you're offending them.
These are play-in games.
Yeah.
Much like the NBA has a play-in tournament. It's the same cockamamie thing. And by the way, the NCAA tournament is expanding. I don't know if it's next year or the year after, but these first 4 play-in games are going to get expanded. They're going from 68 teams to
what are they?
Like 80?
I think. Really?
I believe so.
Is that confirmed?
I don't know if it's confirmed with a second source, but they're going to expand this baby, unfortunately.
Okay, so it's Southeast. By the way, this is the most fun play-in game ever. Yes, I called it a play-in game. Have you seen? Because when you print out a bracket right now, like it has, and I think it's that. Does Alabama get the winner of this first one?
Yes,
tonight, right? Alabama gets the winner. So if you print out a bracket, it's like my 9-year-old Jude pulls out a bracket the other day. He goes, "Dad, print me a bracket." I print him a bracket. He goes, "Hey, who's Alabama playing in this first game?" He goes, "Who is Smasui Teakakashikut?" What school is that? The 2 abbreviations of Southeast Missouri State and Texas A&M Corpus Christi.
SEMO.
You literally have you got half the alphabet, and you got to squeeze it into that one little line on the bracket.
Yeah.
Very special game tonight. A lot of consonants. A lot of them.
Just take Bama. Whoever wins this game.
Right, Bama. I got that, but I guess it's Texas A&M Corpus Christi who is favored by 3.
Yes.
In this game this afternoon.
If you want my pick now, I'll give it to you.
No, let's tease it.
All right, tease it.
3 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Dan Dibley, Ken Palm, the formula,
the
system.
You see this, Mark?
Southeast Missouri. Oh my gosh, you got a lot of chicken scratch there on that piece of paper.
Yeah, my penmanship is not so great.
I'm glad you used 2-sided. That's saving a tree. Good job.
Of course, yeah, thank you. Well, you got the South and the East on the one side, and the Midwest and the West on the other.
Okay, but you have the first 4.
And boy, do I have the first 4. Have I got a pick for you?
Oh, I can't wait. All right, so that's coming up in 8 minutes. But right now, it's Big Ike in Oakland on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Big Ike, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Man, just got off the freeway in a bunch of rain and storm. Good to hear from you, man.
Be safe. Be safe. I don't know okay, I don't want to interrupt you, Big Guy. What the hell is going on? There, that's it. The weather. I can't take it anymore, but go ahead, Big Ike. Sorry.
Hey, yeah, man. So you asked what's the state of the Warriors. I'm pretty happy at the state because, I'm an old school fan. I don't know about a bunch of these new guys, but I'm very happy with Joe Lacob and Bob Myers have came in here and done. I come from the days of when we had Troy Murphy, Victor Alexander, just on and on, not to just bring up guys' names, but if you know what I mean, anything from here is like icing on the cake with me, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, Big Ike, if you've been around for a minute, I think you're crazy if you're not sort of expressing the gratitude that you're expressing right now. Like, this is so micro to be mad at this anything in this Warrior era. I think that's fair. That's a good point.
Absolutely, man. Like I said, my cousin played for the Warriors, Andre Spencer. I don't know if y'all remember that guy, but he played for the Warriors back when they had Victor Alexander, Tyrone Hill. He stayed with Chris Gatlin. That was his guy down in EPA, East Palo Alto Hills or wherever. Yeah, I remember going over there, Potrero Hills. But yeah, man, I'm a good fan, and I just love everything that Joe Myers, what's his name? Jacob and everybody.
Joe Lacob, yeah.
Low Jacob and Mike Myers. Yeah, those guys.
Yeah. Bob Myers. But yeah, man. So they need to go ahead and get him a contract, man, and get him going. And whatever happens, I just want to keep our core as long as we can. I don't care if we fail. I don't care if we, you know what I'm saying, just keep the core as long as we can, man, and then let's just go from there.
Well, Big Ike, thank you, man. That's why James Wiseman is on the Pistons. Let's be honest. That's why he's on the Pistons, because they finally...
That's why he's dominating on the Pistons, Mark.
Take it easy.
You better recognize...
He's playing well.
Double-double.
He's putting up some numbers.
In a win.
For the first time in his Pistons career.
In a win.
Yes, in a win.
Watch out, Eastern Conference.
No. Watch out, Wembanyama.
Here comes Big Ticket.
Yeah. What happens if Wiseman and Wembanyama are teammates? Is it Wiseman-Yama?
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Anyway, actually, it is.
No.
Anyway.
Just trying to support you. Lock of the day in 5 minutes. I got it for you.
All right. We got more of your calls next. We got Matty Barrows in about 20 minutes on the 49ers. They've had an interesting day. Yeah, a couple more defenders, and one of them, a surprising one, is leaving the 49ers. We'll tell you who coming up next. Also, you want to win a couple tickets to Warriors Spurs? March 31st, all you got to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You get an entry an hour. That's how it works. Honestly, all you got to do is listen. That's it. And as you're listening, every hour, you get another entry up to 8 times per day. So download the Odyssey app. No reason to wait. Tickets are courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, for tickets, go to warriors.com. 888-957-9570 is the number, and we'll take more of your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile,
to buzzer beaters.
Atkinson scores! 1.4 seconds left.
To champions. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, y'all, what's going on? That's right. It's Willard and Dibs now 2 to 6 on 95.7 The Game, and an opportunity to once again welcome you all in. Yes, this is a new time for us, and obviously things a little bit different around here at 95.7 The Game, so we invite you, especially if you're new to the show, to hang with us, give us a chance, and we look forward to working our way into your habit. And thank you, as always, with whatever you're doing here in the afternoon. If you're watching on YouTube, and by the way, we are streaming all the time live on YouTube. You just go to youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. You can see what's going on inside the studio, see what color hoodie Dibs is wearing on that particular day.
Cream.
And then you get on top. Anyway, like and subscribe for all of the 95.7 The Game content.
I thought you were going to go Wu-Tang there with cash rules, everything around me.
Cream, yeah.
Get the money.
Dollar bills, y'all.
Right.
I was thinking about it.
But you went Prince.
Yeah, I went a different way.
I like it.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
There he goes. So anyway, go back to the phones here in a second. We got some Niners stuff. Baldy weighing in on the Niners this morning with Bonte and Joe in the morning. Interesting stuff there. We'll get to that. And Matt Barrows joins us in about 11 minutes. But if you please, and maybe if we got like something to get Dibs in the college basketball mood, if possible, if you can find something in there, John, that'd be great. And then you can pass along your don't call it a play-in game pick for both of the games tonight, right? Or do you want to save the second one for later in the show? Really, just we've only got one more commercial break between now and tip-off. So if I'm going to lay a bet here on Southeast Missouri State and Texas A&M Corpus Christi, I'm going to need that pick now.
Yeah, and that's really the only pick that I'm going to have for you because the other game is not as ironclad as this one. But first game out of the chute, the play-in game.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Interesting one between Texas A&M Corpus Christi and Southeast Missouri State.
It's actually not an interesting one unless we bet on it. That's why I'm asking.
It's actually fascinating because Texas A&M Corpus Christi is number 2 in the country in free throw percentage.
Also not fascinating. But anyway, go ahead.
Southeast Missouri State is bottom 5 in the country in fouls committed. You've got the foulingest team against the team that loves to knock down the free throw. We're taking Texas A&M Corpus Christi.
It's getting more interesting.
We're taking Corpus Christi. We're laying the 3.
Right.
Expect a very high-scoring game. Southeast Missouri State, number 7 in the country in tempo, according to Ken Pom.
Yeah.
Ken Pom's got them at number 7 in tempo. So they're going to get up and down. They're going to foul a bunch. They're a deep team. Corpus Christi, good offensively, and they can shoot the free throw. They can stroke it from 15. We're taking Corpus Christi, and we're laying the 3.
All right. I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Southeast Missouri State, are they an automatic qualifier into this said big dance, or were they an at-large team? Because this is a team that has lost almost as many games as it's won. So I imagine
lost 5 of their last 7.
Yeah, they're 19 and 16.
Yeah, they went into the Ohio Valley Conference tournament as a long shot, and then they won out. They won 4 straight
they're an automatic
in the tournament.
qualifier.
Yes, both teams are automatic qualifiers.
Yeah, can I just quickly share an opinion?
Please.
Yeah, I do not think that automatic qualifiers should be in the first 4. I think that stinks.
Well,
I think it absolutely stinks because I get that the at-large teams are better. I fully understand that 5th place in the Big East or whatever, Big Ten, whatever you want to do, that's all better than Texas A&M Corpus Christi. However, there's tradition here, and this is the way that you, NCAA, have set this tournament up. There are automatic qualifiers, and these little dancers, as I like to call them, tiny dancers. Maybe.
Thank you, Elton.
They have this one shot. And for some of these schools, they get one shot at this like every decade. I went to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. We've been to the tournament one time. One time.
Yeah.
And if you get on that Cinderella run and you run through your small conference tournament and you win and the celebration of going to the tournament, and then you're not even allowed to get to Thursday.
You get to go to Dayton.
That's weak.
Well,
it's weak sauce. You should have the whole deal is if I'm Texas A&M, it's not even getting to Thursday. It's something else. If I'm Texas A&M Corpus Christi, I'm winning the right to go get my butt kicked by a blue blood.
Right.
And I want that. I want that memory. I want Bob from Texas A&M Corpus Christi someday to be telling his grandkids, do you know what? There was this one time we played UCLA, or we played Duke, or we played Kentucky, or this year we played a Houston or an Alabama, and they were a 1 seed. And yeah, we lost by 33, but it was an incredible experience. What did Texas A&M Corpus Christi get? They get to play Southeast Missouri State.
It's a winnable game.
Right, but one of them's going to lose, and there's nothing memorable about that at all.
Well, you're still in the tournament, and what the tournament
you
committee...
You called it a play-in game.
It absolutely is.
Well, then you're not in the tournament if you lose it.
Our guy JT Lucan, our producer, just played the theme, which means they're in the tournament. If the theme plays, then you're in the tourney.
Oh, so I imagine your bracket has already been turned in then.
Of course. Both of my brackets have been turned in.
Oh, that's odd. Mine's not, and for some reason I haven't been told that I'm ineligible.
Well, it's because these playing games don't matter.
I see.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That's my point.
And your point is well taken.
That's my point.
I'll say this, though, about the committee, and they made a nice change to where of the 4 play-in games, the first 4 games, only 2 of the games involve bottom feeder teams. The other 2 are, I think, 11 seeds.
They are, yes. Pitt and Mississippi State. And they're both 11s.
And tomorrow, Texas Southern and Fairleigh Dickinson. Those are 2 of the worst, if not the 2 worst teams in the tournament. So,
tremendous.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like those teams, the 16 seeds that are bouncing around in Dayton, those should be the 4 teams that are playing the ones.
And I just looked it up. The expansion that they're talking about is going to 90 teams in the future. So going from 68 to 90.
Lord.
So that would involve a whole nother round. So the tournament actually would start today with a full rack of games Tuesday and Wednesday. And so I think the top 8 teams then in each bracket would get a bye.
Yeah, I wish they don't call it the first 4, call it the last 4. And I know it's more than 4 teams, it's 8 teams, but like these should be the last at-large teams in. The last 8 at-large teams in should be playing in Dayton, in my opinion. Is it something I lose sleep over? No. It's not. But that's just for giggles. That's what I'm throwing out there. I don't think that's right. David in Walnut Creek, and then we'll get to some Baldy Sound and some Matt Barrows action coming up here in a sec on Willard and Dibs. Hey, David, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm trying not to fly away. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I just wanted to talk about the Warriors. The Warriors road mode. So I know they've got a really bad road record, but I think out of all the Western Conference teams, the only one that does have a winning road record is the Kings. And then the other point I wanted to make is I'm just trying to figure out what's the cause of this. You all think, and it's a question I don't think has been asked of like Steve Kerr on his program. Maybe it has, but you all think that maybe this has to do with, they go out on the road and the chemistry on the road, just they're not dinner or they're not commiserating, outside. I don't know how much that plays in, but I just get this feeling that, that there's a comfort there at home. And then when they go on the road, because they're all in their hotel rooms and they don't hang out because maybe the Draymond Green situation, and maybe they just have this, this situation going on. I'll let you guys go with it.
Yeah, thanks, David. I don't know how it couldn't not be that, but I also think the way you said it is overstating it. I'm not trying to make a point that I think the Warriors all hate each other. I don't think that's the case at all. I just think when you go on the road, cohesion matters. Your role players struggle more on the road, so they really need to be buttoned up. They all need to know exactly where they're supposed to be defensively. And for whatever reason at home, those things get glossed over a little bit more. Home and road splits in the NBA are huge. So it's almost as if you're starting with a 7 or 8-0 lead when you're a good team at home. So, but yeah, just the understanding, the cohesion, the working as a unit, whether that's off the court or on, when you go on the road, that's when that stuff shows. And the Warriors are 7-26 on the road.
And they've got only 5 more home games. So they're going to need to right the ship. Because
they got to win some of these. You're right.
Yeah, if you look at 7-26 on the road, you've got 8 more road games based on like extrapolative properties. You'd say that they would probably go 2-6 in these 8 road games, which has you 9-32 on the road. 5 more home games, you probably go 4-1. So now you're 33-8 at home. So you wind up with 42 wins, 42-40. That might have you in the play-in. That's going to be right there on the bubble.
It might. Yeah, something tells me it won't. But
42-40 might be the 7 seed.
Yeah, you got it. There's no doubt. You got to win some of these on the road. You're playing Houston next week.
And Atlanta.
You better win those games. Okay, we're sponsored by Bay Street Emeryville. Come meet an elite group of Bay Area college basketball heroes at Bay Street Emeryville's Bay Break Dining Terrace grand opening event, Saturday, March 25th at 2 p.m. There's food, there's fun, there's local heroes, community support, and basketball. We got football coming up next. Wait till you hear what Brian Baldinger said about the Hargrave signing by the 49ers yesterday. Plus, Matt Barrows jumps in on the conversation right here on Willard and Dibs.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, and here comes Matty Barrows to talk 49ers. The 49ers, the team that has owned free agency so far. Fair statement? I don't know. Is it? I mean, take a listen, everybody, and then we're going to welcome Matt Barrows of The Athletic in on this. Javon Hargrave, Philadelphia Eagles defensive tackle. He's now a 49er. Listen to what Baldy had to say about this.
He's my number one free agent. You know, they traded DeForest Buckner 3 years ago, and they take the first-round pick, and they drafted Javon Kinlaw. It has not worked out yet. He's been injured. He has not been productive, largely productive. But Javon Hargrave is a huge upgrade. And if that's the case, now maybe they play together and Eric Armstead goes to end, who knows? They got flexibility. But Javon Hargrave is a difference maker. He's been the best defensive lineman in Philadelphia 2 years in a row. They led the league in sacks with 62 this year. He got 11 of them. He got one in the postseason. He had 12 sacks from the defensive tackle position. And his interior push is almost second to none in the NFL. It's unbelievable that they got Hargrave.
All right, that from Brian Baldinger this morning. Let's welcome Matt Barrows in on the conversation. Hey, Matty, how you doing, and what do you think of that?
Yeah, that was impressive because, as we all know, as we all saw throughout the playoffs, the Eagles had a lot of talent on that defensive line, you know, from Hassan Reddick to Brandon Graham, et cetera, et cetera. So for Baldy to say that about the interior guy, that says everything. And you know, the numbers all kind of align to that. I was looking at his combine numbers because that's something that Chris Kaczmarek, the defensive line coach, looks at. And he was 6'1", 309 pounds back in 2016. So you can sort of picture the bowling ball shape there. And his 10-yard split was 1.57 seconds, which is what you see a lot of cornerbacks and you know, certainly smaller players get. And you see that when you watch him on tape. He's the first guy off the line of scrimmage, and that's very important to Kaczmarek. Burst and penetration and getting into the backfield and all of that. And so he's got that quickness, and then he finishes. I mean, he gets sacks. He gets tackles behind the line of scrimmage. So you pair that with a Nick Bosa, who's been working on his own 10-yard split, and Eric Armstead, and you have something right there. I don't know who's going to be the fourth guy along that line. Drake Jackson could be, you're right. Eric Armstead could definitely pop out on base downs, that sort of thing. But you've got a very strong mix at your most important position on defense right off the bat.
And what does this mean for Javon Kinlaw? Obviously, long-term, not good, but in the short term, does it mean that he could possibly be on the move?
I don't think so. I mean, the 49ers certainly haven't talked that way. He's been coming in just about every day to work out there, so they've seen him. He's in the building. He looks good on the practice field, and I know a lot of fans will say, "Well, that's all fine and dandy. How's he going to look on the field?" That's where he's been lacking to this point. But they're encouraged now. Obviously, with this move, they're not dependent on him, and I think that was the case before this Hargrave addition was made. So I don't know. To me, the ideal lineup has Bosa, Armstead, Hargrave, and maybe Drake Jackson. Maybe that's your nickel alignment. And then the base has Bosa, Hargrave, Kinlaw, and then Armstead at the other defensive end spot. That's a possibility as well. So anyway you slice it, it's pretty good. But I don't think that Javon Kinlaw is on the move. I mean, obviously, if he falters or there's some issue throughout the off season, that could be in the cards. But right now, they wouldn't save all that much from cutting him. I don't think that they'd get much on the market if they tried to trade him.
Matt Barrows with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Okay, you worked through a portion of the defense. Let's talk about how they rework the secondary, though, now that Jimmy Ward and Emmanuel Mosley are gone.
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't really know the answer at this point. Diamador Lenore, his arc was heading upward towards the end of the season. I think the 49ers would be comfortable with a outside cornerback duo of Charvarius Ward and Diamador Lenore. That was their playoff duo, and they did really well in the playoffs, especially Lenore. He had that interception against the Cowboys, started to look really good. His confidence was sky high by the end of the postseason. That would create a question of who's the nickel. That was Jimmy Ward's job last year. As it stands now, I think Samuel Womack would step into that role. That's why they drafted him in the 5th round last year. They are looking at sort of budget veterans at nickel. There's a guy, Trey Herndon, who's been with the Jaguars the last few years that they're kicking the tires on. I don't know if he's the only one, but that's the realm. That's the ilk that they're looking at. I mean, they just don't have a lot of space right now after some of these moves. So that's how I see it. I mean, drafting a cornerback in April is certainly possible. They've got 11 picks. They could be drafting just about any position: defensive line, offensive line, tight end. I think will be a big one there, and also defensive back.
Linebacker's been such a great area of strength for this team. Azeez Al-Shire has been a good depth piece when you've had injuries to Dre Greenlaw and when Fred Warner missed time. Is Flanagan Fowles able to step in and be that player, or will they look elsewhere for more linebacking help in the draft?
Yeah, he's one of these soon-to-be free agents. He'll be a free agent tomorrow. I'm not exactly sure what the plan is with him. John Lynch mentioned at the Combine that Oren Burks would be the new number 3 linebacker, kind of stepping into that Azeez role. I know that they also like this guy, Marcelino McCrary-Ball. He was an undrafted rookie last year. I want to say out of Indiana. Really athletic, a guy that you would think would be terrific on special teams, goes sideline to sideline. That's sort of my dark horse to make the 53-man roster come September.
Matt, let's talk about something that no one ever talks about, and that is quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. Can we get into this a little bit? I mean, the question, it was something we were waiting for. Who was going to be the other guy that they brought into the QB room? And we all wanted to know, what would that signing sort of tell us about how they feel about Trey Lance? So how would you answer that question? Sam Darnold's arrival means what in terms of how the 49ers feel about Lance?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're Team Lance, you like that signing because it's not a guy that is kind of champing at the bit to be the starter. Like if they had signed a Matt Ryan or a Jacoby Brissett, which to me is a tier higher than a Sam Darnold, I think that would have been a worry if you were Trey Lance or in Trey Lance's corner. But remember, I mean, I don't think we're going to see Brock Purdy for a while until the regular season begins, and then maybe he's just starting to practice at the start of the regular season, not quite ready to play. So they need somebody to back him up. So I mean, I always thought that would be the case, you know, especially after the Purdy surgery, and we learned that it would be just being in quotation marks 6 months. But I thought that would be the level that we're talking about. I called it the Andy Dalton line, a guy that you would be okay if he had to start a number of games for you, but you've got, you know, better prospects, and I think that's exactly where the 49ers stand. I mean, Trey Lance last year was earmarked as a starter. He was anointed, and I thought he did a good job handling that role in the spring. I thought he did a good job in training camp. Was it perfect? No. Was the preseason perfect? No. But I thought he was doing everything in his power to signal that I'm the number one guy moving forward. So if he's just able to duplicate that, and I think he ought to be a little bit better, given that he did have all last offseason to be the number one guy. I think that you know, he goes into week one as the top quarterback, and really, you know, given Purdy's situation, his injury, there are no sort of questions being asked at that point. Now, if there's struggles in September and all of a sudden Purdy's ready to play, then that's when we get into our quarterback controversy, our quarterback battle. You guys are going to make a lot of hay come come September, because that's all anybody is going to be wanting to talk about is who should be number one once Purdy is healthy enough to practice again.
I can't wait for that, Matt. You know, it's what we do here, 2 to 6 on Willard and Dibbs. If this was a written piece, a notebook, then this would be the kicker. So I need to ask you about the kicker.
I don't have any kicker news.
Come on.
I know that the 49ers incumbent kicker, Robbie Gould, wants to make a good amount of money. It probably starts with a 5. And I know that the 49ers don't want to pay their kicker an amount that starts with a 5. So, I've always thought that the other team that could make a real play for Robbie Gould is the Dallas Cowboys. To this point, the Cowboys have not opened their wallet. So I don't know what that means. I don't know who else is out there. I've heard that the Jets are looking at kickers. There are a few other teams. The question, though, is which teams are looking for Robbie Gould? 40-year-old kicker who doesn't miss in the playoffs and who wants to be paid and, frankly, deserves to be paid among the highest kickers in the league. And to me, the answer is a team that expects to be playing in the postseason, and just doesn't want to go home with a missed kick in Green Bay or some other inclement place. And those two teams to me that jump out are the 49ers and the Cowboys. So I'm sure Robbie is waiting for this to heat up. There have been a couple of kickers signed so far. Greg the Leg and Matt Gay got signed by the Colts, I believe. But other than that, it's been quiet at that position.
Is he definitely gone? And you know what I mean? Because that was weird, I thought. The way he came out is like, yeah, I'm expecting to be elsewhere next year. And it seemed like it I don't know. It's not that clear cut, is it?
No, it isn't to me. I mean, he may have talked with a team, and the team may have kind of gone over their free agency plan with him and then said, we're thinking about targeting Javon Hargrave and doing this at quarterback, and Robbie saw the handwriting on the wall and realized that there wasn't a lot of room left after that. John Lynch said in Indianapolis just a couple of weeks ago that they certainly haven't closed the door on Robbie, but that they were looking at rookie kickers. I still find it hard to believe that this team, that sees itself playing consequential games in January and perhaps February, would rest everything on a rookie kicker. I mean, I still think that the 49ers need Robbie Gould, and really Robbie Gould needs the 49ers. I mean, Robbie Gould's goal is to make the Pro Football Hall of Fame. How do you do that as a kicker? That's difficult as a kicker.
Right.
You do that by making huge kicks at huge moments, and he's been doing that, but if he wants to continue that, the 49ers seem like the best place to do it.
Matt Gay got 5.6 average annual value. I wonder what that might have done to the Niners in terms of their willingness to spend that much on Robbie Gould.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that they want to spend that much.
Right,
the question in my mind is who else wants to spend that much?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like the Cowboys are champing at the bit, and it may be that all these teams are just kind of waiting for that to die down a little bit and for that price tag to come down to a more reasonable spot. I want to say that the 49ers had been paying Robbie an average of $4.8 million, and I would assume that that's a number that they're more comfortable with in coming years.
I appreciate the correct usage, by the way, of champing at the bit.
Yeah,
that's an educated man right there.
Well, this is what you go to journalism school and you pay $35,000 to learn that it's champing, not chomping.
Yes, thank you.
All right, there he is.
Money well spent.
Right?
Attaboy.
Matt Burrows of The Athletic. Sorry.
No, he had to borrow.
I didn't have that.
doubt.
So, that's
$35K
That's how we do college,
He
isn't
was
it?
Matt Burrows.
Yeah, Matty, thanks, man.
All right, anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, absolutely. There he goes. That's Matt Burrows, The Athletic. I mean, Matt Gay gets 5.6. It doesn't matter what the 49ers want to pay. It matters what else Robbie can find.
Right.
And so Robbie can – that's why I found that thing so weird. I expect to be somewhere else. Well, do you? I don't think anybody's lining up to spend $5 million on their kicker, especially someone who is on the other side of 40. Let's be honest. Robbie doesn't miss in the playoffs. Robbie's very good. Robbie also can't uncork from 55 plus which half the league can do right now. So I'm sorry, you don't get $5 million unless you can uncork from 58 yards.
But you look at the teams that need kickers, and it's Green Bay, the Niners, and Minnesota, playoff caliber teams.
Sure.
And Dallas also. Mason Crosby is out there. Robbie Gould is out there. Matt Prater, good veteran kicker. Brett Maher, who was unbelievable until he wasn't. So, but there's not a lot of great veteran quality kickers out there. So Robbie Gould might find a taker, but I was struck by the Matt Gay contract, 4 years and 22.5.
Well, he's in his prime, and
he is
right.
Yeah.
And so they want to make a big move on that. Plus, you go to the Colts, and they're playing indoors, all that stuff. You can bring Robbie Gould to Green Bay in his 40s. And a guy that maxes out at about 53 yards in California.
Right.
What's he max out at a Lambeau Field in December?
I got that at 48, Mark.
I mean, I know he kicked him through the playoffs just a year and a half ago there. I get it, but I don't know, man. I mean, again, he's a very good kicker, and I'd love for him to stay with the 49ers, but I'm not going premium price for Robbie Gould.
But it's risky to go the other route.
Of course it is.
You bring in a rook and you hope for the best, and maybe you get to week 10 and all of a sudden he's got the yips, and then you're screwed. Somebody on the YouTube feed.
But you're not.
Is Jose Cortez still alive?
Yeah, but you can go find someone at kicker. I mean, there's people coming in and coming out, and a lot of times those guys end up being a thing. And here's my point. Kickers are like, and they usually are, by the way, they're golfers, which in other words, just because Robbie Gould's been good for a few years doesn't mean he's going to be good next year. They get the yips.
Yeah, but Robbie Gould has been good for long enough to where you
has.
can't expect him to go yipified.
I don't think he's going to go sideways, but the difference between a great kicker and a bad kicker is very small. You miss 7 kicks, you stink. You only miss 3, you had a great year. This is a very, very fine line.
You're right.
So
it's also a fine line between winning a big game and losing a big game.
But I'm not, no doubt, but I'm not lining up for a long-term premium price.
Yeah, you're right.
At a kicker,
you're right.
because if it goes sideways, now you're stuck. And kicker is usually, not always, yes, you can get stuck. You can have Cody Parkey and end up on the Today Show.
Sure.
But usually you can find someone who can give you a solid enough season, usually.
Yeah, but solid enough when you're fancying yourself as a Super Bowl contender may not be good enough. And that's where you got to look at it. And you don't want to be kicking yourself come December because you didn't give Robbie Gould $5 million a year and you wound up with some rook who can't get the job done.
I guess my point would be this. Go to the NFL standings board right now.
Okay.
Go just look at all the teams.
From last year?
Who had a kicking problem?
Not many teams did.
Nobody. The Cowboys did in their playoff game. That's it. Like, I don't know what happened to kickers' legs. Something happened about a year and a half ago. Everybody can hit from 60, right? And nobody's having trouble. I mean, sure, there are a couple teams out there who are like, oh, McPherson in Cincinnati was a little wobbly. A little bit more wobbly than he should have been.
Chris Boswell, 71% on the year for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And he's
didn't cost him much.
And he's been there for a while.
Right.
So he's got some cachet there.
Will Lutz, New Orleans, 74% on the year.
That's weird in a dome.
It's bad.
I'd move on.
Harrison Butker, Kansas City Chiefs, 75%.
Right.
That's not good, kid.
But you're not going to move on from Butker because he's been there. He's been their guy for a while.
Cade York, Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, that guy was
75%.
That guy had a weird year.
And I'm just pulling kickers out of my shoe.
If I said, give me the high
even McManus range, 78%. Bad year.
If I asked for the high profile kicking issue in the NFL, you can give me one game and it didn't even hurt him. The Cowboys went to Tampa. Brett Maher was embarrassing, and they won by 117 points anyway.
Yeah.
So what's the problem? I'm not paying $5.2 million for Robbie Gould, especially because there's also something, doesn't it get to you? Robbie Gould's got an attitude. He's got the biggest attitude on the whole team.
KWA, kickers with attitudes.
He's the freaking kicker. I don't want my kicker going, so I've decided to take my talent somewhere else because they won't give me premium price, and I would like to be in the Hall of Fame. Dude, calm down. Hey, kicker. Like that, your biggest ego
You know who
on the
led
team.
the league in percentage, right?
The 49ers are running around with quarterbacks who don't have an ego that matches their kicker. Like, easy, brother. Take it easy.
He's 40 years old. He's looking for one last big payday, and he's the real deal.
He's great.
I don't fault him for that.
I don't fault him, but you don't get premium price when A, you're 40, and B, you can't hit from 58.
Wow.
Because other dudes can.
Yeah, some guys can. And you look at, like the best kicker in football by percentage, Cameron Dicker. He missed just one field goal. Rhymes with kicker.
What do we have out here? Dicker and Butker, and what are we doing here? What are we doing with the kickers? Maher.
And you're right about 50
By the
plus.
way, it's not just Maher, it's Mahim.
It's Ma them.
Yes,
it's Ma they
thank
in
you.
this day and age. A lot of kickers very accurate from 50 plus.
That's what I mean. Like I watched Dibs. I got Red Zone.
Dibs.
I'm watching the Red Zone, and people are getting to the 40-yard line, and they're like, no problem, we've got a kicker. And the 49ers don't have that. I don't really want that. I don't want the team to squeeze the orange from the 40-yard line to try to get 3 points and win 16-13. Go get a touchdown. The Niners' offense is really good, so I wasn't bothered by it. But
Robbie Gould did not miss from beyond 50.
But how many makes did he make from beyond 55?
Oh, he was 2 for 2 from beyond 50. So
how many did he
2 for
make beyond 55?
Probably 1 or 0.
They
I don't know what they
didn't
were.
even try it because he
50 to 59, he was 2 for 2.
Okay. I'd like
Get
to
off,
know
Robbie.
how long were those kicks?
I got to Google it.
I'm gonna
great
need
question.
to know. I'm gonna need to know. Here, I'll get it. I get you kicking right
No, his
here.
long was 51. So there you go.
go.
There you go.
His long was 51.
And he made it by a bunch.
I bet you. Yeah, it was probably
Never
gonna,
in
You know
doubt.
that little stat that comes up would have been good from 53.
Exactly.
Yeah, hey, there you go, Robbie. Yeah, good job. I'll bet you right now. And John, Mark, let's all look this up. I bet
I'm
you
looking at it right now.
that's the shortest, longest kick of any kicker in the NFL. I bet you
It's not.
every other
It's not.
kicker hit something from longer than 51 this
Among
year.
regular kickers.
Yes.
And because I'm not going to, like, Dominic Eberle was 1 for 1.
No.
He made a 49-yarder.
Not Eberflus.
Rodrigo Blankenship, 4 for 5 on the year. His long was 50.
Blank that guy.
Cameron Dicker, the aforementioned Cameron
kicker.
Dicker.
Yeah.
48 was his long.
But was he?
It's because his coach doesn't like field goals.
Wait, what team is he on?
He's a Charger.
Oh, but
Brandon Staley.
But was he all year?
Yeah, he kicked
Was he the
22 attempts.
But was he 22 attempts? That's not very many.
That is for the Chargers.
Well,
That's a couple seasons worth.
It is when you go for it on 4th down and 16. from your
Kylo
own
Santos
18.
51, Robbie Gould 51.
Yeah.
Cameron Dicker, I like that.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Dicker the kicker or Robbie. Yeah, no dice on $5 million. It's a no from me, dog. All right? We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. You know what they're saying down in Orange County where Sam Darnold went to high school? Remember I told you San Clemente yesterday?
The Tritons.
San Francisco. That's their moniker.
Stop it.
And so here we go. What did Baldy say about Sam Darnold to the Niners? We'll get to that next. We'll take your phone calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. We also got Chris Paul on the Steph Curry rip on the court last night. His reaction to that and the good Doc Pandia on the Brandon Crawford problem and more coming up right around the corner. All new 2 to 6. It's Willard and Dibs.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile,
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's us. 2 to 6 here, 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. YouTube, Twitch, good afternoon. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for watching the show. And if you're listening on the app, gosh, you're building up chances to go to that Warriors game on March 31st against the Spurs. And if you're listening on the radio, well, then, hey, hope you're driving safe out there. We're getting word of some stuff that's going on the roadways, which is no surprise with these high winds. I think I've decided I'll say it once an hour today on the show. I already did it in the 2 o'clock hour. Before the 3 o'clock hour is up, I should say this. Okay, are you ready?
Go ahead.
What the hell is happening?
Yeah, seriously.
Where do we live?
Atmospheric river.
What is this?
You live in Seattle now, Mark.
The Little League season is going to be canceled.
Who do the Kraken have tonight? Our Kraken.
Honestly, enough. I don't want to, the people who always do that. Well, it's so great because we need the rain.
Yeah. We need
Have
it.
you noticed that those people have quieted down a little bit? No neighbors.
We need it, nation.
Hey, I know it's crazy, but we need it. That person, you can't even hear that person through the wind anymore. Oh my gosh. Honestly, today was like you wake up to an absolute downpour, and then 2 hours later it's like, all right, we're done raining now, but watch this. And trees are just flying down the street. I mean, be careful out there, please. No complaints. I love our area, but it doesn't feel like our area this winter.
It's been a crazy winter.
This is California.
And just drive safe out there, everybody. I'm looking at the CHP incident computer because I'm a big time traffic geek, Mark. Right now, there are currently 79 incidents in the Bay Area.
Is that?
It's a lot.
Above average.
That's a lot. Yeah,
sounds like a lot.
Yeah.
It sounds like what's normal for 351 on a weekday?
You might have 20 up on the big board.
Oh my gosh!
And that's stalls, accidents, debris, construction.
Jeez.
That's pretty much everything. And a lot of traffic hazard, a lot of trees down. So be safe out there, everybody.
Oh my gosh! Very, very odd. So let's see. Doc Pandy is joining us in about 10 minutes. Is that right? Is that the deal?
The good doc.
Yeah.
He's been on the YouTube feed.
I know
today.
he has. I know. He said something about like he was going to ride or die with us. I'm like, well, I hope you ride.
Seriously, it's a lot of pressure.
I don't need anybody to die.
I don't want my prince on the ladder. If he happens to pass away, does it become our fault?
Well, or what if we pass away? I don't know.
Seriously.
Who was he talking about with the whole ride or die thing? I have no idea. But anyway, what's up, Doc? Out there on the YouTube.
Yeah. What's up, Doc? Totally.
We'll talk to you here in a few. And there's all kinds of stuff to get to with all of the teams. I mean, now with Brock Purdy's surgery, we got that. And we know about all the Warriors stuff with Kuminga and GP2. And then something unfortunate. I mean, listen. This one gets me. This one is really, really worrisome. And take that from somebody who doesn't like to worry. But this Brandon Crawford situation is big old no bueno. He got a cortisone injection already yesterday on the knee. This is the same knee that dogged him all year last year. Here we are in spring training. We're not even at the 2-week mark yet until games are actually played. And he's already getting a cortisone injection and admitting that their offseason plan for how they were going to work through last year's knee problems, it's already not worked. It did not work. And so I really want to ask Doc about this because I bet this is also something that each and every one of you out there, you can relate to this, which is the cortisone injection.
Oh, I love it.
I've never gotten one.
Oh, Mark, it's so good.
I know, but it's short-term gain, long-term loss usually as a rule, right?
I don't know. The long-term loss yes, it's not necessarily the greatest thing to put in your body.
It's not the best thing for you.
However,
and does it work?
It works like magic for about 4 weeks.
That's what I mean. Like
yes.
Brandon Crawford, let me know. Does the season go longer than the next 4 weeks?
I have to Google it, but I don't believe it starts for about 4 weeks. It starts in 2 weeks. And Brandon Crawford is trying to do things with his knee that I only dream about in terms of functionality, but I get 2 cortisone shots a year. My doctor recommends a 6-month gap in between the two for, usefulness, efficacy.
You get them in what? What area
in my
of your
knee.
body? In your knee?
Yeah, in my knee. They give you the Freezy spray, so when he puts the giant needle in your knee, it doesn't really hurt that much. And he gives you, and shout out Dr. Krinsky, he's the best in the business, Castro Valley, tell him Dib sent you. He gives you the cortisone shot. He moves your knee around a little bit, and about an hour later, it's like, my God, this feels good.
Oh, my God.
And for a legit, 4 weeks, it doesn't feel quite good as new, but it feels better. And what the cortisone does in large part is it reduces the swelling from the inside. Like I ice my knee about 4 days a week, which helps control the swelling, but not like the cortisone. The cortisone takes a lot of that swelling, the inflammation rather, it takes it away. But when you use your knee again, that stuff's going to come back because Brandon Crawford's got something wrong with his knee. It's probably bone on bone through a variety of injuries. It's an injury that at 36, it's not getting better.
No, and I guess the bigger thing is because injuries happen all the time, and the Giants season this year is going to be no different. There's going to be frustrating injuries just like there always are. But my question is, and we will ask these questions when we start having, Gabe on.
Nice.
And Farhan and whoever else we chat with this year. What's the backup plan? I can answer that question at any position. If David VR doesn't work out, then Wilmer Flores and J.D. Davis and who knows, maybe Casey Schmidt is going to get called up. I can do this at every position where there is an option if there's an injury. If Brandon Crawford can't play this year, who's playing shortstop? Who's playing?
Jock Peterson, Mark.
Can you imagine?
By the way, shout out Ernie Chavez for a $2 donation on YouTube. It is an inflammation sensation.
Yeah, it's not. That's a buck, but for you, Ernie, it's two. Yeah, it's
two. Can Marco Luciano play short? He's a third baseman.
He can play shortstop. He's not ready to play in the big leagues.
Well, he's in high A.
Yeah.
Can't we move him right up?
Yeah.
No.
Low B, high A. I have no idea. That's not it. Casey Schmidt has played some short.
Blake Sable plays everywhere.
Very exciting young player.
I mean,
Rule 5.
Right.
Somebody describe Rule 5 to me, by the way.
What
happened to Rules 1 through 4?
They got
Why
scrapped.
did we skip right to 5?
Exactly.
Anyway.
I was reading up on the Blake Sable Rule 5, and if they don't roster him, then they got to offer him back for $50,000, and if they don't take him, then it's like all the intricacies of this crazy.
He got to make the team, doesn't he?
He's making the team.
He got to make the team. I know there's still I don't know if he'd make the team, but this guy's gotten more hits than outs so far this spring.
He's been amazing.
He's been incredible. So if he can catch and he's left-handed and he got all this stuff, I mean, my gosh, I think you got to keep that guy. But anyway, aside from that,
Tyro Estrada,
yeah. But I mean, are these everyday options at the shortstop position? I mean, I guess Estrada doesn't bother me over there on sort of an everyday basis. He's a good player. I like Tyro Estrada. But, jeez. I mean, it's March 5th, whatever today is. Today the 14th, 15th?
Yeah. Brett Whisley, Isan Diaz. What do they do for you? Anything?
Diaz just got sent out earlier today.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Scratch Diaz from your shortstop depth chart. Isan, East gone. Thank you.
That's a 3.
I'll take it.
That's good.
I'm working hard.
Good.
It's still spring. Working my way through it. But we'll ask the doc coming up about Brandon Crawford and cortisone injections therein.
Very, very excited about this Texas A&M Corpus Christi 4-point lead.
Yeah.
You gave us a, 3-star lock, 2-star lock?
It's a 2-star lock.
Lock.
I go 1 to 3 on my star scale.
1-800-bet.
What'd I tell you, Mark? I told you it was the foulingest team against a team that loves the free throw, and Southeast Missouri State has already committed 7 fouls. We're 7 minutes into the game.
Is that a word, foulingest?
I made it up.
Okay. I just want to know. Yeah, but these teams aren't shy.
No.
People are firing three-pointers from everywhere. Very few of them are going in.
That's fine.
But anyway, that's college basketball. Corpus Christi is ahead by 4. So, we've got a lead. Corpus Christi -3. All of San Francisco has now wagered on that.
Sure.
You went a little bit more aggressively than I did, but we'll keep you posted.
Corpus Christi fans till about 6 o'clock tonight.
Yeah. And then they go get their butts kicked by Alabama, right? Okay. All right, good looking out.
Thanks.
Doc Pandy is going to join us here in just a moment. And one of the things we can also talk to him about is that injury history of guys. I'd love to ask him about the injury history of Sam Darnold, for example. But Brian Baldinger was on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Joe today, and we already played for you what he said about Hargrave. Javon Hargrave, he says, is my number 1 free agent on the board, and the 49ers got him. What about Sam Darnold coming to the 49ers and what Baldy thinks of that?
I love it. I mean, I like Sam personally, and we all know that, on paper, it looks like it was a bust. But I don't believe Sam Darnold is a bust. I don't believe that that's who he is. He's got a very good temperament to play the position. He's very smart. He's never been around an organization like San Francisco. He's never been with a play caller like Kyle Shanahan. I love him in San Francisco. It's a 1-year deal. But you get a guy that if something, I believe Trey is going to be the guy. But if he isn't, for whatever reason, production, injury, you don't know. You need a guy. And we know that Brock Purdy probably won't be ready to start the season, probably isn't going to be there in this offseason. So it's not even about Brock Purdy at this point. It's about let's make sure that we're set up if things don't go well with Trey. And oh, by the way, if Sam turns out that he reaches his potential in this offense with this coach and with this organization, like we just saw it. Like Jimmy G came back, Brock Purdy stepped in, didn't miss a beat.
There it is from Brian Baldinger on Sam Darnold, and I'm with him. I like this, although there's a fun website out there called Draft Sharks, and it gives you a percentage chance of each player getting an injury the next year. And Sam Darnold is considered very high risk and has a 43% chance of getting hurt this year in the NFL. We'll throw that to Doc Pandia in just a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. You're also listening to Cleared to Play. We're going to take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in our guy and YouTuber, Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Hello, Doc, and welcome to the afternoons.
Hey, guys, a different time, but happy to be here at 4 p.m. It's great.
Yeah, we're happy to have you. I was just mentioning this about Sam Darnold, who's had some stuff. He's had an ankle thing, a foot sprain. He's had cervical throat mononucleosis. Remember that whole deal? But yeah. Can you predict injuries based on injury history with a guy like this?
There are a lot of random, kind of unassociated injuries, so I think it's kind of hard to know what the next injury may be. But when you start getting multiple issues in multiple parts of the body, I think in general you can say that he's, I wouldn't say injury prone, but has a tendency to collect injuries. So I think that's kind of been his NFL career. So I think that absolutely he is at a higher risk for injury. He just hasn't had a good, healthy season since the end of the league.
And it's a shame, too, when you think about what the 49ers have gone through with the starting quarterbacks. Trey Lance, would you expect that coming off of his surgery and then his second surgery, that by the time they get into OTAs, he should be at or near 100%?
Yeah, I don't think unless there's some sort of setback in the offseason that he re-injures the ankle or, has some muscle weakness. I think the fact that he got the hardware out, he's got an adequate amount of time to train. I think that the Trey Lance we see at training camp is going to be near 100%. So barring a setback, I don't think there should be any injury limitations for him, and that gives him an opportunity, obviously based on where Purdy is, to really compete well at 100% health coming into the season.
Doc, let's kick it over to the Giants a little bit. We were just talking about Brandon Crawford. I would love to know the level of concern when someone was dogged by a knee injury all year. They felt that treatment and rest and rehab in the offseason would get him back where he needed to be. And here we are at spring training, and he's already getting a cortisone injection. And at his age, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, that is definitely concerning. I think, number one, the age. Anytime you have a player who's older and starting to be at risk for some of those degenerative changes, arthritis, early arthritis at that age, you get worried that you're needing a cortisone injection this early. And as Dan mentioned earlier, these don't last, for long periods of time. It's not like you get one injection and then suddenly you're good for the rest of the season. So it is a point of concern. And I think there was a report in one of the papers where he was talking about how his kneecaps are kind of slanted outwards, like there may be some structural issues that are underlying that cause him to have these knee issues. So absolutely you get concerned about this because a player at age 36, your resiliency to bounce back is less, as well as the fact that you're needing this early in the season is a point of concern. So hopefully this will get down the inflammation so he can really rehab in this time off to get the strength back. But absolutely something to watch, particularly at that age.
We know that core injuries can be nagging in pro sports, and now Mitch Haniger has got a grade 1 oblique strain. How will that affect his ability to be ready for opening day?
Yeah, I think it definitely is a point of concern. If you look at kind of his kind of bizarre injury history, it kind of started with that ball that he got thrown and hit his groin. He had this testicular injury, then had core surgery, then had a herniated disc and missed all this time, and now he's got an oblique injury. So the fact that he's had this constellation of injuries kind of around his core groin area are obviously concerning. And if you look at an isolated oblique injury, most major league players take 20 to 30 days sometimes to get better, and then you throw in everything else that he's had. Definitely something to be concerned about. So obviously I want to watch and see how he does. It's a common injury we see, but we don't see players have this extensive injury history having that. So once again, another point of concern moving into the regular season.
Doc Pandia with us on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Okay, Doc, let's get to the Dubs. Does Jonathan Kuminga play basketball tomorrow night?
I think he will. I think he's doing some work. It sounds like a regular garden variety ankle sprain. I think he'll be playing. I think they need. It sounds like everything is going well with him in terms of practice. So I think he'll be out there unless there's some sort of setback in warm-ups.
Gary Payton II will be reevaluated in 9 days. At that point, if he's cleared, what's his return to play like in terms of going from inactive in street clothes to being able to play in NBA games?
Yeah, I think the big jump everyone's going to have to make with him is that I think he'll be physically ready. I think they've done the appropriate thing in terms of dealing with this issue, helping in rehab. But he honestly has not played a lot of basketball since the last season's playoffs with the Warriors. And that's the big concern is how ready is he to contribute 20, 25 minutes a game and be impactful in the playoffs. So I don't think there will be necessarily a physical limitation from his core injury, but will he be able to jump right into playoff intensity basketball? So hopefully he can come back, get some regular season games under his belt. And if the Warriors do advance into further rounds, then he'll be up to speed in terms of conditioning. But that's my bigger concern. It's almost been a year out for him from the game, and that's going to be the more limiting factor than I feel than his core injury will be.
Hey, Doc, this isn't specific to any player, but we were having the conversation earlier about cortisone shots in general. Short-term gain, long-term loss, what's your opinion?
I think short-term gain for a lot of people. I think for younger athletes, if you have an acute injury, it's great to kind of get you over the hump, deal with like an injury that, inflammation would be having after, an acute injury or a surgery. I think long-term, particularly as arthritis begins to set in, it could, it kind of becomes time-limited after a while. You start getting them closer and closer, and then you kind of have to change activity level or, think about bigger things like knee replacements. So, I think it's good in short periods of time, but long-term, your body's telling you that something needs to be done, and the more and more you push and the more you need the cortisone, it's just you're setting off something that maybe need to be done bigger in the future.
You're speaking to the knees right now, Doc. You're speaking right to me.
Listen to your body, Dibbs.
Yeah.
It's talking to you.
Yeah, it's saying call Dr. Krinsky and get back to the needle. Stat.
Yeah. Doc, thanks for coming with us here to the afternoons, and we'll talk to you again next week.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, there it is. That's Dr. Narav Pandya, and the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. Look, until I know for sure that things aren't going to perfectly line up for the Warriors, I'm not going to dismiss the idea that this can't end in a special way.
Yeah.
For multiple reasons. A, they did it. I know they were a much better team with a better seed last year. That's all very, very true. But if you do remember how we were feeling right around now last year, we were not feeling confident. Steph Curry, I don't even know if he had been hurt yet, but he was about to get hurt and went right up to the buzzer there of the playoffs. Draymond was dealing with back stuff that sounded really, really bad. And then all of a sudden the playoffs started and everything fell into place. So until you tell me that Kuminga is not going to be back, until you tell me that Wiggins is not going to be back, until you tell me that GP2 is not an option on this team and that it isn't all going to perfectly land into place on April 1st, then I'm still going to have a healthy belief that this can be noisy come playoff time.
It can be, and I think it's less likely to be noisy, and it's less likely to work out in the way it did last year. But you're right. Based on what we saw last year, you can't just discount it out of hand. I think there are things working against him in terms of them repeating what happened last year, which was an inexplicable run. One, the West is better and deeper. Two, these guys are all a year older and, not playing the same level of defense that they played last year. I don't think that this team is as deep and as experienced as it was last year, and you're going to have to go at it from a different seed. So those are all things that are not impossibilities. I'm kind of with you, Mark, in terms of if they get Gary Payton II back, if Wiggins works through his personal issues, if Jonathan Kuminga's ankle gets better and he's able to play, well, then you look at their team and you go 1 through 8 and you say, all right, that top 8 feels like it's good enough to make some noise. I'm with you there.
Well, here now look at it from a different lens also. Forget the Warriors for a second. Who do you like in the West?
I like Denver.
Do you?
I do like Denver, yeah.
For real?
Well, Denver's not going to be a team that you can bank on until they do it. So I'd rather be on the I think that they can do it curve as opposed to the naysayer. I like Denver. That Denver's been good at home. They've been amazing at home.
Great at home.
But they've also been good on the road.
500.
Well, 500 is great.
Well, it's great
by
through our
comparison.
lens by comparison with the Warriors, but it's not great.
They have the second best road record in the conference. Third if you add the Clippers in.
Boston and Milwaukee are 8 games over 500 on the road.
Right.
Those are good road teams. Denver's okay.
Yeah. Well, the East,
They're all
I think the East is a lot softer on the bottom than the West is in terms of overall schedule.
The Sacramento Kings are a good road team.
Yeah, Sacramento's good.
They're adorable when they travel.
I don't believe in Sacramento at the same level I believe in Denver. Denver's been a playoff team. They've got the MVP, maybe a 3-time MVP, and they are healthier this year than they were last year.
Here's what I'm getting at. You can go through the whole West. The Warriors are part of this, by the way.
Right.
You can go through the whole West, and I can poke major holes in any one of them. There's nobody where I'm like, yeah, that team's going to be a factor in the end. When I go to the East, Milwaukee and Boston are going to be factors in the end.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to go to the finals. I don't know if they're going to win it.
Don't sleep on Philadelphia.
No,
Philadelphia is a great team.
Philadelphia might be a factor in the end. It's believable, but I'm not like willing to stake that claim like they're definitely. But look, yeah, I even think Cleveland is a good team, but Boston and Milwaukee are going to be factors when we get, like, at minimum, one of them's going to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Boston, Philly, and Milwaukee are 3 of the 4 best teams in the association.
Yes, by record, and sounds
I think
like by your
form,
opinion.
too. Well, also, the player that James Harden has become, James Harden, the player that he's become, he's doing what Russell Westbrook dreams about doing, which is evolving.
Yeah.
James Harden has evolved into the player that he needs to be for Philadelphia to be good. Now,
he's not a 1.
Right,
yeah,
but he's a great 2. He's an elite 2, and he's playing great. Now, can that translate into the playoffs, into success? Maybe. Philly's found a way to trip themselves up short of the finish line.
I'm not against Denver, but it's like, you're right. We've never seen it before.
Right.
They're not that great on the road. The Memphis situation, we all know about that. Add in that Ja's not even there. The Kings it's too early.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Kings. You're awesome. You light the beam, but you're not going to be lighting it in late June. The Suns now, is KD back? What's going on there? Warriors, Clippers, we can keep going. There's just nobody that I'm willing to lock in to a late round playoff push.
Don't sleep on the Lakers.
Sleep. We're sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture. If you did not hear what Chris Paul said in the locker room after Steph took shots at him out on the court yesterday, you might want to. We'll have that coming up for you next. Plus, we circle back to your phone calls at 888-957-9570. The Warriors are a complete merry-go-round. They are back. They are fourth. They are fourth. They are back. What is your acceptance of this flawed team, and where does that sit? We'll take your calls on that next. It's Willard and Dibs.
Hi, Little Bob here from...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let me ask you about 2014, and let's open this up to the callers as well.
Too soon.
No, let's do it.
Do we have to?
Yeah, we do. It ain't 2014 anymore.
Thank God. That was a crappy year.
What was going on in 2014?
I got fired, Mark.
How's that
March
different?
11th,
How's that different from every other
2014.
year?
It's funny. It hurts. That hurts.
I mean, what's
funny?
Why you hold it against 2014?
Because I had a little show on this very station called The Rise Guys. Go ahead and open up a soda, Mark. Let me tell you a story for a change. Let me monopolize your time with a 4-minute story. The year was 2011. This station launched. I had a good little job in town on a sports radio station, and I was getting talk blocked on the regular. And I thought, you know what? I'm going across the street. I'm going to make my own bones. And I joined Whitey Gleason and Mark Kreidler. Hey, brother. And we ran a lot of the offense through Kreidler. I admit it.
Okay.
And about 29 months later, we got the Ziggy gone. And that was in 2014. So whenever you mention 2014, I bristle a little bit because it was the year that I went from high on the horse, pie in the sky, I'm the king of the world, to hey, anybody need a traffic reporter?
Well, I mean, I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you. 9 years later.
Well, there's two reasons this popped into my head. First of all, you know what 2014 was?
It's a bad year.
Okay,
sorry.
3, 2.
Okay, sorry.
Do you know what 2014 was?
No, Mark, I don't.
It's the last time Jimmy Ward was not a 49er. That's how long Jimmy Ward has been with the 49ers. So it'd be fun, I thought, for everybody to take a moment to think about what the hell you were doing the last time Jimmy Ward wasn't a 49er. Jude, who I refer to often on this show, my 9-year-old, was 2 months old. 2 months old when Jimmy Ward joined the 49ers, and Jimmy just left yesterday.
Man.
He's now 9. He is in 3rd grade. That's how long Jimmy Ward was on the 49ers. By the way, apparently it's also how long it's been since Chris Paul mattered in the playoffs.
I love that.
2014 had a hell of a day yesterday. We got a good 1-2 punch. Jimmy Ward leaves the 49ers, and Steph is caught on camera. It's yet another edition of Lip Sync Gate right here in Bay Area sports. But this one looked easy. I don't know if everybody saw the ESPN cameras last night, but they're zoomed in on Steph. He's doing that like we're going to break slow-mo walk, and you see him go, it ain't 2014 no more.
Right.
And there's no doubt that that's what he's saying. So, by the way, they brought that to Chris Paul in the locker room. Like, hey, buddy, what was the trash talk from Steph 2014? Take a listen to this back and forth. This is Chris Paul and a reporter in the Suns locker room last night at Chase.
But did you even hear him say? Did you see when he said that to you?
Did he say it to me?
That's what I'm asking. Did he say it to you? That's what I'm asking.
No, he didn't say it to me. Okay. Where you see it at?
It was caught on camera, like NBC Sports caught him saying that, hey, this ain't 2014 anymore after he scored on you on the baseline.
They showed him saying it to me?
No, they just showed him saying it. It was a close-up, so you couldn't even see who he was saying it to.
Oh, no, I don't know nothing about that 2014. I ain't trying to be funny. I promise I don't know. Y'all got to ask him. I don't know what happened in 2014.
First of all, could you keep it down in the background, please?
Seriously.
Who are these other people? I don't even know who all that is. Plus, the reporter and Chris Paul sound like they're on the moon. But other than that, it was a very, very entertaining sound clip.
Yes, and I remember 2014 very well.
This has been established.
Right. Well, and at the time, other than March 11th, which is a day that everything added up, 3/11/14, this was a little bit later in that spring when I was still underemployed. I was with a good friend of mine, actually a close personal friend of yours.
Wow.
Matt Steinmetz.
Very close.
Steiny and I were in our friend Dana's backyard, our buddy Dana, watching the Golden State Warriors take on the Los Angeles Clippers. Game 7, first round Western Conference playoffs. Yep. And you know me, Mark, I'm a big-time Warriors fan. I had my heart set on the Warriors at least advancing over the Clippers. And our mutual friend, your close friend, Matt Steinmetz, he was not as bullish on the Warriors' chances that afternoon. against the Clippers. LA 126, Golden State 121. The Clippers win in 7. It was May 3rd, 2014, and that was the last time that Chris Paul was better than Steph Curry.
Well, and I mean, obviously, it was a huge series because the Clippers would go on to. Oh wait, never mind, never mind. Anyway,
you know what's crazy about that series? The Clippers. You remember the Lob City Clippers with Blake Griffin, Chris Paul, DeAndre Jordan, JJ Redick had 20. Matt Barnes with 13.
No way.
Playing for the enemies.
Look at that.
And for the Golden State Warriors, Curry had 33. Draymond Green had 24.
What?
Do you remember that Draymond?
No.
That Draymond existed.
Did he?
Yes.
Like, was that that wasn't normal?
No, but that Draymond existed to where he could go out there and hit you for 24.
Well, I mean,
he
it
shot
happens.
the ball 13 times.
It happens. A couple times a year he goes out there, he gets on a heater from 3. It happens. It's happened in the playoffs a couple times. We go out there and knock a couple threes down, start freaking out. Yeah.
He was 5 of 8 from 3.
That's what I mean.
Draymond Green.
It happens.
Not anymore.
Not a lot.
We're talking 2014.
Yeah.
That's what
it's
makes
not 2014 anymore, dude.
Klay Thompson, 15 points on 4 of 11. David Lee, by the way, rounding out your starting lineup with Iguodala. So.
How did Iguodala do in that game?
He did great. He had 14.
Okay.
He played 38 minutes.
How did he do?
That's a whole month.
How did he do from 3?
3 for 4.
Okay.
I mean, he also used to be a guy who could shoot the pill.
Yeah, he has changed more than Draymond has as far as 3-point.
Well, he's also 5 years older at least.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, that
2014.
I mean, do you know what I'm done with in sports? This is like Chris Paul. I'm not going to play it again because there were like 17 voices on that clip. But this always makes me chuckle. I think that we should tell athletes and coaches, hey guys and girls, we know that you know. Stop telling us.
He was talking to me?
Stop telling us that you don't know or that you didn't hear or that you didn't see. I mean, that's my favorite. The football coach.
Hold on. Wait a minute,
I was looking over at the defense. I didn't see the play. You didn't see the play. You are the head coach in the national foot. You didn't see the play. It's just like, wait a minute. I didn't know that we snapped the ball. Chris Paul is out there in close proximity with Steph Curry, 2 of the best point guards in the game. Point God.
Thank you.
One-on-one. And you're telling me that as he goes to break and says repeatedly, it ain't 2014 anymore. And Chris is like, I didn't even know what happened.
Right.
Did we play? Stop it. It just sounds ridiculous.
Wait, he was talking to me?
I mean, we know that you know. Find a different way out of the box. If the box feels uncomfortable, find a different way out. I don't know what necessarily is all that earth-shattering or offensive about it. It ain't 2014 anymore. I mean, it's also odd that Steph Curry is here essentially calling someone old a day before his own 35th birthday.
Well, he's calling him washed is basically what he's calling him.
He is.
But there was a time and there was a period of time where Chris Paul was a better player than Steph Curry. And what do we know about Steph Curry that we didn't know up until last year? He is petty. He's the petty king. So how long has Steph Curry been sitting on that line? And Draymond Green said this in his podcast after the game. He said, Steph, that was a bar. That was a bar right there. Steph's been holding on to that one for a long time to be able to drop on Chris Paul. This is not 2014 anymore.
Yeah. By the way,
he's a mean-spirited little guy.
What you're referring to, Draymond Green on the Draymond Green show on the volume explains what Steph meant by this ain't 2014 anymore.
You got to dig into that comment. This is not 2014 anymore. That's pretty much saying the last time you were better than me was 2014. That's 9 years ago. Like, this haven't been a debate since 2014. 9 years ago? That's almost a decade. That's a bar. So I just hope, those that enjoyed that part of the game, which I do, that you appreciated that bar, because that was indeed a bar.
Okay. And it works. And it's true. And Chris Paul was 0 for 4 from 3-point range last night.
Right. So it's true. And everybody who has watched the association knows it. So, do you really, Steph, have to go out of your way to bully poor Chris Paul?
Yes.
Victimized here on a drive-by verbal attack from Steph Curry?
Your sarcasm is dripping.
It's not,
It
Mark.
is.
We're learning more about Wardell, Stephen Curry than we ever knew before.
I know that the Bay Area is loaded with Chris Paul sympathy. Oh, I mean, gosh, if we could just form a line around the block of apologies to Chris Paul.
As a State Farm customer, I'd like to think of Chris as somewhat of a role model for me, Mark.
He was acting like Cliff Paul last night in the middle of that interview. I don't know. I wasn't here in 2014. This ad campaign hadn't started yet. Look, Chris Paul is at the front of the line of I'm never going to feel sorry for you because of trash talk. Chris Paul is Kobe Light. You know, like there's Bob Knight and then there's Coach K, and nobody knows that Coach K behind the scenes yells at everybody exactly as much as Bobby Knight. He just doesn't do it out in the light. Same thing. Kobe Bryant, I mean, bless him, he let you know. He told you that, like, I am going to be a tough teammate on you. Chris Paul is this guy that does it all kind of behind the scenes. And you don't even know what's going on. But Chris Paul has so many teammates that he is disenfranchised and upset and all of this. So he's at the front of the line of all mouth team in today's NBA. So Steph can say whatever he wants to Cliff or Chris or whatever he wants to call himself. And he's not going to wiggle out of that.
You're going to sit there for 9 years and hold this?
Yes.
That is the petty king.
They told you. I mean, you're saying it and you're not wrong, but they'll raise their hand. Yep, guilty.
No,
yep.
I get it. And I'm more than half joking. I'm about 2/3 or 3/4 joking, but the notion of, the baby-faced assassin, and Steph is a sneaky, not a bad guy, but he's sneaky a little bit. He's sneaky a little bit more, that player than we'd like to think.
Here's what I think you're talking
image,
about.
Right?
Right. Well, there's no bad guy in Steph Curry, but what I think you're accessing here is more a conversation about what I guess we could call maturity, and I only mean that in a basketball sense. Steph Curry is a dad. Steph Curry is into charity.
Right.
I'm not calling Steph Curry immature.
I'm thinking more in terms of like overall feistiness.
Yeah.
And
you can't do what they do without that.
Right.
Like that's something that it always makes me laugh when there is that player who sort of comes across like, well, I just, I'm like here. They are crazy, motivated, competitive nut jobs.
Yeah.
All of them.
And you can see where Steph gets it. I don't know if you saw this clip from last night's game, but when Damian Lee got tangled up with JaMychal Green toward the end of the ball game, and it was Sonia Curry who basically was ready to come out of the stands and get in there and protect her son-in-law who was getting into it with JaMychal Green.
Yep.
So much so that Steph Curry actually had to address that in the postgame.
Well, and Draymond on the court actually turned it into something that they could all laugh at. He kind of turned it into, oh, you coming down here? I'm going to come up there.
Yeah.
And then it got a little bit funny and whatnot. Steph called it like a throwback to AAU days,
right,
when families are getting in on each other. But yeah, man, I mean, all of that stuff is out there. There's always the chatter, and that's why I think it's hysterical that Cliff Paul would like us to think that he doesn't know what Steph said to him. They know what Sonia is saying, and she's 15 rows away. You don't know what's being said down on the court?
Chris is a player who is really focused on the task at hand, and he knows game situation-wise, they're down. And all he can think about is getting a stop and getting a bucket, Mark. He has his blinders on out there.
Sure. 888-957-9570 is the number. It is Willard and Dibbs, now 2-6. Here on 95.7 The Game, and all kinds of ways to bring us in. Obviously, there's the radio. There's also the Odyssey app and 957thegame.com. And speaking of the Odyssey app, if you're listening to any 95.7 The Game show right now, shout out to this one. But anyway, if you're listening to any of them, you're racking up opportunities to go see the Warriors on March 31st against the Spurs. All you do, download the Odyssey app, listen, and the longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. 1 entry every hour, all the way up to 8 entries per day. So download the Odyssey app. There is no reason to wait. Tickets are courtesy of the Warriors, and always, if you want to go to a game, go to Warriors.com. Let's go to PG in Oakland on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, PG, what are you doing?
Hey, now, what's going on?
What's good?
I sit in row 102, man, and that Sonya Curry situation happened right in front of me.
Oh,
and,
dude, come on, give us the goods. What happened?
Yeah. She was getting really excited. But, the funny thing about it is that when the Sixers were in town, she did the same thing trying to protect Steph. So I don't know what it is. I mean, Steph being the breadwinner of the family, you could say, I guess she wants to kind of balance things out.
Well, I mean, I think she would defend either one of them.
Yeah.
Steph's the son. Damian's the son, the stepson. It's just a matter of, I think what you're bringing up, PG, is what if they got entangled with each other?
Yeah.
Which I don't think would happen. Yeah. That's not really their deal.
No. I mean, nor was it Damian Lee's, although he absolutely took it to the next level. I don't know if you saw, but earlier in the sequence, they were jawing back and forth, JaMychal Green and Damian Lee. They got tangled up, and Damian Lee walked by him with a very subtle boop. He just kind of bipped him on the head. Just a quick little bippity bop. Nothing too overt. It wasn't a flagrant violent act, but JaMychal Green took offense to that.
Nothing more high level than JaMychal Green, Damian Lee trash talk.
In garbage time.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the good stuff right there. No wonder you have to pay so much to get into Chase Center.
And the more I see JaMychal Green, the more I like the role that he plays.
Well, he's playing well now. That's why you like it better.
But I also like it because he's not afraid to muck it up.
Yeah.
And this is a team of, you don't have a ton of grit without Gary Payton II. Jordan Poole's not gritty. Jonathan Kuminga is learning. Kevon Looney's got jumper cables in his trunk. He's going to help you out.
They would push back on your statement. I mean, I understand the baby-faced assassin nature of sort of the Steph and Clay, which is the leadership of the Warriors. But, Draymond Green's on this team. There's grit.
Fine. Who else? Who's the next gritty player?
I mean, you just brought up a bunch of them. JaMychal Green is a gritty player. Kevon Looney is a gritty player.
I'm talking about, going Dylan Brooks on somebody.
Well, but do you want that?
Not to that level, but when you get into these playoff games, you're going to be in a spot where, and I love the guru pep talk, you got to go out there and fight.
Tough.
You got to be tough.
Well,
I don't sense that.
Do the Warriors ever get pushed around? I've never walked away from a playoff series with this group and think they got pushed around. Do you?
Not from a whole series, but having a JaMychal Green certainly helps in terms of somebody who will go out there and maybe deliver a hard foul.
Well, he finally looks like everyone hoped he would look.
Right.
I mean, he's knocking down the open three. He's been active around the rim. He's been running on pick and rolls. He's been playing some interesting defense. I mean, I think the last 2, 3, 4 days, this has been the best run of JaMychal Green as a Golden State Warrior. That 1-2 punch last week, it wasn't last night, it was the game against Milwaukee where he got a pick and roll pass, I think from Steph, goes to the basket, lays it in, Bucks bring it down the other end, and JaMychal picks a pass clean, takes it to the other end and dunks. So within 11 seconds, he's got 4 points, and the arena was rocking. He's been knocking down his threes. It changes the team. I mean, that's why, listen, I understand what people are talking about when they're, like we said on the changeover earlier today, which, by the way, 150 to 210 every day, the changeover with Steiny and Goo now. So it came up like when it doesn't work on the road, who are you pointing to? Who are you blaming, if you will? And you guys were talking about Steph, Clay, and Dre because they're the leaders. And that's true, but they're also the standard. In other words, they're the constant. What do we know about the Warriors? Well, I know Steph is going to Steph, and I know Clay on most nights will knock the shots down, and I know Draymond is going to be the interior heartbeat on both ends of the floor. That's what I know. What do I not know? I do not know if JaMychal Green's shots are going to fall. I do not know if Jordan Poole's going to be standing up at the end of most drives. I do not know what we're going to get from Jonathan Kuminga. Sometimes he's flying through the air and dunking. Other times he looks lost. And so it comes down to role players in many ways. In the NBA and in all sports, who, it's kind of like if you're facing the Dodgers, I'm not letting Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman beat us. So go back to 2 years ago. What happened? Well, we'll pitch to Bellinger.
Yeah.
You lost because the role player stepped up and did the darn thing. Right? That's who Steve Kerr is.
He's a former MVP, isn't he?
I know, but he's a role player now. He's batting eighth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, that's who Steve Kerr is.
He hit third for the Giants.
Oh, God. And fourth. I mean, that's who Steve Kerr is. He's the guy who knocked the shot down when Jordan passed him the ball.
And that, if you look at last year and why they won the championship, it was because their guys outside the big three played huge. Andrew Wiggins was not a player who you thought would be their second best player in the playoffs. It turned out that he was. Jordan Poole was great in the earlier rounds. Kevon Looney was huge against Boston and throughout the playoffs. So if you're going to get out of this funk on the road, you're going to need guys outside the big three to play better and more consistently over this next 5-game stretch.
I want to warn everybody right now that the last time this person called our show, it turned into a week and a half of content because we ended up with mean rankings here at 95.7 again. So here comes Filmo Mike. I'm going to hit the button, and then we'll get out the way. Filmo, what are you doing?
Oh, man, I'm chilling. I ain't going to say what I'm doing right now because I'm riding it. You feel me? But anyway, the refs in the NBA, I don't know what the hell didn't happen. They suck, Dibs. And this is why they suck.
Get him, Filmo!
When a person is defending himself, right? Like, for example, Jordan Clarkson 2-3 months ago did something crazy, got up, squared his fist like he finna hit Kuminga. Kuminga did nothing but get up, and he got a tech too. That's crazy. The person that's doing all the acting like they finna fight, throw their ass out the game. The person that's trying to defend himself, give him a tech because you know why? What Kuminga did is not the same. Damian Lee, out of pocket. What he did last night, he gonna move JaMychal Green out, his head out the way. JaMychal Green is a man. If somebody slap you in the back of their neck, you feel me? You gonna be like, "What's up, bruh?" He got a tech too. The NBA got to get that right. That's not right. Maybe do half techs. But all these technical fouls, just because one person is obviously doing something way more egregious than the other person, you don't give a say double techs. That's soft. That's a cop-out.
You're talking about fractions, Mike. We're talking about fractions? You're in here talking about fractions? He doesn't get a T.
You better be nice to Filmo.
I gave Filmo Mike all of the length he wants. You're going to talk about how the refs suck, and we're going to go back 3 months to Jordan. Jordan Clarkson?
Here's the thing.
Jordan Clarkson?
Here's the thing. Filmo,
Captain, save a ref.
Filmo, I got you from here. Here's the thing.
Filmo, that was a good effort.
You're not fighting a fair fight. You got to understand what you're doing right now.
I'm on the side of right. I don't have to worry about any of all y'all.
First of all, it doesn't matter.
You need us on the stripes.
You might be right. You might be wrong. It doesn't matter because you're not fighting a fair fight. It is fundamental to being an American sports fan to hate the refs.
It's really not fundamental.
Why they're there. It is.
The problem is you think it's fundamental, and that's why the entire system of officiating is breaking down.
No, it's not about, I know what you mean about where that takes youth sports, and I'm not talking about that. I would never, ever take anything out on somebody reffing a youth
but officiating is not getting better at the high levels because people don't want to officiate at the lower levels anymore.
It's fundamental to what we do emotionally as sports fans to not like what the refs and umps are doing. There's no way around it. There's no fan ever who's come out of the game and been like, you know what? You know what was amazing? The refs. The refs were great.
You absolutely should.
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
except for you.
Thank you. You got to qualify your statements. Yeah.
All right. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Your calls are always welcome. And coming up next, we've got breaking Warriors injury news. Plus, Howard Beck joins us at 5 o'clock. All kinds of room for your calls. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Mom, Dad.
Gibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, y'all, let's roll. Warriors and Clippers tomorrow night. Clippers are favored by 32 and a hook.
Did you say 32 and a half?
Yeah, Clippers are favored by 32 and a half.
Is that confirmed? God, I almost let that slide by. Like, that makes sense.
I love that you believe me.
God.
I don't think there isn't. Hang on, let me look and see if there's a number out yet.
I'll look at my offshore that I've
go
gone back.
offshore.
Yeah. I've gone back to the offshore.
I do have a number. Well, let's don't look. Don't look. Did you look?
No.
Did you look?
No.
Do you have game show music, Mark? Come on, Grandy Man can. Let's rock. We'll go to the phones here in a second. Howard Beck's going to join us in 10 minutes. One of the best basketball writers out there. All right. Quienes Mas Macho, Warriors or Clippers? Is the Warriors on the road where they've been very effective this year? What do you think the number is? Look, this is tight. It's late in the season. I'm not going to give you a lot of leeway. You get a half point in either direction.
Jeez,
That's
man.
it. You get a half point in either direction. Listen, this is
I wish you were that tough
now,
on your
right?
students.
Oh, God.
You get an A and you get an A.
I'm such a cupcake. I'm like, just do your assignments, and I don't accept late work. And they're like, here, this is from 3 weeks ago. I'm like, all right, but not full
again.
credit. You get a B instead of an A. No. What do you think? What do you think the number is?
Man, they have identical records. Clippers are just okay at home, and who knows if they're going to have their full complement because it's the NBA. Am I right?
Kawhi.
Warriors stink on the road, and I understand there is an injury concern with the Golden State Warriors. You'll get to that momentarily.
Tell you in just a moment. Yes, it is a developing situation.
Clippers by 5, Mark.
Clippers
by 5.
I am sorry. That is that is an incorrect answer. The Clippers are favored by 2.5.
2.5.
2
wow.
and a hook.
Okay.
Against the Golden State Warriors. And I tell you what, though, the Warriors, it's possible that they are going to be down a man. This unfortunate note from our good
with
friend,
a heavy heart,
Anthony Slater. It is with a very heavy heart that I pass along to you that the Warriors will be without Andre Iguodala.
No!
I want Iguodala.
Oh, you're not going to get him. You're not going to get him.
Man.
It is.
Who will shoot the three for this team?
Who will dunk the ball over the back of their head is the better question.
Yeah.
So there will be no Iguodala. So you talk about a recalibration sensation.
That's a buck.
Where the Warriors are having to figure out their roles. Now that Iguodala is not going to be in, that's going to be difficult. However, Jonathan Kuminga's probable. He's probable.
Good.
So he appears to be on the verge of returning, according to slates. And so, onward. There's nothing else you can do. Man down, hand down.
How did that affect the spread, Mark?
Well,
did the number move at all?
Hang on, let me see. Hold on. Game show music, please.
Please don't.
Let's see.
From 2.5, it went 2.
Let me get my readers.
Yes.
Hang on. Let's see. Warriors are still.
Okay.
2.5.
Yeah, 2.5
point underdogs.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, well, it was a good run for Iguodala.
Yeah, it
5
was.
straight games. His longest stretch of consecutive games played in over a year.
A golf clap.
Yeah.
Number 5.
Really
yeah,
good.
gutsy.
Really good.
Really impressive.
All right, let's go back to the phones, shall we? Boy, ladies line, front of the line. Let's go to Robin in San Francisco, and then Charlene will be next. Hi, Robin. What are you doing?
Well, I moved my car, and it's all fogged up. Has anybody ever, if you could create the defrost without it blowing, you know what I mean? So, like, once you turn the defrost off, your car fills back up with never mind. You can't.
Yeah.
It's a condensation sensation is what it is.
Yeah. Go ahead, Robin.
Hey, listen. I've been meaning, this is kind of off the subject, but I just want to say real quick.
I think you're already off the subject. But...
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we got you.
Okay. I listened to you on the weekends, and tell your boy Ephraim, he is a homer for real.
Well,
okay?
now hold on, Robin. Do you mean about the Lakers? Is that the team you're talking about?
Yes. He makes so many excuses for the Lakers. It's pathetic. Tell him the day is going to come, and maybe it has arrived, that stars will no longer be dropped off in your lap. Although I am trying to figure out how they got the players they did, okay? I swear I don't know how they pull it off. But it's just the expectation. We build championships. Yeah, you don't develop players. You never have. Maybe James Worthy was the last one you developed because you expect stars to be dropped off from you. Tell Ephraim that I hope they lose from here until the day I die.
Well,
anyway.
That is a Warriors fan's right, and I think he would say guilty as charged if you called him a Laker homer to his face. But yes, he still believes that the Lakers are going to be a top 6 seed. I gave it a chance. I gave him a compliment over the weekend, Robin. I said, look, the trade deadline was good. They're on the come. Here they go. I'm going to give it a whirl tonight. National TV at home against the Knickerbockers. If you are real, you will win this game. They did not win this game, Robin.
Yay! And the last thing I want to say, guys, is happy birthday to Steph Curry. I want to say this. Steph, I think, is basically a good guy. I don't think he talks a lot. I mean, I think he talks trash on the court. But I don't see him as being a bully on the court other than with the other way he plays because he can back it up. You understand? And so what Damian Lee did was wrong. And then he should have been, I agree with Phil Mark. He should have got everything he had coming to him. He should, and Michael Green shouldn't have been charged to take it. I hate those flagrants. The one who starts it should be punished, not the one who finishes it, okay? But I'm just tired of the picture that we paint as fans of Steph Curry being this Mr. Goody Two-Shoe. His life is perfect.
Thank you.
It really drives me crazy.
Robin, thank you.
Robin.
Thank you
That's
so
a great
much.
take.
I'll say this. She said that the idea of Steph trash talking, he's not a bully on the court. Look, there's no such thing. Like trash talking on the court.
It happens. It happens.
It doesn't not happen. I mean, that is garden variety.
But I'm
for
with
the
her
NBA.
in terms of
Kawhi Leonard
this
is the only
baby-faced
one.
impersonation or this baby-faced impression of Steph Curry. He's just not that guy, and he doesn't have to be that guy. We've all kind of made him out to be this baby-faced like model
Milk
of
and
decorum.
cookies.
He's just not that way.
No, he is a model of decorum. In what way is he not?
Well, he's gotten 5 technical fouls this year. He's thrown his mouthpiece.
I love that you think a technical foul is like, oh my gosh, we're going to have a trial to see if it's. I mean,
but when you talk about decorum,
in what way is Steph Curry not a and I don't want to call him a model citizen. I have no idea what he is outside. But I mean, this guy has lived in a fishbowl now for more than a decade,
right?
And we do not have one thing on him. You can't do that in today's world of phones unless you're a real one. Steph Curry.
Oh yeah, it's tough to when you're out there that often. It's tough
not
to
fake.
perpetrate.
It's not fake,
right? I'm not saying it is fake, but we have this impression of Steph as a basketball player, which doesn't jibe with the reality. He plays with a lot more edge and passion. And, we saw it last night with the trash talk to Chris Paul.
Yeah.
That's all Robin was saying.
Well,
I agree with her.
Yeah.
Her Ephraim takes, missed me with that weekend chatter.
No,
I don't even know what that meant.
Why? What do you got against weekend shows, Dibs?
I didn't catch that segment with you and Ephraim.
Granny, will you cut that for me and email it to me? Because we're going to use it on the national show this Sunday to poke fun at Ephraim. But next up, Howard Beck in 3 minutes. Charlene in Pleasanton next up. Hi, Charlene. What are you doing?
Hey, Willard and Dibs. I'm enjoying the show.
Thank you.
How are you guys?
We are too, so far,
I'm really looking forward to you guys interviewing Steve Kerr from now on. So bring on the good questions. I'm really excited on Thursday.
Do you have any questions you'd like us to ask? Yes, and I love that's good knowledge that it'll be Thursday, not tomorrow. It's game day. But what do you want us to ask Steve, Charlene?
Oh, my God, that's a good – I really don't know. I really feel like you guys are the professionals, so I'll let you guys –
Well, that's your first mistake.
Thank you, Charlene.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I will say this.
I guess, you know what? I think what I would like for you to ask him – actually, I just thought about it. What does he think about putting Gary – well, I don't even know if you can ask this question, but, putting – when Gary comes back, him and DiVincenzo – on the court together because they're our best defensive tools right now until Wiggins get back. And is he going to, mix up the lineup? I don't know if you could ask that question, but I was really interested in what you guys thought about that also.
That's actually a good question.
It is a good question.
In terms of rotation and how GP2 and Dante DiVincenzo, how that they will jive and how the rotation gets altered.
It gets very.
That's a good question,
it's
Charlene.
a very good defensive heavy. We could ask Steve that for sure. Defensive heavy lineup at the guard position. I don't know if you're too challenged size wise if you do that because those guys are spot up scorers, but they're not create their own shots guys.
Yeah.
So you would need to do that alongside a Steph or a Jordan Poole, and if you do that. Are you too small? But I would imagine there's a lineup that you could put together that includes both. Yeah, you could do that. If you go to your
all-straight defense lineup, you get Wiggins out there and Iguodala and Draymond Green with DiVincenzo and GP2 and hope to win 2-0. That might work out.
Yeah, it might. No, but I
am a little nervous about the Kerr interview. I don't know if I told you this, but
why?
I had a dream about interviewing Steve Kerr.
As long as it was a dream.
No. It was a nightmare because I couldn't get to the mic. I could not, my mic wasn't working.
I actually like the way this sounds.
I actually couldn't get to the chair, and I was unable to actually ask Steve Kerr a question.
Wait a minute. So you're saying that I ended up doing the interview all by myself?
What's funny is you actually weren't you weren't the co-host.
Wow. That was a quick run.
It actually was somebody else.
I know exactly who it was.
It was somebody else, and I couldn't get there, and when I got to the mic, my mic was broken, and by the time I got everything figured out, the interview was over. Steve Kerr's already in my head.
Well, best of luck to you, Dibs, and whoever your co-host is. Coming up on Thursday, we will talk to Steve Kerr. But coming up right now, we're going to talk to Howard Beck. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And now we hang out with Howard Beck, one of the top NBA writers and podcasters out there. And by the way, I'm sure on your way to doing some new and awesome things. What's the latest, Howard? What's cooking?
What's happening, gentlemen? Good to be with you again.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for asking, Willard. Working on some things, as your listeners may or may not know, departed from Sports Illustrated a few weeks back.
Departed?
On the verge of something, just kind of on a I don't know, call it a 2 to 3 month basis, and then we'll see from there. But
okay.
So more coming from me soon. Lots of moving parts, but have not seen the last of me.
Yeah, no.
It's called Tease, people.
It sure is.
That was strong.
I like that title. That's an album title, a book title, On the Verge of Something. So I'm into that. Let's now transfer that to the Warriors, Howard. What are they on the verge of?
What are they on the man? I have no clue at this point anymore.
Right?
It's funny because listen. I've been on with you guys and then some other shows out there over the course of the season. And I've been, as you guys know, kind of the stubborn optimist on the Warriors' behalf. No rooting interest, just kind of a listen. I can't just dismiss a team that still has Steph playing at this level and Clay playing at a level that is demonstrably beyond where he was this time last year, and Draymond still playing at a very high level, and like the outline of a team that we know is capable of great things. And so, like Warriors fans, I probably have been on the same kind of weird roller coaster, but with more emotional distance, which is like every time they win or have an inspiring game like they did the other night, I sit there and I watch from here in New York and I go, yep, there they are. They're back just as I thought they would be. And then they go on the road and they fall apart and they make a bunch of ridiculous plays and they keep throwing the ball to places where there are no people in Warrior uniforms. And I go, did these guys look like they just met each other yesterday? And I'm baffled. All that said, and there's still a major caveat here, but I still believe that when they have their top 7 or 8 together, and that means Wiggins back, and we don't know where that stands, when Gary Payton II is healthy enough to rejoin them, you've got a top 7 or 8 that's reliable enough and that has been together long enough to do some damage. And in a Western Conference where, like, guys, it's still just it's a mess. Yep. Kevin Durant's out for a week. Kevin Durant will have played like maybe 6 games in a Suns uniform, 8 tops, I think, before the playoffs start. I don't think that's a recipe for great postseason success if you've barely played with the guys you're with, as plug and play as he is. And we know what's going with the Grizzlies and John Morant. Plus, they're losing guys. Brandon Clark's out. The Nuggets, nobody quite trusts. The Kings, we're not sure what to make of after 16 years of not even being a playoff team. The Clippers, like everybody's got some sort of asterisk or multiple behind them. And so, like, I'm still not writing off the Warriors. And if they go and they lose their next 4 games in a row or whatever, I'll still probably think they could still make a run.
You said that you were baffled by the road struggles, and I want to try to unbaffle you and have you maybe get all of us unbaffled at the same time, because 7-26 after 29-7 at home, where do you even begin to pinpoint the reason that their struggles have been so grossly, dramatically altered on the road?
If this were a younger team, and they are not, I would blame it on youth and like, okay, a young, talented team, like look at the Grizzlies, right? 28-5 at home, 13-21 on the road. And this is a youngish Grizzlies team that actually now has some experience, right? They're on their way up. They have some postseason experience, notably against the Warriors. And they're still kind of a mess on the road overall for a really good team. Like, it happens, but it usually happens to young teams that haven't learned how to win on the road yet, and the Warriors are not that. So, you can't even blame, like earlier in the season, you could say, well, they're giving so much, rope to the youth and getting these guys their reps and letting them do what they can with it. And they're just not ready. It's not even that anymore. Like, there's not that much serious youth in the rotation. And when you're watching them fritter away a game, in the final minutes, it's often like the veterans who are completely missing each other. Although there were a couple of moments, I can't remember which game it was, but one of the games within the last like 5 to 6 days where Ty Jerome just kept waiting until the shot clock was down to like 2 and then like bailing out, passing it to somebody, not wanting to shoot it. Like that, you could blame that on youth and inexperience. But like a lot of what's happened has been with the vets, and I don't have an explanation for that. Especially, and again, earlier in the season, you might have written it off as well. It's early in the season, and the urgency just isn't there. Well, I mean, it's mid-March. Like, the urgency has to be there. The focus has to be there. I still can't explain it, and I still think that they'll somehow manage to deal with it once the playoffs start.
Yeah, it's funny. I think almost everyone we talk to, and same for ourselves, Howard, we're in this spot where it's like you just can't get yourself to write them off. And I know that maybe that's history more than present. But I do wonder about this, and I just wonder what your read is. Draymond Green walking away from a pass, Steph Curry throwing a mouthpiece, Klay Thompson throwing his hands up in the air, and even go back to the preseason punch. It just feels to me, and maybe this explains the road and the defense thing with them, it feels like there's a cohesion that the Warriors have normally had that now they don't. And it feels like the epicenter of that, whether it's fault or not, is Jordan Poole. It just feels like that hasn't fit. What's your read on that?
I do think that there's a legitimate Jordan Poole element here. I don't think it's legit to bring this back to the punch preseason, or I also don't even think like wherever the cracks are in their cohesion, their chemistry. Like the second we pinpoint it and go, aha, see, there it is. They're throwing the ball to where there isn't anybody, and now Draymond's throwing up his hands and he's frustrated, and now they're giving up a transition basket or whatever. Like, okay, yes, except for the games that doesn't happen and they're winning and they're making all the clutch plays, right? Like, so if it's broken, it should be broken all the time. It shouldn't just be broken on the road and not at home. Like, so that's the part that's baffling, is that as soon as we think, well, it's just got to be this. This is the problem. The problem only shows up sometimes, and the other times they look like them. And so that's the confusion. I do think that Jordan Poole's game has either plateaued or maybe regressed. And that's a problem for sure for a guy who not only did they make a major investment in monetarily, contractually, but just a lot of faith in him to play like, a critical piece, a guy who can be trusted with the offense, who can be trusted with running the offense at times, and to make the right pass, and to kind of fit into the Warriors' way. And there are times he does, and then there are times it just seems like he's doing his own thing out there.
It can't help but feel, maybe to insiders and outsiders, like this might be a little bit of a last dance feel. Draymond Green with a chance to opt out at the end of this upcoming season. What do you think the market would be for Draymond Green in terms of a long-term deal elsewhere versus maybe Draymond Green to stay one more time here in Golden State?
On the assumption that he opts out, which I don't know if he does, but I haven't looked at that cap room. Like I don't think there's a ton of teams with cap room, and the place that he's been tied to the most often speculatively, the Lakers. Like, are they re-signing D'Angelo Russell and Rui Hachimura? Because that's going to take them out of major free agency. Are they renouncing a bunch of guys so that they can go sign Kyrie Irving? Because they've been tied to him more than they've been tied to anybody. And that would take them out of the Draymond running. And then after that, it's like, I don't know, does he want to go home and like try to raise the young pups in Detroit? Is that the way he wants to wind down his career? Like,
back to Wiseman.
Yeah, right. I mean, I don't. And is that the right move for the Pistons even? Like, sure. They've got a bunch of young guys and they could use some vets, and Draymond would be excellent for that purpose, I think. Is that the play, though? I don't know. I'm still kind of in this frame of mind where not only am I assuming that they're going to be fine on some level, like I don't know if that means another championship or another finals, but like I think they do respectably in the playoffs. And if that's the case, I still think more likely than not that everyone's back. But I understand, like, there is this weird thing in the air right now from Bob Myers' contractual uncertainty in his free agency to Draymond Green to everybody at this point.
Howard Beck is with us, of course, NBA writer, podcaster for years, and one of our favorites here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Howard, you know Bob Myers' name comes up there. What's going on, and what do you think happens?
I have no good answer for this one. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Neither do we.
I thought it would have been resolved by now. I still think most likely it does get resolved. Though, as I've said all along with this situation, if there's some piece of this where it's just Bob Myers wants to take a break, possible. If Bob Myers wants a new challenge, possible. If Bob Myers just thinks that maybe this thing has already run its course, or it's winding down, and maybe it's just time to do something else, whether it's in the NBA, outside of the NBA, all of those things are possible. But if Bob Myers wants to be back, I can't imagine a situation where this ownership group that has been so willing to spend on just about everything for the last 7-8 years is suddenly going to decide we're we're going to let this great, team executive walk away over, a couple bucks, a couple million, whatever it may be. I can't see that happening if he really wants to be there.
Yeah, and we hope that he really wants to be here because he's built something super special. And the epicenter has been a kid who just turned 35 today. Steph Curry, 35 years of age, on the books for 3 more years. Can you see a scenario where Steph Curry kind of goes the Tom Brady route and plays north of 40 in the league?
I'm not ruling anything out at this point, not just with Steph, but just we're in a different era, right? I mean, we're starting to finally see like signs of Chris Paul, eroding, but I mean, the guy's logged, a bazillion miles in this league. LeBron can't stay healthy, but when he plays, the guy's still incredibly dominant and plays at an all NBA level. The combination of sports science and modern training and the way these guys, train year round, look after their bodies, take care of themselves, eat right, go vegetarian, go vegan, go whatever. Like, there's just so much more awareness and education and attention to detail than there ever was in the past that I think we have to adjust our understanding and our expectations about how deep into your 30s you can go and still play at a high level. It used to be for a player of Chris Paul's size or even Steph Curry's size that you get to about, 32, 33, and, man, you just fall off a cliff. And it comes without warning, and especially with guards and especially with smaller guards. Big guys, yeah, played into their late 30s and could still be really effective, stand around the basket and get putbacks and rebounds. But guards, guys who relied on, on skill, on speed, on quickness, they would just fall off a cliff at some point. And Steph isn't. And, while Chris Paul is edging toward that cliff, he's extended his career way beyond where you normally would have for a guy his size and his position. So, happy birthday, Steph, and I think we're going to see him for several more.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way right now. Howard, man, thanks as always. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me. Appreciate you.
Okay, Howard Beck, he's on the verge of something.
Right.
And aren't we all?
Yes.
And so are the Golden State Warriors, and I love the way he answered that question when I said, what are the Warriors on the verge of? And he's like, the hell if I've got any idea.
Right.
Which is kind of, I think, the way that that we all feel. I mean, I've certainly noticed this yo-yo, the merry-go-round, whatever it is. We're in a space for the moment where everyone thinks, hey, championship is possible. I think that if it's a betting man, then tomorrow night at 10 p.m., your headspace will be, oh, hell, this team ain't winning anything. And then they'll come back home and you'll change and we'll do this dance. Now, I'm sort of with Goo. At a certain point, this needs to change a little bit. It should, and it could, and it might. Like, I'm not ready to just pull out Sharpie and be like, you lose all your road games and you win all your home games.
Right.
But part of that might also be because, as we talked off the top, I've sort of reached what I find to be a healthy acceptance for the flaws that the Warriors have. And so I'm not going on this ride anymore. Like, there's an urgency to the regular season that we usually don't get.
Yeah, especially in March and April. Yeah.
I have no idea what's going to happen any given night, and so I go into the games thinking that they're playing a terrible team. So what? They might lose. Oh, they're playing the best team in the league. So what? They might win. And so that's what we've got. And then in the back of your mind, you just keep focused on, boy, if they all get healthy at the right time. Who knows? In a Western Conference that offers nothing dominant. Nothing. So for me, it's about acceptance, and we wonder today where you are on that. We're wide open the rest of the hour for your phone calls. Where are you with your acceptance of this particular Warriors team, especially with all of its championship pedigree? 888-957-957.
I'm at the same place as you, but I have more of a pessimistic belief about what could be and what will be the way that this gets resolved. I'm here for all of it. 13 more regular season games. You've got 5 at home. You've got 8 on the road, which doesn't bode well traditionally based on what you've done this year as far as your home road split is concerned. This 5-game road trip, and I know we're trying to take them one at a time. Clippers, you're underdogs. You should beat Atlanta. Memphis without Ja is a winnable game, although they had your number last time you played there, and they didn't have Ja last time either. Houston absolutely should be a win. Dallas is a bit of a swing game. I do feel like 2 and 3 at the very worst on this road trip. Based on, Atlanta's not a stiff, but they're a team that's gone through a lot of changeover this year, and they don't seem to be in the same spot as Atlanta has been the last few years. Houston absolutely should be a win, but other than that, you go to Denver, you go to Sacramento, you go to Portland later in the year. You might be hard-pressed to get 4 out of the final 8 games in terms of wins.
I mean, of course, no matter who they're playing. The funny thing is we'll look at in the 5-game road trip, if you don't have it in front of you, it's at the Clippers tomorrow night. Then you got a back-to-back Friday and Saturday that goes Atlanta-Memphis, followed by Monday in Houston, Wednesday in Dallas. And I have no idea what Dallas is going to offer in terms of a fight. Luka and Kyrie have been in and out of the lineup. So when we look at these, and I do this too, and I think you just did it. You're just like, at minimum 2 and 3. And the reason you think that is because we got a game against Atlanta and a game against Houston. Here's what I would bet my life on this. I will bet my life that the road trip does not go the way everyone thinks in your head. In other words,
I don't want to take your life. Well, because the way I see it going is
it's not
loss, win, loss, win, loss.
Won't happen.
That's the way I see it going.
Won't happen. But that's not
if
Warrior
it goes
basketball.
that way, do I get to put a pillow over your face and snuff you out once and for all?
If that's what you're looking for, then yeah. I mean,
now
you know what I mean?
Now you make me feel bad about taking you out.
But I mean, that's not Warrior basketball. You don't just lose to the good teams and beat the bad teams.
Right.
You get swept by Detroit. You get swept by Orlando, and then you come for a homestand and whack Milwaukee and Phoenix. Like, that's what you do. And yes, I know Giannis and KD were out, but they've done it all year long. They have played to the level of their competition. They get up for big games. I know that we're licking wounds from what happened in Memphis earlier last week, but let's not forget what they did to Memphis prior to that this season. They've owned them. So to think that they're going to go into Memphis next Saturday and just lose because it's Memphis, because they did last week, next week's got nothing to do with last week. That's literally the theme of what I'm coming here to say today. There's no chain link fence with the Warriors. Nothing that happens tomorrow's got anything to do with yesterday.
Correct. But what yesterday can show you will help you figure out what they might do on this 5-game trip. They've won 7 games on the road this year. Of those 7 wins, how many of those wins, Mark, are against teams currently in the playoffs, currently in the top 6
7 road
in
wins
their conference?
I mean, thank you.
Thank you. Grandy, you're starting to get the bit here, Mark.
How many of
Grandy man can.
Okay, 7 road wins. How many of them are against top 6 teams?
In the East or in the West?
Let's see.
Because I just breezed through it. They opened the season with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 straight losses.
I'm going to do this totally
road.
I'm going to do it totally by memory, looking at the 12 teams that are currently on the board. Actually, it's 11 because the Warriors are one of them.
And I'm not counting an inter-squad game that they had when they're on a road trip.
I'm going to say 1. 1.
You are correct.
Yeah, at Cleveland, right?
At Cleveland.
At Cleveland.
Yeah. Cleveland's the only team.
Yeah.
So
that's it.
We actually can look at this 5-game road because they've beaten Houston.
But they
beat OKC. They beat San Antonio in front of 2.3 million.
I hear you.
The teams they've beaten on the road, they stink.
Yeah, but
they beat
also,
Toronto.
Right, but it's not like they didn't have some.
They beat the Wiz.
They had some solid games though against something like.
Oh, they sure did. Plucky little efforts.
No, it was not a plucky little effort. They had Boston. They had them
until
they didn't.
Yeah, until they decided they were going to play 48 that night.
Right, but I'm looking at this much more through the lens of, it's not did the Warriors play, it's can they. Like can they go on the road?
They?
Yeah, of course they can.
Question mark?
Yeah, this is
sure.
We've done this all year. Can't or won't. I do it with the kids all the time.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I did this. I'm not going to tell you which one, but I did this a couple of weeks ago. You know this because we laughed about it. One of the kids can't get the butt to school on time.
Yeah.
And this
can't or won't.
This child states to I can't. Dad, I can't. I'm not a morning person. And there's all this stuff going on and stress and this and that. I can't do it.
Can't do it.
I said, you won't. No, I can't. No, you won't. And here's here's another thing with the won't. And I'm not going to, because it'll give it. You're not going to get blank if you don't start getting to school on time.
Man, look at you playing hardball. Yeah, thank you.
No tardy since. So
can't
you won't.
Yeah,
You're
it
making
became
a choice.
will.
I wonder about that. Rack it up. 888-957-9570.
Rack it.
The Warriors. They can't or they won't.
Well, we're going to find out on this trip
because
according to my past performance analysis, they should go 3-2 on this trip. They've got 2 playoff teams that would be losses. They've got 3 non-playoff teams, which would be wins. So if they follow their pattern, they'll come home and they will be a suddenly improved 10-28 on the road.
3-2 on this road trip would be amazing. It would be
Think
amazing.
about what you're saying.
No, but you'd come home 39-35. You're almost locking in a top 6 seed if you get the way they play at home. I know there's some decent teams coming in, but that homestand when they get back, Philly, that's tough. Minnesota, New Orleans, not tough, and then San Antonio, really, really not tough.
Right.
And so I think that's 3-1. You know, if you start doing that, if you start winning
3-2, 3-1, now you're 6-3.
Right. If you
lost to Denver, 6-4.
Great. If you end up 4 or 5 games over 500, they're going to be the 5 seed. They might be the 4.
Right. I think 43 gets you safe in the top 6.
Yeah.
And 43 would mean you wind up going 7-6 the rest of the way.
Yeah.
You get a top 6 seed.
If they win approximately, how many road games they got left? 5, 6, 8. If they
8
win
road, 5 home.
If they win 3 or 4 of those games, they're in Fat City. I mean, and I hate that the 5 or the 6 seed is like Fat City, but like based on the concepts that have been thrown in front of us this year.
Well, you're not going to be a top 3 seed.
Yeah.
That ship is sailed.
Those 3 are solid.
I mean, at best, you're a 4.
You could be a 4.
At worst, I would say, at worst, you could be an 11. I think. I mean, you'd really have to fade.
It's on the table.
It is.
If they go 0-5 on this road trip, it's totally on the table.
You're 2.5 up on Oklahoma City.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think, look, they're in good shape. But, yeah, with as bad as they are on the road, what if they lose all 5? What if they come back 35-38?
Or even 1-4,
how you
37-37.
36-38, I guess they'd be.
If they go 1-4, which is, it's possible based on how they've played on the road this year.
500 when they get
and
back.
they do have a back-to-back in there, so and they don't have Iguodala tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
My shoulder just took off my screen.
Yeah, your screen is gone.
That was a good move.
Yeah, it's an illegal screen right there. Anyway, I don't know what the exact odds are right now, but I would put them at 80% chance to be a top 6 seed where they sit right now.
I'll take that.
80, I think it's about 80-20.
I dig it.
And it's about a 15% chance that they're the play-in and a 5% chance that they are out.
Yeah, it also feels like the teams that are dancing right now in that play-in race they're starting to leak. You can feel it. I think the Lakers are not, although they lost a huge game.
Huge.
The Pelicans are not playing any of their stars. The Mavericks are not playing any of their stars. The Timberwolves are just not quite good enough. We know about OKC, Utah, Portland. These teams Portland is faded. Portland's not going to make it. So it's starting to take a little shape. And because it's so impacted there in that group, when we look at, they've only got a 2-game lead. That's huge. That's a big, like a 2 to 3 game lead right now is actually rather large. With all of it's just such a mess in there. To overcome that 2-game lead, you've got to overcome like 4 or 5 teams. You're not going to do that. You're just that nobody's good enough to do that. So Warriors,
they do play half their games against those teams. So to that end,
that's fine.
I mean, you've got Minnesota, you've got Dallas, you've got the clip joint, you've got the Thunder, you've got Portland, and you got the Pelicans.
You have 13 games left. What'd you say? 7 and 6?
6 of the 13 are against teams
fine.
Against whom you're competing. But all I'm saying is
they'd be fine.
You're right in terms of the up and down normally is slow going in the NBA. But when you play these teams head to head, as the Warriors do, you might see more movement than we normally do. I still like their chances.
Yeah, let's hear a little bit from Steve Kerr last night after the game, and your phone calls welcome at 888-957-9570. So here's a little bit in terms of the critical nature of all of these games that we're talking about.
Every game now is critical. So feels like most of our games now are being played against teams that we're battling for playoffs, positioning for or with. So every game's a big one. So they all count the same, and we just got to keep winning.
I know this is one thing that everyone wants us to ask Steve when we talk to him on Thursday with regard to how do you bottle up whatever the hell that was? How do you bottle it up and make sure that you check the bag that it's in at the airport and take it with you on the road?
I think the defense has been much better. That set a tone. I never felt like the last two games like we were disconnected defensively. This is the NBA, so no matter what you do, 2023, the other team's probably going to score 110 points. But it's those other 15, 20 points that are just out there every single night that you have to take away. That means boxing out. It means not turning it over. Live ball turnovers that lead to layups. It means understanding personnel. It means defending without fouling. So those are all the things we have to do. And you have to do it together. It can't be a case where guys are looking around saying, don't blame me. It's like, no, we're going to do this together. 5-man unit. A mistake by one player is a team mistake. You can live with mistakes as long as everybody is connected and fighting the whole way through.
Yeah, he uses the word for me that this is the deal.
Connected?
Together.
Yeah.
Together. Like,
yeah, same thing.
If Steve Kerr is still using those words after 69 games, coaching a reigning champion,
right,
and a core group that has 4 rings, and we're sitting here in mid-March playing around, together, can we be connected? I mean, these are the things that he has to say to this team. That's where my focus is. That's why the road looks the way it does and why the defense looks the way it does. I can't put a finger on it. I can't tell you. They're the only ones who can tell you. And news alert, they're not going to.
Well, they don't have to use their words to tell us. All you have to do is look at who's on the floor late in these games, Mark, and that tells you all you need to know about exactly what you're saying. Steve Kerr is saying we need to be connected on defense. We need to be together. We need to be unified, and live ball turnovers and all the other things that they aren't doing well. And then you look at who their finishing group is. Go back to the overtime win over Milwaukee. The finishing group did not involve Jordan Poole. And that tells me all I need to know about the level of connectedness that this team is looking for. It's not to say Jordan Poole's not a great player. He's very talented. He's prone to the live ball turnover, and he doesn't play great connected defense. Kevon Looney is not prone to the live ball turnover, and he plays great connected team defense, and he gets it. So more and more as we get deeper into March and we get closer to April, keep your eyes on what happens in the fourth quarter of these games. You're right, Mark. They're not going to say this player's not getting it and this guy can't play. But what you see on the court in nut crunching time is all you need to know about who they think they can win with.
We want to go to Dan, and we will. And then I got a different Warriors question for you that is, look, a lot of people want to ask it. A lot of people want answers. It's uncomfortable. It's an uncomfortable question.
Okay.
Yeah, but Dan in Michigan first.
I thought you meant Dan me.
No,
I don't like Dan.
No,
you
it's
know
not
that.
a Dan day. But it is for this guy because his name's also Dan.
I love it.
In Michigan.
A good Dan.
Hi, Dan. What are you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
What's up, man?
What's up, Dan?
What's up? All right, so I just wanted to say, when you watch the Warriors play, you realize Steph, Clay, and Draymond, Looney included, those are all championship players. You can watch their play style and say they won 4 championships. When you watch JP, Kuminga, Moody sometimes, you don't look at them and say, these are guys who have won a championship before. Like, that doesn't come to your mind the way that they play. Also, last thing I want to say is everybody's mad over JP's contract. The way I looked at it is I think the Warriors should have let him play out this season without a contract because he was going to come into the year hungry and play way better. And I would rather overpay for Jordan Poole, who gets us another championship, than pay and save a couple $1 million for Jordan Poole, who's playing how he is now.
Yeah, I tell you what, Dan, thanks. That's a conversation we had a lot back at the beginning, and that was my opinion too. I did not think that you needed to sign Jordan then, but understand the risk you were taking. I think it's easy for people now to say, oh, you should have let him play out the year. Well, yeah, because what you're watching, he has not taken another step. He took huge steps last year. He took huge steps all the way through his first years to turn himself from a G leaguer into an NBA star. But by the same token, like now we're looking at it through the lens of, oh man, he wouldn't have gotten that big break the bank offer. What if Jordan Poole had taken what happened last year and really built on it this year and had a great regular season, and you left him unsigned? Well, now what? You're already in a cost-cutting mode if you're the Warriors.
Right.
And now you're going to let him get to restricted free agency and have someone decide that Jordan's going to be their number one player, and we're going to walk like we're going to break the bank, and you've got to match it. And I get it. We look at it now, and that probably would have been the way to go. But I don't know that you could have predicted that this year's regular season was going to be worse than last year's regular season.
I don't know if it is so much worse. I don't even know if it is worse, quite frankly.
I think it is.
Well,
I think it is.
I don't know what the market would think in terms of how he's played. His scoring average is up. His shooting percentages are down, free throw included. His impact on the game is not down.
Shots
His confidence
are way
is not.
up. I mean,
they're up a little bit.
Yeah, in order to get the more points, it's been a lot more shots.
I get it, Mark, but I don't think that you look at it from the outside the same way we're seeing it watching this guy play night in and night out. I still think the market for Jordan Poole was going to be there. And also you had the chance to extend him because he was your own player, and so you did that. And also by extending him at the number you gave him, he becomes a much more tradable piece in terms of you being over the luxury tax. So if you get through this year and you do decide you want to trade Jordan Poole, well, now you have a bigger number that you can get back in salary in order to trade Jordan Poole. And you're right. You couldn't have gone into the offseason and expected him to get punched in the face by Draymond Green, and you couldn't have expected him to have this sort of an odd up and down year.
His minutes per game are almost even from last year to this year. He is averaging more than 2 shots per game more this year than he was last year in order to get his average from 18.5 to 20.6.
So up 2 points.
Yeah, his efficiency is down. I mean,
3-point percentage is at what, 31 now?
3-point percentage is 32.9.
Okay.
Down from 36.4 last year.
Right, and field goal percentage is down, free throw percentage is down, turnovers are up.
You get below 1 out of every 3, that's not good.
No, especially when you're a shooter.
I mean, that's not considered an acceptable
The
number.
great JT Lucan producing on the 1s and 2s back there said in my ear, the buzzword that everyone says, lower than Draymond, 3-point percentage, lower than Draymond.
It's fact.
He's got some pipes back there, too. Kind of shook me up a little bit.
I know. Well, you're just surrounded by him now.
Yeah, and you should be a little worried. You might be hearing footsteps from the lightly used Lucan.
I'm going to be dead after this road trip with a pillow over my face. So
yeah,
it doesn't
and that's
really matter,
unfortunate because I got a win-loss win. Is the way that trip's going to go.
It's not going to go that way. It's not going to go that way. I'm looking at my phone because I want to tell you. See, this is kind of what I mean, and I wonder if this Warrior fans, you relate to this. You would never hear this, and I feel like every team has this. For the 49ers for years, it was Jimmy Garoppolo. Who is it for the San Francisco Giants right now? Who was that guy that last year when he struck out, you were like, this freaking guy?
Brandon Bell.
What was it, Brandon? You're exactly right.
Thank
Although
you. That was my film on my.
He got hurt too much to actually be that guy. But
but it's been Brandon Bell.
He's been that guy
forever.
for a decade. Right.
Like for this year's Giants, I mean, it's probably Jock Peterson. Honestly,
it might be. Although he had a good year last year, not so great in the second half.
This year, he's making 19.6 on the qualifying offer.
Maybe
to do one thing. That's hit home runs. If he doesn't hit home runs, fans are going to be down on him.
So,
thank you.
7:45 last night. What time did game start? About 10 minutes after 7?
Thereabouts.
7:45. I got a thread with all my high school buddies. All the San
I thought you were going
Mateo
to the
Bearcats.
goo.
No, not that. Goo waits till the fourth quarter.
Okay.
But 7:45 last night. Good buddy of mine, I'll leave his name out of this. 2 words. The pool sucks. 7:45.
Man.
Where are we at 7:45? Are we in the second quarter yet?
Yeah.
Probably in the second quarter.
Well, he had a sequence of about 2 or 3 plays in a row where it was live ball turnover, bad throw, bad shot. He had a tough sequence. But then you go to the fourth quarter, it's like, all right, JP.
Yeah, he ends up
light
with,
it up, kid.
He ends up with a pretty interesting game. He ends up with 20 points off the bench. He shoots 4 of 8 from 3. He shoots 8 of 16 overall. He's got 6 assists. Like, that was a pretty good game for Jordan Poole. But every team's got that guy. And for the Warriors, he's the guy. It's Jordan Poole, where if he has a bad quarter, you're livid. If he takes an ill-advised shot and it doesn't go in, he's the throw the remote control guy on this team. And I do sort of wonder how we got there. We started this season with Jordan Poole being the most sympathetic figure in the entire NBA.
Pretty much, right?
And so it's funny to me that we get to now where we'll have this conversation. Earlier in the week, I called him the epicenter of the Warriors' problems, which is hard to say that without making it sound like I'm blaming him. I'm not. I don't know who's to blame. I just know that he's the central figure in my TV show. And my TV show is championship Warriors are running around the court all ticked off. And they usually are ticked at Jordan. So he's the epicenter of whatever it is that ails them. And you fans out there, you have that kind of reaction when it doesn't go well. However, if it ever sounds like you're blaming Jordan Poole, people will run to the whoa. Why don't you blame Steph, Clay, and Dre are the leaders of this team? Yeah. Why would you blame Jordan? You're all mad at him every night. You're the same way that Steph, Clay, and Dre are. It feels like that everyone's mad at the dude all the time, but nobody quite wants to say that. Nobody wants to admit that with this team. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's hard because he does tremendous things for you, and yet he does some head-scratching things all in the span of the same minute where it's, Jordan Poole, that's why we signed him. That's why you're the future. And then one possession later, he either falls down, whips a pass out of bounds, or maybe both, and it's like, Jordan. Or, you see Steph Curry clapping his hands at him, like, throw me the ball, and they get frustrated with him. We get frustrated with him, but at the same time, he does some mind-bogglingly good things on the basketball court that makes us all love him.
God, tomorrow night's a big game.
They're all big now, Mark.
Yeah, but
they're all big.
This one's bigger. They're tied.
Right.
With the exact same record. And it's a scheduled loss, apparently, according to Dan Dibley.
That's just what they've done this year. And
they're underdogs.
They have one
underdogs.
win on the road against a playoff team. And it's not me guaranteeing that they lose. It's their own track record.
Yep.
But this is with 13 games left to go. This is one of the probably 4 or 5 biggest, I would say.
All right, coming up, we're going to tell you exactly how you can win your way into the March 31st game against the San Antonio Spurs. We are sponsored by 5 Hour Energy. We are the all-new 2 to 6 right here at 95.7 The Game every weekday. Willard and Dibbs.
Remember college? 5 Hour Energy got you.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Down the stretch we come on the first four in Dayton. And it's pretty nerve-wracking, Dibs.
Yeah, it is, Mark.
Because you know me. I want to believe. I want to believe in the Warriors.
Yeah.
I want to believe in love.
You're a believer, Mark.
And I want to believe in your system. Say it with me. Ken Palm.
Ken Palm, yeah. The system says that Texas A&M, Corpus Christi, should win this game by 6.5. Now, I know that's impossible. It's impossible to win a game by 6.5.
Stupid system.
The spread was 3.
Yeah.
So when the difference between the system and the spread is 3 points or greater, that's a 2-star selection.
Okay.
If it's 5 points or greater, then we go double barrels. It's a 3-star selection. And as we sit, that's a good call. Corpus Christi and Southeast Missouri State are deadlocked at 64.
Well, Corpus Christi was up by 9, like 10 seconds ago.
Yeah.
And now it's tied, and I'm frustrated. But I also know that it can turn around and go the other way. And if you're right, you're right. I just want you to understand how much pressure is on you right now.
A lot of pressure. I know how much you put on this game, Mark,
Listen,
and I don't take that lightly.
It's not, yeah. I mean, I mean, there are multiple ones in this bet that I made.
1-800-bet.
Yeah,
we need to bring that back.
Yeah, we do.
We need to bring that
Call
back.
my message phone, 1-800-bet. Texas A&M, Corpus Christi for free. Free selection on my message phone. Man, if you were good at picking, you wouldn't have a message phone anymore. The hell are you doing? But anyway, point is that I want you to know how much pressure is on you because I don't care if it's hard getting there, but we got to get there. The system's got to work, or else March is going to be completely ruined. And I don't want to ruin March because it's only half over, Dibs.
Yeah, the tournament's just beginning. Couple games tonight. And by the way, no pick on the next game tonight. It's too close to call. 2 games tonight, 2 games tomorrow. And, the system's pretty solid right now. I don't want to get this show dragged down into March Madness, but I did tell you one thing about this game. One team fouls a lot, Southeast Missouri State.
Yep.
And the other team is really good at shooting free throws. And from what we've seen from this game, those 2 things have been absolutely rock solid. So
I'm going to give you a pick right now on this other game.
On the late game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's playing? Mississippi State and Pitt? Is that right?
Sounds right.
Yeah. Now, Mississippi State just played Alabama on Friday, and they lost by, they lost by 23 points.
Alabama's good.
Alabama's good. I've heard that they're good. I've heard that they might be the number 1 overall seed.
They're good at football too, Mark.
They are, yeah.
Thank you.
That was,
That's
so.
a hot take.
And then this Pitt team, they just played Duke on Thursday, and they lost also by 27 points against Duke. So I will tell you this right now. Let's see. Gosh, Pitt's been struggling of late. I don't. What's the number? What's it?
2.
And the favorite is Mississippi State or Pitt?
Mississippi State's given 2. The system thinks Mississippi State wins by 1, which makes this a no pick.
No. The system's wrong. Mississippi State's winning this game by 5.
Okay.
Okay?
Are we locking that up?
What does that look, Randy? Why'd you look? We've been working together for 2 days. Why would you look at me like that? You looked at me like, oh, God, this guy.
I'm on Pitt plus 2.5.
You are?
Yeah.
Why? Make your case.
I don't have a great case. I just need some action.
Don't we all? Don't we all? Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, the first 4, I told you guys earlier, I can't get into these things unless, like, right? We got to put something on it. So, anyway, gosh, we're right on the number with 2 minutes to go.
It's
this
exciting.
Is very stressful. So, while you watch that, I'd like to pass along something else to all of you fine radio listeners.
Please do.
Out there. Hello, radio listeners.
And I'm not watching that, Mark.
My name's Mark, and that's Dan.
I'm locked in on this conversation.
We do a radio show, and on our radio show, we'd like to inform you that former 49ers free agent defensive end Samson Ebukam has decided to move on, courtesy of a 3-year, $27 million deal with $11 million in the first year with the Indianapolis Colts. Samson Ebukam, no longer a 49er. He is headed to the Indianapolis Colts.
Well, as much as I love the Hargrave acquisition in free agency, which will be official tomorrow once the free agency period actually begins, I can't help but feel like more has left the building than has come back in the building. And I know it's still somewhat early. Yeah, in terms of like overall depth of the defense. Yes.
I mean, but you know, this is a starter that, I mean, right? Like the higher level pickup is Hargrave for sure.
Yes.
And also it is very early. I have one question about this Schefter tweet, though. What does this mean? This isn't the NBA. He writes that Samson Ebukam reached an agreement on a 3-year, $27 million max deal. What does that mean? $27 million is not the maximum. Is there some sort of rule with Ebukam? 3-year, $27 million max deal. Or is this
it's worth a maximum of $27 million is what he means.
$27 million. I was like, is the agent's
$11
name
million
Max?
the first
What are you talking about?
No. The maximum that it can be worth is $27 million.
That's poorly written.
Is what it means. Yeah.
Per sources.
Thank you.
It was poorly written.
Well, he's pretty busy right now,
He
so
is,
at
yeah.
times they're
Maybe
going to
there's
miss
some-
on some stuff. It's $11 million the first year, and I'm sure with incentives, roster bonuses, workout bonuses, and all the other bonuses that you get when you're an NFL player, because you know these NFL deals, it's, you know, Derek Carr gets such and such. Well, the guaranteed number is quite different than the rest of it. So
$27 million with a maximum of, right?
The max.
Maybe it's an autocorrect. Maybe it's a mad deal. Maybe he didn't like it. Maybe he thought he was going to get more. I don't know what happened here, but this is, I'm very disappointed in Adam Schefter.
Yeah.
But I liked Ebukam. I did.
I did too. But I
did a
think
good
about
year.
Al Shire gone, Mosley gone, Jimmy Ward gone.
Yeah, but
it feels like you've got some depth that needs to get addressed.
I hear you, but at the same time, I guess it would bother me more if any of this was surprising. Jimmy Ward has said to you after every game this year, if you watch the 49ers and listen to Jimmy Ward in the locker room, he told you that he was leaving.
Yes.
He told you he was gone. And I actually kind of like that he went with D'Amico to the Houston Texans. There's something that actually made it a little bit easier to stomach. I'm a big Jimmy Ward fan. I think he's been fantastic, and I remember the days when he was re-signed the first time, and Niner fans hated it because of his injury history.
Hated it.
Yeah, but he was fantastic and a huge piece for the defense. But we've known all year he was gone.
Yes,
Mike
and Al Shire
McGlinchey,
similarly
we've
too.
known all year he was gone.
Yes, and there's no room for 3 highly paid elite linebackers, especially when you play a lot of nickel and you go to 2 linebackers on the field. And I get that. There's reasons why all these guys are leaving, but I can't help but look at the roster and think now they have more holes to fill than they previously did. But the good news is they do have 11 draft
picks. 11
picks.
draft picks, and free agency is just getting started. So I'm not too worried about that yet. I think the Hargrave thing, like I look at it in terms of game changers. Hargrave is a game changer.
Yes.
And I guess Darnold could be if the year goes the same way next year as it did last. All right. A reminder that if you want tickets to Warriors Spurs on March 31st, we make it very, very difficult for you. All you have to do is listen.
That's it?
That's it. Just listen.
How often?
As long as you want. I mean, how often? The whole time. You got to listen to the whole show, the whole thing. But you got to do it on the Odyssey app or at 957thegame.com. So download the Odyssey app, listen, 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You get one entry per hour. So as you sit there, every hour that you take in, boom, that's another entry, all the way up to 8 entries per day. So download the Odyssey app now. I'm not sure what you're waiting for. Maybe you haven't. Maybe you've already downloaded it. Tickets are courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, for more Warrior tickets, go to warriors.com. And we'll get you ready for Warriors and Clippers tomorrow night. And Corpus Christi, as promised by Dan Dibley, is at the free throw line yet again.
Yeah.
I might make you explain the system a little bit more. I know you have a couple times, but like
it's super mathy.
I know, but is there a home version? Can people try this at home?
Absolutely. Tomorrow I will give you the dumbed down home version.
Like no proprietary stuff going on here?
It's something I made up about 12 years ago.
Oh, you just made it up?
Made it up.
You just yanked it out of your wahoo?
Took it to Vegas.
Okay.
Hit about 67% the first year, and I've been tweaking it ever since, Mark, and that's a big miss for us.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's right on the number with 45 seconds to go. All good.
All right.
Let's go watch the game. Good stuff, my brother, and we'll do it again tomorrow.
All right.
But what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, and it's Warriors Roundtable with Kevin Dana, Cash Him Out One Time, and
Gucci
Gary St. Jean. So a full hour of Warriors content coming up after last night's win over the Suns. Everybody have a good evening, and remember to shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Marvel Studios' action-packed blockbuster, Black Panther, quickly became a global sensation and cultural phenomenon, delivering a new dimension of what superhero films could be. This spring, relive the excitement in a whole new way as the San Francisco